Without saying a word, Tang Bing pulled Xia Shuning straight into her bedroom and slammed the door shut. The commander, with a stern expression, was about to get angry but remembered that the formidable Xia Shuning was present, so he forced himself to calm down. He called out cheerfully to the closed door, "Xia Jiqing, Uncle Tang welcomes you to join our Northwest Army soon." After saying this, he hurriedly left without waiting for a response, rushing back to the meeting with his troops. Jing, pale-faced, reached the door just in time to see the door frame slightly tremble. She glared at Tang Bing's door, filled with resentment, and muttered softly, "Xia Shuning, I will get rid of you. I must get rid of you." However, she was used to hiding her true intentions and striking from the shadows. Faced with someone as bold as Xia Shuning, she felt outmatched and lacked the courage to confront her directly. Inside the bedroom, Tang Bing handed a peeled apple to Xia Shuning and quietly asked, "Sister Shuning, now that Commander Tang has left, what are you planning to do about the jewelry box?" Xia Shuning took the apple, bit into it slowly, and replied calmly, "I'll go to her room and take it once she leaves." Tang Bing's eyes lit up with excitement. "Then I'll help distract her." Xia Shuning shook her head, her tone firm. "No need. She will leave soon." Just then, they heard a creaking sound as the door slowly closed. Tang Bing's eyes widened in admiration. "Sister Shuning, how did you guess that so accurately? Do you have a secret?" Xia Shuning smiled slightly, a hint of playfulness in her eyes. "Once you have as many enemies as I do, you'll learn everything." She set down the apple and pulled out a piece of wire from her pocket, skillfully prying open Jing's bedroom door. As they entered the room, they were momentarily taken aback by the sight. The room was very simply decorated, almost devoid of any extra decorations, resembling a soldier's dormitory rather than a couple's bedroom. Tang Bing was also surprised. "I've never been in her room before. I didn't expect it to be so plain." Xia Shuning quickly scanned the room, her brow furrowing. "The items aren't here. It seems Jing has hidden them well, even from Commander Tang." She turned to Tang Bing and said, "You stay here and keep an eye on Jing for me. I'll step out for a bit." Tang Bing nodded obediently. "Don't worry, I'll keep a close watch on her." Xia Shuning nodded and quickly left the room. She knew that Jing's reinforcements should be arriving soon. In the family area of the military, the other side wouldn't dare to act, so she would go out to meet them. Xia Shuning deliberately walked toward a secluded area, with footsteps behind her, sometimes close, sometimes far away. She frowned, quickened her pace, turned into a narrow alley, and suddenly stopped. "Come out," she said coldly, her hand moving to her waist. From the depths of the alley, a shadow slowly emerged, holding a short knife that glinted in the light. "Xia Shuning, you have quite the nerve. Who do you think you can offend?" The person's voice was hoarse and mocking. Xia Shuning scoffed, her eyes icy. "Do you know who I am?" the person said fiercely. Xia Shuning narrowed her eyes, her tone calm and indifferent. "I don't care who you are." The person was taken aback, clearly not expecting her response. He gritted his teeth and insisted on finishing his line. "You don't need to know who I am. Just know that someone has paid for your life. I am just." Before he could finish, Xia Shuning threw a stone, hitting him squarely in the mouth. He immediately became furious, blood pouring from his mouth as he lunged at her. Xia Shuning sidestepped, countering with an elbow strike to his chest. He grunted and staggered back, still gripping his knife tightly. "Not bad. Too bad today is your last day." Before he could finish, Xia Shuning delivered a sweeping kick, sending him crashing into the wall. With a loud thud, the man was knocked out, blood pooling around him, severely injured. Xia Shuning mocked, "Villains die from talking too much." Then, she picked up a stone and threw it deeper into the alley. "Why aren't you showing yourself?" With a loud bang, a man wearing black-rimmed glasses emerged, holding his head. He had an elegant demeanor, like a university professor, but a large bump was rapidly swelling on his forehead. He gritted his teeth. "Xia Jiqing, impressive skills. It seems I don't need to introduce myself." Xia Shuning replied coldly, "Feng Xiuming." Feng Xiuming tried to maintain his composure. My incompetent subordinate has embarrassed me in front of you. Xia Shuning's expression was indifferent. Let's get to the point. Feng Xiuming's subordinate presented a delicate yellow pear with jewelry box. When the lid opened, the treasures inside sparkled. A jade necklace, white jade earrings, a ruby ring, a winter pearl necklace. Each piece was worth a fortune. Feng Xiuming's forehead was swollen like an egg, but he feigned calmness. This is a gift for you, Xia Jiqing. I hope we can become friends. Xia Shuning glanced over the treasures, closed the box, and held it close to her. Feng Xiuming's eyes flashed with doubt as he thought to himself, she looks like a naive girl who hasn't seen much of the world. She's just skilled enough to scare Shuijing like that. But he said, just a small gift, not a big deal. In the next moment, Xia Shuning handed the jewelry box back to him, a teasing smile on her lips. I prefer to take things myself. Feng Xiuming's expression darkened completely as he glared at Xia Shuning with cold eyes. Xia Shuning shot him an even fiercer glare back. His eyes weren't bigger than hers, yet he dared to stare at her. Feng Xiuming suddenly laughed. Xia Jiqing, you've surprised me. Xia Shuning rolled her eyes dramatically. I don't care how you see me. Feng Xiuming turned to walk towards his car, glancing back before getting in. Xia Jiqing, we will meet again soon. Xia Shuning watched the car drive away, smiling softly. A fat sheep delivered right to her door shouldn't go unbutchered. She whispered, see you tonight. She had sprinkled tracking powder in the Wang Wali with jewelry box earlier. That night, following the tracking powder, Xia Shuning, dressed in black and masked, sneaked into Feng Xiuming's room at the guest house. She first used a sleeping drug to knock Feng Xiuming out, then began her search. The room was empty, with nothing inside. Using her senses, she scanned the area and discovered the treasures were all in a suitcase. The suitcase was locked in a hidden cabinet behind the wardrobe. Xia Shuning moved the wardrobe aside. Using a universal key, she bought online to open the hidden cabinet and took out 3 suitcases. Habitually, she stored all the suitcases in her space and then checked what good items they contained. The first suitcase held the Wang Wali with jewelry box that Feng Xiuming wanted to give her, along with over 90 large yellow fish. The second suitcase was half full of bundles of cash, roughly around 300,000. The other half contained ancient books. The third suitcase was filled with various Buddha statues. She struck it rich. She loved black market dealings the most. Meanwhile, in the military office, Commissioner Su handed a document to Zhuo Zhiheng with a serious expression. The results of your request to investigate Xia Shuning's identity have come in. Thank you to the rabbit who loves fruit for the 5-star review and the update request. As Zhuo Zhiheng took the document, his fingertips brushed against the rough edge of the leather envelope. The moment he opened the document, his pupils suddenly constricted. He looked up at Commissioner Su, his voice tightening involuntarily. Is this real? Commissioner Su's enamel cup lightly tapped the table, creating ripples on the surface of the tea. Comrade Xia took care of Grandma Zhang, a 5-guarantee household. Both her children were underground couriers who sacrificed themselves before liberation. Before she passed away, the old lady held Comrade Xia's hand and said, Xu Ning is the daughter of the mountains. The Yunk Mountains will protect her. The commissioner sighed, blending his breath with the aroma of tea. Sigh. Zhuo Zhiheng unconsciously rubbed the document with his fingers. He recalled asking Xia Shuning in the Tianshan Grand Canyon why her skills were so good. In front of the fire, Xia Shuning casually replied, I've taken a lot of beatings. From that statement, he realized she had a tough past, but he never imagined it was this difficult. No wonder her skills lacked flashy moves and showed no signs of formal training. It seemed all her experience came from countless beatings from her adoptive parents, which honed her practical and fierce abilities. He abruptly unbuttoned his shirt, his brows furrowing. What about her adoptive parents? On the day Comrade Xia went to the countryside, they were also sent to the farm for re-education, quite a distance from here. Commissioner Su looked at Zhuo Zhiheng, whose expression grew increasingly stern. Should we issue a request for investigation? Zhuo Zhiheng pressed the document against his chest. Since she is not a spy, there's no need to investigate further. Suddenly, Commissioner Su leaned forward, his eyes shining with intensity. The military region wants to form a women's special operations team. Xia Shuning's file. Report. The door slammed open, and a young officer, sweating, rushed in. The Air Force's 3rd Regiment and the Marine Corps vehicles are already heading to the Zawa farm to find Xia Shuning. The enamel cup clattered heavily on the glass surface. Commissioner Su sprang up, knocking over a wooden chair. Nonsense. The special recruitment documents aren't ready yet. Hearing this, Zhuo Zhiheng immediately stood up. I'll go intercept them. Before he finished speaking, he dashed away, and hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. To investigate Xia Shuning's identity and recommend her for a 2nd-class merit, he had detailed the 2 battles they fought side by side in his report. Anyone who read the report would surely recognize Xia Shuning's value, which extended far beyond her medical skills and martial arts. The leaders of the Air Force and Navy must have seen his report. Otherwise, they wouldn't be mobilizing so much. He quickly walked to the parking lot, jumped into a military jeep, and started the engine. In the rearview mirror, he saw Commissioner Su catching up, shouting, "Make sure to bring Comrade Xia Shuning back." Zhuo Zhiheng gripped the steering wheel with one hand and tightly held the document bag with the other. The vehicle shot forward like an arrow. The scenery outside the car window rushed by. At Zawa Farm, Xia Shuning was grinding dry dukamia leaves into feed. In the distance, 2 clouds of dust approached, wrapping around a military green jeep. The car door opened, and 2 representatives knocked on the door and entered the yard, quickly walking towards Xia Shuning. The Air Force representative spoke first, his tone a bit urgent. "Comrade Xia Shuning, I am Captain Zhao from the Air Force Special Operations Team. We are recruiting outstanding female pilots, and your calmness, judgment, and physical fitness are exactly what we need. If you are willing to join us, we can provide you with the most advanced flight training and equipment." The Navy representative was not to be outdone, speaking loudly. "Comrade Xia, I am Captain Lee from the Navy's Special Forces. We urgently need military doctors, especially versatile talents like you with strong military skills. Your medical expertise and abilities are exactly what we need for naval operations. If you join us, we can offer you comprehensive training and advancement opportunities." Xia Shuning slightly raised her gaze, scanning between the 2 men, and replied calmly, "Thank you for your kind offers, but I need to think carefully." Both men were taken aback and were about to say something when suddenly, a sharp screech of brakes was heard. Zhuo Zhiheng's jeep came to a steady stop outside the yard. He pushed open the gate and said, "The Army Special Forces need a hit 5 targets at 300 meters with 5 crossbow arrows, all with 1 shot. With such accuracy, you would definitely become a top for our army." Xia Shuning's gaze fell on Zhuo Zhiheng. She did not answer immediately, but set down the pestle in her hand, her tone calm yet firm. "Captain Zhuo, thank you for the Army's trust. However, I am not considering enlisting at this time." Zhuo Zhiheng was slightly surprised, clearly not expecting her to respond this way. He frowned, his tone a bit urgent. "Comrade Xia, if you have any concerns, we can address them together." Xia Shuning shook her head, her tone gentle yet resolute. "I have no concerns about the army. I just have some matters to attend to for now. However, if you need my help, feel free to call on me, and I will do my best to assist." The representatives from the Air Force and Navy, hearing this, felt a renewed sense of hope, and all 3 pairs of combat boots stepped forward slightly. Captain Zhao quickly spoke up. "Comrade Xia, if you are not considering enlisting for now, the Air Force can also offer flexible cooperation options. If you are willing, we can arrange flight training and missions at any time." Captain Lee quickly added, "Our Navy can also provide you with the most flexible support. As long as you are willing, we can arrange medical assistance and maritime missions at any time." Xia Shuning smiled slightly, her tone calm yet firm, and bowed deeply to the representatives of the Army, Navy, and Air Force. "Thank you for your recognition, leaders of the forces. Wherever you need me, just call, and I will do my best to help." Zhuo Zhiheng was silent for a moment before nodding. I respect your decision. However, the door of the army will always be open for you. Xia Shuning nodded gently. Thank you. The representatives of the Air Force and Navy sighed helplessly, ultimately saluting before turning to leave. Xia Shuning continued to grind medicine, the pestle making a rhythmic sound in the mortar. Suddenly, a shadow fell over her. Zhuo Zhiheng had returned, holding a pair of brand-new combat boots. He handed them to Xia Shuning and said softly, Comrade Xia, these are for you. Having sent him many medicines, she accepted the boots without hesitation, saying, Thank you. These combat boots resembled the outdoor boots she had seen at the mall, and with these boots, she could finally buy the outdoor ones from the mall. She casually asked, Are they my size? Zhuo Zhiheng nodded. After a moment of silence, he quietly asked, Comrade Xia, can I stay here? Xia Shuning raised an eyebrow and asked directly, Is the spy from Country Y going to take action? Zhuo Zhiheng was not surprised by her guess and explained quietly, We received intel that Country Y has sent a special operations team to try to kidnap you and take you to the beautiful country. Seeing Xia Shuning appear unconcerned, his tone became slightly more serious. Comrade Xia, they're equipped with advanced weapons supported by the beautiful country, along with biochemical agents. It's very dangerous, and you must take it seriously. His voice was filled with deep regret. Comrade Xia, if it weren't for saving me, you wouldn't be in such big trouble. I initially invited you to join the Army's Special Forces partly because the military can better protect your safety. Xia Shuning pointed to the simple dwelling behind her and shook her head decisively. Look, I have no place. Zhuo Zhiheng recalled the investigation report about Xia Shuning, which mentioned that she had lived in a pigsty for a long time during her childhood. She shouldn't have had to endure such hardship. He suppressed his emotions and said in a deep voice, Comrade Xia, don't worry. I can handle this. You choose the location, and I will build the house. After finishing, Zhuo Zhiheng turned and walked out. Xia Shuning called out to his back, Building a house will take at least a month, right? With that time, we could just catch the spies directly. All she received in response was Zhuo Zhiheng's fading silhouette. The next morning, in her dream, Xia Shuning had just taken a bite of meat. To enhance the flavor and texture of the snake soup, she had added shredded pork, pine mushrooms, and bacha mushrooms. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks sounded at the door. Xia Shuning covered her ears with a pillow, rolled around on the bed a few times, then put on her shoes and opened the door. Outside the yard, 5 military trucks were lined up. Zhuo Zhiheng led about 20 strong young men standing in the morning mist, each with a bulging backpack and a shovel at their waist. Report. The cooking team of the 3rd Company has borrowed 2 field pots. Report. The transport company has delivered 30 prefabricated concrete slabs. Xia Shuning, with her messy hair sticking up, looked at the scene and shook her head helplessly. Is Zhuo team going to build a bunker? Zhuo Zhiheng noticed her dark circles under her eyes, making her skin appear even fairer and more delicate. Comrade Xia, first tell me where you want a house, then you can go back to sleep. Xia Shuning casually pointed to the farthest empty spot from the ground. Guard Xiao Song stepped forward to ask, Team Zhuo, should we start digging the foundation now? Zhuo Zhiheng replied, We have only 1 day. The timeline is tight, so let's get started on the foundation. Xia Shuning widened her eyes and looked at Zhuo Zhiheng suspiciously. 1 day? Zhuo Zhiheng said confidently yes. Xia Shuning now suspected that Zhuo Zhiheng was from the future, as only the integrated housing of later generations could rise quickly from the ground. After all, the future Huagua is known worldwide for its impressive infrastructure, contributing a term called Huagua speed to the global construction industry. Resigned, Xia Shuning went to prepare breakfast for the soldiers. She couldn't let them work on an empty stomach. Fortunately, Zhuo Zhiheng had brought food, meat, vegetables, and a portable stove, so Xia Shuning was in charge of cooking. For breakfast, she prepared hearty dishes, making a large pot of pork and cabbage stew with vermicelli, along with a big plate of braised pork. Xia Shuning's braised pork was bright red, rich but not greasy, melting in the mouth, and paired with steamed buns. Everyone praised the meal and worked even harder. For lunch, Knowing everyone enjoyed spicy food, Xia Shuning changed the menu, serving stir-fried pork with spicy sauce mixed with the freshness of pickled fish, filling the entire yard with delicious aromas. Everyone has started to envy Zhuotuan's meals after moving in together. They wish they could protect Comrade Xia themselves, but the brave ones have already taken action. Kong Cheng, with flushed ears, leaned closer to the cooking stove and said, "Comrade Xia, I'll help you fetch water tomorrow morning." Before he could finish, a shovel clanged down between them. Zhuo Zhiheng pulled the young away, saying, "Morning training session. Tomorrow." Xia Shuning was just about to distribute mint water, each in their own water bottles. "Comrade Kong, have some water." Kong Cheng smiled widely as he took his water bottle. "Thank you, Comrade Xia." He turned red and almost tripped over his own feet. Kong Cheng found Zhuo Zhiheng, who was already moving bricks, and cheerfully asked, "Zhuotuan, let me protect Comrade Xia." Zhuo Zhiheng's expression darkened at Kong Cheng's words, his knuckles turning white as he replied, "If you can beat me, you can protect Comrade Xia." Kong Cheng stood at attention and saluted, his handsome face glistening with sweat as he declared, "Zhuotuan, I will do my best." As soon as he said it, he realized how hard it would be to win against Zhuotuan, the champion of the military competition. But thinking of Comrade Xia, who could shoot 5 enemies with 1 arrow, he felt he would achieve it one day. While preparing medicine, Xia Shuning also took time to help the soldiers with acupuncture. Many of them had old injuries, and she used acupuncture to help repair their meridians, relieve muscle pain, and assist in their recovery. During breaks, Kong Cheng stopped trying to get close to Xia Shuning and instead went to help her chop wood and fetch water, eagerly looking for various tasks to do. Only he and Zhuo Zhiheng had not gone to Xia Shuning for a pulse check. This excellent, fair-skinned and tall, had an outstanding presence, and when he smiled, he revealed a set of bright white teeth. Whenever their eyes met, he would quickly look away, but then turn back with a shy smile, looking very charming. Zhuo Zhiheng watched Kong Cheng's budding feelings with a sense of restlessness. He cleared his throat, intending to scold Kong Cheng, but couldn't find a good reason. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly remembered that Kong Cheng hadn't reported his feelings yet. Zhuo Zhiheng quickly decided to send Kong Cheng back for additional training and brought in several trained soldiers to help with the construction. Meanwhile, the building work was progressing rapidly. The soldiers had clear roles and took turns working in an orderly manner. When the group digging the foundation took a break, the soldiers with the blowers immediately started drying it. By the time the foundation was almost dry, the bricklayers quickly got to work, and the wall builders skillfully built the walls. In just half a day, the framework of the house was securely set up. In the summer of the border town, the temperature was already high, and with the help of the blowers, the walls were dry by sunset. The red brick house rose under the starlit sky, while Zhuo Zhiheng focused on carving wooden window frames with a knife. Remarkably, he finished building 4 red brick rooms in just one day, and even thoughtfully constructed a toilet and a bathroom. Xia Shuning stood in front of the new house, looking at the military-style building, and thought that Zhuo Zhiheng was a genius at construction. "Zhuo, are you planning to build the barracks here?" The house was indeed built quickly, but she felt a sense of being enlisted. Zhuo Zhiheng patted the wall firmly and explained, "The military barracks must be sturdy and well-ventilated." Suddenly, Xia Shuning realized that he would only use 1 room, and the other 3 were like gifts to her. Having repaired a dugout before, she roughly knew the cost of building a house in the border town. She looked up at Zhuo Zhiheng, noticing he was wearing a somewhat worn military uniform with frayed edges. Xia Shuning wasn't short on money. She didn't want to take advantage of him. "I'll cover half the cost of the house, using the ointment as payment, like the one for treating gunshot wounds." Today, she had given each soldier who helped her ointment to relieve muscle soreness. Zhuo Zhiheng paused for a moment, then took out a savings book from his pocket and handed it to her, looking serious. "This is my savings book and allowance, you can take it." After a brief pause, he added, "If it's not enough, I have 2 bonuses coming next month." When Xia Shuning opened the savings book and saw the balance, a hint of surprise crossed her face. She noticed Zhuo Zhiheng's clothes were frayed, but didn't expect him to have so much savings. She shook the savings book and asked, "Is this all for me?" Zhuo Zhiheng nodded firmly and explained, "Comrade Xia, your prescriptions have saved at least 27 soldiers, plus consultation fees, medicine costs, and meal expenses." Xia Shunning smiled brightly. She indeed deserved it. She accepted the savings book and said generously, "All right, I'll take it." Returning to the dugout, she lit the kerosene lamp, took out the savings book, looked at the balance with a slight smile, and then put the savings book away. Xia Shunning held a bandage for treating gun wounds and walked over to Zhuo Zhiheng. He was crouched down, skillfully scooping cement from a bucket and smoothly applying it to the wall. His military uniform sleeves were rolled up to his elbows, revealing strong forearms, and his muscles flexed with each movement, showing great strength. Xia Shunning handed him the bandage. "This is for treating gun wounds." Zhuo Zhiheng spoke in a low voice without looking up, continuing to work on the wall. Sweat was forming on his forehead. "I don't need it." Xia Shunning firmly placed the bandage in his hand. "You must use it. We're about to go into battle, and I hate it when teammates hold me back." After saying this, she turned to go back inside but suddenly stopped and looked back at Zhuo Zhiheng. Zhuo Zhiheng tightened his grip on the trowel. Xia Shunning asked, "Can I ask why Junjun's dad doesn't have a military medal?" Zhuo Zhiheng paused, clearly surprised by her question. He was silent for a while before he spoke slowly. Junjun's dad was injured on the battlefield while trying to save a medic who had entered the wrong area. If he had received timely help, he wouldn't have sacrificed himself. Zhuo Zhiheng hesitated, took out a cigarette, and was about to light it when he noticed Xia Shunning frown instinctively. He put the cigarette back and fell silent again. Xia Shunning thought he wouldn't say anything more tonight. To her surprise, Zhuo Zhiheng clenched his jaw and said through gritted teeth, "But during the rescue, that medic used the wrong medicine." His brows furrowed tightly, his eyes filled with guilt, and his voice was heavy, like a large stone pressing down on him. At that time, the situation was critical, and I was leading my troops in a fierce battle. When I woke up in the hospital, Ma Zhenghua had already been gone for 3 months, and there was no evidence left. At that time, the troops were not united, and some people from different factions said that Ma Zhenghua died in the hospital. Zhuo Zhiheng's voice suddenly stopped, and the trowel fell into the cement bucket with a splash. He stood up straight, and the moonlight cast deep shadows on his face. His usually calm eyes were now filled with complex emotions, anger, guilt, and resentment. Xia Shunning remembered that Junjun had once asked her through tears, "Sister Shunning, is it because Dad wasn't good enough that Zhuo Zhiheng took away his medal?" Junjun was already braver and stronger than most kids his age. Xia Shunning softly asked, "The medic who caused Junjun's dad's death was Wang Heyun, right?" Zhuo Zhiheng's fists were clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white. He took a deep breath and said in a hoarse voice, "Yes." Xia Shunning felt a surge of anger rise in her heart, and she suddenly stepped forward. Zhuo Zhiheng instinctively took a step back, his back hitting the unfinished concrete wall, the scent of medicine mixed with the fragrance of soap from her hair hitting him hard. With a sharp sound, Xia Shunning quickly stood on her toes and slapped Zhuo Zhiheng hard across the face. Her eyes were as cold as frost as she questioned him. "Zhuo Tuan, when did you become the Wang family's watchdog? Are you willing to be a submissive watchdog? Have you ever asked Junjun if he wants to recognize a thief as his mother? You know Wang Heyun is the murderer, yet you let her roam free for so many years? You even allowed her to become Junjun's godmother? By letting Junjun recognize a thief as his mother, how can you face Junjun's father?" Zhuo Zhiheng suddenly grabbed her wrist, his voice low and restrained. "When I woke up in the field hospital that year, Junjun was already calling Wang Heyun godmother. At that time, he had just lost his mother and was somewhat dependent on her. The doctor also advised against changing guardians." Xia Shunning scoffed, raised her knee, and forcefully drove it upward. Her movement was swift and decisive, filled with a toughness forged in a harsh world, aiming directly at Zhuo Zhiheng's vital points. Zhuo Zhiheng quickly dodged back, but Xia Shunning's fist landed heavily on his face. His lips split open, blood vividly staining his mouth. Wiping the blood from his lip, his gaze turned fierce. Do you think I don't want to kill Wang Heyun? But pulling it can bring up the whole route, and it can bury the entire Northwest Army. The person who interfered with Ma Jingguo's military honors is targeting the Northwest Army. Xia Shunning scoffed dismissively. These are just excuses. It's your incompetence. You can't do it, so let me handle it. If the evidence is gone, we will find it again. Since Wang Heyun committed such a crime, she will definitely leave traces. Commander Wang allows his daughter to dream. He doesn't deserve to be a commander. With a loud crunch, Zhuo Zhiheng crushed a concrete block in his hand. He warned sternly Xia Shunning, don't act recklessly. Some things cannot be rushed. Xia Shunning smirked provocatively, can you stop me? You have no right to control me. Let's rely on our own abilities. With that, she turned and walked away. Zhuo Zhiheng watched her figure and recalled the first time he saw her. She seemed so thin and fragile that a gust of wind could knock her down, yet she was as stubborn as a red willow on the Gobi Desert. In the underground room, Xia Shunning lit an oil lamp. Under the dim light, she opened a space and took out a brown paper bag. Inside the bag was a stack of yellowed medical records, with the top one labeled Ma Jingguo. Just as Xia Shunning was about to look through Ma Jingguo's medical records, she paused, her expression alert. She quickly put the records back into the space. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door of the underground room. A young soldier stood at the door, panting. Comrade Xia, Dr. Wang wants to see you. He says it's important. Xia Shunning thought to herself. Well, this is convenient. However, she kept her expression neutral, a slight smile on her lips as she asked, what does he need at this late hour? The young soldier blushed. He said it's about the medicine made from the prescription you donated. He scratched his head awkwardly and added, Dr. Wang seems really anxious. Xia Shunning blew out the oil lamp on the table. Let's go. Under the moonlight, her steps were light yet steady. Zhuo Zhiheng stopped his work and rushed to the door, his half-swollen face showing his displeasure as he said coldly, I'm going with you. Xia Shunning met his icy gaze. Are you worried I'll hit her? Zhuo Zhiheng looked angry too, maintaining a stern face and silently blocking her way. Xia Shunning raised her eyebrows and pushed him aside. You should hurry and inform your superior. Following the young soldier, Xia Shunning arrived at the military hospital, only to find that Wang Heyun was not there. The young soldier looked embarrassed and guilty.
Comrade Xia, I am sorry.
Dr. Wang was really in a hurry. Xia Shunning smiled gently, not wanting to blame the young soldier. It's okay. You can go back to your duties. I'll return on my own. The stars were particularly bright that night, and she could see the distant Tian Shan mountains. The night breeze carried a faint scent of disinfectant mixed with the unique earthy smell of the Gobi Desert. When she returned to the chicken coop, Zhuo Zhiheng was already gone. She turned on the oil lamp, and with a glance, she noticed that things in the room had been disturbed. Xia Shunning poured herself a glass of water and took a casual sip. Do I need to invite you in? Wang Heyun entered, carrying a heavy medical box, smiling politely. Comrade Xia, you're still awake? Xia Shunning squinted her eyes and said deliberately, Zhutuan just left. Do you want to visit the house he built? Wang Heyun's expression turned fierce for a moment, but quickly returned to normal as she smiled and handed the medicine to Xia Shunning. Comrade Xia, I came specifically to find you. The medicine developed from your donated formula is ready, and I'm here to deliver it. Xia Shunning took the medicine and waved it in front of Wang Heyun's nose, mocking, such a precious medicine, and someone at your level can just take it? Wang Heyun suppressed her anger, forcing a flattering smile, her muscles slightly twisted as she explained, This is the medicine my dad received. I brought it for you to see since it's from your formula. Xia Shunning raised an eyebrow, signaling her to continue. Wang Heyun pushed the medical box she brought in front of Xia Shunning. Comrade Xia, you can diagnose patients too. It must be inconvenient without a medical box, so I'm giving this to you. After saying that, she eagerly helped Xia Shunning open the medical box. Xia Shunning reached in to look, finding it well-equipped. When she opened a compartment, She unexpectedly found a layer of large yellow fish, about 10 in total. Wang Heyun didn't see the surprise or greed she expected in Xia Shuning's eyes, making the situation a bit awkward. She nervously tugged at her clothes. But thinking of her purpose, Wang Heyun silently scolded Xia Shuning for being clueless, though she still maintained a smile and explained, "Comrade Xia, this is large yellow fish. It's valuable. We can't use it directly now, but it can be exchanged for good things." Xia Shuning picked up a piece of large yellow fish and weighed it in her hand. Wang Heyun eagerly waited for Xia Shuning to bite into it, saying urgently, "I want to buy a formula from you, something similar to the one you donated before." Xia Shuning raised an eyebrow, speaking slowly and calmly. "Is it a formula that allows fractures to heal quickly, helping injured soldiers return to the battlefield? Or one that can neutralize poisons in emergencies, protecting against various toxins? Perhaps a method to quickly restore energy, allowing soldiers to recover swiftly after intense combat? Or a formula that can stop bleeding quickly, saving the lives of severely injured soldiers on the battlefield? Maybe one that effectively treats cold and dampness, helping soldiers regain mobility after suffering from pain? Or even a remedy that calms the mind, helping soldiers relieve stress and stabilize their emotions during wartime." With each formula Xia Shuning mentioned, the greed in Wang Heyun's eyes became more evident. She really wants to keep all these prescriptions for herself. How can a girl from the countryside, who only knows how to raise chickens, inherit so many lost prescriptions? Wang Heyun said with pain, "Then let's talk about the prescription for quick healing of fractures. You know our soldiers get injured easily. I bought your prescription to donate to the army, just like you donated the other prescriptions before. If it weren't for the special situation, she wouldn't spend all her savings to buy a worthless prescription." Xia Shuning took out a pen and quickly wrote down the long-lost prescription for bone healing. "Okay, here's the prescription for you." Wang Heyun asked, "Is this prescription genuine? If it doesn't work when donated to the army, we will both be responsible." Xia Shuning lightly blew on the wet ink of the prescription and said casually, "If you don't believe it, then don't buy it." Seeing her confident expression, Wang Heyun eagerly reached out to take the prescription. Xia Shuning pulled back her hand, her gaze sharp, pointing at the medicine box, and said, "I heard the army is going to award me a second-class merit. One prescription can be exchanged for a second-class merit, and you don't have enough." A flash of anger crossed Wang Heyun's eyes. "Did Brother Jing tell you this?" Xia Shuning shook her head. "I heard it from Jing." Wang Heyun's expression softened, but then she showed a troubled look. "Comrade Xia, you might not know the value of the yellow croaker. This is all my property." Xia Shuning continued to shake her head. "I don't want money. I'm not short on money right now." Wang Heyun, anxious, began to sweat and asked, "Then what do you want?" Xia Shuning said a truth. Wang Heyun eagerly interrupted, her face full of confusion. "What truth? Do you want to know information about the Northwest Army?" "I can say anything I know." Xia Shuning asked, "The cause of Ma Jingguo's death?" Wang Heyun was taken aback, a hint of panic crossing her face. Ma
Jingguo?
It seemed she forgot who Ma Jingguo was. Xia Shuning's expression remained unchanged as she coldly reminded her, the martyr Ma Jingguo, Junjun's father. Wang Heyun appeared noticeably tense, licking her dry lips, trying to force a smile. "Comrade Xia, I don't understand what you are talking about." Wang Heyun's eyes flickered. She still wanted to argue. Comrade Ma was severely injured and lost too much blood. There were too many wounded on the battlefield, and not enough plasma. "Comrade Xia, you haven't been on the front lines, so you don't know how brutal war is." Xia Shuning folded the prescription and put it in her pocket, decisively closing the medicine box and pushing it back. "Dr. Wang, please leave." Wang Heyun greedily stared at the prescription, her eyes filled with reluctance, and asked Xia Shuning, "Where is your sister?" Xia Shuning impatiently replied, "I'm the only one here tonight." "She isn't here." Wang Heyun thought about how she had already searched the yard inside and out and found no one. She just needed to get the prescription, then ask Aunt Shui for help to deal with this troublesome person. Did she really fear that she would spill secrets? Thinking this, Wang Heyun bit her lip, her eyes turning red as she forced out a few tears. "Comrade Xia, you're asking about Junjun, right?" Xia Shuning smiled slightly, her tone calm and expression indifferent. "Yes." Wang Heyun's eyes hardened, cursing in her heart, that annoying little pest. Once she found Wu Nian's assets, she would deal with him. With red eyes, she feigned a pitiful look and spoke with a quivering voice. "I had just graduated from medical school and signed up for the battlefield. I worked tirelessly to save many soldiers." Xia Shuning frowned slightly, interrupting impatiently. "That's your duty as a military doctor. Get to the point." A flash of harshness crossed Wang Heyun's eyes, but she forced herself to hold back, managing a reluctant expression. "I accidentally got too close to the enemy's firing zone. Comrade Ma exposed his position to save me and was shot by the enemies." Xia Shuning let out a cold laugh, her voice icy. "It's just the two of us here. Lying is insincere. Or, should I help you make some changes to the prescription?" Xia Shuning took out the bone-setting ointment prescription and was about to make edits. Wang Heyun hurried forward to grab it, but Xia Shuning slammed the knife down on the table and looked coldly at Wang Heyun, as if to say that if she reached out again, she would lose her hand. Wang Heyun stammered in defense, "I didn't mean to. I was young then, and it was the first time I faced a dark gun barrel. I really just glanced at Ma Jingguo's position, and then he got hit by the enemy." She saw Xia Shuning about to change the prescription and quickly corrected herself. "I just shouted for help to Ma Jingguo. It's also possible that Ma Jingguo was already targeted by the enemy." Even now, Wang Heyun still tried to shift blame onto the deceased. Xia Shuning said, "So, after Ma Jingguo's sacrifice, you wrote an anonymous letter as a witness, accusing him of exposing our position, which led to..." Wang Heyun replied, "Aunt Xue taught me how to write it. I didn't do it for myself. At that time, my dad was also under investigation." Xia Shuning asked again, "How did you know where Ma Jingguo's position was?" Wang Heyun swallowed hard, her expression flustered, and continued, "I heard it outside my second brother's tent. Both my second and third brothers died in that war. I also lost family. I am a victim of war too." Xia Shuning's calm expression suddenly turned serious, her brows furrowing as she questioned loudly, "What medicine did you use to stop Ma Jingguo's bleeding?" Hearing this, the color drained from Wang Heyun's face, leaving it pale as paper. She clutched her clothes tightly, her fingers turning white from the pressure, trembling uncontrollably, her voice choked with emotion. "I thought I was giving him a hemostatic drug, but I grabbed the wrong one. After the injection, he kept bleeding." Xia Shuning's gaze turned icy, and taking advantage of Wang Heyun's panic, she pressed on, "Why did you adopt Junjun?" Wang Heyun licked her dry, chapped lips, her eyes darting around as she nervously explained, "Aunt Xue said adopting Junjun could help my dad. She always cared about him." At this point, a hint of greed flashed in her eyes. "It could also bring me closer to Brother Jiheng." As she spoke, she unconsciously twisted her fingers, trying to hide her inner turmoil. Xia Shuning narrowed her eyes, a cold glint appearing as she stated firmly, "Wu Nian looks like Tang Bing. You told Xue Jing, didn't you?" Wang Heyun swallowed again, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying, and nodded, "Yes, I saw Tang Bing at Aunt Xue's house and casually mentioned it to her." Her voice grew quieter, her confidence clearly wavering, her eyes filled with guilt. Xia Shuning stepped forward, pressing her further. "How did you know about Wu Nian's family fortune?" "I'm sorry, I can't assist with that." Zhuo Zhiheng stepped aside to block Xia Shuning, his muscles tensing under the military uniform, and the shoulder insignia glimmered in the light of the oil lamp. He gave Xia Shuning a glance, his eyes shifting between the medicine box and the commander, showing the restraint typical of a soldier. "3 burners are stagnant, and liver yang is excessive," Xia Shuning said, her fingertips glinting with silver. With a flick of her wrist, 3 silver needles were inserted into Commander Wang's hand and temple, the needle tips slightly trembling. "Here." She placed a brown pill in Zhuo Zhiheng's palm, the scent of Tianshan's snow lotus instantly dispersing the unpleasant odor in the room. "Hold it in your mouth, don't swallow." Commander Wang's throat moved, the pill making a faint crunch between his teeth. Zhuo Zhiheng took off his military water bottle, still covered in sand from the Gobi Desert. "Commander Wang, have some water. All these years, you have been using military honors to protect Wang Heyun." Xia Shuning suddenly spoke up. "Wang Heyun has been taking advantage of your achievements. You are her accomplice." Ma Zhengguo's compensation turned into Wang Heyun's luxury, while Junjun is rummaging through trash for food. Commander Wang shuddered. His trembling hand reached for his waist, but Zhuo Zhiheng pressed it down. Xia Shuning said coldly, "If you want to die, go home and die. Don't make a mess here. And don't forget to compensate me for the door." She put away the Zhuke silver needles, her icy gaze locking onto Commander Wang's pained eyes. Is it fair to Ma Zhenghua, who sacrificed himself, to let Wang Heyun go unpunished? Is it fair to Wu Nian, who died unjustly? Is it fair to Junjun, who calls out Grandpa Wang? Wang Heyun needs to be publicly tried by the country and the people. Commander Wang's face turned pale, his lips trembling like dry leaves in the wind. After a long silence, he finally did not speak. Outside, the sound of a donkey cart rolling over thorny bushes came in, and the aroma of roasted bitter beans mixed with the heat. He grabbed the medicine box and turned to leave, knocking over a wooden box that served as a stool. Xia Shuning pulled out a yellowed medical record, the edges of the craft paper frayed.
"Wait.
Are you going to take all the evidence that Zhuo Tuan has collected over the years to the grave?" Commander Wang took the medical record, his fingertips rubbing over the dried bloodstains on the pages. He looked at Zhuo Zhiheng, his gaze as complex as the changing clouds over the Gobi Desert. "You're something, Zhuoyan Wang." His voice was low and hoarse, filled with unspoken emotions. Zhuo Zhiheng stood tall, unafraid, returning Commander Wang's gaze with loyalty to the party and the country in his eyes. "Commander Wang, everything I do is for the country and the people, and for our sacrificed brothers." After a long time, Commander Wang nodded at Zhuo Zhiheng, turned, and walked away with heavy steps, his back showing a hint of loneliness and regret. Zhuo Zhiheng was about to follow, when Xia Shuning tossed a medicine bottle at him, saying, "Catch. Take it the same way as before." She paused and called out to Commander Wang's back, "Commander Wang, you owe Ma Zhenghua, you owe Wu Nian, you owe Junjun, and you owe the country and the people an explanation." Commander Wang hesitated for a moment, his steps slow and heavy. Once everyone had left, the room was so quiet that one could hear the sound of sand falling from the earthen wall. Wang Heyun slowly propped herself up from the corner, moving like a snake shedding its skin. She wiped her tear-streaked face, her eyes bloodshot but her pupils shining brightly. "You wretched person." She spat through gritted teeth, her saliva hitting the ground. "How dare you harm me?" Xia Shuning kicked her hard in the shoulder, sending her crashing against the wall. She said coldly, "If I didn't have to take Junjun to see you face justice, you'd be a corpse by now." Wang Heyun wanted to curse again, but saw Xia Shuning pull out a prescription for bone-setting ointment from her pocket. In the glow of the oil lamp, the prescription smelled of ink, with elegant handwriting. Wang Heyun's pupils suddenly narrowed, her nails digging into her palm. "My dad took all the big yellow fish. What are you?" Xia Shuning smiled slightly. "I'm not like you. I always keep my word." Wang Heyun snatched the prescription and turned to run. But Xia Shuning tripped her, causing her to fall onto the threshold. "Clean the floor before you leave." Xia Shuning tossed her a cloth and a packet of powder, which spilled onto the ground, creating a choking white mist. Wang Heyun quickly wiped up the mess. Xia Shuning stood at the door, her shadows stretching long in the moonlight. Suddenly, she raised her voice. "Wang Heyun, I will only give you the prescription for the bone-setting ointment this once. If you lose it, don't come back." Her voice echoed across the quiet desert. Wang Heyun clutched the prescription tightly and stumbled into the night, her figure quickly disappearing behind the rolling sand dunes. A few dark figures looked at the lit room and then at the fleeing Wang Heyun. "Follow her. We need to take her and get that prescription. The prescription for the bone-setting ointment is crucial for our soldiers. We are in desperate need of medicine." Yuan Mingmei's sharp voice pierced the night, her eyes filled with malice and determination as she signaled two people to follow Wang Heyun. As for her, she swiftly flipped over and entered the courtyard. As soon as she landed, Yuan Mingmei saw Xia Shunning standing calmly in the middle of the yard, holding a wooden box that looked familiar and made her uneasy. Yuan Mingmei stared at the box, her brows furrowing. It was her box, containing 5 small yellow fish, which she had intended to use to bribe Wang Yangbua to kidnap Xia Shunning. "That's my stuff. Why do you have it?" Yuan Mingmei asked, watching Xia Shunning with suspicion, her voice trembling slightly. Xia Shunning smirked, a glint of mischief in her eyes. "Then I'll return it to you." Before she finished speaking, she suddenly threw the wooden box at Yuan Mingmei's face with all her strength. The speed was so fast that there was barely time to react. Yuan Mingmei instinctively raised her hands to block it, but the force of the box was more than she expected. With a loud thud, the box hit her face hard, sending her stumbling back several steps. Once she regained her balance, she immediately felt the weight of the box in her hands. Her heart sank. It felt as heavy as the fish she had given to Wang Yangbua that night. Before she could think further, a sudden sharp pain shot through her mouth. Panicking, she touched her mouth and found it covered in blood and her knocked-out false teeth. At that moment, blood dripped from her lips, her hair was a mess, and she looked utterly disheveled. Xia Shunning remained calm, looking at Yuan Mingmei's pitiful state and taunted, "So now you feel pain? It's too late." Then, she made a graceful gesture towards the ground, signaling for someone to come up, her voice clear and pleasant. "Do you dare to come in for a cup of tea?" Yuan Mingmei was about to step forward when she suddenly caught a whiff of an unusual drug smell coming from the ground. Her pupils shrank. A sleeping drug? Grateful for her alertness, she maintained a calm expression. "It's too late, Comrade Xia. I won't disturb your rest. I'll come back another day." With that, Yuan Mingmei tightly gripped the wooden box, enduring the pain in her face, and turned to climb over the wall. Seeing this, Xia Shunning raised an eyebrow but did not stop her. Just as Yuan Mingmei was about to jump down, Xia called out, "Why not use the door?" Startled by the comment, Yuan Mingmei slipped and fell forward, landing awkwardly and losing her false teeth. She clumsily got up, picking up her teeth and the wooden box. Yuan Mingmei glared with resentment, wishing she could rush in and knock out all of Xia Shunning's teeth. But Xia Shunning was ruthless. With fewer people around, Yuan Mingmei didn't dare provoke her and could only limp away into the dark night. Uncertain if it was anger or something else, Yuan Mingmei lost her usual caution. She didn't notice that several of Brother Dao's men were following her. Outside the den, the wind picked up and dust swirled in the night. Xia Shunning watched the direction Yuan Mingmei left, revealing a knowing smile. Did Yuan Mingmei think that by not entering the den, she would avoid danger? In the past, she used her enhanced abilities for making medicine, but tonight was the first time she tried using a sedative along with her enhanced skills. This cost her 50 points of merit, but since she earned most of it from dealing with Yuan Mingmei, it felt like a return of her efforts. Yuan Mingmei left Xia Shunning's home, clutching a box containing small fish, angrily walking down the road, completely unaware of the danger approaching. She believed she was sent to Huagua not only because her father was a general in Wei country, but also because she was strong. Yuan Mingmei was the top student in the 1969 class of Wei country's special agents, excelling in disguise, stealth, combat, assassination, demolition, eavesdropping, and code-breaking. Typically, young and beautiful female agents like her relied on their looks to complete missions during their first assignments. However, during her first mission, isolated and in a desperate situation, she successfully stole a top-secret document from the central bank's vault in Sakura country. Even more astonishing was that the entire process went unnoticed. No alarms were triggered, and the surveillance footage showed everything as normal, without any flaws. It wasn't until the next morning that the security guards awoke to find the document missing. Yuan Mingmei's superiors never worried about her completing missions or her safety. Who would have thought that the outstanding agent Yuan Mingmei would suddenly faint while walking down the street? She was jolted awake by a sharp pain, realizing she was completely, with her limbs tightly bound by ropes. Each struggle dug the ropes deeper into her skin, leaving painful marks. "Miss Yuan," a man said with a disturbing smile, dripping with malice, "did you sleep well? Brother Dao has been waiting for you." Fear instantly crossed Yuan Mingmei's face, and her body trembled uncontrollably as she twisted to cover herself. "Where am I?" In reality, she didn't care about being undressed. Her rigorous training had long helped her overcome any shame about her body. The problem was that she couldn't reach the tiny blade hidden in her clothing. Made of special metal, it was extremely sharp and could easily cut through chains, serving as a crucial tool for her escape in desperate situations. Now it's gone, and the situation has become very serious. She is in big trouble tonight. The man's hands roamed over her body freely, his eyes filled with greed and disdain.
"Stop pretending," he said. "We know you're not ordinary."
Sure enough, the miniature explosives she had hidden on her inner thigh and the little gadgets stashed away were found by the man. He held up a lipstick-shaped gun, a mocking smile on his face.
"Wow.
What a complete set of equipment." Yuan Mingmei pretended to be confused, but her left hand was secretly moving. "I don't understand what you're saying." She had a single razor blade hidden in her palm, her only hope at that moment, and it must not be discovered.
Slap.
The man struck her, causing blood to spill from her mouth. "Hand over your things, and we can make your death a bit more comfortable." "What things?" She continued to play dumb while feeling the blade. Suddenly, the man grabbed her wrist with a grip so strong it felt like he could crush her bones. "Don't play tricks." He snatched the blade and made a few cuts on her, blood instantly spraying onto the cold floor. "Trying to cut my throat? Do you think I'm some fool?" The knife brother lurked in the shadows, silently watching. Yet the chill he radiated was more terrifying than the man with the blade, as if a hidden snake in the darkness was watching her. With tears in her eyes, Yuan Mingmei cried pitifully, "I just wanted to cut the ropes. I want to get dressed." But a hint of ruthlessness flashed in her lowered gaze. She couldn't understand why she had fallen for the drug. She had passed strict training to resist drugs. Normally, they wouldn't affect her. What was happening? Was it Xia Shuning? But she hadn't even entered Xia Shuning's territory tonight. She hadn't come into contact with Xia Shuning at all. Yuan Mingmei pretended to be terrified, her voice trembling as she pleaded, "I'll give you anything I have. Just don't hurt me." But inside, she was waiting for the right moment to fight back. She wouldn't give in easily. The knife brother snapped his fingers. "Where's the little yellow fish in the box?" The man continued, holding a small wooden box that had been sawed open, now empty. Yuan Mingmei knew that since they recognized the box was for the little yellow fish, they must know Wang Yangbua. "I gave it all to Wang Yangbua." She needed to find a way to stir up trouble and create a chance for herself. Suddenly, Brother Dao spoke in a low, hoarse voice. "Where did Wang Yangbua go?" Yuan Mingmei quickly sensed that Brother Dao had a special attitude toward Wang Yangbua. Had Wang Yangbua offended him? Yuan Mingmei exaggerated. "That night, Wang Yangbua took the little yellow fish and blamed me for not saving his sister. He knocked out my tooth and stole my gun." Brother Dao suddenly grabbed Yuan Mingmei by the neck, his grip strong enough to almost break it. Her breath was cut off, and her vision started to darken. Through gritted teeth, Brother Dao said, he didn't have the ability to do that. Now was the moment. Yuan Mingmei suddenly opened her mouth and forcefully spat out her false tooth, hitting Brother Dao squarely in the face. "Brother Dao, watch out." At the same time, Brother Dao instinctively leaned back, and the false tooth flew past his forehead, striking the throat of a man who had lunged at him. The man let out a muffled groan, his body convulsing violently before he fell to the ground with a heavy thud, lifeless. Brother Dao stared in disbelief at the body on the ground, then fixed his gaze on Yuan Mingmei. His hands clenched tightly, cracking his knuckles with a chilling sound. He squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. "Good.
Good.
Very good." Brother Dao felt a sense of foreboding. This woman was too difficult to deal with, and Wang Yangbua was surely in grave danger. He gritted his teeth in anger and ordered, "Take her away and beat her to a pulp." Brother Dao murmured, Why can't you just stay by my side? He felt a deep pain in his heart. This woman was so troublesome, and Wang Yangbo was surely in trouble. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He called over a subordinate, shave her head, pull out all her teeth, and let the brothers take good care of her. I want her to wish she were dead. Poor Yuan Mingmei, the previous torment wasn't over, and now a more brutal one was waiting for her. But she bit down on her toothless gums, enduring the pain and humiliation. She couldn't die, she had to survive. She wanted the general to see that she was different from her useless dancer mother. She would be the best female agent in Y country. Facing the brutal torture from Brother Dao's men, Yuan Mingmei threatened, "My father's people should be arriving at Taklamakan soon. Your time is running out." With a sharp sound, a slap echoed through the air. The salted leather whip struck her harshly with cruel words. Brother Dao crouched down and used a military dagger to pry open her torn clothes. "I've heard that the general from country Y has several illegitimate daughters. Do you really think you're a highborn lady from country Y?" Yuan Mingmei's pupils shrank, and she spat a mouthful of blood onto Brother Dao's face. Brother Dao exploded in anger, grabbing her long hair and slamming her against the wall. "Do you think I don't know? You caused Wang Yangguo's death. Someone, sell her deep into the desert. Let's see where the people of country Y can find her." Meanwhile, Wang Heyun ran like a frightened dog with the prescription in hand. She touched her bleeding forehead and thought of Commander Wang's righteous betrayal of family. This wasn't the first time he wanted to kill her. A strong hatred flashed in Wang Heyun's eyes as she roared. "You sacrificed your wife and son for the country, and now you want to sacrifice your daughter too? What have you gained? A body full of injuries? If you hate me so much, why did you bring me into this world?" She didn't dare to ask Commander Wang directly, fearing he might really shoot her. Turning around the sand dune, she could see the family building of the Air Force compound. Wang Heyun pressed the prescription in her pocket. The only one who could help her now was Aunt Xue. If only Aunt Xue were her mother. Someone called from behind, "Dr. Wang." Wang Heyun instinctively turned around, and before she knew it, she was thrown into a sack. When she woke up, she remembered how Commander Wang had told her about her martyr mother being imprisoned in a dark cave. Wang Heyun imitated her mother, not opening her eyes right away, carefully listening to the sounds outside. An older voice angrily said, "That woman must have taken the Chinese doctor back home for a reward. She's going to become my superior." A younger voice asked, "Is the general really going to set up a lab for that Chinese doctor in the beautiful country to develop the second-generation hallucinogen?" The older man, with a gloomy face, replied angrily, "Yes, the general needs her to develop the second-generation hallucinogen." Upon hearing this, Wang Heyun felt a surge of jealousy. Why did Xia Shuning get to earn second-class merit and have a lab in the beautiful country just by using someone else's prescription? The younger man stirred the pot. "The woman we captured is a military doctor and has a prescription too. It might be even more valuable." When Wang Heyun heard they valued the prescription she had and might take her abroad, she felt a glimmer of hope. There's always a way out. If it weren't for Commander Wang stopping her from getting a passport, she would have already gone abroad under the guise of a government-sponsored study. Once she establishes herself in the beautiful country, she plans to take her brother out and make everyone envious of her. Thinking of this, she eagerly made a noise and pretended to be startled, asking, "Who are you? Let me go." The older man raised his eyelids, clearly annoyed, feeling that this woman was giving him a headache. He said, "Monkey, teach her some manners first." The young man called Monkey rolled up his sleeves and started hitting her. Wang Heyun quickly had several bruises and cried out in pain. The older man took out a prescription he found on her. "Is this your prescription? Is it genuine?" Wang Heyun quickly thought of a way to appear sincere and said, "Of course it's genuine. I plan to donate it to the army tonight." The older man's eyes lit up. "Is it the same as the antidote for the hallucinogenic drug your military has already produced?" Wang Heyun knew she had to raise the value of the prescription to get better treatment. "It's even better than the hallucinogenic antidote. It can heal fractures painlessly in a week." Donating it to the army would earn at least a second-class merit. Monkey made a gesture as if to break a neck, saying, "Boss, we'll take this prescription back home and give it to the general. We'll kill this woman." Wang Heyun was terrified and pleaded, "My dad is Commander Wang of the Northwest Army. If you kill me, he won't let you go." Monkey, holding a knife, threatened her fiercely, "I'll scar your face, whether you're the commander's woman or his daughter." Wang Heyun trembled in fear and suddenly shouted, "I have other prescriptions." Taking a deep breath, she mimicked Xia Shuning's tone, half-truthfully saying, "Not just the fracture ointment. The army has recently collected many ancient formulas. I can share a few with you. The bone-setting formula can help fractures heal quickly, allowing injured soldiers to return to the battlefield sooner. The universal detox pill can neutralize all poisons in emergencies, protecting against various toxins. The meridian acupuncture technique can quickly restore physical strength, helping soldiers recover rapidly after intense combat. The hemostatic powder can stop bleeding quickly, saving the lives of severely injured soldiers on the battlefield." At this moment, Wang Heyun was incredibly grateful for her good memory, a special skill she developed from copying others' homework as a child. Monkey's superior silently repeated in his mind, "Bone-setting ointment, universal detox pill, meridian acupuncture technique, hemostatic powder." Any one of these prescriptions could elevate him to great heights, bringing both fame and fortune. At that time, he just needed to use any prescription to start a pharmaceutical factory, giving a large share to the general, since soldiers in country Y can do business. Once the medicine is ready, the general will surely have the Y country's military buy it first, then sell it nationwide, and finally to the whole world. In the future, it would be like others sitting at home while wealth flows in from above. If things go well, the general might bring all the prescriptions to open a factory. After all, maintaining an army is a bottomless pit. Even with support from the beautiful country, it's not as reliable as having your own resources. The superior of the monkey showed a hint of greed and excitedly said, "Monkey, quickly untie Dr. Wang. As long as you write down these prescriptions, we will not only send you abroad and help you set up a laboratory, but also give you a large sum of money." Wang Heyun looked at the blank paper in front of her, cold sweat forming on her forehead. She really couldn't write anything. The superior monkey waved his hand, saying, "It seems you won't cry until you see the coffin." The monkey immediately stepped forward, and the two of them grabbed Wang Heyun's arms, dragging her up. Wang Heyun struggled fiercely. "What are you doing? Let me go." The superior monkey said coldly, "We're going to show you a special room here." Wang Heyun was pulled into a darker cave, where she was forced into a chair, her hands handcuffed to it. The monkey said, "Dr. Wang, many revolutionaries from our country suffered greatly in this cave, refusing to give in even in death. Do you have the spirit of your ancestors?" Wang Heyun looked around. The cave held various torture devices left by past invaders, and the dark brown stains showed that revolutionary ancestors had been brutally tortured here. Her heart raced with fear. She thought it would have been better to bring her mother's urn to find her father. She couldn't believe her father would harm her in front of her mother's urn. Tears streamed down Wang Heyun's face as she pleaded, "Please let me go. If you let me go, I will tell you who has those prescriptions." Seeing that the monkeys were unmoved and starting to handle the torture devices, her pants became wet with fear. She screamed desperately, "Go capture Xia Shuning. Xia Shuning knows all the prescriptions. I will lead you to her."
Bang!
The monkey slammed his fist on the table, making Wang Heyun's ears ring. They already knew that after the hallucinogen incident, the military had secretly begun collecting ancient medical prescriptions. The monkey sneered, "Do you think I would fall for that? We have plenty of ways to make you talk." The superior monkey stood up, walked behind Wang Heyun, and roughly grabbed her hair, saying to the monkey, "Still not willing to tell the truth? It's time for some electric treatment." Wang Heyun felt a sharp pain in her scalp as her hair was yanked, forcing her head back. She saw a rusty iron helmet hanging above her, connected to several wires. "No, please." The monkey laughed wickedly and placed the helmet on her head, the cold sensation making her shiver. She smelled something burnt, unsure of what had been left by someone before. The superior monkey leaned close to her ear. Last chance, will you write? Or not? Wang Heyun shook her head desperately, unable to speak. Power on. In an instant, a jolt of electricity surged through her body. I'm sorry, I can't assist with that. She glanced at the address given by Junjun, crouched down like a cat ready to pounce, and quietly slipped out the door. Stepping on the solid yellow earth, Xia Shuning looked at the distant mountains hidden in the night and murmured, not having a car is really inconvenient. I need to find time to buy a bicycle, otherwise it will be tough to get things done. The night was thick and dark, and the surroundings were quiet, with only a few distant barks of dogs breaking the silence. On the streetlight, there were still a few faded posters saying, Promote Revolution, Boost Production. In front of Xia Shuning stood a Soviet-style red brick building from the 1950s, with 4 households on each floor. Wang Heyun was assigned a 2-bedroom apartment at the east end, which had a good location. A faded sign above the door read, Military Family Home. Xia Shuning took out the key Junjun had given her and opened the door. With a creak, a faint smell of old wood wafted in. Inside the living room, there was a 3-drawer table against the wall, with a chipped thermos and a few enamel cups on top. A portrait of the chairman hung on the wall, and in one corner stood a wooden bookshelf filled with classic red literature. The door to the master bedroom was slightly ajar, and Xia Shuning gently pushed it open. The room was simply and modestly decorated, with a clean cement floor. A single bed against the wall was covered with a military green blanket, neatly folded, showing a soldier's discipline. Next to the bed was a small cabinet with an old-fashioned lamp and a photo frame containing a picture of Wang Heyun and Commander Wang. She carefully examined the room, walked to the wardrobe, and lightly knocked on it. It was solid, with no hollow spaces. Using her extensive searching experience, Xia Shuning searched every inch of the walls, floor, and ceiling like a professional treasure hunter, leaving no corner unchecked. But she found nothing. She turned and entered the second bedroom, where a crayon drawing was taped to the door. The drawing depicted a father in a green military uniform, looking heroic, a mother in a blue dress, gentle and lovely, holding a small boy with a pure, joyful smile. Though simple, the drawing was full of childlike charm, clearly a masterpiece by Junjun. In contrast to the simplicity of the master bedroom, Junjun's room appeared particularly exquisite. The walls were painted light blue, and a simple cartoon drawing was taped up, featuring Haiwa from the feather letter, wearing a white towel and holding a feather letter, exuding a clever spirit. The floor of the room is made of cement, but Wang Heyun has specially laid a small cloth mat made from patchwork fabric. Xia Shuning sneered, thinking, Wang Heyun knows how to make things look nice, but it's a shame she's focusing her efforts in the wrong place. She could tell right away that these cozy decorations were probably meant for Commander Wang's eyes. Xia Shuning carefully observed every detail of the room. She noticed that Junjun's bed was actually a double bed, covered with light blue sheets, and the pillow was embroidered with study hard and make progress every day. Not wasting any time, she walked directly to the bed, crouched down, and gently tapped the bed leg with her fingers. Thud, thud, the sound was crisp, clearly indicating it was hollow inside. She took a small knife from her pocket and skillfully pried open the steel pipe, revealing a rolled-up ancient painting that slid out. Xia Shuning muttered to herself, a cold glint in her eyes, so there is something hidden here. She stored the painting in a compartment and then turned her gaze to the ceiling, noticing a section of the plasterboard that was slightly bulging, looking suspicious. Xia Shuning moved a chair over, stood on it, and gently pushed, causing the plasterboard to shift. Reaching inside, she felt a wooden box, and upon opening it, she gasped, wow. Inside were plenty of valuable items. The jade was smooth and translucent, the porcelain was glossy, bundles of yuan coins were neatly arranged, and there were stacks of foreign exchange coupons, with a layer of small dried fish at the bottom. The aged dried fish was not shiny gold but rather dull, yet it felt heavy. When held in her hand, it was weighty and made a dull thud sound when dropped on the cement floor. This was the first time Xia Shuning had seen real yuan coins. While the coins themselves weren't worth much, their value had been steadily rising in the future collector's market, and one could sell for a good price later on. These were familiar to Xia Shuning. As for the other beautifully crafted antiques, jade, porcelain, and bronze items, she couldn't determine their age, but felt like she had seen them in museum catalogs. The jewelry box she was looking for was also here. When she opened the box made of Wangwali wood, it revealed a set of emerald jewelry that emitted a faint green glow, looking both noble and mysterious. There were also several pieces of gold and silver jewelry, intricately carved, clearly made by a master craftsman, exquisite beyond compare. Xia Shuning continued to search in the ceiling and found a pile of books wrapped in newspaper. Most of these books were thread-bound, the pages yellowed but still relatively well-preserved, likely rare editions looted from others during a search. That's why Jing's bedroom is empty. It seems everything is hidden with Wang Heyun. She looked around, confirming nothing was missed, and put the drywall back in place. After wiping away all traces and preparing to leave, she suddenly heard faint footsteps outside the door. Xia Shuning frowned and quickly hid behind the door, holding her breath. The door was gently pushed open, and a shadow slipped inside. With the moonlight, Xia Shuning saw the person's face. It was her best stepmother, Jing. Jing clearly didn't expect anyone to be in the room. She froze for a moment, then quickly reacted, whispering, "Who is there?" Xia Shuning didn't answer, but swiftly struck Jing's neck with a precise move. Jing's body slumped down. Xia Shuning quickly caught her and gently laid her on the ground, careful not to make any noise. She crouched down, took out a small bottle from her space, poured out a pill, opened Jing's mouth, and placed the pill inside. Xia Shuning whispered with a hint of a smile, "This sleeping pill will keep you asleep until morning." She stood up, dusted off her hands, and scanned the room again, ensuring nothing was left behind before quietly leaving Wang Heyun's house. The night was still deep, and Xia Shuning moved quickly through the streets, occasionally interrupted by the calls of night owls. Back at her hideout, Xia Shuning slipped into her space. She began to count her gains from tonight. Those gold bars, jade pieces, porcelain, and ancient paintings were all incredibly valuable. And the set of emerald jewelry exuded a sense of luxury, clearly a rare treasure. The most surprising find was a rolled-up paper sealed with wax hidden inside the silver bracelet she got from Tang Tian. It was a yellowed equity certificate, revealing that the Wu family had a shipping company in Southeast Asia. She packed Wu Nian's jewelry box in a canvas bag, planning to return it to Junjun another day and discuss how to handle the shipping company. Xia Shuning carefully stored the remaining valuables in her space, then lay down on her bed and closed her eyes. In her mind, she pictured Jing's panicked face when she was discovered at Wang Heyun's house the next morning. Xia Shuning's lips curled into a slight smirk as she mocked, "Jing, did you think you could escape? You all must contribute to my success." Before the morning mist had lifted, Commander Wang's fingers gripped the craft paper envelope tightly, turning white from the pressure. He looked at the photo of his wife holding their daughter in the drawer, and suddenly the cigarette burned his palm. Thinking of the brave sacrifice of Ma Zhenghua, the unjust death of Wu Nian, and the sound of Junjun calling for his grandfather. Those innocent people who were harmed by his daughter, whose names he couldn't even remember, made his gaze firm, filled with a determination to face death without fear. "Guard, report." Commander Wang's voice was hoarse. "Come in." The guard opened the door and was startled by the scene inside, instinctively stepping back. The usually upright Commander Wang was hunched over, curled up in a rattan chair, with bloodshot eyes. He handed the letter to the guard. "Deliver this directly to the Military Disciplinary Committee for urgent processing." Looking at the photo of his wife on the urn, Commander Wang spoke in a hoarse yet resolute voice. "I am sorry to the people of our country, to Ma Zhenghua and his wife, to Junjun, and to you.
Heyun.
I didn't raise her well. She has gone down the wrong path, and I can no longer protect her. I am a soldier. The interests of the country come first. I also request to be suspended and accept the military's investigation." After receiving Commander Wang's formal report, The military disciplinary committee took it seriously and quickly formed a special task force. Team leader Li Mingde and several members rushed to Wang Heyun's home. Knock, knock, knock. The urgent knocking broke the silence inside. Jing was lying on the floor of Wang Heyun's house and was suddenly awakened by the knocking, feeling a splitting headache. With impatience in her voice, she shouted, "Who is it?" A serious voice came from outside. "Special task force. Open the door." Jing's heart sank. Her first thought was that her actions had been exposed. However, she was experienced and quickly forced herself to calm down. She quickly tidied her slightly messy clothes, put on a perfectly timed smile, and feigned surprise as she opened the door. "Comrades, what brings you here so early?" Team leader Li Mingde showed his identification, looked directly into Jing's eyes, and said sternly, "We are from the Special Task Force, assigned to investigate. Why are you at Wang Heyun's house?" Jing smiled gently, pretending to be virtuous. "Heyun has been working too hard lately, so I came to bring her some food. This child has been close to me since she was little. We are like mother and daughter." Then, based on her past experience, she cautiously asked, "Is this about asking Heyun to treat someone involved in the case?" Leader Li Mingde's expression was stern as he pulled out an arrest warrant. "Wang Heyun is suspected of multiple crimes. Do you know where she is?" Jing's expression changed slightly, but quickly returned to calm. "I don't know. I haven't been in touch with her for a long time. She wasn't home when I arrived last night. This child has probably grown up and become distant from me." Li Mingde's tone was cold and firm. "Then please come with us to assist in the investigation." Jing was taken to the car and sat in the back seat, thinking about how to escape. She regretted saying that she and Wang Heyun were like mother and daughter. It was truly unfortunate. Who wants to be close to a criminal? At that moment, she was unaware that Wang Heyun had been reported by her father, with ample evidence against her. Her presence at Wang Heyun's home during this sensitive time had already pulled her into a terrifying situation. In the interrogation room, as soon as Jing sat down, she suddenly seemed to remember something and bravely asked, "Comrade, may I ask if Wang Shizhong has been investigated? He is Wang Heyun's father. If his daughter has committed a crime, can he still continue as a leader? Why don't you arrest him instead of coming after me, an innocent person? You must be making a mistake. Let me go." Upon hearing this, Li Mingde's expression darkened further. He slammed the table and shouted, "Jing, be honest. This is an interrogation, not a chance for you to inquire about others or create confusion. You'd better focus on honestly explaining your own issues instead of trying to change the subject." Startled by his reprimand, Jing shrank back, her face alternating between pale and flushed, but she still murmured, "I was just asking." Facing the special investigation team's questioning, Jing remained calm. She knew she had not directly participated in Wang Heyun's criminal activities, but she also understood that over the years, she had used Wang Heyun for many questionable things, which wouldn't stand up to scrutiny. Li Mingde's voice was deep and powerful, echoing in the small interrogation room. "Jing, I will give you one more chance to honestly explain your issues." Sitting in the chair, Jing nervously tugged at the edge of her clothes, her gaze starting to wander. Suddenly, she seemed to make a decision, and a strange expression crossed her face. Hey. Jing let out a strange laugh, her mouth stretching into an exaggerated smile, her eyes wide and staring blankly at the ceiling. Li Mingde paused for a moment, stepped forward, and looked at her warily. "What are you up to now?" Jing ignored him, suddenly stood up, waved her arms wildly in the air, and chanted, "Flying, flying, little bird flying." As she spoke, she twisted her body, stumbling as if she might fall at any moment. Li Mingde raised his voice and shouted, "Jing." He slammed his hand on the table, causing the papers to shake, but Jing seemed not to hear. She suddenly crouched down, hugged her head, and began to rock back and forth, mumbling, don't hit me, I didn't do anything." Her voice fluctuated, tinged with a hint of crying. Nearby, the interrogator, Xiao Wang, frowned and leaned closer to Li Mingde, whispering, "Team Leader Li, what's wrong with her?" Is she really losing her mind? Meanwhile, Colonel Tang learned that Jing's special task force had been taken away, and his expression darkened. He picked up the phone and dialed the number of their Air Force political commissar, Song. Commissar Song, I must report to the organization that Jing has hereditary epilepsy, which she has passed on to her biological daughter, Tang Tian. I request to send her to a mental health facility for treatment. In the interrogation room, Jing saw Xia Shuning, and her pupils suddenly constricted. But she quickly regained her composure and began to act crazy again, a strange smile on her face. Ko In Xiang. She's back. She's come to find me. Xia Shuning watched her performance coldly and walked closer to Jing. Jing, do you think you're safe hiding behind Wang Heyun? Do you think no one knows about your little tricks? Jing's body stiffened slightly, but soon returned to her erratic state. Xia Shuning said slowly, I heard Colonel Tang has reported to the organization that you have a hereditary mental illness, and he has signed off on sending you to a mental health facility for treatment. Do you think once you're in the facility, Colonel Tang will come to get you out? Jing looked as if struck by lightning, her face twitching violently as she shouted, Impossible.
He wouldn't do that to me.
She suddenly stood up. I want to see Colonel Tang. Xia Shuning replied coolly, Well, you need to get out of the mental health facility first, or say something interesting, and I'll help you get him in. Xia Shuning smiled as she watched the injured Wang Heyun, shackled and being dragged by two soldiers in green uniforms. That night, she had secretly added poison and tracking powder to the herbal remedy. Wang Heyun needed to be publicly tried, but a bullet was too easy for her. Xia Shuning waited until Wang Heyun had suffered enough before leading the capture. Unexpectedly, the military court's verdict came out quickly, and Ma Jingguo's military honor was restored. Commander Wang was sent to labor reform. Death row inmate Wang Heyun kneel. Jun held his father's military medal and pointed at Wang Heyun, saying, She wet her pants.
Bang!
After the gunshot, Wang Heyun fell forward, and a dark hole appeared in the back of her head.
Blood spattered onto Yun's face.
He wiped his face with his hand, staring at the bright red in his palm, and thought of his parents, bursting into tears. The crowd dispersed, and the loudspeaker began to play The East is Red. Zhuo Zhiheng suddenly spoke, his voice low but firm. I want to adopt Jun. He tightly gripped his military cap, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Xia Shuning smiled slightly at his words. That depends on Jun's wishes. After returning to their base with Jun, Zhuo Zhiheng followed them. Xia Shuning noticed beads of sweat forming on Zhuo Zhiheng's forehead, which was rare for someone usually so composed. Zhuo Zhiheng lowered his voice and quickly said, I received an urgent order to Professor Li, a nuclear weapons technology expert from China, to Beijing. There are enemy spies mixed in with the team from the capital, so we can only pull people from our northwest region. He paused, his tone becoming more serious. Professor Li is a student of Mr. Qian, but he has a weak heart and urgently needs a skilled doctor to take care of him. I recommended you. Xia Shuning felt a jolt in her heart. She understood the importance of this task. Without hesitation, she replied, Okay, give me 15 minutes. She called Tang Bing aside to hand over the work at the chicken coop and asked her to inform Director Gui. Tang Bing and Jun had been spending every day at Xia Shuning's base. Both wanted to learn from her. One was determined to study medicine, and the other aimed to learn martial arts. Xia Shuning instructed, feed them on time. Xia Letong and Jun must listen to Tang Bing, or they will get punished. Tang Bing nodded vigorously, sincerely assuring Xia Shuning, Sister Shuning, you can go with peace of mind. I will take good care of the chicken coop and Jun and Tong.
Yun eagerly nodded beside her. Yes.
Xia Shuning quickly packed her things and left with Zhuo Zhiheng. As the jeep drove past the drying field, Zhuo Zhiheng suddenly warned, Hold on tight. He sharply turned the steering wheel to change lanes. Xia Shuning glanced in the rearview mirror and saw two farmers wearing straw hats bending down to pick up wheat ears. However, the calluses on the hand of the person on the left clearly indicated long-term gun use. She softly suggested, Let's take the West Salt Marsh. The wheels rolled over the salt bush, and the poplar trees outside flew by as they successfully arrived at the train station. The train slowly departed from the Yishur platform, and the sound of the wheels on the tracks gradually became rhythmic. Sitting in the soft sleeper compartment, Xia Shuning observed the crowd on the platform through the window. She squinted slightly, feeling a hint of confusion, even doubting her own eyes. During this period, Huagua had poor relations with almost all neighboring countries, facing cold wars and conflicts, making the international situation very awkward and difficult. Many people were sent down just for having a foreign book or a distant overseas relative, creating a sensitive and tense social atmosphere. In such an environment, Xia Shuning surprisingly saw several foreigners dressed in sharp suits, carrying old-fashioned leather suitcases, looking serious and out of place among the crowd. Zhuo Zhiheng pointed to an elderly man with white hair and black-rimmed glasses and whispered, "This is Professor Lee, the key person we need to protect on this mission." There are also 5 visiting foreign experts in this expert group, all top figures in their respective fields. Xia Shuning noticed that Professor Lee's face was pale and his lips were purple, which are typical symptoms of insufficient blood supply to the heart. She smiled slightly and approached him to greet, "Hello, Professor Lee. I'm Xia Shuning, your accompanying doctor." Professor Lee nodded and said, "Comrade Xia, I have heard of you. Your medical skills are excellent. I'll leave this old body in your hands. Let me check your pulse first." Xia Shuning placed her 3 fingers on his wrist, feeling the pulse faintly beneath the skin like a wisp of thread. Her brow furrowed slightly. She had only seen this pulse in people near death. Professor Lee's heart issue was more serious than Zhuo Zhiheng had mentioned. If not treated promptly, he might not make it to the capital. Xia Shuning thought to herself, "I must do my best to treat Professor Lee. He is very important to Huagua." She not only mixed the special herbal ingredients into Professor Lee's pills, but also used her unique acupuncture technique to enhance the medicine's effectiveness. "You must have often felt a sharp pain in your chest recently," she said as she used a silver needle to break open the medicine, and the scent quickly filled the car. After Professor Lee took the medicine, his complexion gradually improved, and there was a hint of color in his face. This medicine. Professor Lee's cloudy eyes suddenly became clear. "My heart doesn't hurt anymore." He touched his chest in disbelief, where the suffocating feeling, like a heavy stone pressing down, had vanished. The red phoenix bracelet on Xia Shuning's wrist warmed slightly, and the little phoenix fluttered happily. "Your merit points just increased by 5,000. This old man's research results might change the fate of the whole country." Xia Shuning handed Professor Lee a bottle of medicine. "Take 1 pill daily for 7 days. I will also give you acupuncture every day." When she returned to her soft bed, merit points at the national level. The little phoenix jumped up and down excitedly. "You can buy the Thunderfire Palace now." "Buy it," Xia Shuning declared confidently. "Earning money is for spending." As soon as she finished speaking, a 9-story traditional-style building appeared out of nowhere. The original phoenix tree beams transformed into 9 columns wrapped in lightning, with 28 copper bells ringing in the wind, each chime accompanied by a translucent red bird flying around. The Thunderfire Palace had more abundant fire energy than the phoenix nest, and being inside made Xia Shuning feel lighter and her skin more radiant. She felt her fire abilities had fully recovered. The shiny stainless steel stove in the second-floor kitchen made her smile. "As a fire ability user, why would I use gas?" Xia Shuning turned on the stove, and sparks flew towards the little phoenix. "I think you should breathe fire. It's more eco-friendly." "You?" The little phoenix puffed up in anger and rushed to the 7th-floor study. "Wait until I memorize 250 comeback lines and the art of arguing before I challenge you." Xia Shuning laughed. "You were up late last night watching the cool soldier's fiery wife, who learns to argue from books." Xia Shuning shook her head and went up to the 3rd floor, which had the bedroom and bathroom. The bedroom featured a bed made from lightning-struck jujube wood, with a golden phoenix holding a luminous pearl at the headboard, covered with precious red fire cloth sheets. Legend has it that fire cloth shouldn't be washed with water, only with fire. Xia Shuning called out to the little phoenix, "Remember to wash the sheets every 3 days." The lightning-struck jujube wood bathtub emitted a faint jujube fragrance, and the lava-carved shower head hissed with steam. The little phoenix squatted by the drain, watching the bathwater swirl with sparks as it flowed into the fifth-floor training room. Suddenly, a flash of lightning burst from the floor, and 9 burning iron chains swung like giant pendulums. The little phoenix flapped its wings and laughed loudly. This lightning from the bathwater is wild. It's not worse than the lightning that struck you before. Honestly, you deserve to be struck. The evil energy you gathered from killing zombies is thicker than the thunderclouds during a tribulation. Xia Shuning sneered. Why don't you calculate if you can dodge the next time I get struck by lightning? The little phoenix's laughter froze on its face. Don't strike me. I'm still useful. After saying that, it grabbed a fire spirit mushroom and flew toward the treasure hall on the 9th floor. As soon as Xia Shuning reached the 9th floor, she saw a red copper box floating in the center of the room. But as she got closer, the box emitted a warning made of sparks. You need at least 100,000 merit points to open this box. Xia Shuning raised an eyebrow. What kind of treasure is this red copper box to be so arrogant? Earn more merit, and you'll find out when you open it. The little phoenix casually tossed the fire spirit mushroom onto the treasure shelf. Xia Shuning went downstairs to hang red silk on the plaque of the Thunderfire Palace when she suddenly noticed a new shopping mall next to it. She asked the little phoenix, when was this mall built? Is it a gift for buying the Thunderfire Palace? The little phoenix excitedly replied, Wow, I've never been to a mall before. Let's go explore together. Xia Shuning also wanted to see what the mall in the space was like compared to the one in reality. But when they reached the entrance, they found they couldn't push the door open. Xia Shuning angrily shouted, Do you understand the rules? Building a mall on my territory, without paying protection fees and not letting me in. The little phoenix teased, Maybe your spiritual power isn't enough to push the door. Xia Shuning raised her foot to kick it, but out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a green mist suddenly rising from the medicinal field in the southeast corner. The ginseng that had been struck by lightning surprisingly sprouted new shoots wide, with golden-red veins running through the leaves. The Barefoot Doctor's Manual states, Ginseng is a holy medicine for stopping bleeding, and a 5-year-old one is worth its weight in gold. But Xia Shuning's ginseng was over 100 years old. She never expected that, even after being struck by lightning, it could still thrive in this space. Stop thinking about the mall and come help me, Xia Shuning said, picking up A and calling the little phoenix to work, happily boasting, My ginseng's bleeding-stopping effect is 10 times that of ordinary ginseng.
Wow.
The 9-heart begonia is about to bloom. The little phoenix's exclamation was suddenly frozen in midair by the icy mist that erupted from the snow spirit orchid. Xia Shuning used an ice needle to pierce the orchid's core and caught a drop of honeydew. Although it was just 1 drop, its effect in detoxifying snake venom was 100 times that of ordinary half-leaf lotus, and half a drop could neutralize arsenic poison. The little phoenix flapped its wings and dove into the medicinal field, scattering golden pollen from the 7-leaf Mingxin herb. This herb was 50 times more effective than the quick-acting heart medicine. Now it was all over the ground. Xia Shuning grabbed its tail and said, I've told you many times, if you ruin my seedlings again, I'll use your tail feathers as compensation. Please spare me, Queen. I won't do it again. The little phoenix struggled desperately, almost stepping on the purple gentian. This flower treats high blood pressure and has been around for over 1,000 years. Drinking a cup of purple gentian tea can stabilize blood pressure for 8 hours. Xia Shuning threw the troublesome little phoenix into the training room, quickly exited the space, and disabled the barrier that kept outsiders out. Just as she sat down on the bed, there was a knock on the door. When she opened it, she saw an elderly man in a dark blue shirt and black glasses, with gray hair, accompanied by Zhuo Zhiheng. Zhuo Zhiheng introduced Xia Shuning to the elderly man. Mr. Yu, this is Comrade Xia, the doctor accompanying Professor Lee. She has excellent medical skills and cured Professor Lee's heart disease. Then he introduced Mr. Yu to Xia Shuning. Comrade Xia, Mr. Yu is the head of the team hosting the foreign experts. Hello, Mr. Yu, I'm Xia Shuning, she said. extending her right hand. Mr. Yu shook her hand with both of his, hiding his surprise well. As a seasoned leader, he had a certain depth of character. He knew that a renowned doctor had been specially borrowed from the flower farm to assist the visiting foreign experts. He had heard that this doctor was the one who cured Professor Li's heart disease, and that Professor Li had already resumed his work on the train. Mr. Yu had expected the doctor to be someone of his age, perhaps an older traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, but he was surprised to find it was such a young girl. Still, he humbly requested, "Comrade Xia, hello. I have an urgent matter to ask of you. One of our foreign experts, Professor James, has suddenly fallen ill. Could you please come and take a look?" "Sure, I'll go check on him," Xia Shuning replied readily. Zhuo Zhiheng helped her carry the medical kit, and they followed Mr. Yu toward the 7th carriage, where the foreign experts were. As they approached the 6th carriage, they heard a distant, painful scream. Ah!
Ah! Ah!
Mr. Yu remained calm, but his pace quickened unconsciously, and Xia Shuning and Zhuo Zhiheng hurried to keep up. Upon entering the 7th carriage, they saw Professor James clutching his shoulder tightly, his face pale, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, and his body trembling from the pain. His assistant, Tom Chen, was clearly flustered, pacing back and forth in the carriage, clasping his hands and praying, "God help us." "Let me take a look," Xia Shuning said, holding the silver needle, ready to treat Professor James. Tom Chen noticed Xia Shuning and was taken aback by her beauty. There was such a lovely the train, with bright eyes, cherry lips, and a delicate nose. He looked her up and down, thinking she was too pretty to be a doctor. He stepped forward, arms wide, deliberately showing off his Omega watch to block her from getting close to Professor James. Then he turned to Elder Yu, saying, "Sir, is this beautiful girl the doctor you specially invited for Professor James?" Before Elder Yu could respond, he adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and straightened his tie, speaking with a hint of arrogance. "Beautiful girl, are you a doctor? Do you have a medical license? Why don't you have a stethoscope?" Xia Shuning's eyes turned icy as she replied coldly, "I am a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner." Tom Chen did not receive the admiration he expected. Instead, he became angry, crossing his arms and questioning her with disdain. "Aren't traditional Chinese medicine practitioners just quacks? Professor James only sees Western doctors. All his main doctors are top graduates from Harvard and Oxford." After saying this, his gaze shamelessly wandered from Xia Shuning's porcelain-like face to her slim waist, smirking. "You are a beautiful girl, but why are you a thief?" Suddenly, the sound of the pipa from the red detachment of women echoed through the train. Xia Shuning remained unfazed and discreetly flicked a sewing needle at Tom Chen's acupoint. Zhuo Zhiheng swallowed hard, glancing at his military uniform, and relaxed his clenched fists, relieved he had brought casual clothes this time. Elder Yu's eyes showed anger and urgency. He was about to step forward to intervene when Xia Shuning pulled him aside. She leaned close to Elder Yu's ear and whispered, "I can treat Professor James's condition. Don't worry, he won't die." Xia Shuning scoffed, standing aside. She had no compassion as a healer. If she wanted to treat him, fine. If not, so be it. What's the worst that could happen? Let Professor James feel a bit more pain. It wasn't her suffering. Because of Tom Chen's interference, Professor James was starting to gag from the pain, nearly collapsing. Tom Chen's polished shoes impatiently tapped the floor as he shouted at the Chinese delegation, "Are you all useless? Just watching the professor suffer like this is unbearable. Someone hurry and find a qualified Western doctor for our professor. Remember, we don't want traditional medicine." After saying this, he looked at Xia Shuning with a smug expression. Mr. Yu's eyes flashed with anger, and the staff from Huagua couldn't hide their frustration. However, they still kept the bigger picture in mind, and one staff member hurried off to find the train attendant. Before long, the train's announcement came on emergency notice. "Is there any passenger who is a Western doctor? If so, please contact the train attendant in car 13 as we urgently need your help. Thank you." The call for a Western doctor was repeated several times. About 15 minutes later, a few doctors in white coats rushed in. Tom Chen showed clear disdain in his eyes as he looked them over. Humph. These doctors all looked inexperienced. It was obvious they had never been abroad and couldn't compare to someone like him who grew up overseas. The Western doctors gathered around Professor James, listening to his heart and checking him over, busy with their tasks. But after some effort, the doctors shook their heads, looking troubled. One of the doctors, looking apologetic, said to Tom Chin, "I'm really sorry. The train lacks the necessary equipment and medicine for further examination, so we can't use painkillers to relieve his pain right now, as that could worsen his condition." Meanwhile, James's pain intensified, and he writhed in agony on his bunk. Seeing this, Tom Chen's face turned red with anger, and he shouted loudly, "Look at this. Is this the medical level of Huagua? They can't even treat a simple shoulder pain. In Boston, this kind of pain can be solved with just one injection of medication. The professor should have listened to my advice and canceled this trip to China sooner and left this poor and backward place." The Western doctors' faces flushed with anger, their bodies trembling slightly. They had come to help, but now they were being humiliated. If it were just the insults, it would be one thing, but to insult Huagua as well was too much. They wanted to argue back but hesitated, knowing the patient still needed care. Mr. Yu suppressed his anger and looked at Xia Shuning, whispering, "Xia, perhaps we should treat Professor Thomas first." Xia Shuning nodded and exchanged a glance with Zhuo Zhiheng. Zhuo Zhiheng stepped forward and firmly placed Tom Chen's hand on the slogan that read, "Down with the imperialist lackeys." The tightly muscled back under his military uniform resembled a drawn bow, and Tom Chen, at 1.7 meters tall, looked like a small chick in his grasp. Panicking, Tom Chen struggled but couldn't break free. He shouted angrily, "What are you doing?
What do you want?"
Let me go, you barbarian. You've wrinkled my designer shirt. Can you afford to pay for it? Quack doctors are killing people. Traditional medicine is a scam. You are persecuting an international friend. I will expose your actions to the New York Times. Traditional medicine is unscientific. It lacks clinical data and can't pass double-blind tests. It shouldn't be used for treatment. You can't use Professor James as a test subject. He is a distinguished professor at Oxford University. I will report you to the embassy. Just because you have a tiny silver needle doesn't mean you can heal. It's pure superstition, worse than those who perform rituals. No one in the carriage paid attention to his shouting. Xia Shuning quickly inserted needles into James's acupoints, like Tianzong and Jianjing, smoothly rotating and withdrawing them in one motion. "All done," Xia Shuning said calmly. As soon as she finished, James felt his pain vanish. "This is amazing." He widened his green eyes and leaned in to closely examine the silver needle in Xia Shuning's hand. It was hard to believe such a small tool could relieve him from such intense pain. He stared in disbelief before reluctantly looking away. Then Professor James said in somewhat broken Chinese, "What kind of magic is this? I feel so much better." Xia Shuning waved the Zhuke silver needle playfully and joked, "This is mysterious Eastern magic." Professor James's complexion returned to normal as he moved his shoulders back and forth, discovering they were even more flexible than before. He gave Xia Shuning a thumbs up and, in his halting Chinese, praised "Healer. You must be the reincarnation of the legendary healer Hua Tua." Xia Shuning smiled slightly, who said foreigners couldn't flatter. The people in the carriage began to clap, unable to hide their smiles, while Yu Lao and the staff sighed in relief. Only Tom Chin remained stubborn, saying, "Beautiful girl, although you temporarily relieved Professor James's pain, it was just luck and your privilege. I still don't believe in traditional medicine. I think it's safer to get a professional Western doctor for Professor James." The anger on the faces of the people in the carriage was hard to hide. Some impatient young men even wanted to hit Tom Chin with their shoes. Professor James looked a bit embarrassed. He frowned and sternly said to Tom Chin, "Tom, you're being very rude. Comrade Xia has cured." "No." Xia Shuning suddenly interrupted Professor James. "Professor, I did not cure your illness. I only relieved your pain." "See, Professor." "She admits she didn't cure your illness," Tom Chin, who had just looked a bit defeated, now appeared smug again. Traditional Chinese medicine is pseudoscience and cannot cure diseases at all. Professor James looked confused. He felt unprecedented comfort in his shoulder. The other Chinese people in the carriage, who had been smiling proudly, now had frozen smiles on their faces. Elder Yu looked anxious and subtly signaled to Xia Shuning, "Young lady, humility is a traditional virtue of our country, but this is not the time to be humble." Xia Shuning remained calm and explained to everyone, "When I said I didn't cure Professor James's illness, it's because he wasn't sick. He was poisoned." As soon as she said this, Professor James and the other foreign experts looked bewildered. The sentence was a bit long, and they struggled to understand what Xia Shuning was saying, each turning to look at the translator. However, the Chinese people present all changed their expressions, shocked as they looked at Xia Shuning. Elder Yu's expression became serious, revealing a hint of worry. "Comrade Xia, are you sure?" Xia Shuning nodded. "I am sure." Tom Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered, You must be joking. How could it be poisoning? Everything Professor James ate and drank was brought from abroad by me." Elder Yu frowned even deeper. It was difficult to test all the food and drink on the train. Tom Chen continued to blame others. "Whoever is poisoned, Professor James would not be poisoned. You aren't holding a grudge against me and spreading rumors on purpose, are you?" Before he could finish, Tom Chen's mouth twisted, and drool began to flow from the corner of his mouth.
Ah!
"Help! Help!" He trembled, pointing to his mouth, panic in his eyes. The more anxious Tom Chen became, the more his mouth twisted, and the more drool flowed, soon soaking the front of his shirt.
Ha!
Someone couldn't help but laugh. It wasn't that they had a low sense of humor, but Tom Chen's current appearance was just too ridiculous. Finally, Professor James couldn't bear to see his student in such a state. He pleaded with Xia Shuning, "Dr. Xia, please help Tom Chen, considering he is also a descendant of China." Xia Shuning nodded and gave Tom Chen a disdainful roll of her eyes. "So you're a descendant of China? I thought you were either from Sakura country or the land of the morning calm." With that, she unexpectedly slapped Tom Chen twice.
All right.
Tom Chen's cheeks quickly turned red and swollen. Everyone gasped in surprise. The foreigners covered their faces, thinking, didn't they say Chinese girls are gentle and kind? Why is this Xia so aggressive? She just hit him without warning. The Chinese lowered their heads, wondering if they should laugh at Xia's public display of discipline towards a foreign guest.
But it was quite satisfying. You
actually dared to hit me in public. I'm going to call the police." Tom Chen shouted angrily, his face swollen. Zhuo Zhiheng's eyes flickered. If Tom Chen dared to call the police, he would go to his family and make sure no one punished Xia. Everyone was shocked. Tom Chen seemed to have returned to normal. His face was swollen, but his mouth was straight, and he wasn't drooling anymore. Who would have thought that a slap could be a remedy? Professor James frowned. "Tom, stop being unreasonable.
Dr. Xia is treating you.
You must apologize to her." He thought to himself, they still hadn't figured out how he was poisoned. How could Tom offend Dr. Xia at such a critical moment? Who could guarantee he would last until he got back home to find a doctor? Xia Shuning raised her hand again, and Tom Chen instinctively hid behind Professor James. Everyone internally scoffed. It was pointless to hide. If Xia really wanted to hit him, he couldn't escape. Xia Shuning waved her fair hand and smiled lightly. In Chinese medicine, we can treat illnesses not only with acupuncture, but also with a slap. Professor James looked at her with admiration and couldn't help but praise, "Chinese medicine is amazing." After a pause, he added, "But I prefer acupuncture." He glanced at Tom Chen's swollen face, secretly relieved that Dr. Xia treated him and didn't slap him. Although it hurt a lot, even if it meant a slap on the back, he would still ask Dr. Xia for help. Acupuncture was just a better experience. Thinking of this, Professor James sternly reminded Tom Chen, "Tom, quickly apologize to Dr. Xia." Tom Chen was furious. He had been slapped twice for no reason, and now he had to apologize to Xia Shuning. But he didn't dare to offend his teacher and reluctantly said, "Comrade Xia, I'm sorry." The consultation fee is 1,000 yuan. Xia Shuning's voice came back, reminding him that an apology doesn't mean he can avoid payment. Tom Chen's eyes widened. Why don't you just rob a bank? At the Concord Hospital in Huagua, it only costs 5 yuan to see a specialist. Tom, go get the money, Professor James said in a low voice, clearly unhappy. Old Yu pretended to look out the window. He wouldn't stop Comrade Xia from collecting the consultation fee. Tom Chun, unwillingly, took out a password box and counted out a stack of money to hand to Xia Shuning. In the future, if you come to me for treatment, the fee will double and must be paid in advance, Xia Shuning kindly reminded him. Tom Chun shook his head vigorously. His money didn't come easily, and he had issues to see her. At that moment, Tom Chen's alarm clock suddenly rang, and he reflexively said to Professor James, Professor, it's time for your blood pressure medication. As he spoke, he took out a bottle of medicine from a box full of drugs. Xia Shuning's nose twitched slightly as she turned to look at the medicine Tom Chun was offering to Professor James. Wait, let me see the professor's blood pressure medication first. Tom Chun gritted his teeth, not wanting to respond to her. Tom, give the medicine to Dr. Xia, Professor James ordered. Tom Chun slowly and reluctantly handed the medicine to Xia Shuning. Xia Shuning took the blood pressure medication, gently pinching it until the tablet crumbled into powder. She brought the powder close to her nose, took a gentle sniff, frowned slightly, and then tasted a bit with her tongue. After tasting it, Xia Shuning looked up, her gaze sharp as she stared at Tom Chun. This is not blood pressure medication. This medicine is toxic. As soon as she spoke, everyone's attention focused on the medicine in her hand. Tom Chen's face turned pale instantly. He stepped back, his voice trembling as he said, Impossible. This can't be. I personally brought this blood pressure medication from abroad. There's absolutely no problem. Xia Shuning shot him a cold glance, her tone calm yet authoritative. The surface of this tablet may look like blood pressure medication, but it contains digitalis. This toxin, if taken long-term, can lead to heart failure and quietly take a person's life. As she spoke, she took out another tablet and placed it on the table, gently tapping its surface with her finger. The taste of digitalis is slightly bitter, but it's masked by the sugar coating of the tablet. It's hard for an ordinary person to notice, but not for my nose and tongue. Tom Chen's face looked even worse, and he opened his mouth as if he wanted to argue. Xia Shuning turned to Professor James and asked calmly, Professor, have you been feeling more frequent heart palpitations, dizziness, and occasional moments of confusion since you got on the train? Professor James paused for a moment, then nodded and replied in somewhat broken Chinese, Yes, I thought these were symptoms of worsening high blood pressure, so I have been taking my medication on time. In fact, Tom Chun had been whispering behind him, saying that the quality of trains in Huagua was poor, which caused Professor James's high blood pressure to worsen. Xia Shuning nodded and continued, These symptoms are not caused by worsening high blood pressure, but are early signs of digitalis poisoning. If you continue taking this blood pressure medication, the consequences could be severe. Professor James's face instantly turned pale, and he instinctively touched his chest. He looked at Xia Shuning with a hint of panic and asked, Xia, what should I do? Please help me. Xia Shuning smiled gently, her tone reassuring. Don't worry, I have a way to help you detoxify. The atmosphere in the train car became tense as foreign experts gathered around. They looked at Xia Shuning with skepticism, clearly doubting that traditional Chinese medicine could detoxify. Elders stared at Xia Shuning seriously and asked, Xia, are you confident? Xia Shuning smiled slightly, her eyes showing confidence. I am confident. Please give me a moment. She took out a silver needle and gently inserted it into several acupoints on Professor James's body. The needle slowly turned green, became warm, and the tips slightly trembled. Professor James's body shuddered slightly as he felt a warm sensation spreading from his heart throughout his body, and dark blood oozed from the needle sites. The foreign experts looked on in horror, their eyes wide with various expressions. Xia Shuning explained through a translator, the acupuncture is helping Professor James's body detoxify. As the blood at the needle sites slowly turned red, Xia Shuning took out a small porcelain bottle, poured out a red pill, and handed it to James. Swallow this. It will help you completely eliminate the remaining toxins from your body and also support your kidneys. Professor James swallowed the pill without hesitation. After a while, he usually would feel palpitations and dizziness if he didn't take his blood pressure medication at this time. Now he felt very clear-headed, and his heart felt fine. He expressed his gratitude to Xia Shuning, saying, "Thank you so much, Xia. You are my savior. If it weren't for you, I might not have been able to return home smoothly, and my little daughter is waiting for me." He didn't continue, but the fear in his eyes was obvious. The other foreign experts looked surprised. Traditional Chinese medicine is so amazing. It can detoxify without IVs or surgery. They looked at Elder Yu, thinking about asking him to help them too, as they had ailments as well. At that moment, Elder Yu stepped forward and looked at Xia Shuning. "Comrade Xia, are you sure that Professor James's medicine has been tampered with?" He paused, his tone more serious, reminding, "This is a matter of safety for foreign experts visiting China. We cannot afford any mistakes." Xia Shuning nodded, her tone firm. "I am sure. Although the dose of this digitalis is small, long-term use can be fatal. Moreover, extracting and processing this toxin requires specialized knowledge and precise equipment, which our country currently lacks." The translators conveyed Xia Shuning's words accurately. Everyone's eyes shifted between Professor James and Tom Chen. Elder Yu's brow furrowed deeper as he turned to Tom Chen, his gaze scrutinizing. "Comrade Tom Chen, you personally brought this medicine from abroad. Can you explain?" Tom Chen's face turned from pale to green. He shook his head vigorously, his voice trembling. "No, not me. How could I harm Professor James? He is my mentor. I would never do such a thing." His voice grew louder, as if trying to prove his innocence by raising his volume. However, no one in the room spoke up for him. All eyes were filled with doubt. Even Professor James looked at him with suspicion, not offering any help. Westerners inherently distrust Chinese people, even if you grew up in the West. He had worked so hard, defeated so many, to stand beside Professor James as his assistant during this visit to China. It's over. Everything is ruined. Tom Chen trembled and fell to his knees, burying his head between his knees, praying to God for someone to save him. At that moment, Xia Shuning suddenly spoke. "Tom Chen is not the one who poisoned." As soon as she said this, the entire room fell silent again. Tom Chen's eyes widened. He looked up at Xia Shuning in disbelief, unable to believe his ears. Her slap had left a mark on his face, and it still hurt. He said many harsh and rude things to her, thinking she was just a pretty face. He prayed to God for someone to speak up for him, but he never expected that Xia Shuning would be the first to stand up for him. Even Mr. Yu was taken aback and frowned, asking, "Comrade Xia, why do you say that?" Xia Shuning didn't answer right away. Instead, she walked in front of Tom Chen and looked at him calmly, because Tom Chen is more deeply affected than Professor James.
"Tom."
Professor James couldn't help but call out to Tom Chen. Even if he intentionally poisoned himself to eliminate suspicion, he wouldn't need to take so much poison. Moreover, he is Professor James's assistant. If something happens to the professor, he will also be punished and have no future. A complex emotion flashed in Tom Chen's eyes. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end, he knelt in front of Xia Shuning and hoarsely said, "Thank you, Dr. Xia. Please forgive my offense and ignorance." Xia Shuning looked at him expressionlessly and pointed to the few Western doctors who came to help. "If you want to kneel, go kneel to them." If it weren't for their caution and not rushing to use medication without seeing the blood test report, you would have received an injection of painkillers right away. At most, within a week, you and Professor James would quietly die in your sleep. She paused and emphasized, "Pain is your body's way of signaling danger. Blindly using painkillers will only delay treatment. So today, you must apologize to my colleagues." Although Xia Shuning was skilled in traditional Chinese medicine, she did not reject Western medicine. The two can work together to treat patients. A good doctor is one who can help, regardless of their background. She could not allow Tom Chen, who acted like a foreign expert, to undermine the doctors from her country in front of her. The Western doctors listened to Xia Shuning's words, exchanged glances, and felt embarrassed. They had just thought she was naive, while they, as experienced doctors, hesitated to treat foreigners due to a lack of equipment. How could a young girl with a silver needle dare to treat patients? What if she failed? They didn't expect that this young girl was not only bold, but also very capable. They wondered which renowned family she came from. The Western doctors searched their minds for any famous doctors with the surname Xia. Now, in front of the foreign guests, they cannot embarrass the doctors from China. Later, they will apologize to the young lady and see if they can learn some medical skills from her. The train's announcement coincidentally played a lively version of Red Plum Praise on the Arrow. Tom Chen recalled his earlier rudeness, his face turning red. He stood up and walked towards several Chinese doctors, bowing at a 90-degree angle. "I'm sorry. Please forgive my ignorance and arrogance." The Chinese doctors waved their hands, accepting Tom Chen's apology, and added, "Western medicine comes from the West and relies on a series of tests for diagnosis and treatment. However, Chinese medicine can diagnose through observation, listening, questioning, and pulse-taking, and acupuncture can save lives." They pointed to Xia Shuning, proudly saying, "Our country is vast and rich in talent." Xia Shuning did not say much more but turned to Elder Yu, speaking steadily. The person who poisoned him likely took advantage of Tom Chen's oversight. Elder Yu nodded, his expression still serious. "Who do you think the poisoner is?" Xia Shuning did not answer immediately. Instead, she walked to the window of the compartment, gazing at the swiftly passing scenery outside. Her fingers gently tapped the window frame as she focused her mind on the situation. After a moment, she turned back, her tone calm but her voice cold. "The poisoner is likely still on this train." As soon as she said this, the atmosphere in the compartment became tense. Everyone instinctively looked around, as if the poisoner could be hiding in a corner, ready to strike. Elder Yu asked in a deep voice, "Comrade Xia, what evidence do you have?" Xia Shuning nodded, her tone steady. "By combining the onset time of Professor James's symptoms with Tom Chen's poisoning time, it can be concluded that the poison came from the West, but they were poisoned only after getting on the train." The staff accompanying the foreign experts exchanged shocked glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. Until the poisoner was caught, no one dared to relax their guard. Elder Yu tightly grasped Xia Shuning's hand, sincerely thanking her. "Comrade Xia, thank you for saving Professor James. If something happened to him here, it would be a diplomatic incident. Please help with the upcoming itinerary as well. I will apply for a special commendation for you." Xia Shuning happily nodded. "Don't worry. I will." Elder Yu knows how to appreciate good work, and an extra commendation is great. She dislikes doing things for free. Even saving a life can earn her merit points, and who would complain about having more money? Elder Yu arranged for Western doctors to help Professor James and Tom Chen with blood tests. He called the guard to take away the bottle of blood pressure medication that Xia Shuning said was toxic, along with the blood samples. As soon as the train arrived at the next station, they would take it to the hospital for testing. They also needed to investigate who could bypass the guards and replace the blood pressure medication in Tom Chen's safe, and how Tom Chen got poisoned. In short, they had to catch the person who poisoned him. However, these matters had nothing to do with Xia Shuning, an outsider. As for Tom Chen's poisoning, Xia Shuning would not help him, and Elder Yu would not ask her to help either. He had offended many people with his arrogance, unless Professor James was willing to swallow his pride and ask Elder Yu for help. Tom Chen looked down on traditional medicine. Could a simple apology change his mind? Xia Shuning didn't know if others believed it, but she certainly didn't. After a busy day, Xia Shuning felt exhausted. When she returned to her compartment, she drew the curtains, locked the door, and stepped into her space. Xia Shuning went straight to the bathroom on the 3rd floor, quickly took off her clothes, and tossed them into the washing machine. Steam filled the wooden bathtub, releasing a faint fragrance. She first tossed in a herbal bag containing mugwort, safflower, pine needles, and crushed perilla leaves, then stepped into the tub, causing ripples on the water's surface. As she settled down, the warm water enveloped her skin. She closed her eyes slightly, resting her head on the edge of the tub, relaxing and enjoying the moment, with the rising steam revealing a faint shadow of red peony. After soaking for less than half an hour, Xia Shuning got out, knowing that soaking too long could be harmful. After taking care of her skin, she changed into silk underwear and took a short nap on the wooden bed before stepping back out of her space. As she opened the curtains, there was a knock on the compartment door. Xia Shuning opened the door to find a blonde woman with blue eyes, smiling warmly, looking to be in her 30s or 40s, along with a Chinese man wearing glasses. He said to Xia Shuning, "Comrade Xia, sorry to bother you. This is Professor Blanche, a biology expert from Europe. I am Lu Tongfei, Professor Blanche's translator." Xia Shuning politely nodded to both of them and waited for Lu Tongfei to explain their purpose. Lu Tongfei continued, "Professor Blanche has been troubled by insomnia for a long time. She has seen countless Western doctors and taken many Western medications, but still cannot sleep through the night. Professor Blanche highly respects your medical skills and would like to know if you could help her treat her insomnia with traditional Chinese medicine." Xia Shuning looked at Professor Blanky's dark circles, the veins bulging at her temples, and her rough, yellowing skin. Yes, Professor Blanky was indeed a severe insomniac, which was quite unfortunate. Xia Shuning knew that Western medicine treats insomnia by giving patients sleeping pills containing melatonin, which work quickly but have significant side effects. Taking too many sleeping pills can prevent the body from producing melatonin naturally, making it hard for patients to fall asleep on their own. Moreover, abusing sleeping pills can severely damage the nerves, especially for those who do mental work, so it's best not to take them regularly. Xia Shuning was straightforward, looking into Lu Tongfei's eyes and saying, "Please tell the professor that I can treat her insomnia, but my fees are quite high. For anyone outside of China, her fees would be at least doubled. Most of her medicinal materials were sourced from China, and she couldn't give them away for free to foreigners. Additionally, she usually cured patients in one session, so charging more was reasonable." Lu Tongfei adjusted his glasses, surprised by Xia Shuning's direct request for payment. Earlier in the car, when Xia Shuning asked Tom Chen for payment, Lu Tongfei thought it was just because Tom Chen looked down on traditional Chinese medicine, which offended Xia Shuning. Lu Tongfei's expression darkened because he had told Professor Blanky on the way that Xia Shuning would definitely help her for free. He leaned closer to Xia Shuning and whispered, "Comrade Xia, Professor Blanky is visiting China to help introduce children's vaccines, so..." He hinted at Xia Shuning, hoping she would voluntarily offer to waive the fee. Xia Shuning was too smart to miss Lu Tongfei's intentions and immediately got to the point. "What? Are foreigners giving us children's vaccines for free?" Lu Tongfei's face stiffened. "No, it's a paid service." Not giving up, he quietly asked Xia Shuning, "Can you help Professor Blanky with her insomnia for free?" He paused, thinking he was offering Xia Shuning a great favor. This way, she will have a better impression of traditional Chinese medicine and will speak positively about it when she returns home. Xia Shuning raised an eyebrow. No way. Why would she care about a foreigner's approval or praise? What she valued was real money and genuine recognition. After thinking for a moment, Xia Shuning made a gesture with her thumb, index, and S towards Professor Blanky. This gesture was universally understood as a request for money. Professor Blanche understood immediately. She nodded vigorously and handed the bag she had been holding to Xia Shuning with both hands. Lu Tongfei desperately signaled Xia Shuning to refuse the bag, his eyes nearly straining from the effort. Xia Shuning ignored him completely, not only accepting the bag, but also opening it right in front of them.
"Xia.
Comrade Xia."
You. Sigh.
Lu Tongfei tried to stop her, but he sighed deeply, looking heartbroken as if Xia Shuning had done something extremely rude. Xia Shuning rolled her eyes internally. Of course, she had to see what was inside. If the bag contained just a bunch of old paper or rags, she would be at a loss. She had no illusions about the character of foreigners, especially since they hadn't been civilized for long. From the bag, Xia Shuning pulled out a set of overseas cosmetics, a set of skincare products, and 10 gold coins, placing them on the small table beside the bed. Professor Blanche watched Xia Shuning's face closely, expecting her to show surprise or shyness, since she thought Xia Shuning had never seen these items before. To her surprise, Xia Shuning remained calm, making Professor Blanche a bit anxious, fearing that Xia Shuning might refuse treatment. She leaned closer to Lu Tongfei and said a few words, signaling him to translate. Actually, Xia Shuning had already understood what Professor Blanche said. She put the items back into the bag. Reluctantly, Lu Tongfei told Xia Shuning, "The professor says she is very sorry, but she doesn't have much currency from our country. So she can only offer her country's gold coins and skincare and cosmetic products that women like as payment for the consultation. She's not sure if it's enough." Xia Shuning nodded at Professor Blanche and calmly said, "Please come over, and let me check your pulse." She gestured for Professor Blanche to sit down, then placed her hand on Blanche's wrist to begin the pulse check. After a moment, Xia Shuning released her hand, took out a silver needle, and explained to Professor Blanche, "Now I will perform acupuncture on the Shunmen point." Lu Tongfei looked nervously at the silver needle in Xia Shuning's hand, as if fearing she might harm Professor Blanche. Xia Shuning first inserted a needle into the acupuncture point on the inside of Professor Blanche's wrist. Blanche frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed. She felt a warm sensation spreading from the needle tip, flowing through her body along the meridians. As Xia Shuning continued to insert the needles, she softly explained, "Acupuncture in traditional Chinese medicine stimulates specific points to regulate the flow of energy in the body, helping you relax and improve your sleep." Professor Blanche's breathing gradually became steady, and her tense muscles slowly relaxed. Her eyelids began to feel heavy. Seeing this, Xia Shuning gently removed the last needle and said softly, "All right, Professor Blanche, go back to your compartment and rest well." "Thank you, Comrade Xia. I'm going to sleep now. We'll talk later." Professor Blanche felt a long-lost drowsiness and hurried back to her compartment. "Is that it? No medication?" Lu Tongfei said in disbelief, knowing how poor Professor Blanche's sleep was. Xia Shuning's expression turned serious. "If Professor Blanche has insomnia again tonight, I will refund double the consultation fee tomorrow." Lu Tongfei was surprised by Xia Shuning's firmness and awkwardly explained, "I thought treating insomnia ultimately required medication." He thought about how Xia Shuning had only done a few things but received so much from Professor Blanche, and he felt justified. "Comrade Xia, I'm just looking out for you. You've received a lot from Professor Blanche, but if her insomnia isn't cured, it could damage your reputation. At that point, old you might even come to you for trouble. But I'll help you explain." He thought Xia Shuning had decent medical skills, and it was good to build connections. Xia Shuning smiled coldly. "Comrade Lu, how's your knee?" Lu Tongfei replied, puzzled, "My knee is fine. I'm young, how could there be any problem, haha." Xia Shuning interrupted his awkward laughter, mocking, "I thought someone like you would have trouble with their knees from kneeling so much." With that, her wrist moved slightly, and a wooden needle silently pierced Lu Tongfei's knee. Feeling unsatisfied, she added, "Everyone in Huagua is standing up. Why are you the only one still kneeling? Do you have some special preference?"
You.
Lu Tongfei's face turned red with anger. He didn't expect Xia Shuning to speak so harshly. He decided he would never introduce wealthy patients like Professor Blanche to her again. With that, he slammed the door and thought about going to complain to old Yu. However, before he could leave the carriage, Xia Shuning heard a thud followed by a painful cry. Xia Shuning smiled lightly, took out some prepared red peony rose drink, and added 3 drops of snow orchid essence, enjoying a few sips. She was about to try out the cosmetics that Professor Blanche had given her. Suddenly, the carriage door was knocked on again. Xia Shuning put her things away and called out to the door, "Come in." "The door is not locked." The person outside hesitated for a moment, holding the doorknob but not pushing the door open right away. He decided to introduce himself first. "Xia. Comrade Xia, it's me, Tom Chern." Xia Shuning smiled slightly, surprised he arrived sooner than she expected. He seemed to be someone who was afraid.
Come in.
Tom Chen entered, holding a wooden box, closed the door behind him, and then knelt in front of Xia Shuning. Comrade Xia, please help me with the poison. Xia Shuning looked at her fingertips and smiled as she refused. I can't help. And you don't believe in traditional Chinese medicine, so why come to me? You're young and healthy. The poison hasn't taken effect yet. You can go back home to detox. Tom Chen looked ashamed. I was too ignorant. I thought everything from Huagua was outdated. Please help me with the poison. Honestly, I'm worried that if I go back home, they might not be able to detox me, or that the detox process could harm my body too much. Without waiting for Xia Shuning's response, Tom Chen held up the wooden box with both hands. Comrade Xia, this contains all my cash and a treasure. Could you consider it as payment for your help? Get up. Xia Shuning observed Tom Chen for a moment, noting that he was speaking honestly, before taking the wooden box and signaling for him to stand. She opened the box to find over 2,700 yuan in cash. Tom Chen carefully watched her expression, and when he saw her eyebrows didn't raise, he realized the cash didn't impress her. As Xia Shuning picked up the pen from the box, he held his breath, anxious that she might throw it back at him. He truly didn't understand why this ordinary pen was considered a treasure. He had tried to remove the cap, but couldn't. He actually had a more valuable Mont Blanc pen. Tom Chen wasn't trying to trick Xia Shuning with a broken pen. He didn't have the courage for that. This pen had a story. His father had told him to carry it when he learned he would accompany Professor James to China, insisting it was important. A local master in Nanyang said that this pen, which his father had paid a lot for, could help him avoid a deadly fate. Now that Tom Chen was poisoned, he felt he should give the pen to Xia Shuning. Xia Shuning held the pen in her palm, opened it, and took out a silver needle, inserting it into the top of the pen and giving it a gentle flick. Then she used a complex technique that Tom Chen couldn't understand, twisting it left and right. With a soft click, the fountain pen opened. Tom Chen's jaw nearly dropped, and he couldn't help but reach out to study it. Xia Shuning poured out a needle box made of lightning-struck jujube wood from the pen and opened it. Her pupils suddenly contracted as her fingertips gently brushed over the 9 silver needles of varying lengths inside the box. The needles were covered in golden lightning patterns, and the tips were inlaid with tiny red peony buds. This is... She picked up one of the fine needles for a closer look. A small voice in her mind exclaimed, "Wow! This is the Ming Dynasty Tai Divine Needle. It's a national treasure." Xia Shuning put away the Tai Divine Needle and calmly asked Tom Chen, "Where did this needle come from?" Tom Chen licked his lips, looking confused. "I don't know. I always thought it was just a fountain pen. It was given to me by my father. My father is a Chinese expatriate from Nanyang. He bought this pen, this box of needles from a Taoist while he was in Nanyang. He never expected that the pen his dad gave him would contain a box of needles." Tom Chen glanced at Xia Shuning nervously. "Comrade Xia, can you help me with the poison?" Xia Shuning smiled and nodded. "I'll use this set of needles to help you." She took out 3 3-inch fine needles and expertly sterilized them. Once Tom Chen unbuttoned his shirt, Xia Shuning simultaneously inserted the 3 needles into his Tianzong and Jianjing acupoints. After gently inserting and removing them 3 times, she quickly pulled out the needles. "All done. You can put your shirt back on," Xia Shuning said. Tom Chen was surprised at how quickly it worked, but he didn't dare question Xia Shuning's medical skills. "Thank you, Comrade Xia," Tom Chen said sincerely as he adjusted his clothes. "When you get to the capital, have your blood tested again to see if the poison is cleared," Xia Shuning kindly reminded him, seeing his good attitude. "You need to avoid spicy food for a year, especially any seafood." Tom Chen nodded and was about to leave. Xia Shuning called out behind him, "You still have 2 free consultations with me." Tom Chen's face lit up with joy as he left, eager to call his father. Xia Shuning couldn't help but laugh. She was very pleased with the consultation fee this time. This set of Tai Divine Needles was a treasure from the late Ming Dynasty, containing a lost acupuncture technique. Those who don't understand traditional Chinese medicine wouldn't grasp the significance of the Tai Divine Needle. To acupuncture masters, the Tai divine needle is considered the best needle in the world. What she used to help Tom Chun with the poison was the unique technique of the Tai divine needle, taking less than a minute. The time taken to detoxify Professor James was shorter than before, and the results were better. Thanks to the upgrade in space, Xia Shuning now had the Thunder Fire Heavenly Palace, which provided more spiritual energy, allowing her to learn things faster. Feeling very happy, Xia Shuning remembered she still had a gift to unwrap. She opened the skincare and makeup products that Professor Blanche had brought back from abroad. She really liked this gift. These were the skincare and makeup items she had wanted the most in the apocalypse. She opened the beautiful packaging, took out a lipstick, and swatched it on the back of her hand. The color was similar to a soft, muted pink, gentle and understated. Xia Shuning looked at the car window, moved her ring finger, and gently blended the color on her lips. The shade made the outline of her lips stand out, and she pouted slightly. Just then, Zhuo Zhiheng walked into the car compartment. He immediately saw Xia Shuning pouting in the mirror, and a hint of surprise crossed his usually stern face. His gaze fell on the car window, where a touch of rosy color appeared, soft and full. Zhuo Zhiheng's throat involuntarily moved. At that moment, Xia Shuning looked like a blooming rose, beautiful yet dangerous. He instinctively looked away, trying to hide his momentary distraction. Xia Shuning, using the last bit of twilight, carefully applied eyeliner. The poplar trees outside rushed by, and her face looked even more stunning in the dim light. The original owner already resembled her, and with makeup, she looked even more like her apocalyptic self. Zhuo Zhiheng sat across from her, tightly holding a red flag magazine that he hadn't flipped through in a while. His gaze unconsciously drifted to the car window, where the girl seemed transformed. The upward flick of her eyeliner added a touch of allure. Strange, why is there no makeup remover? Xia Shuning murmured to herself, searching through the bag that Professor Blanche had given her. She thought about trying to make makeup remover using lard and beeswax from her space. Xia Shuning looked up at Zhuo Zhiheng, her eyes sparkling with a different light. She stood up to grab a military water bottle, pretending to go get some water. I'll go get some water. Almost simultaneously, Zhuo Zhiheng stood up and picked up the thermos. I'll do it. In the narrow aisle, they unexpectedly bumped into each other. Xia Shuning's hair brushed against Zhuo Zhiheng's shoulder, and a faint, pleasant scent wafted into his nose. He suddenly remembered the song When Your Hair Brushes Against My Gun. Zhuo Zhiheng's gaze fell on the top of her head, and he realized that Xia Shuning was almost at his shoulder. You seem to have grown. His voice was a bit hoarse. You look like an adult now. Xia Shuning was annoyed upon hearing this. What was his tone? Did he see himself as an elder, or did he think of her as a little girl? By the standards of the apocalypse, she was actually several years older than him. Xia Shuning tightened her grip on the water bottle strap, thinking about how to get back at Zhuo Zhiheng. The train had limited space. Otherwise, Xia Shuning would have given Zhuo Zhiheng a shoulder throw. She really couldn't understand why Zhuo Zhiheng was so concerned about her height. Xia Shuning stood on her tiptoes, looking up, wanting to compare heights with Zhuo Zhiheng. I'll be as tall as you this year. An unexpected moment happened. Her lips barely brushed against his stubbled chin, and it felt a bit prickly. Zhuo Zhiheng's body instantly stiffened, his Adam's apple moving sharply in front of her, a mix of fur and soap scents filling the air. His drooping eyelashes cast a dark shadow under his eyes, but they couldn't hide the emotions swirling beneath, yet he still maintained a standard military posture. Seeing the situation was awkward, Xia Shuning was about to step back when the train suddenly jolted. Zhuo Zhiheng instinctively reached out to support her waist, his palm touching something soft and smooth. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. Zhuo Zhiheng quickly withdrew his hand. I'm sorry. He stood up, straightened his uniform, his voice a bit tense. I'll go get some water. As soon as Zhuo Zhiheng left the compartment, Xia Shuning immediately locked the door and took out some lard and beeswax from her bag. She eagerly began to make her own makeup remover, thinking that if it worked well, she would make more to sell later. There was a knock at the door again. Xia Shuning thought Zhuo Zhiheng had returned quickly with the water. She thought he was quite polite for knocking first. Xia Shuning placed the ceramic jar on the small table and pulled open the compartment door. Zhuo, I brought you clean bedding. A soft female voice stopped abruptly upon seeing Xia Shuning. The train attendant, Jing, stood at the door holding freshly ironed sheets, her 2 neat braids hanging down over her crisp railway uniform. Jing looked at Xia Shuning, who had bright eyebrows and eyes, fair skin, and a slender figure, making her exceptionally beautiful. A sense of crisis surged in her heart, and her tone unconsciously carried a hint of questioning. Who are you? How did you end up in Zhuotuan's compartment? Xia Shuning looked confused and spoke rudely. Put down the sheets. You can leave now. She found it strange that in this era, long-distance trains still offered passengers the service of ironing sheets. When Jing heard her words, her anger flared up. She noticed that Xia Shuning had applied eye makeup and lipstick. Humph! It was obvious she wasn't a proper woman. Who puts on makeup for a long train ride? Unlike her, who wore makeup for work. Jing calmly adjusted her uniform and lifted her gaze to Xia Shuning, saying, I am Jing, the train conductor. She paused, waiting for Xia Shuning to show signs of envy or fear. To her surprise, Xia Shuning didn't react at all, not even glancing at her, as she resumed stirring in a ceramic jar with a small stick. You little girl, do you understand respect? When talking to others, you should look them in the eye. Xia Shuning replied curiously, I didn't intend to talk to you. I already said, put down the sheets and you can go. Jing was so angry she could hardly contain herself. She pointed at Xia Shuning and shouted, with your strange appearance, you can't be a proper girl. With all that makeup, who are you trying to attract? Xia Shuning immediately understood her implication. This woman was a bad influence on Zhuo Zhiheng. She replied slowly, Oh, so you are a proper girl? Not married, yet you rush to iron sheets for men. You are slandering me. I'm just caring for the passengers, Jing said, her finger trembling with anger. Xia Shuning emphasized, Well, I am a passenger too.
Why don't you care about me?
Or should we ask each passenger in car 1 if the esteemed conductor has cared for them? Or does the conductor only care about handsome, powerful male passengers like Zhuotuan? Jing's expression changed instantly. Her face turned red as she raised her hand to slap Xia Shuning. Smack! Xia Shuning slapped her back into the aisle, leaving a handprint on her round face. I'll fight you. Jing threw down the sheets and lunged at Xia Shuning. What are you doing? Her arm was suddenly grabbed by someone. Jing was even angrier and glared back to see who dared to help this little brat. She turned to find Zhuo Zhiheng holding a thermos, his face dark with anger as he stared at her. Jing quickly hid her fierce expression and looked at Zhuo Zhiheng with tearful eyes, appearing very pitiful. Zhuotuan, she scolded me and even hit me. Xia Shuning found this scene very entertaining. It was even better than a primetime drama. Zhuo Zhiheng released Jing's arm and said sternly, the train conductor hitting a passenger. Do you think you deserve to wear that uniform? Jing covered the mark on her face, looking at Zhuo Zhiheng in disbelief, and with a wobbly gait, she cried and ran away. Xia Shuning secretly observed Zhuo Zhiheng's expression and, seeing he still looked serious, curiously asked, Zhuotuan, since you're wearing a military uniform, don't you think you shouldn't hit people? Zhuo Zhiheng nodded and explained, the military has rules that prohibit soldiers from using force casually, especially in non-combat situations. So, when he dealt with Tom Chin, he had changed into civilian clothes first. Xia Shuning thought she probably couldn't be a soldier because she might hit someone anytime, and she felt the urge to do so. When Zhuo Zhiheng returned, she couldn't go to the bathroom in the space to wash her face and didn't want to keep her makeup on, so she went to the washroom to remove her makeup. The makeup remover melted gently in Xia Shuning's palm as she carefully rubbed her cheeks. The originally bright and charming makeup gradually faded, revealing her youthful and beautiful face. After drying her face, she prepared to return to the carriage as it was almost time for dinner. As she was walking, a small figure suddenly bumped into her. Xia Shuning reacted quickly and grabbed the boy's wrist.
I am sorry.
The little boy trembled, his knees buckling as if he was about to kneel. Xia Shuning tightened her grip. "Show me what you have." His eyes darted around in fear. "Dubba. Don't play dumb." Xia Shuning narrowed her eyes, slightly tightening her grip. "What did you steal? Hand it over." A fierce look flashed in the boy's eyes. In an instant, a glint of metal shot out from his tattered sleeve, aimed straight at Xia Shuning's throat. Xia Shuning was prepared. She quickly shook her wrist, and the phoenix whip instantly wrapped around the boy's waist.
"Ah!"
The little boy exclaimed, his face filled with fear and reluctance as he tried to cut the whip with a knife. But the phoenix whip, infused with Xia Shuning's fire ability, softened the blade as soon as it touched. Xia Shuning smirked. "With skills like yours, you dare to steal from me?" The little boy's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the softened knife. The discarded saw blades from the repair shop can turn into dangerous knives. Xia Shuning tightened her grip on the Zhuke whip as the boy kicked his legs wildly in the air. She asked, "Who taught you this skill?" The little boy bit his lip, refusing to speak, his eyes filled with stubbornness.
"Ah!"
"Tough mouth?" Xia Shuning scoffed lightly. She was not a good person and had many ways to make someone talk. Her fingertips brushed over the whip, and it instantly became hot.
"Hot."
The boy twisted around frantically. "Please don't burn me."
I'll tell you."
"I'll tell you." Sweat beads formed on his forehead, and his face turned red. "Please spare me, big sister. I figured it out myself. My mom is still at the clinic waiting for money." He even knew how to play the sympathy card. This boy was quite clever. But those tricks wouldn't work on Xia Shuning. "Be honest, who instructed you?" Xia Shuning's voice was icy. I was trying to steal money." The little boy cried out. "Steal money?" Xia Shuning sneered, clearly not believing him. She deliberately pulled out a special needle from her bag. The boy's eyes lit up when he saw the needle. Xia Shuning smirked, the needle glinting in her fingers. "If this goes in, your hands will be ruined." The boy still remained silent. Xia Shuning pricked his acupoint.
"Ah!"
The boy gasped, then realized he could no longer feel his hands or feet, not even the heat. "I'll talk." He finally broke down, crying, "I was asked to come steal your needle." "Steal a needle?" Xia Shuning raised an eyebrow. "Is it this one in my hand?" The boy nodded, his voice hoarse. "They said you had a needle box and told me to steal it." Xia Shuning laughed coldly and pulled her lipstick from the boy's pocket. "You were trying to steal this." She shook the lipstick in her hand. The boy was stunned, clearly not expecting to have stolen the wrong item. Xia Shuning continued, "Who are they?" He cried, I really don't know." His voice trembled with tears. "I just wanted to get some money. I haven't eaten in days." Seeing the boy's gone appearance, Xia Shuning felt a twinge of compassion. She put away the whip and needle and said to the boy, "Come with me." She took him to a food truck and ordered a bowl of egg and vegetable noodles for him. The boy devoured the food, and suddenly, he lowered his head, large tears rolling down his cheeks and dripping into the bowl. Xia Shuning sat across from him, quietly watching the little boy who wouldn't cry even when hit, yet cried nonstop when given a bowl of noodles. After he finished eating, she took out 5 yuan and a bag of cookies from her pocket and handed them to him. "Take this and don't steal again," she said. "If I catch you next time, I'll break your hands and feet." The boy took the money and cookies, lowered his head, and choked out, "Thank you, sister. I won't dare again." If Xia Shuning believed him, it would be foolish. She had intentionally let him go to send a message. After all, she had coated the money with a special powder. After lunch, Professor Jim asked Xia Shuning to come see him again. As she entered his soft sleeper, she caught a familiar scent from the cleaning staff. "It's you again." Xia Shuning's voice was low but carried an undeniable authority. The cleaner trembled, dropped the trash, and ran for the door. Xia Shuning calmly chased after him. When he nearly escaped into an empty sleeper car, she pulled out a whip and flicked her wrist, pulling him back inside. The boy disguised as the cleaner fell to the ground, his face turning pale. I didn't steal anything this time," he stammered. Xia Shuning sneered and slowly walked into the compartment, shutting the door behind her. She didn't rush to act but leaned against the door, arms crossed, coldly watching him. "What did you promise me when I let you go last time?" The boy looked down, gripping his shirt tightly, his voice barely audible. I was wrong, I won't dare again."
"That?"
Xia Shuning raised an eyebrow. "Then what are you doing now?" The boy opened his mouth as if to argue, but ultimately said nothing. "Who sent you to steal from Professor Jim this time?" Xia Shuning asked. The boy shook his head, his voice hoarse. I don't know. I just heard there were valuable things inside." The special needle glinted coldly at her fingertips. "Are you addicted to stealing? Do you want me to help you fix this habit?"
No.
The boy curled up. I can make up for my mistakes." "Oh?" "There's a man in car number 2. He has a box with a bronze statue inside." He swallowed hard. "It's covered in pressure points." Xia Shuning's heart raced. She released her grip. "Lead the way." In car number 2, a man wearing a cap was packing his luggage. Xia Shuning quickly noticed the suitcase by his feet. "Comrade." The man suddenly looked up, his gaze sharp, holding a revolver in his right hand. Xia Shuning stepped forward and struck his wrist with her palm. The man reacted swiftly, dodging to the side and countering with an elbow strike.
Bang!
Zhuo Zhiheng appeared at the doorway just in time to intercept the man's attack. Xia Shuning seized the opportunity to grab the suitcase. When she opened it, she found not only a bronze statue, but also some blood pressure medication she recognized. "Professor James's medicine," she gasped. Seeing the situation turn against him, the man turned to jump out the window. Zhuo Zhiheng quickly stepped forward and kicked his knee hard. The man grunted in pain and fell to the ground, his eyes flickering. Zhuo Zhiheng sensed his intention, grabbed his chin with one hand, and pressed down on the back of his neck, twisting forcefully. There was a sharp, and the man's jaw was dislocated. He let out a muffled groan, his eyes wide with anger. "Thinking of poisoning yourself?" Zhuo Zhiheng's voice was low as he ripped off a bedsheet, preparing to tie up the man. Suddenly, Xia Shuning pulled out a small paper packet from her pocket. With a deft motion, she shook it towards the man's face, sending white powder into his nose. Zhuo Zhiheng frowned, about to speak, but the man's head tilted, and he fainted. "You carry sleeping powder with you?" He looked at Xia Shuning, incredulous. Xia Shuning tilted her head, her tone light. "I need to protect myself. After all, as a weak woman, I should have some means of self-defense, right? Hey everyone, weak woman Xia Shuning is here to block the way. Leave a bookshelf, 5-star reviews, and free gifts." Zhuo Zhiheng looked at her, thinking about her quickness in dealing with the man, his lips twitching as he tried to say something but held back. He shook his head, saying, "You need to follow the rules," with a hint of helplessness in his voice. Xia Shuning blinked and smiled provocatively. "Zhutuan, you're not reporting me this time?" Zhuo Zhiheng replied honestly, "I reported you before, but they checked and you're fine." Xia Shuning's expression turned cold. "Oh, thank you for your trust." Zhuo Zhiheng noticed her clear displeasure and rubbed his nose, awkwardly explaining, "I'm a soldier." Xia Shuning ignored him, her gaze already back on the bronze statue. The carriage fell into a brief silence, with only the sound of the train tracks echoing in the background. Xia Shuning looked at the bronze statue in her hand. It was small, about the size of a palm, but it was lifelike, with even the veins clearly visible. The most amazing part was that there were 9 small holes on the top of the statue, arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper. She gently traced her fingers over the acupoint markings on the statue. Then, she took out a magnifying glass and discovered that those markings were made up of tiny seal characters the size of rice grains. "Heavenly pivot, heavenly virtue, heavenly essence." She murmured the characters, suddenly narrowing her eyes. "This isn't an ordinary acupoint chart." She quickly walked to the car window to examine it closely in the sunlight. The back of the bronze statue was engraved with a star map, echoing the 9 holes on top. Those seemingly chaotic veins actually outlined a complete celestial movement diagram. Xia Shuning's heart raced. This bronze statue was indeed the legendary Huangdi's external classic. She furrowed her brows, feeling a hint of doubt. She remembered reading in the Apocalypse that the bronze statue had been taken by the Eight-Nation Alliance and was kept in the Fog City Museum. But what was this bronze statue in front of her? Could there really be two identical bronze statues in the world? What puzzled her even more was why the man in black wanted to smuggle this identical bronze statue out of the country. Did it have more value than the one in the Fog City Museum? Sunlight streamed through the 9 holes in the statue, casting dancing light spots on the wall. Suddenly, the veins of the bronze statue glowed with a faint blue light under the sunlight. Xia Shuning quickly tapped a few acupoints on the statue with her Zhuo silver needles. With a thud, a copper plate on the statue's abdomen popped up, revealing a red jade pendant engraved with a Zhuo pattern. The voice of the little phoenix suddenly rang out, filled with joy. The real treasure is the red jade pendant. It's an ancient jade from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Congratulations on obtaining a fire-type magical item. Xia Shuning stored the red jade pendant in her space, placing it in the Qingluan fire array. She felt puzzled and said, if it was just to smuggle the red jade pendant, was it really necessary to go through all this trouble to create a fake bronze statue? Before she could finish her sentence, her expression changed. The bronze statue suddenly erupted with a violent energy, making her feel a tightness in her chest and a metallic taste in her throat. Be careful. The little phoenix's tail feathers burst into golden light. At the same time, Xia Shuning's Zhuo silver needles shot out. She angrily shouted, "Which scoundrel is trying to set me up?" The car shook violently, and 2 tourmalines suddenly rolled out from the statue's eye sockets. The little phoenix hurriedly said, "Quick! Burn those tourmalines." "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." Xia Shuning gently parted his lips with her tongue. Zhuo Zhiheng's breath quickened, and he felt his throat tighten, unsure of how to react, frozen in place. In that moment of distraction, a sharp pain shot through her tongue. She had bitten it. Zhuo Zhiheng's pupils dilated, and he swallowed hard but did not push her away. Her lips were very cool. Xia Shuning licked the blood from his tongue and was about to let him go. At that moment, the little phoenix said, "You got it wrong. We need heart's blood, not tongue blood." Anger flashed in her eyes, but her side hurt too much to deal with the little phoenix. Xia Shuning raised her hand and tore open Zhuo Zhiheng's shirt. With a few pop sounds, the buttons flew off and fell to the ground. Zhuo Zhiheng's chest was exposed, his muscles well-defined, firm from years of training. He paused, his ears turning red. "Comrade Xia." The passing students, bookshelves, 5-star reviews, and free gifts were all stopped by Xia Shuning. "Don't move." Xia Shuning held a silver needle. "It will be quick." With that, she pierced it into his chest, and blood oozed out. She leaned in to lick it away with her tongue. Zhuo Zhiheng's breath quickened, and he clenched his teeth to keep from making a sound, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, but he did not pull away. Outside the car window, the desert flashed by. The ceiling fan swayed slowly, matching the sound of the train tracks clattering. Zhuo Zhiheng sat across from Xia Shuning, his shirt slightly open, revealing his strong chest. He glanced down at the blood on his chest, then looked up at her, his ears nearly burning with embarrassment. "Is this blood enough to detoxify?" His voice was low, but Xia Shuning had her eyes closed, her brow slightly furrowed. At that moment in her mind, she swallowed Zhuo Zhiheng's heart's blood. It transformed into a flame that ignited in her veins, instantly suppressing the backlash. The little phoenix sighed softly. The pure yang fire is indeed powerful. Suddenly, a faint scent of burnt phoenix wood filled the car, comforting yet inexplicably soothing. Zhuo Zhiheng frowned, scanning the surroundings, but could not find the source of the scent. He turned to look at Xia Shuning, only to find her face pale, her body going limp, leaning to the side. "Comrade Xia." He quickly reached out to catch her, feeling her back was already soaked. His brow furrowed as his fingers brushed against her cold sweat on her forehead. "We'll be at the station in 3 minutes. I'll take you to the hospital." Xia Shuning leaned against him, her breath faint, her voice barely audible. "The poison has been cleared." Zhuo Zhiheng looked down at her, his eyes filled with worry. Then why? Before he could finish, the train suddenly jolted, causing Xia Shuning to slide down a bit more. He instinctively tightened his arms, holding her closer. Sunlight slanted into the carriage, and Xia Shuning's face grew paler. Her fingertips trembled as she took out a medicine bottle from her pocket, pouring out 2 bright red pills. Gasping, Xia Shuning placed one pill in her mouth. As the medicine dissolved, delicate patterns appeared behind her ears, quickly fading into her skin. Before Zhuo Zhiheng could speak, she pinched the second pill and raised her hand to his lips. "Open your mouth." The coolness of her lips made him swallow instinctively, his tongue brushing against her trembling fingertips. Red ginseng pill. Xia Shuning released him, her body softly sliding down. "To repay your kindness." Before she could finish, her eyes closed, and she leaned to the side. Zhuo Zhiheng quickly caught her waist. The faint scent of phoenix wood mixed with the herbal fragrance in her hair filled the carriage. Looking down, he noticed the residue of the red ginseng pill on her lips. He pressed his hand against her forehead, which felt hot, softly calling, "Comrade Xia?" The only response was her faint breathing. Zhuo Zhiheng stood up, his military boots crunching over a fallen shirt button, the sound echoing in the silent carriage. He swiftly kicked the unconscious man on the floor under the bunk, his movements decisive. Then, Zhuo Zhiheng took off his shirt and carefully wrapped Xia Shuning in it. When he picked her up, he realized how surprisingly light she was. As he passed through the connection between carriages, several passengers peeked out, whispering. Zhuo Zhiheng shot a sharp glance, his gaze fierce as a blade, causing everyone to quickly retreat to their seats. He carried Xia Shuning back to their soft sleeper compartment, gently placing her on the lower bunk. Turning to leave, he found Xiao Song and quietly instructed, "Take someone to carriage 2 immediately. The man under the bed is a suspect in Professor James's poisoning case. Hand him over for questioning." Xiao Song nodded and quickly left. Back in the compartment, Zhuo Zhiheng fetched a basin of hot water, wrung out a towel, and carefully wiped the cold sweat from Xia Shuning's forehead. The towel glided over her cheek, soft yet cool, causing him to frown. He then held her hand, gently wiping her icy fingers one by one. Her fingers were slender and pale, with a faint hint of medicinal fragrance lingering at the tips. After finishing these tasks, he sat on the opposite bunk, staring at her intently. The cabin was so quiet that her breathing could be heard, gradually becoming steady as her face regained color. Zhuo Zhiheng finally relaxed his worried heart. His gaze unconsciously fell on her lips, which still had a trace of medicine on them. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on her face, making the medicine shine like honey, silently challenging his self-control. He took out a clean handkerchief, his fingertips slightly tense, but he gently touched her lips. As the handkerchief brushed against the medicine, his heartbeat quickened, and his breath became heavier. Images of her leaning in flashed uncontrollably in his mind, her cool lips, the gentle pressure of her tongue, and a faint, sweet scent. Zhuo Zhiheng tightly closed his eyes, his throat tightening, his ears burning. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to pull back his thoughts, but his movements became even more gentle, as if he were wiping a fragile porcelain piece. After cleaning the medicine, he folded the handkerchief and put it back in his pocket. Zhuo Zhiheng looked down at the tank top he was wearing and then glanced at the military shirt wrapped around her, his gaze softening unconsciously. He put on another shirt, gently closed the cabin door, and walked to the connecting area. A cool breeze came in, easing the heat in his ears and dispersing the faint scent lingering at his nose. Zhuo Zhiheng clenched his fist, his fingertips still holding the warmth of her lips. The melody of the spring water in the frontier is clear and pure floated from the duty room. When Xia Shuning woke up, the stars were shining brightly in the sky. Only a dim yellow wall lamp lit the cabin, casting a warm glow on Zhuo Zhiheng's side profile, outlining his sharp features. He sat on the opposite bunk, holding a document, but his gaze never left her face. Seeing her open her eyes, he closed the document and quietly asked, "Comrade Xia, How do you feel? Xia Shuning blinked, her voice still a bit hoarse. Much better. She looked down at the military shirt wrapped around her, then raised her eyes to him. Your shirt. Zhuo Zhiheng cleared his throat, his ears slightly red. You sweated a lot. I was worried you might catch a cold. She didn't say anything more, her gaze fixed on the brilliant starry sky outside. Zhuo Zhiheng followed her gaze and softly said, Do you want to eat something? Just as Xia Shuning was about to nod, they suddenly heard the voice of the little phoenix. I can't believe Zhuo Zhiheng's life was so short. He sacrificed himself before turning 30. She suddenly looked up at Zhuo Zhiheng across from her, her eyes showing a hint of shock. Not yet 30. Doesn't that mean there are less than 2 years left? Xia Shuning asked in confusion. How come I didn't know you could tell fortunes? Little Phoenix explained, because you took his heart's blood, I was able to see his fate. And also, everyone, Xia Shuning is asking for bookshelf editions, 5-star reviews, and free gifts. You can exchange with her for gossip. Little Phoenix said, also, you should quickly check the wound on his left chest. It's a bit serious. Xia Shuning's heart tightened, and she asked softly, What's serious? Little Phoenix's voice mixed with the rhythm of the wheels. When you took his heart's blood, you attracted the Qingluan's fire. His mortal body can't handle it. If it's not treated, he will die sooner. Xia Shuning grabbed Little Phoenix by the neck. Why didn't you say this earlier? Little Phoenix casually replied, If I hadn't mentioned the heart's blood then, you would have been the one to die. If you die, I'm done for too. Xia Shuning pushed Little Phoenix into the Qingluan's fire array. You go in there and reflect. Little Phoenix began to wail and angrily scolded Xia Shuning. You forget your loyalty for beauty. Xia Shuning pressed her lips together, her gaze landing on Zhuo Zhiheng, and calmly said, Zhuo Tuan, I need to check the infection on your left chest wound. Zhuo Zhiheng stiffened and politely refused. No need. The wound is very small. Xia Shuning reached out and held his collar, raising an eyebrow. Should I help you take it off? Zhuo Zhiheng immediately straightened up, pulled his shirt out from his pants, and began to unbutton it one by one, taking off his red undershirt as well. He stood bare-chested and quietly said, Xia comrade, you can check now. Xia Shuning looked at him. His skin was slightly dark, his chest muscles firm, and his waist and abdominal muscles were well-defined. She said, Sit. The moonlight outside the train window flowed over the metal walls of the green train, shattering into pieces as the train swayed. As soon as Zhuo Zhiheng reached the edge of the bed, Xia Shuning leaned down to press on his heart. Don't move, she gently reminded him. Warm breath brushed against Zhuo Zhiheng's chest. Xia Shuning's fingertips glided over his taut chest, and through his skin, she could see the flame pattern on his left chest. It was the mark of the Qingluan's tail feather, faintly glowing red beneath the skin. Xia Shuning's expression grew serious as her fingertip lightly touched the flame pattern. It felt warm but had a strange burning sensation. She whispered to Little Phoenix, It really is the mark of the Qingluan's fire. Zhuo Zhiheng lowered his head, his shoulders tense, struggling to resist the urge to hold her finger down. Xia Shuning searched her mind for ancient texts she had read. How do we solve this? The Little Phoenix weakly replied, Balance of yin and yang, you need to. Well, you know. Upon hearing this, Xia Shuning's gaze slowly dropped. She looked from Zhuo Zhiheng's high nose, to his thin lips, then to his collarbone and further down. Seeing him sitting there, his abs were tight, and his V-line disappeared into his waistband. Zhuo Zhiheng sensed her gaze and felt his throat dry and his face warm. The train suddenly entered a tunnel, amplifying his breathing at least 3 times. Xia Shuning continued to press the Little Phoenix. Stop being silly. Is there another way? Her fingertip lingered on the flame mark, feeling hotter than coal. The Little Phoenix replied weakly, I haven't thought of anything else yet.
But
Xia Shuning's eyes narrowed dangerously. The Little Phoenix hesitated. If he gets hurt, you will also be affected. Xia Shuning tightly grabbed its tail feathers. Can you just say it all at once? The Little Phoenix flapped its wings in frustration. I just found out. You drank his heart's blood. Now your fates are linked. If he gets hurt, you get hurt. If he dies, you die. So, What was the point of drinking his heart's blood? It would have been better if you both just, well, you know. Be quiet. Xia Shuning pulled out a green thread to cover the little phoenix's mouth. She would no longer trust the little phoenix. It was just one problem after another. Zhuo, I'm done checking. Xia Shuning's voice was a bit low. Zhuo Zhiheng turned away and quickly got dressed. Xia Shuning thought for a long time. This problem couldn't be solved right now, so she needed to tell Zhuo Zhiheng. She bit her lip, feeling guilty. Zhuo, I'm sorry. Today I was in a hurry to detoxify myself, and there was an accident when I took your heart's blood. She paused and said firmly, Don't worry, I will take responsibility. Zhuo Zhiheng's body stiffened, his eyes darkened. I'm the man. I should be the one to say that. He stood still, clenched his teeth, and closed his eyes. Xia, if you need me, I can take responsibility, but I'm not really suited for you. Zhuo Zhiheng's voice was hoarse. Since I put on this military uniform, I never intended to take it off. I might come back missing limbs, or I might only return with a notice of my death. His tone suddenly became stern. You are still young. You shouldn't live in fear day and night. Xia Shuning raised her eyebrows, realizing he misunderstood her. She was about to explain that she meant taking responsibility for detoxifying. But seeing Zhuo Zhiheng's serious expression, she seemed to smell the gunpowder of the battlefield. At that moment, Xia Shuning also struggled to find the right words to say. She nodded and softly said, Zhuo, I'm hungry. Zhuo Zhiheng immediately replied, I'll get you some food right away. Before long, he brought 2 large bowls of steaming noodles, topped with bright red chili oil. Fresh green vegetables were arranged around the bowl, filling the air with a delicious aroma. Comrade Xia, enjoy your noodles, he said, pushing a bowl in front of her. Xia Shuning nodded in thanks. She was so tired that day and felt very hungry now. Xia Shuning sat at the small table, picked up a chopstick full of noodles, and brought it to her mouth. They were chewy and tasty. Suddenly, she noticed a perfectly fried golden egg hidden under her noodles, while Zhuo Zhiheng's bowl had none. She glanced at him, but he was focused on his noodles, as if nothing had happened. Zhuo Zhiheng quickly finished his meal, and seeing Xia Shuning still eating slowly, he got up to wash his bowl. When he returned, Xia Shuning was still at the small table, eating with her head down, her cheeks slightly flushed, and a light sweat on her forehead. When she looked up, Zhuo Zhiheng noticed her irritation and unhappiness. He asked, Can't finish? Xia Shuning nodded with noodles in her mouth. The bowl was so large it could practically hold fish. She had struggled to eat just over half. Zhuo Zhiheng reached over, took her chopsticks, pulled the bowl closer, and said, Let me help. He quickly finished the remaining noodles. Xia Shuning rubbed her round belly in discomfort, saying, I won't need to eat tomorrow. She looked at Zhuo Zhiheng's flat stomach with a hint of jealousy. Where did all his noodles go? Why was she the only one with a full belly? Zhuo Zhiheng felt her gaze, his ears turning slightly red, and he cleared his throat, saying, It's almost time to turn off the lights. Hurry and wash up. Before he finished speaking, he took his bowl and utensils and went out. When Zhuo Zhiheng returned after washing up, he found Xia Shuning combing her hair by the window. The sleeves of her shirt had slipped down, revealing her fair wrists. His throat felt dry as he bent down to grab the military water bottle from the small table. Unexpectedly, he noticed Xia Shuning's bare feet. Her slender ankles and soft, pale soles caught his attention. Gulp. Zhuo Zhiheng lifted the water bottle and took a few big swigs, his Adam's apple moving noticeably as water dripped down his chin. Xia Shuning looked up and saw him swallowing. She asked with concern, Zhuo, are you very thirsty? Let me check your pulse. Are you thirsty, everyone? Add to your bookshelf, give 5-star reviews, send free gifts, and Xia Shuning will treat everyone to spring water. Xia Shuning worried that the flame mark on Zhuo Zhiheng's left chest was causing his unusual condition. Hearing this, Zhuo Zhiheng froze. He quietly explained, No need. The noodles tonight are a bit salty. Xia Shuning nodded, deciding not to say more. If it wasn't because of the flame mark, then it didn't concern her. Zhuo Zhiheng turned and went out. After a while, He returned with a piece of army green canvas. He held up the fabric and asked Xia Shuning, "Comrade Xia, can I help you put up a bed curtain?" Xia Shuning thought that with a bed curtain, she would have private space, making it easier to take things from her space. She nodded. "Thank you, Zhuo." Zhuo Zhiheng worked quickly and finished in about 10 minutes. Once the bed curtain was up, it created a separate private space. Xia Shuning lay on the bed and pulled the curtain. She trusted Zhuo Zhiheng's character and believed he wouldn't easily pull back the curtain. She quickly entered her space. Zhuo Zhiheng lay on the bed, thinking he had been careless and should have helped Comrade Xia set up the bed curtain as soon as they got on the vehicle. Xia Shuning was soaking in a jujube wood bathtub, and a little phoenix was blowing warm air to help dry her hair. She was considering what remedy to use to resolve Zhuo Zhiheng's flame mark, as she didn't like owing others. Suddenly, Xia Shuning felt some movement from the bronze statue and the red jade pendant in her space. She quickly got dressed and brought the bronze statue next to the Qinghuan Li Huarui. In an instant, both the Qinghuan Li Huarui and the red jade pendant lit up, sending a red beam of light soaring into the sky. Xia Shuning was shocked. She saw that the bronze statue in the Mist City Museum had reds flashing wildly. At the same time, the bronze statue in her hand also had a red, flashing in the same spot, as if it was about to leave the space. The little phoenix anxiously said, "Your bronze statue is about to be taken." Xia Shuning scoffed, "Once it's in my hands, who would dare to take it?" She took out a Zhuke silver needle, its tip stained with Zhuo Zhiheng's blood. Using the blood-stained Zhuke silver needle, Xia Shuning fiercely stabbed at the red, on the back of the bronze statue.
Ah!
A scream echoed, sounding somewhat like someone from Sakura country. Xia Shuning happily said it worked. The sound of glass shattering came from the Mist City Museum. This was Xia Shuning using her fire abilities to burn away the restrictions set by the sorcerer from Sakura country on the artifacts in Huagua. As the blue flames enveloped the Mist City Museum, another bronze statue arrived in Xia Shuning's hands. She exchanged for a 3D print and first printed a replica of the bronze statue to return to the Mist City Museum. Immediately, Xia Shuning retrieved all the artifacts from the Fog City Museum back into her space. She spent more than half of her remaining currency to 3D print replicas of the artifacts, leaving the replicas in the museum instead of the originals. Thousands of miles away, in a secret room in Sakura country, candlelight illuminated a sinister face. A man dressed in black robes held a mirror engraved with cherry blossoms, a cold smile on his lips. He muttered to himself, "A mere person from Huagua dares to stop me from seizing treasures. How foolish." He bit his fingertip, letting his blood drop onto the mirror's surface, grinning as he threw the mirror. Bakia cherrywood mirror.
Go.
Countless cherry pink threads shot out from the mirror, swirling toward the bronze statue and the red jade ornament in Xia Shuning's hands. The man arrogantly declared, "Once I reclaim the bronze statue and the red jade ornament, the fortune of Huagua will belong to my Sakura country."
Ha ha ha.
Just as he reveled in his arrogance, Xia Shuning scoffed, clapping her hands in the air. Smack! 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 Dare to plot against me? The man's smile froze, several handprint marks appearing on his face as he roared, "Who dares to hit me?" Xia Shuning slapped him again, then flicked her fingers, sending a drop of blood from Zhu Zhiheng. The blood bead struck the Bakia cherrywood mirror, and a pure flame enveloped the mirror, instantly turning the cherry pink threads to ashes. Xia Shuning snatched the Bakia cherrywood mirror, shook it in her hand, and declared into the void, "Bakia cherrywood mirror, I've got it. It's mine."
Ha ha ha.
A cheerful voice from a small phoenix chimed in, "Bakia cherrywood mirror, the national treasure of Sakura country, the frame carved from a 1,000-year-old cherry tree." Xia Shuning scolded, "Be quiet. You're so noisy. What's happening?" The man's pupils shrank as he looked at his empty hands, still in shock. Xia Shuning took out the Zhuke whip, flicked her wrist, and the whip struck the man from Sakura country hard. He felt a sweetness in his throat and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he staggered and fell heavily to the ground. Xia Shuning had broken his ribs with just one strike. Not caring whether he was down or not, she swung the whip repeatedly. The candlelight in the secret room suddenly went out, leaving only the man's pained groans in the darkness. No, it can't be. The Yachi cherry wood mirror was taken by people from Huagua. It's a national treasure of Sakura country. It has a cherry blossom seal on it. The sorcerer from Sakura country endured great pain, bit his tongue, and spat out a mouthful of black blood. He used both hands to create complex cherry blossom symbols, trying to forcibly summon back the Yachi cherry wood mirror. Xia Shuning felt the Yachi cherry wood mirror shaking violently in her hands. Suddenly, cherry blossoms appeared on the mirror's surface, looking very strange. She felt a heaviness in her chest and a metallic taste in her throat. Xia Shuning sneered. What I took is mine. You think you can take it back? Dream on. She bit her fingertip, mixing her blood with Zhuo Zhiheng's heart's blood, and drew 3 fire symbols on the mirror's surface. Qingwan fire, break. A blue flame shot towards the mirror, and the wood grain on the Yachi cherry wood mirror made a loud cracking sound, followed by the sound of a phoenix crying. The sorcerer from Sakura country suddenly covered his ears and screamed, blood pouring from his ears. He looked in horror at the blue flame pattern appearing on his wrist. Baka, my Yachi cherry wood mirror. Before he could finish, a blue flame surrounded him. Ah! He let out a piercing scream filled with despair and unwillingness as the flames burned his skin. In the end, the blue flames completely consumed him until he turned to blue ash. Xia Shuning watched the cherry blossoms on the Yachi cherry wood mirror emotionlessly as they transformed into blue flame patterns. The little phoenix happily said, with the Qingwan flame patterns, the Yachi cherry wood mirror is yours, and no one can take it away. Xia Shuning looked at the mirror, which reflected the map of Sakura country. A smile appeared on her lips. It's time to settle scores. She picked a landmark and threw a blue fireball. Inside a shrine in Sakura country, a sacred tree that had been worshipped for 1,000 years suddenly caught fire, and 4 charred words appeared in the ashes. Playing with fire leads to self-destruction. As Xia Shuning selected a few more landmarks to throw more fireballs, the mirror suddenly indicated insufficient wood energy. Humph! She snorted, still wanting to play more. The little phoenix looked at the map on the mirror and curiously asked, what place is that? Why are there so many supplies? Do you want to join Shuning in using the Yachi cherry wood mirror to set off fireworks? Add to your bookshelf, leave a 5-star review, and get free gifts. The Yachi cherry wood mirror will set off fireworks for you. Xia Shuning lightly slid her fingertip across the mirror's surface, zooming in on that area. After a moment, she said to the little phoenix, that should be the treasury of Sakura country. As she spoke, Xia Shuning snapped her fingers towards the mirror, and the landmark of the Sakura country treasury suddenly lit up. Once I gather enough wooden treasures, I'll use the 8-path cherry wood mirror to build a teleportation array across the sea and empty the treasury of the cherry blossom kingdom. She then traced her finger along the bug-shaped map of the cherry blossom kingdom, pointing out several major ports. All the containers in those ports will be mine too. Xia Shuning yawned. It had been a day full of injuries, battles, and treasure hunting, and she was feeling quite tired. With the bed curtain, she didn't want to force herself to sleep in the bunk bed. Even the soft sleeper wasn't as comfortable as the big bed in her space. She couldn't bear any extra discomfort. When Xia Shuning woke up, a staff member was pushing a food cart down the hallway, and the aluminum trays clinked together, making a crisp sound. She quickly moved from the big bed in her space back to the bunk bed and lifted a corner of the bed curtain. Morning light was slanting across Zhuo Zhiheng's sharply defined profile. He sat on the opposite bunk, his military uniform crisp, with a Type 54 pistol resting on his lap. He pressed the magazine release button and the magazine slid out. With a push of his left hand, a pile of scattered parts quickly spread across the velvet surface. Zhuo Ziheng carefully reassembled each piece, wiping them gently. Good morning, Captain Zhuo, Xia Shuning said, rubbing her eyes as she sat up. The collar of her shirt slipped down to her collarbone, revealing a small red birthmark. Zhuo Zhiheng paused his cleaning and quietly replied, Good morning, Comrade Xia. He tucked the gun back into his waistband and said, "I'll go get breakfast." After that, he stood up and headed straight for the food cart. Xia Shuning didn't have time to say that she didn't want breakfast. She pulled the bed curtain closed and quickly returned to her space to wash up. After coming out, Xia Shuning picked up her toiletries, planning to take a stroll to the washroom to make it look like she was busy. Just as she opened the carriage door, she saw the train conductor, Jing, standing at the entrance with a brand new sheet in her arms, ready to knock. When Jing saw Xia Shuning, her sweet smile immediately faded. She glanced inside and noticed the green tofu block on Zhuo Zhiheng's bed, realizing he was not there. Then, she spotted the bed curtain hanging at Xia Shuning's bunk and, without thinking, scolded sharply, "Comrade Xia, who allowed you to hang a bed curtain on the train? Do you think this is your home? You're damaging public property." Xia Shuning raised her chin defiantly. "Which rule on the train states that hanging bed curtains is not allowed?" Jing glared at Xia Shuning, her eyes sharp as if they could pierce through her, and angrily declared, "There are no rules about it, but as the train conductor, I say no bed curtains are allowed on my train." "I can't stand it." Xia Shuning smiled slyly. "If you can't stand it, then you should just leave. Your rules mean nothing. I want to hang it up." Then, she pretended to be curious and asked, "When we get to the capital, I want to ask the Railway Bureau if this train belongs to someone named Guo." Jing stared at Xia Shuning in anger and surprise, not expecting her to make such an accusation. She dryly explained, "Of course, this is a public train." Xia Shuning said with a half-smile, "Well, since it's a public train, what's wrong with me hanging a curtain as a passenger?" Jing opened and closed her mouth, no longer daring to act like the train conductor, afraid of being accused again by Xia Shuning. At that moment, she saw Zhuo Zhiheng coming back with a breakfast tray, and an idea popped into her head. Jing turned to Zhuo Zhiheng, looking at him gently. "Zhuo, look, Comrade Xia is hanging a curtain on the train. This is totally a capitalist move." Zhuo Zhiheng's deep voice replied, "I hung the curtain." Jing froze, feeling embarrassed, her face changing colors as she stammered, "Then go ahead and hang it." After saying that, she grabbed the sheet and hurriedly left. Xia Shuning watched her retreating figure, feeling a bit speechless. With such fighting spirit, why provoke her? Zhuo Zhiheng placed the items from the aluminum tray onto the small table. Xia Shuning took her toiletries and wandered around the washroom, wetting her items before returning. She sat on the bed, took a steamed bun from the tray, broke half of it, and started to eat, feeling a bit hoarse. Whenever she stayed up late, she lost her appetite in the morning, and looking at the thin porridge on the tray made her a bit worried. Zhuo Zhiheng noticed she had only eaten half a bun and wouldn't touch the porridge, remembering that she didn't like porridge for breakfast. He quietly finished the remaining porridge and bun on the tray and took it back to the dining car. After resting for a while, Xia Shuning went to help Professor Lee with acupuncture. As she passed through a carriage, a young man in a green military uniform caught a glimpse of her profile and instinctively called out, "Shuning?" When he turned to look closely, Xia Shuning had already disappeared, and he stared longingly at the end of the corridor. "Minan, what are you looking at?" A pretty girl gently shook Su Minan's arm. Su Minan's mind flashed with the image of Xia Shuning's fair and beautiful face, and he felt overwhelmed with longing, his expression growing more melancholic. He must have seen it wrong. How could Shuning be on the train? He really wanted to go to the northwest, where his Shuning was still struggling. Su Minan felt dazed, but he maintained a gentle expression and quietly said, "I wasn't looking at anything. I just mistook someone." He picked up the thermos and gently said to the girl, Jing, "You rest here while I go get some water." Jing nodded softly and replied, "Thank you, Minan. You go get the water, and I'll check the dining car for something to eat." As soon as Su Minan's figure disappeared, Jing's expression darkened. She had noticed first that a beautiful girl passed by outside the carriage. However, she didn't expect that Su Minan, who usually kept his distance from other girls, would be staring at the back of this beautiful girl, looking lost. Jing searched each carriage in the direction where Xia Shuning had disappeared, asking along the way. A girl as pretty as that was rare, and she believed that any passenger who saw her would not forget. After finishing acupuncture for Professor Lee, Xia Shuning was walking from the carriage where the sentry was stationed to the regular carriage. She noticed that many passengers looked at her, exchanged glances, and began to point and whisper. Xia Shuning raised an eyebrow. Everything seemed normal when she passed by earlier, and she walked this way every day. This was the first time she encountered such a situation. As she was puzzled, she suddenly heard a pretty girl in the next carriage ask, "Excuse me, have you seen a girl wearing a white shirt and black pants, carrying a green bag? She's very fair and beautiful." Someone asked, "What do you need her for?" The pretty girl replied, "She took my wallet." Everyone, I hope Xia Shuning deals with Jing in a spectacular way. Please add to your bookshelf, give 5-star reviews, and send free gifts. Passengers were discussing, "You should return a found wallet. How can you just take it? I heard she's a beautiful girl. It's surprising that someone with such a pretty face could have a dark heart." "Excuse me, how much money did you lose? Do you want to report it to the train police? Isn't she the girl who passes by our carriage every morning? I've never seen a prettier girl since I got on." Xia Shuning scanned the faces of everyone speaking, quietly taking something and slipping it into Jing's bag. Jing maintained a friendly smile, but her eyes flashed with pride. She knew someone must have seen that beautiful girl. She was determined to find her and wanted to see what kind of stunning beauty could capture Su Minan's attention so completely. "Excuse me, is the girl you're looking for the one behind you?" Jing suddenly turned her head, her eyes filled with surprise. The girl in front of her had beautiful almond-shaped eyes, willow-like brows, and a cherry-red mouth, with skin as white as a peeled egg. Not only was she pretty, but her figure was also quite nice. She had a subtle expression, unsure how much Xia Shuning had taken in. Jing extended her hand and said gently, "Hello, my name is Jing. It's nice to meet you. May I ask your name?" Xia Shuning did not reach out her hand and asked with a half-smile, "I heard you were looking for me, saying I took your wallet. Is that true?" Jing realized she couldn't brush it off. She calmly explained, "That was a misunderstanding. Please don't take it to heart." Xia Shuning raised her hand and slapped Jing. The loud smack left everyone stunned. She coldly laughed and asked, "I'm the one who's misunderstood. What right do you have to tell me not to worry?" The passengers snapped back to reality, angrily scolding Xia Shuning. "How could you take someone else's wallet and hit them? Call the police." Jing, with a handprint on her face, quickly intervened, saying in a good-natured tone, "No need to call the police. It's all a misunderstanding." She still did not clarify the situation for Xia Shuning. Smack. Smack. Xia Shuning slapped Jing twice more. 2 symmetrical handprints appeared on Jing's face, and she could taste blood in her mouth, a metallic flavor. Xia Shuning's sparkling almond eyes fixed on Jing, her lips curling into a meaningful smile. "These slaps are all misunderstandings. You shouldn't take them to heart." Jing's face turned red with shock and anger. She hadn't expected Xia Shuning to be so beautiful and so fierce. At that moment, the train officer arrived and asked sternly, "Who took someone else's wallet and hit them?" All the passengers pointed at Xia Shuning. Jing's eyes flashed with malice as she pointed at Xia Shuning and said vaguely to the officer, "She might be going through something difficult. I won't hold it against her." It seemed she was admitting to the wallet theft while also mentioning being hit by Xia Shuning. Other passengers, frustrated, exclaimed, "Oh dear. Miss, you're too soft-hearted." The train officer, experienced and wise, did not take just one side's word, as various incidents happen on trains every day. He asked Xia Shuning seriously, "Comrade, do you have anything to say?" Xia Shuning pointed at Jing and said to the officer, "I report this lady for stealing a passenger's wallet and framing me." Everyone instinctively checked their wallets. "Oh no! My money is gone. My money was hidden in my shoe. How could it be gone? Mine is missing too? My money was sewn into my underwear, but it seems to be gone." Jing covered her mouth, her eyes wide in disbelief. I didn't steal the wallet." The train officer said to Jing and Xia Shuning, "May I check your bags now?" Sure. Xia Shuning confidently took off her bag and handed it to the officer. Jing hesitated for a moment, feeling the eyes of everyone on her bag. She trembled and took off her bag, about to hand it to the officer. Xia Shuning quietly poked her with a needle. With a thud, Jing's bag fell to the ground, spilling out several wallets, some wrapped in red paper, some tied with strings, some secured with rubber bands, and some wrapped in handkerchiefs. Jing's eyes widened, and she slumped to the ground, her face pale. It's not me, I didn't steal. This is a misunderstanding. No one paid her any attention as the passengers who lost money rushed forward to collect their belongings. My money! My money! My money! The train officer clapped his hands and said sternly, Everyone, please step back. Those who lost money should register first. You can claim your money after verification. No grabbing, or you'll be in trouble. Xia Shuning added with a smile. It seems she moved through many carriages. She might not have stolen all this money from this one. Passengers pointed at Jing, complaining, I never thought thieves today are so clever, pretending to look for a wallet to steal. She looked so sincere. I really thought she lost her wallet. I even helped her blame that pretty lady, and she stole my wallet? You can't tell right from wrong. You deserve to lose your wallet. When will I get my money back? The train officer nodded, opened Xia Shuning's bag, and checked inside, finding 1,000 yuan. The onlookers were stunned. Who carries that much cash these days? The officer asked Xia Shuning, Is this your money? Xia Shuning nodded. Yes, it's all mine. Seeing she was losing control of the situation, Jing decided to drag Xia Shuning down with her to create confusion. She shouted, She must have stolen that money. How could she have so much? Xia Shuning replied with a smirk, This is my consultation fee that I just received. Officer, you can confirm with passenger Tom Chen. I treated him, and he paid me. The officer nodded and told everyone, This 1,000 yuan definitely isn't yours. It has a strong medicinal smell, just like the scent in this lady's bag. Those who don't believe can come over and take a whiff. Some passengers approached and sniffed. Wow, it really smells strongly of medicine. Xia Shuning then pointed at Jing and said to the train officer, She has slandered me multiple times. I need her to compensate me for my damaged reputation and publicly apologize to me over the train's intercom. Jing took a deep breath. She couldn't apologize over the intercom, especially not in front of Su Minan. She retorted, I did not slander her. It's true that she hit me, and I said I wouldn't hold it against her. Xia Shuning smiled wickedly. She slandered me by saying I took her wallet. Passengers from other carriages can testify to that. Officer, you can take her to investigate each carriage for evidence. Jing felt a surge of anger, wishing she could tear Xia Shuning apart right then and there. She glared at her and warned, Don't go too far. I haven't even brought up the fact that you slapped me. Friends, Shuning needs your support with likes, 5-star reviews, and free gifts to let her know whether to let Jing off the hook. Xia Shuning laughed, her eyes filled with malice. But I want to hold you accountable. She emphasized her words, speaking slowly, compensation and a public apology. Both are necessary. Jing clenched her teeth, her hand shaking as she pointed at Xia Shuning. She had never been so humiliated and wanted to make her pay. At that moment, Tom Chen rushed out and said to the officer, I can also vouch for this comrade Xia. The cash she has is the consultation fee I just paid her. He then opened his wallet, took out a piece of paper, and handed it to the officer. This is my withdrawal receipt, and I noted the ticket number. The money I withdrew is all in sequence. Tom Chen had just stopped Xia Shuning outside Professor Li's carriage, spending 1,000 yuan to buy a strong heart-saving pill for his father. The officer verified the ticket number on the receipt and immediately returned Xia Shuning's bag to her. He publicly praised her. Comrade Xia, you have high awareness and vigilance. On behalf of the organization, I thank you for bravely reporting the thief and helping to recover the passengers' financial losses. The passengers in the carriage applauded Xia Shuning, their eyes filled with admiration, whispering, She makes 1,000 yuan just for one consultation. How could she possibly steal? Some people are so shameless, accusing others while being guilty themselves. Looks reflect the heart. She's ugly and has a bad heart, probably jealous that Comrade Xia is prettier than her. Jing's teeth were chattering, and tears rolled down her red eyes as she whispered, "Minan, where are you? Please come and save me." The train officer pointed at Jing and asked Xia Shuning, "She has slandered you. How much do you want for compensation to settle this?" Xia Shuning looked at Jing with a mocking gaze and softly replied, "Compensate me 418 yuan. Jing's eyes widened in disbelief, and she shouted, "She never stole my wallet. How could she know that I have exactly 418 yuan in it?" She was determined to drag Xia Shuning down with her. If Xia Shuning also had theft accusations against her, her beauty would distract others from noticing her. Xia Shuning shook her head and warned, "If you keep accusing me, the compensation amount will increase." Jing was furious, pointing at the leather wallet on the ground and said, "That's my wallet. If you don't believe me, open it and see. It has exactly 418 yuan, no more, no less." Xia Shuning turned to the train officer and said, "Please open it now. If it's not 418 yuan, I want all the money and tickets in her wallet as compensation." The train officer asked Jing, "Are you sure you want to open it?
You heard what Xia said.
If it's not 418 yuan, you'll have to compensate her for everything." Jing remembered counting her money that morning and nodded confidently. "If it's not 418 yuan, I will give her all the money and tickets in my wallet." After saying that, she glared at Xia Shuning, determined to settle the score. Passengers urged, "Officer, hurry up. Open it." The officer, under the eager gazes of the crowd, opened Jing's wallet, took out all the money and tickets, counted them aloud. Cash 438 yuan. 38 tickets. Jing was in shock, pulling her hair in frustration. "No.
This can't be.
How can it be 438 yuan? I counted it was 418 yuan." The officer handed the 438 yuan and 38 tickets to Xia Shuning, looking at Jing disapprovingly. "You must be honest." Xia Shuning took the money, leaned closer to Jing, and said slowly, "I took all the money and tickets." The officer announced loudly to the passengers, "I will take her to another carriage for further investigation to see if anyone else has lost money." He pointed to the notebook and reminded, "Passengers who lost money must leave their contact information here. We will verify and return it." Then, he told Xia Shuning, "After the investigation, we will arrange for her to apologize to you over the intercom." Xia Shuning expressed her gratitude in a very understanding way. "Thank you for your hard work, officer." The officer escorted Jing, confirming one by one in carriages 4 and 5 whether she had slandered Xia Shuning and if any passengers had lost money. Jing kept her head down. Since she was born, her father had been a high-ranking military officer. She had never even heard a harsh word, let alone publicly apologize. Her mind was buzzing, imagining Su Minan coming to her rescue, proving her innocence and confronting Xia Shuning. But Su Minan seemed to have vanished with his thermos. Speaking of Su Minan, he went to the carriage connection to get water. He accidentally saw a female passenger getting off who looked very much like Xia Shuning. Unable to help himself, he chased after her, but lost her on the platform and then bumped into a thief stealing a passenger's wallet. Being a soldier, Su Minan quickly dropped his thermos and bravely went after the thief. An hour later, the train's announcement rang out, "Hello, fellow passengers. I am Jing from carriage 3. This morning, I mistakenly told passengers in carriages 4 and 5 that Comrade Xia Shuning took my wallet and did not return it. This is not true. I was wrong. I sincerely apologize to Comrade Xia Shuning. I also apologize to the passengers whose journeys I disrupted. Please forgive me, and I ask everyone to supervise my correction." After the announcement, Jing learned from the officer that her companion Su Minan had gone after the thief and missed this train, having just boarded the next one. She could have paid a fine to avoid punishment, but all her money and ticket had gone to Xia Shuning, and Su Minan was not there. Now she had two choices. One was to reach the final destination, where the officer would hand her over to the station police. The other was to get off at the next stop, where the officer would hand her over to the police there. Jing felt too embarrassed to stay on the train, so she chose to get off at the next stop and wait for the police to contact Su Minan to help her pay the fine. And Su Minan missed the last chance to meet Xia Shuning before their wedding. Zhuo Zhiheng had just finished questioning the man in black and returned to the carriage to grab a cup of water when he heard Jing's apology over the train's announcement. He looked across to see Xia Shuning, one hand holding a bronze figurine and the other twisting a needle, focused on practicing acupuncture. Sunlight streamed through the curtain gaps, illuminating Xia Shuning's fair skin, which glowed like pearls. Zhuo Zhiheng swallowed hard, hesitated, and finally couldn't help but ask softly, "Comrade Xia, is someone causing you trouble again?" Based on what he knows about Xia Shuning, she would never provoke anyone on her own. Xia Shuning nodded and casually said, "It's already taken care of." Zhuo Zhiheng pressed his lips together, finished his drink, and quietly said, "I have a mission tonight and won't return to the compartment. Lock the door." "Okay, stay safe," Xia Shuning replied, still focused on making small figures. As soon as Zhuo Zhiheng left, Xia Shuning locked the door, drew the curtain, and quickly entered her space. The space was full of energy, with food and drink available. She practiced the Tai divine needle on the bronze statue, making rapid progress. Time passed without her noticing. Suddenly, Xia Shuning felt a shift in her heart. She picked up the yaki cherrywood mirror and looked into it. Oh? Something's happening. Dear readers, if you are satisfied with how Xia Shuning dealt with Jing, please add her to your bookshelf and give a 5-star review. Free gifts will encourage her to keep working hard. Xia Shuning carefully observed the mirror. The image showed the train she was on. On top of the 7th carriage, where Professor Lee was sitting, several men in black were sneaking around with large industrial scissors. She smiled and said, "Wow. Merit points are coming to me." Xia Shuning quickly exited the space. She didn't plan to inform Zhuo Zhiheng. She preferred to act alone. With no one around, it was easier for her to fight. Outside the train window, it was completely dark. Xia Shuning took out her plum blossom watch and checked the time. 3:45 a.m. She stepped out of the train door into a pitch-black corridor, with only the safety indicator lights casting a faint red glow. She quietly walked towards the connection between the carriages, preparing to climb onto the roof. Just as Xia Shuning was about to leap up, she sensed something nearby. The Zhuke crossbow fired directly, and she heard a thud. At that moment, Zhuo Zhiheng suddenly appeared, pulling her into his arms as a bullet grazed his shoulder and hit the wall. When he released her, his fingertips still held the warmth from her waist. "Comrade Xia, the agents have guns. It's too dangerous. You should go back to the compartment." Xia Shuning turned to Zhuo Zhiheng and calmly said, "In the 7th carriage, there's Professor Lee and the foreign expert team. If the agents succeed..." Zhuo Zhiheng understood. If something happened to Professor Lee, the core research team for China's nuclear missile program would be lost, delaying the Mushroom Cloud project by at least 5 years. Moreover, if anything happened to the foreign experts in China, international opinion would put China in a difficult position. Xia Shuning added, "There are still over 100 ordinary passengers on the train, including the elderly and children." Zhuo Zhiheng interrupted her, his voice firm like a soldier's. "I am a soldier. It is my duty to protect them. We're running out of time. They have already cut 3 bolts." Xia Shuning said seriously, "You know my skills. We need to work together."
All right.
Zhuo Zhiheng looked at her deeply, clenching his jaw. "Stay behind me." But Xia Shuning shook her head. "No, you draw their fire and I'll go around from the roof." Seeing his frown, she quickly explained, "I move quietly and I'm a smaller target." Zhuo Zhiheng took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Take care." The two split up, and in an instant, Xia Shuning disappeared into the shadows on the roof. Zhuo Zhiheng gripped his gun tightly and strode toward the connection between the 7th and 6th carriages. His military boots made a faint creaking sound on the floor, catching the attention of the enemy. "Stop!" A voice called from the darkness. Zhuo Zhiheng pressed forward, using the moonlight to see the large scissors in the enemy's hand. He suddenly dodged, a bullet whizzing past his ear and leaving a smoking hole in the carriage wall. At the same time, two muffled sounds came from the roof. Xia Shuning lay flat on the roof, feeling the vibrations through the metal. She heard fighting below, knowing Zhuo Zhiheng was holding off the enemy. Suddenly, a glint of metal came at her from the side. Xia Shuning twisted her body, and the crossbow bolt struck the enemy's wrist with precision. The enemy screamed, dropping the knife onto the roof with a sharp clang. "Someone is climbing up from behind," Zhuo Zhiheng's voice called from below. Xia Shuning quickly shot another arrow, producing another muffled sound. Her points increased rapidly. From her vantage point, she noticed the bolts connecting the 7th and 6th carriages were almost severed.
"Coupler,"
Xia Shuning warned sharply as the coupler between the two carriages began to separate.
"Ha ha ha.
You're finished." A man in black, with a heart wound, laughed while coughing up blood. In a critical moment, Xia Shuning leaped down from the roof. Her military shoes sparked against the metal as she swung into the carriage connection. Xia Shuning quickly pulled out wire gloves and a steel rope from her space, threading the rope through the coupler. This steel rope could withstand at least 2 tons of force. When Zhuo Zhiheng looked up, his pupils constricted sharply. He saw Xia Shuning gripping the steel rope tightly, her knuckles turning pale from the strain. He couldn't see her wire gloves and mistakenly thought she was holding the sharp wire rope with bare hands. 3 seconds.
"Hold on,"
he shouted at her with bloodshot eyes. Gunshots rang out continuously as Zhuo Zhiheng wanted to quickly deal with the remaining attackers in black and go help Xia Shuning. Suddenly, Xia Shuning let out a muffled groan as the wire rope tightened in her gloves, causing her palm to throb with pain. Zhuo Zhiheng's neck muscles tensed up, and he wanted to shout for her to let go. But he was a soldier. In the 7th carriage, there was Professor, Li, and foreign experts. In the 8th carriage, there were instruments from the Northwest testing site which 7 little soldiers had risked their lives to bring back from the Lop Nur. From the back of the carriage, the sound of a baby crying could be heard. Zhuo Zhiheng swallowed the words, "let go," that almost escaped his lips, his eyes brimming with tears. Just as he controlled the last attacker in the carriage, he heard Xia Shuning softly call out, "Okay." Xia Shuning had secured the car hook with a wire rope, temporarily eliminating the risk of derailment for carriage 7. Zhuo Zhiheng rushed towards Xia Shuning and grabbed her wrist. "Let me see." Before he could finish, he saw a shadow lunging at Xia Shuning from behind, a cold glint aimed at her back. "Watch out." Zhuo Zhiheng turned and pushed Xia Shuning aside just in time. The sharp knife pierced his left shoulder, instantly soaking his green shirt with blood. Sakura Empire. At the same time, Xia Shuning threw a scalpel, piercing the attacker's throat and pinning him against the wall with a "dig deep" slogan. Xia Shuning was about to turn around to check Zhuo Zhiheng's wound when a sudden pain shot through her left shoulder, and her shirt began to stain with blood. Looking down, she saw that her wound was in the exact same spot as Zhuo Zhiheng's. Xia Shuning cursed inwardly. "Why did I get hurt too? This hurts like..." The little phoenix trembled in the space, fearing to be blamed. Zhuo Zhiheng stared in shock at the wound on Xia Shuning's shoulder. "You." He placed the last hemostatic pill in her palm, "Stop the bleeding first." His voice carried an unintentional panic. Xia Shuning looked at him in disbelief, silently took out a bottle of medicine, and poured out 2 red pills. She swallowed one and handed the other to Zhuo Zhiheng. "Take this, it's more effective." Then she took out special hemostatic powder from her space, applied some to herself, and handed it to Zhuo Zhiheng. She also had painkillers, but all painkillers would affect the speed of nerve reactions. Having formed a habit in the apocalypse, Xia Shuning didn't take painkillers. At that moment, her left shoulder was hurting so much that she couldn't think of an excuse to explain the strange scene to him. Suddenly, footsteps were heard. "Zhuotuan, help me. Can you guess who it is?" The injured Xia Shuning is asking for help, for 5-star reviews, and for free gifts. A spy in black was holding a gun to the temple of the train conductor, Jing. "Don't move or I'll shoot her." Jing's face turned pale. Seeing Zhuo Zhiheng felt like seeing a savior. "Zhuotuan, help me. Please help me." The spy, noticing the important military figure he had as a hostage, immediately started making demands. "I will count to 10. If you don't cut the steel rope in car 7, I will shoot." Zhuo Zhiheng aimed his pistol at the spy, while Xia Shuning pressed on her injured shoulder. The spy shouted at Zhuo Zhiheng, "Drop your weapon." Jing was terrified and cried out, "Zhuo Tuan, you're a soldier, and I am a civilian. It is your duty to protect me." With tears and snot all over her face, she pleaded, "Zhuo Tuan, please, put down your gun. He has a bomb." Seeing Zhuo Zhiheng's stern face and Xia Shuning protected beside him, she gritted her teeth and said to the spy, "Taking me as a hostage won't work. Zhuo Tuan doesn't care about me. He cares about that beautiful woman next to him." The spy couldn't help but glance at Xia Shuning. At that moment, Xia Shuning's crossbow shot forward. The sharp arrow grazed Jing's earlobe and struck the spy's throat, killing him instantly. She lowered her crossbow and mocked the limp Jing. "You are quite useless." Jing really did wet her pants this time. Just then, hurried footsteps were heard outside the carriage.
"Zhuo Tuan."
Guard Xiao Song rushed in with soldiers for support, just in time to see Xia Shuning shoot the spy with impressive skill. They looked at Xia Shuning with admiration. Comrade Xia's skills are among the best in the army. Zhuo Zhiheng ordered sharply, "Send a team to search the entire train and leave 1 or 2 alive." After saying that, he walked over to the spy beside Jing, tore open his clothes, and discovered that the spy had only a circle of wooden sticks tied to his chest. There were no bombs at all. Zhuo Zhiheng turned to Jing with a serious expression and asked, "How did you become the train conductor?" Jing lowered her head in shame, not daring to respond to Zhuo Zhiheng, hoping he wouldn't report her. Zhuo Zhiheng stood up, gestured to Xiao Song, and ordered, Plan 3. This meant he intended to conduct an urgent interrogation overnight. As he turned, he caught sight of Xia Shuning leaning against the car window, the moonlight illuminating her pale lips. Zhuo Zhiheng quickly approached her, blocking the view of others, gently resting his hand on her right shoulder, and quietly asked, "Can you walk?" His palm was warm, and his hoarse voice held concern. Xia Shuning nodded. "Let's go back to the compartment." Zhuo Zhiheng immediately withdrew his hand, and they walked towards the compartment one after the other. As the door locked with a click, Xia Shuning took the opportunity to grab some special medicine and bandages from her bag before Zhuo Zhiheng turned around. When he did, he only saw the small table holding the medicine and bandages. Moonlight streamed through the curtain gaps. Zhuo Zhiheng picked up the hemostatic medicine and cotton swabs, his expression serious as he said to Xia Shuning, "Xia, let me help you with the medicine. Please take off your shirt." Hearing this, Xia Shuning relaxed her furrowed brow, a mischievous glint in her eyes. She unbuttoned 2 buttons, and as the fabric slid to her collarbone, she suddenly tightened the neckline, looking teary-eyed, and said, "Zhuo, this isn't appropriate." Zhuo Zhiheng's temple throbbed, and he helplessly replied, "Stop joking." Xia Shuning, having succeeded in her prank, smiled mischievously, revealing the wound on her left shoulder. Zhuo Zhiheng paused, his fingers hovering over her shoulder, hesitating to touch her. Under the moonlight, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Xia Shuning's skin was very fair and delicate, but now it was marred. Zhuo Zhiheng gritted his teeth and gently wiped the blood from her left shoulder, his hand trembling slightly. Xia Shuning asked, "Why are you shaking? Is your left shoulder hurt too?" Zhuo Zhiheng remained silent, focusing on cleaning her wound.
"Ah!"
Xia Shuning gasped softly. It had been a long time since she had been hurt so badly. Zhuo Zhiheng immediately stopped, instinctively leaning closer to the wound and gently blowing on it. "Does it hurt a lot?" His warm breath brushed against her shoulder, causing a slight shiver. Xia Shuning shook her head, urging, "Hurry up." Zhuo Zhiheng's ears turned red, but his movements became more efficient. As he wrapped the bandages around her shoulder, his fingers occasionally brushed against her skin, making him flinch as if burned. Once he finished bandaging, he checked Xia Shuning's hands and saw only marks on her palms, no cuts, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Xia Shuning picked up the medicine and bandages, using her chin to signal Zhuo Zhiheng to expose his left shoulder wound, quickly helping him bandage it up. Zhuo Zhiheng adjusted his shirt, his dark eyes fixed on Xia Shuning. "Comrade Xia, can you tell me why I got hurt and you have the same injury?" Xia Shuning paused for a moment, half seriously explaining, "Maybe it's because I borrowed your vital energy, and after detoxifying, I experienced side effects. I don't fully understand the details yet, but I will do my best to find a solution." She glanced at the flame mark on Zhuo Zhiheng's left chest and added, "When I borrowed your vital energy, I really didn't expect this to happen. Please give me some time to prepare the antidote." Zhuo Zhiheng swallowed hard and promised, "I won't get hurt again until you make the antidote." Xia Shuning nodded and handed him a cup of special herbal tea. "Drink this. I'm feeling dizzy, so I'm going to sleep now. Good night." With that, she quickly pulled the bed curtain and slipped into her space. The little phoenix had already filled the wooden tub with special herbal tea, knowing that soaking a bit longer would help the wound heal faster. At 6 in the morning, there was a sudden knock at the door. Zhuo Zhiheng quickly got out of bed and gently opened the carriage door. "Report." Xiao Song hurriedly arrived, just about to speak. Zhuo Zhiheng immediately closed the door and made a shushing gesture. Xiao Song understood and lowered his voice, saying, "Captain Zhuo, the interrogation results are out." His gaze unintentionally drifted to Zhuo Zhiheng's collar. The usually meticulous Captain Zhuo had actually misbuttoned one of his buttons. Feeling his gaze, Zhuo Zhiheng darkened his expression and rebut-toned his shirt. In fact, Xia Shuning had already woken up. She pulled up her nightgown and checked her wound, which had healed completely without any scars. She asked the little phoenix, "Is my healing speed the same as Zhuo Zhiheng's? Do our wounds affect each other?" The little phoenix stammered, "Maybe you should check his wound later." Xia Shuning rolled her eyes at the little phoenix and teased, "You're an ancient divine beast." She drank some milk and ate an egg in her space before going to give Professor Lee acupuncture. When she returned to the carriage and was enjoying some tea, there was a knock on the carriage door. Opening the door, a young soldier stood at the entrance. After saluting, he said to Xia Shuning, "Comrade Xia, the little thief we caught wants to see you. Do you all remember who that little thief is? If you do, please add to your bookshelf, leave a 5-star review, and enjoy a free gift." Zhuo Zhiheng pressed his thin lips together. His long black eyes narrowed as he looked at her. Xia Shuning fiddled with a cotton swab, her gaze sweeping over his stern profile. The bitter smell of the ointment mixed with the gunpowder scent on him, creating a dangerous atmosphere in the somewhat stuffy carriage. What does Zhuo think a scout needs? She lightly poked his old scar on the shoulder. A good background? Zhuo Zhiheng's muscles tensed, sweat trickling down his back. "Loyalty is needed. Loyalty is trained," she said, her finger coated in ointment gliding over his ribcage. "Just like taming a wild horse, you have to feed it grass first." Zhuo Zhiheng finally looked up. "But he's not a wild horse. He's a habitual thief." Xia Shuning stepped a little closer, her breath brushing against him like a feather. "Stealing is indeed wrong. He should be punished accordingly." She paused. "But he has strong observation skills and a good memory. It would be a shame to waste such talent. He's only 13. If someone guides him correctly and disciplines him strictly, he might become a pillar of society in the future." Xia Shuning took Zhuo Zhiheng's hand and softly asked, "If he isn't lying, can we give him a choice?" Zhuo Zhiheng was silent for a moment. "I want to personally assess his observation and memory skills." Xia Shuning's eyes brightened as she smiled sweetly. "Even if he can't join the army, he could work as a civilian and catch spies. He's clever. He would do well." Zhuo Zhiheng looked at her bright, beautiful eyes, feeling his heart soften. He stepped aside slightly to create some distance. Clearing his throat to disguise his feelings, he walked with Xia Shuning toward carriage number 10. When they entered, a little boy was devouring food from an enamel bowl, crumbs of fried dough stuck to the corners of his mouth. Xia Shuning asked, "What's your name?" The boy looked up and mumbled, "Xiang Bai." Xia Shuning extended her hand toward Zhuo Zhiheng. "This soldier uncle will ask you a few questions. If you answer well, it can cover your medical expenses." Xiang Bai's eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously. Zhuo Zhiheng pulled over a chair and placed it behind Xia Shuning. You wait here for a moment. He took Xiang Bai outside for a brief walk before returning to carriage number 10. Zhuo Zhiheng pushed the enamel bowl in front of Xiang Bai and asked, "What was on the third shelf of the food cart we passed 2 minutes ago?" Xiang Bai wiped his mouth. There were 5 layers of aluminum lunchboxes, and on top was an inverted enamel bowl with a chip. Was the food cart worker wearing a watch on his left hand? He was wearing a silver mechanical watch, with the chain wrapped around twice. The boy spoke while drawing spirals on the table with his saliva. The dial has a red 5-pointed star. Zhuo Zhiheng tapped the table with his fingers. Who was sitting by the window in the 3rd row 10 minutes ago when the food cart passed by? Xiang Bai's greasy finger hovered in the air, and his eyes suddenly focused. An old farmer in a blue shirt with a patch on his right elbow, a female student wearing glasses with a fountain pen in her left chest pocket, and a woman holding a child. Stop. Zhuo Zhiheng interrupted suddenly. What was the female student eating? Cornmeal bun with pickled vegetables. Xiang Bai licked the grease off his thumb. When she took her 3rd bite, some pickled vegetable bits fell on page 137 of the self-study series on mathematics and physics. Xia Shuning raised an eyebrow slightly, her fingertip lightly tracing a scar on Zhuo Zhiheng's back, a scar left by a shrapnel, now rising and falling with his breath.
Continue.
Zhuo Zhiheng swallowed hard. What features did the woman holding the child have? The child has a birthmark behind the left ear, like... Xiang Bai suddenly pointed at Xia Shuning's earlobe, like the earrings your sister wears. Xia Shuning instinctively touched her earlobe, where there was actually a small mole. Zhuo Zhiheng's gaze followed her fingertip along her neck and suddenly grabbed a military water bottle, taking a big gulp. Last question. Zhuo Zhiheng pulled out a pen and drew messy lines on the back of a train ticket, the route from carriage 6 to here. Xiang Bai used his saliva to sketch on the table, passing 3 soft sleeper compartments. The 7th window has a blue curtain. The door handle of the service room is tied with a red string, and the sink. Zhuo Zhiheng's eyes showed more approval as he led Xiang Bai toward the hard-seat carriage, with Xia Shuning following closely behind. As the 3 passed through the aisle, they bumped into the female train conductor, Jing, scolding the ticket seller. Now it's your turn. Zhuo Zhiheng suddenly pushed Xiang Bai forward. Name 3 irregularities in this carriage. Xiang Bai's dirty face instantly lit up. First, the old man selling ice pops has a callus on his left hand, likely from holding a gun for a long time. Second, the official at table 3 is wearing a Zhongshan suit, but there are boot prints on the cuffs. Third, he suddenly tiptoed and whispered in Zhuo Zhiheng's ear, "You are missing 2 bullets from the gun in your right pocket." Zhuo Zhiheng raised an eyebrow, a slight smile appearing, but then he returned to his serious demeanor. After last night's fierce battle, he had reloaded his gun and fired 2 shots. Xia Shuning suddenly chuckled, her fingertip brushing against the holster at Zhuo Zhiheng's lower back. "Zhuo, do you want to check the magazine?" He turned sharply, a hint of redness on his face, but saw Xiang Bai already squatting on the ground. Fourth, the ticket collector sister. He poked at the oil stain on her pants. At 5:17 this morning, you fell in the dining car. The ticket collector's face turned pale, confirming everything. The train sped along the tracks, making a rhythmic, clattering sound. In the stuffy carriage, the air was filled with the smell of sweat and tobacco. The fan turned slowly, bringing little relief. Zhuo Zhiheng crossed his arms and looked sternly at Xiang Bai. "I'll cover your grandmother's medical expenses for you." He lifted his chin, his voice deep and authoritative. "From today, you are responsible for cleaning this train. Get up at 6 to collect your tools, and you can eat only after cleaning 10 carriages. You can try to run away, but no matter how far you go, I will bring you back." A hint of stubbornness flashed in Xiang Bai's eyes as he said loudly, "As long as you help me treat my grandmother, I can clean for a lifetime." Zhuo Zhiheng's expression grew more serious. "Report the characteristics of 30 passengers daily. Get 3 wrong, and you'll clean 5 more carriages." After saying this, he nodded to the soldier watching Xiang Bai and turned to leave the carriage, with Xia Shuning following him. Back in their carriage, Zhuo Zhiheng stood by the window. watching the locust trees fly by on both sides of the tracks. Zhuo Zhiheng frowned. Xiang Bai does have good potential, but before recommending him for service, he must undergo strict training. Xia Shuning nodded gently, her dark hair swaying slightly. Following the rules is good for him. After a moment, he turned to Xia Shuning, hesitating to speak. Xiang Bai has great potential, but the training is harsh, and he could be eliminated at any time. Xia Shuning smiled lightly. Then it depends on whether he is strong enough. Zhuo Zhiheng fell silent, his dark eyes fixed on Xia Shuning. He had thought she cared about Xiang Bai, which was why she asked for his help. But she seemed so calm about the outcome.
So, why did she want to help Xiang Bai?
Dear friends, please give a 5-star review and free gifts to support my writing. It's lonely writing a lone morning light filtered through the dirty green train windows, casting strange shapes on the aisle. Xiang Bai tiptoed to wipe the glass, the sound of the cloth scraping against old stains mixed with the clattering of the train. His small figure moved through the aisle, not missing any corners. Occasionally, passengers cast curious glances at him, but he ignored them, quietly focusing on his work. Zhuo Zhiheng stood tall, the shadow of his hat covering half his face. He watched as Xiang Bai cleaned the last table, nodding to himself. Zhuo Zhiheng turned to Xia Shuning and said, his observation and memory skills are indeed impressive. He paused again and said, but he still needs to learn to obey orders. Loyalty is tested. Xia Shuning nodded lightly. Zhuo Tuan is very good at leading troops. She didn't give Xiang Bai another glance, as if she hadn't pleaded for him yesterday. As the tunnel swallowed the train car, the slogan "Dig Deep and Store Grain" flashed by outside the window. The dining car's steamer released a cloud of white mist, and the sound of aluminum trays clinking echoed. Zhuo Zhiheng lifted the curtain, and the smell of wheat mixed with heat rushed in. Just as Xia Shuning sat down, he handed her a golden bun. Xia Shuning took it. Ouch. It was so hot that she almost dropped it. Zhuo Zhiheng caught it just in time. He pinched the edge of the bun and tore it open, steam rising up, his stern expression softened slightly. Let it cool. Eat it later, Zhuo Zhiheng said, placing the bun in a bowl after breaking it in half. Xia Shuning nodded. Once the bun cooled a bit, she tore off small pieces to eat. Zhuo Zhiheng placed a glass of water in front of her, added another bun to the bowl, and pushed it toward her. Xia Shuning raised the bun and said, I have enough. Zhuo Zhiheng replied expressionlessly, eat more to grow taller. Xia Shuning glared at him fiercely, her eyes warning, be quiet. Then she took a big bite of the bun and looked at Zhuo Zhiheng. Is being tall so impressive? Zhuo Zhiheng touched his nose and stood up to rinse the cornmeal residue from the bowl with hot water. I didn't expect you to be good at taking care of people, Xia Shuning said in confusion. Zhuo Zhiheng was stuffing pickles into his bun. I spent 3 months in the cooking team. After eating, they returned to the train car, and Xia Shuning sat by the window, holding the barefoot doctor's manual. The train rumbled forward, and the scenery outside rushed by. Zhuo Zhiheng walked over, his military boots making a dull sound on the floor. He sat down across from her, sitting up straight with his hands resting naturally on his knees. Comrade Xia, we will be staying at the military district guest house this time. Xiao Song will help you check in later, he said in a low voice. Xia Shuning closed the book and looked directly into his eyes. After we arrive, I plan to take Xiang Bai to visit his grandmother first. Zhuo Zhiheng's brows furrowed slightly, his fingers unconsciously tapping his knee. Wait until I'm free tomorrow, and I'll go with you. Xia Shuning shook her head. We can't delay his condition. Zhuo Zhiheng was silent for a moment, his chest slightly rising under the uniform. Do you need me to arrange a car? Xia Shuning chuckled softly, her fingertips lightly brushing the pages of the book. No need. I can handle it myself. Zhuo Zhiheng's gaze unconsciously followed her movements. His throat moved slightly as he swallowed the words he didn't say. The train was approaching the city. Zhuo Zhiheng began to pack his belongings. The sleeves of his military uniform were rolled up to his elbows, revealing strong, well-defined arms. Outside the window, the Yongding River shimmered in the distance like white scales. The air was filled with the heat of summer. A donkey cart carrying watermelons stirred up a cloud of yellow dust at the railroad crossing. The train started to slow down. The announcement came over the intercom. "Attention passengers, we are arriving at Jing City Station." The sound startled the gray magpies in the wheat fields, causing them to flap their wings and fly away. The warm breeze in the carriage carried the sound of cicadas. After all the passengers got off, their carriage finally stopped at the military platform. Zhuo Zhiheng stood up, his fingers lightly brushing over the creases in his uniform. The red star on his shoulder insignia glimmered in the sunlight. "Get ready to disembark," he said in a deep, resonant voice. Xia Shuning nodded and was about to grab her backpack from the bed when an arm brushed past her, picking up the bag first. She was momentarily stunned and turned around, unexpectedly falling into a strong embrace. Zhuo Zhiheng's body stiffened for a moment, and when Xia Shuning steadied herself and took a step back, he spoke in an even lower voice. "Let me handle it." Xia Shuning didn't refuse. She slightly turned and followed him toward the door. After getting off, Zhuo Zhiheng stood straight with the soldiers, waiting for Professor Lee and the others to disembark. Xia Shuning stood beside him, the wind lifting her hair and gently brushing her cheek. A sudden wave of jasmine mixed with perfume filled the air. Among the welcoming staff, a female doctor in a white coat and a red dress glanced at Zhuo Zhiheng's insignia. Her eyes sparkled as she extended her hand, adorned with bright nail polish, towards him, speaking softly. "Commander Zhuo, thank you for your hard work on the journey. My name is Ga Min, a doctor at the military hospital. I am responsible for Professor Lee's routine treatment in Jing City." The hem of her bright red dress brushed against Zhuo Zhiheng's green military pants. Ga Min thought, "This young man from the Zhuo family has been stationed in the northwest for a long time. He must not have seen a stylish woman like me in ages. Could he fall for me at first sight?" She blushed at the thought. Zhuo Zhiheng turned slightly and raised his arm, skillfully blocking the flustered Ga Min with his bag. Xia Shuning took the luggage he handed her, her fingertips accidentally brushing against his rough palm. Zhuo Zhiheng stood tall, his expression still stern, but his ears visibly reddened. Ga Min missed her target, and her high heels made a sharp sound on the concrete floor. Her expression stiffened. Didn't everyone say that this young master from the Zhuo family was not interested in women? Ga Min's gaze shifted suspiciously to Xia Shuning, and unexpectedly, she caught a glimpse of beauty in her eyes. Isn't it said that women from the northwest grow up in harsh conditions, with dark and rough skin from the wind and sun? How could the woman in front of her be so fair and smooth, as if she stepped out of the misty beauty of the Jiangnan region? Humph! Little enchantress, don't think about stealing her man. Ga Min held back her jealousy and shyly asked Zhuo Zhiheng, "Who is this?" "Xia Shuning, Professor Lee's attending doctor." Xia Shuning introduced herself. She wouldn't wait for someone else to introduce her. Then, she handed over a folder and said calmly, "Dr. Gao, here are Professor Lee's medical records and prescriptions." Ga Min reached out to take it, but Xia Shuning gently pulled it back, holding it just out of reach. "Medical gloves," Xia Shuning said, glancing at the nail polish on her fingertips. "Chemical dyes can irritate the patient's nerves." Ga Min put on the gloves, her movements filled with annoyance. She tightened her grip on the folder, her eyes narrowing in scrutiny. "Which medical school did you graduate from?" "Yunwishan," Xia Shuning replied casually. Ga Min's eyes shifted, preparing to stir up trouble. Suddenly, the station's announcement blared, and the cheerful melody of "Everyone is a Sunflower" played loudly. Ga Min, dressed in a crisp white coat and wearing leather high heels, had her red scarf blown about by the wind from the train tracks. Her gaze swept over Xia Shuning, her mind racing. She knew the ins and outs of the healthcare system well, but she had never heard of Yunwishan Medical School. Humph, it must be some unknown low-quality school. Looking at the young and beautiful Xia Shuning, jealousy burned fiercely within her. Perhaps this little enchantress got her diploma just because of her pretty face. Ga Min's eyes darted around. There were no prominent leaders with the surname Xia in the Northwest, so she couldn't be a leader's child. Judging by her appearance, she didn't seem old enough to be a leader's daughter-in-law either. After weighing her options, she concluded Xia Shuning was someone she could handle. TSK, TSK, TSK. Ga Min shook her head, stepping slowly in her high heels toward Xia Shuning. With a sneer, she said, Yunwushan Medical School? How come I've never heard of it? Is it some corner school? Her voice was sharp and biting, her gaze scrutinizing Xia Shuning. Xia Shuning gently turned her wrist and said coldly, Dr. Gao, I forgive your ignorance and thank you for your performance as a frog in a well. A small soldier couldn't hold back his laughter and was kicked by Xiao Song. Ga Min's face instantly darkened, and she glared fiercely at the soldier. Turning to Xia Shuning, she scolded, How did you grow up with such delicate skin in the harsh winds of the Northwest? Look at your capitalist ways. Are you some kind of secret agent? Before she finished speaking, she suddenly reached out to grab Xia Shuning's braid. Zhuo Zhiheng immediately stepped forward, his arm muscles tensing as he prepared to catch Ga Min's wrist. But Xia Shuning was quick, grabbing Zhuo Zhiheng's right hand, her palm against his broad palm. With her other foot, she kicked Ga Min's knee, causing her to lose balance. Ouch! Ga Min cried out as she knelt on her own skirt. With a loud rip, her coat tore open, revealing a patch of skin, and her face turned bright red. Zhuo Zhiheng noticed and exchanged a glance with Xiao Song. Xiao Song immediately understood and shouted, Everyone, turn around. At once, the soldiers turned their backs. Zhuo Zhiheng crossed his arms behind his back, his thumb unconsciously rubbing his palm, a hint of gentleness in his eyes. Ga Min hurriedly buttoned her coat, trying to cover the tear, her movements flustered and awkward. She pointed at Xia Shuning, her voice sharp, You dare to lay a hand on me? But Xia Shuning acted as if nothing had happened. She waved her fair hand in front of Ga Min, her tone calm. Who saw me lay a hand on you? Gao Tuan. Ga Min turned to seek help from Zhuo Zhiheng, but only saw his tall back. A sweet feeling surged in her heart, and she couldn't help but think, Gao Tuan must be worried about the embarrassment of my torn skirt. That's why he ordered everyone to turn around, right? But I don't mind at all. Gao Tuan can see my slim waist. It's so fair. Aunt Jean is so gentle. She definitely wouldn't agree to Gao Tuan marrying a wild girl. Only a refined lady like me deserves a battle hero like Gao Tuan. Ga Min adjusted her coat, thinking that if fighting didn't work, she would outsmart this wild girl. She wouldn't let a country bumpkin from the Northwest cause trouble in the capital. Ga Min pretended to look through the medical case in her hands, starting to pick at it with a sharp and piercing voice. This record format is not standard. I have to reorganize it. And the medication dosage is too vague. I really don't know how you recorded this. You're using only traditional Chinese medicine? We use imported Western medicine for treating experts. Who do you think you are, calling yourself a doctor? I want to file a complaint. You dared to prescribe medication without the leader's approval or informing the expert medical team. She crossed her arms, raised her chin, and looked down her nose. Suddenly, as if she thought of something, a glimmer of excitement flashed in her eyes, and she shouted, The leader said a miracle doctor was invited to treat Professor Lee, and you dared to impersonate this miracle doctor? Do you know how important Professor Lee is to our country? I will expose you. Ga Min said to Xia Shuning with a chilling tone, Just wait to be punished. She looked at Xia Shuning's shiny black hair, filled with jealousy. Ga Min even began to imagine herself using clippers to give Xia Shuning a punishment haircut. Let's see how you like that. When Zhuo Zhiheng heard this, he furrowed his brows and stepped forward, about to speak up. Dr. Gao, please don't say such things.
Xia
Shuning quickly raised her hand to cover Zhuo Zhiheng's mouth, her palm pressed against his tense lips. His stubble slightly pricked her palm, and his warm breath felt like fire against her hand. She turned to Ga Min, a slight smile on her lips, but her eyes were cold. Dr. Gao, her voice was soft. Are you sure you want to expose me? Ga Min felt a shiver at her gaze, but quickly straightened her back. Of course. You're just a novice, daring to impersonate Professor Lee's attending doctor. Xia Shuning chuckled lightly, releasing her hand from covering Zhuo Zhiheng's mouth, her fingertips brushing against his tense jaw. causing a slight shiver. Zhuo Zhiheng's throat involuntarily moved. Xia Shunning turned and took out a document from her bag, waving it at Gao Min. This is the consent form for traditional Chinese medicine treatment signed by Professor Lee himself. Gao Min's expression instantly turned ugly. Her fingers trembled slightly as she tried to the consent form. This is impossible. Xia Shunning hid the document behind her back, raising an eyebrow. Dr. Gao, who approved you to treat Professor Lee? You have no right to know. I am a professional doctor at a military hospital. Gao Min's eyes darted around, her high-heeled shoes crunching on the gravel of the platform with a sharp sound. She had indeed heard that a miraculous doctor had cured Professor Lee and had spent 2 pounds of national food coupons to get into the medical team. Just then, footsteps approached from behind. Professor Lee's assistant, Xiao Su, helped him off the train, and the announcement coincidentally switched to "The sea voyage relies on the helmsman." Happy weekend, everyone! We're updating early today. Please give us a 5-star review and free gifts to show your support. Amid the sound of the train whistle, Gao Min's voice suddenly rose. Professor Lee, this wild girl is pretending to be your doctor. She spotted Professor Lee, her eyes lighting up, and tried to push past Xia Shunning to greet him. Zhuo Zhiheng gave Xiao Song a look, and Xiao Song stepped forward to block Gao Min. Comrade Xia. Professor Lee approached with his jujube wood cane, his sleeve still stained with herbal medicine. Though his steps were slow, they were steady. He squinted slightly, his gaze warm as it fell on Xia Shunning, as if looking at a younger family member. Here's my address in the capital. You're welcome to visit. He smiled and handed her a note. Then Professor Lee raised his voice intentionally. The acupuncture you gave me last time worked much better than those fancy treatments at the hospital. Xia Shunning's eyes curved into a smile. Professor Lee, remember to take your medicine on time. She pulled out a bottle of medicine from her army green bag and handed it to Xiao Su.
You can't take that.
Gao Min clung to Xiao Song's back, her neck reddening as she shouted, who knows if she's an enemy spy? She still had the responsibility of bringing the miraculous doctor to her family, and she couldn't let Xia Shunning, the imposter, show up in front of Professor Lee. Gao Min, unwilling to give up, waved desperately at Professor Lee. Professor Lee, my dad, Gao Tai, is your junior from school. You both graduated from the same elementary school, and he's now the vice president of the medical university.
Go.
Xiao Song shouted to the soldiers, his voice loud and strong. Everyone, go help with the luggage. He waved his hand, urging everyone to move quickly. Professor Lee got into the red flag car, and just as the door closed, he smiled and waved goodbye to Xia Shunning, his eyes full of gratitude. Xiao Su noticed this scene and felt a pang of concern. He shot a stern look at Gao Min, his tone serious yet slightly angry. Comrade, please apologize to Comrade Xia. He spoke with respect. Comrade Xia is Professor Lee's lifesaver. The medicine she provides is truly miraculous. Gao Min looked at Xia Shunning in shock, her mouth wide open like a stunned puppet.
No, it can't be.
She pointed at Xia Shunning's beautiful face and said, how could someone who looks like that be a miracle doctor? Her fingers trembled slightly, filled with a mix of unwillingness and jealousy. The young soldiers turned to look, their expressions filled with confusion. Someone whispered, what do you mean by that? Comrade Xia looks like a snow lotus on Tianshan. There was a hint of admiration in their voice. Little Sue, embodying the spirit of a scientist seeking truth, asked straightforwardly, just because Comrade Xia looks good, does that mean she can't be skilled in medicine? Then does looking like you mean you can become the director? Laughter erupted among the crowd, echoing on the platform, which felt particularly hurtful. Gao Min's face turned a mix of red and green, filled with anger. What was wrong with her appearance? Her fingers clenched tightly around her lab coat, knuckles turning white. Little Sue must be involved with Xia Shunning. Otherwise, how could Professor Lee be so friendly with her? Various suspicions swirled in her mind, and her gaze grew darker. She tried to move closer to Professor Lee's car, but Xiao Song continued to block her 3 meters away. Xiao Song was really stressed. Professor Lee was a national treasure of a scientist, and he couldn't let this troublemaker ruin things. Xia Shuning took out paper and a pen, looking around before her gaze landed on Zhuo Zhiheng's broad back. His back was straight, and his shoulders were strong, like a steady mountain. She walked over, gently patted his right shoulder, and said softly, "Zhuo, can I borrow you for a moment?" Zhuo Zhiheng was about to turn around when Xia Shuning pressed her finger on the back of his neck, her fingertip cool. "Don't move, just like this." His neck stiffened for a moment, and his body involuntarily tensed up. Xia Shuning's breath brushed against his shoulder, and through his thin shirt, it made his heart skip a beat. However, Xia Shuning was completely unaware, thinking his firm back was very useful. She placed the paper against his back, raised her wrist, and began to write quickly. Zhuo Zhiheng regretted his slow reaction earlier. He should have lent Xiao Song to Xia Shuning. Now, he felt uncomfortable all over, as if ants were crawling under his skin, itching and tingling, yet he couldn't move. He pressed his lips together, his throat moving slightly, but his gaze unconsciously drifted to Xiao Song, who was trying hard to block Ga Min. Suddenly, he felt a chill and looked up to meet his boss's fierce gaze. He was momentarily stunned and thought, "Who have I offended?" But he worked harder to block Ga Min, not allowing her to get near Professor Lee. Xia Shuning didn't care whether Zhuo Zhiheng was right or wrong. She quickly finished writing the letter and signed her name at the end. Then she put down the pen and said cheerfully, "All right, I'm done."
"Thank you, Zhuo."
Zhuo Zhiheng's ears turned red all the way to his neck. He maintained a blank expression, but his voice was a bit tense. "You're welcome." His fingers unconsciously clenched the seam of his pants. Xia Shuning held the letter and walked over to Xiao Su, planning to hand it to him. "In the name of Professor Lee's attending physician, I question Ga Min's medical skills and ethics. At the same time, I request her removal from Professor Lee's medical team." Her voice was not loud, but every word was clear. Ga Min was gazing at Zhuo Zhiheng with affection, her eyes sparkling. But upon hearing Xia Shuning's words, her expression darkened instantly. Ga Min turned sharply, her voice sharp. "What right do you have to demand my removal?" She reached out to the letter from Xia Shuning's hand. However, Xia Shuning was prepared. She grabbed Ga Min's wrist, twisting it quickly and forcefully. With a sharp sound, Ga Min's wrist made a cracking noise. She clutched her wrist, her face contorted in pain, and screamed, "Ah, my hand is broken." Xiao Su took the letter and bowed to Xia Shuning. "Comrade Xia, thank you on behalf of the teacher. We appreciate your compassion as a healer." His tone was sincere, and his eyes showed respect. In fact, they were all reluctant to come to the capital. The environment was too murky for people focused on academic research. He was intelligent enough to have earned a PhD, and he quickly realized that Xia Shuning had publicly broken Ga Min's hand. It was purely to intimidate anyone who dared to reach for Professor Lee's medical team. Xia Shuning silently activated her petri dish function against Ga Min, her eyes flashing with coldness. Ga Min had never faced hardship. She was used to life and death in the hospital and thought she had a high pain tolerance. But now, she was rolling on the ground in pain, tears streaming down her face as she staggered in front of Zhuo Zhiheng, holding her injured hand. "Zhuo, are you just going to watch Xia Shuning commit violence in public?" Her voice trembled, tinged with a hint of crying, her eyes filled with grievance and anger. "Guys, I finished early tonight, so please reward me with a 5-star review and a free gift for love, okay?" Zhuo Zhiheng maintained a poker face, looking at Ga Min's hand for a second or two, and honestly said, "I didn't see anyone commit violence." After all, when Xia Shuning broke Ga Min's wrist, Zhuo Zhiheng was counting the 3rd nail on the 17th railway track. Ga Min's face turned pale, her lips trembled, and her voice carried a hint of grievance and reluctance. "Zhuo, why won't you help me? Do you want to report this?" Zhuo Zhiheng said expressionlessly, pulling a military green whistle from his uniform pocket, the metal reflecting Ga Min's distorted face. "The guard team will arrive in 3 minutes." Ga Min paused, a flicker of hesitation in her eyes. She didn't expect Zhuo Zhiheng to so readily support her in reporting the incident. But then she thought about it. Professor Lee was clearly on Xia Shuning's side, and Zhuo Zhiheng had his back turned to them. so no one could prove what Xia Shuning had done to her. Moreover, Xia Shuning was someone professorly valued, and her father was counting on winning Xia Shuning over. If she really offended Xia Shuning, her father would surely be furious. Now that her hand was broken, even if she got expelled from Professor Li's medical team, it would at least be an explanation for her father. Thinking this, Ga Min endured the pain and forced a weak and wronged smile at Zhuo Zhiheng, softening her tone. I might be dizzy from low blood sugar. She reached out to grab Zhuo Zhiheng's hand. Zhuo, could you take me to the hospital? Ga Min thought, as a fragile woman with a broken bone, Zhuo Zhiheng, as a team leader, couldn't just stand by and do nothing, right? If he became her savior, along with Aunt Jin's help, her chances of marrying into the Zhuo family would be even greater. In the distance, the sound of an accordion playing a slightly off-key version of Returning from Target Practice could be heard. Zhuo Zhiheng sidestepped easily, avoiding her hand painted with bright red nail polish. He didn't even lift his eyelids and called out, Xiao Song, arrange for someone to take Dr. Gao to the hospital. Upon hearing that he wouldn't be the one to take her, Xiao Song immediately sighed in relief, putting on a flattering smile and finding a steady soldier, seriously instructing him, take good care of Dr. Gao and make sure to accompany her the whole way. Ga Min felt a bit disappointed by Zhuo Zhiheng's attitude, but she thought Xiao Song's arrangement still gave her some face. She recalled the reputation Zhuo Zhiheng had in the capital. He never gave anyone special treatment, not even Aunt Jin, who always had a junior soldier accompany her for checkups. With this in mind, Ga Min felt a bit more balanced, supporting her wrist as she obediently followed the soldier to the hospital. A gentle breeze blew across the platform, taking away some of the heat. Xia Shuning leaned against a pillar covered in posters, holding an old-fashioned popsicle. The wrapper had faded, with the blurry words Beijing Ice Ocean printed on it. She took a bite, the cold sweetness melting on her tongue, leaving a bit of syrup on her lips, which turned slightly red from the chill. Zhuo Zhiheng walked up to her, his gaze landing on her frozen, red lips, and his expression suddenly darkened. He swallowed hard and then looked away, his back straight under the military uniform. Xia Shuning noticed Zhuo Zhiheng's gaze, looked down at the half-eaten popsicle, and then up at his tense jawline. Do you want some? She asked. Without waiting for his answer, she stuffed the rest of the popsicle into her mouth, her cheeks puffed out. The cold made her squint, but she proudly waved the empty stick, saying, It's all gone. The old man selling popsicles has left too. Zhuo Zhiheng's fists clenched at his sides, his knuckles turning white. He forced himself to look at the green train unloading in the distance, but his throat betrayed him, swallowing hard. Xia Shuning, oblivious, continued to lick the syrup off the corners of her mouth. She looked at Zhuo Zhiheng's poker face, thinking that with his serious personality, he would surely lecture her. She was ready to argue back. But unexpectedly, Zhuo Zhiheng simply said, Comrade Xia, the military guest house closes at 10 p.m. If you're late, the soldier at the door will call me to pick you up. Xia Shuning was taken aback for a moment, then nodded, thinking it was a waste of brain cells to prepare for a fight. Zhuo Zhiheng said no more, turning to lead the soldiers as they escorted the experts away. His figure was tall and straight like a pine tree, the hem of his uniform swaying slightly with each step, creating a breeze mixed with the scent of gun oil and mint soap. In the distance, a sharp whistle from the train conductor sounded as Xiang Bai, like a slippery eel, darted out from the carriage, his worn shoes kicking up a few stones that clattered on the tracks. Big sister, I finished cleaning the last carriage. Xiang Bai looked up, his dirty little face full of anticipation, his eyes sparkling like a puppy waiting for praise. Xia Shuning looked at him, thinking that at his age he would just be a middle school student in later times, supposed to be in a classroom studying. She nodded and turned to lead him out to the platform. The sunlight spilled onto the empty platform, stretching their shadows. After waiting nearly 30 minutes amidst the cicadas, a red and white bus finally arrived. The front displayed a faded sign reading Jing City Station, Yangdingmen, and a red slogan on the bus window said, Promote Revolution, Boost Production. Xia Shuning tightened her grip on Xiang Bai's wrist as they boarded the bus. The boy's arms were as thin as reeds, but his wrists jutted out sharply, pressing painfully against her palm. The bus was already crowded with travelers carrying large bags and bundles, canvas travel bags, bamboo baskets, and neatly tied bedding rolls. There were also enamel basins tied with rope, clinking with the movement of the bus. A man in work clothes held a travel bag marked with Beijing under his arm, fanning himself with a newspaper. Next to him, a woman held a wicker basket in her arms, from which the heads of several live chickens peeked out, clucking softly. Xiang Bai skillfully weaved through the crowd, with Xia shunning closely behind, catching a mix of smells: sweat, chicken droppings, and mothballs. The ticket seller shouted, "Move inside. Move inside." The metal fan on the bus roof whirred but couldn't dispel the heat inside. "Keep your tickets ready." The ticket seller tossed 2 freshly printed tickets. Xia shunning took one and handed it to Xiang Bai, putting her own into a green bag embroidered with a red star. Xiang Bai carefully folded the ticket and tucked it into his pocket. The diesel engine rumbled to life, and Xia shunning pushed Xiang Bai down onto the peeling metal seat. Outside the window, gray brick walls rushed by, and the faded slogan "Dig deep holes, store plenty of grain" appeared white under the blazing sun. A cabbage with wilted leaves from the lady's bamboo basket brushed against Xiang Bai's knee as the bus jolted. Xia shunning pulled out a piece of mint candy, popped it into her mouth, and offered another to Xiang Bai. "You have the hospital payment slip in your pocket." The crinkling of the candy wrapper startled the boy, making him flinch. "Does Grandma have tuberculosis?" Xiang Bai suddenly covered the red string, his throat moved slightly, and as he shrank back into his seat, his pocket made a soft rustling sound. As the bus rolled over a coal road, Xia shunning caught the familiar scent of soy sauce from the state-run grocery store. Through the bus window, she saw a clerk in white sleeves pouring soy sauce into glass bottles brought by residents. The bamboo baskets in the hands of the people in line swayed gently to the tune of the broadcast "All members are sunflowers." "The vinegar won't arrive until the end of the month," shouted a man in work clothes, causing several women holding vinegar tickets to sigh and disperse. Xiang Bai suddenly pressed his face against the glass, his nose turning white. By the cement pipe next to the grocery store, 3 girls were jumping to catch a long rope made of old yarn, their pigtails bouncing up and down to the lyrics of "My Uncle Counts Countlessly." The aroma of fried noodles wafted in from outside the bus window. At the entrance of a state-run restaurant, a chef in a white apron was stretching noodles that were 3 fingers wide. Xiang Bai swallowed hard, his stomach growling mixed with the noise of the bus. "South by Road has arrived," the ticket seller shouted. Xia shunning pulled Xiang Bai toward the back door, and as the boy struggled, he caught a glimpse of a pickpocket following them off the bus. Cold sweat soaked his back. He could clearly see the glint of a razor blade in the thief's sleeve. As they turned into a narrow alley, the foul smell of a garbage dump hit them. Xia shunning noticed the sneaky figure behind them and smirked. She intentionally led Xiang Bai into a dead-end alley where a weathered red brick wall stood, plastered with slogans about cracking down on speculation. "Big sister, this is a dead end." Xiang Bai thought Xia shunning was lost and whispered a reminder. But Xia shunning calmly turned around, watching the thief with the razor slowly approach. "Hey, you can run pretty fast," the thief sneered, flipping the blade between his fingers. "Hand over everything valuable, and if you cooperate, I might let you go today. Otherwise, I'll scratch your face and then sell you off." Xia shunning trembled, nervously unbuckling her green bag. She lowered her head and spoke in a tiny voice, "Big brother, I'll give you my bag. Please don't hurt us." Xiang Bai looked confused for a moment, wondering why his sister didn't just fight back. But he still knelt down with a thud, banging his head on the ground. "Big brother, please let us go. I beg you." The thief laughed triumphantly, spinning the blade faster. "You two are smart." Just as he was about to step forward, he saw Xia shunning shakily placing her bag on the ground, her delicate fingers trembling, her eyelashes fluttering, looking fragile and beautiful like a scared little deer. The thief swallowed hard and leered, "First, take off your clothes so I can have a good look." At that moment, 3 burly men appeared at the alley entrance, each holding a metal rod, their footsteps heavy like a pile driver. The leader, a bald man, grinned, revealing yellow teeth. "Hey, this girl looks pretty good. We're in for a treat today." The pickpocket, called Lao San, felt a flash of dissatisfaction, cursing inwardly. These guys showed up too quickly. He hadn't even had a taste of this stunning girl yet. He gripped the blade tightly, wondering if he should strike first, but saw that Xia Shuning had retreated to the wall, trembling with fear, which made him lower his guard. When Xiang Bai saw the newcomers, his heart sank as he instantly understood Xia Shuning's plan to pretend to be weak, luring her accomplices out. However, he had never seen her fight in a group, and looking at the 4 burly men with iron rods, he couldn't help but worry that she might not be able to handle them. Years of experience told him that if you can't win, you should run. Gathering his courage, he suddenly lunged forward, tightly hugging one of the men's legs and shouting, "Sister, run. Remember to save my grandma." The man, furious and embarrassed, swung the iron rod, aiming to strike Xiang Bai on the back of the head. If he hit, it would surely be disastrous for Xiang Bai. In a critical moment, Xia Shuning quickly flicked her wrist, and a flash of cold light appeared. The scalpel, propelled by a strong wind, pinned the man's hand to the wall, blood gushing out. With a loud clang, the iron rod fell to the ground, and the man screamed in agony, his face pale and his body trembling uncontrollably. The arrogance on the faces of the others froze instantly, replaced by fear, and their iron rods began to shake in their hands. They wanted to escape, but Xia Shuning blocked the alley's exit. Xiang Bai, quick on his feet, picked up an iron rod and ran in front of Xia Shuning, only to be kicked in the rear by her. "Get down." A cold light flashed in Xia Shuning's eyes as she dashed out like a ghost. She delivered a side kick that struck the bald man's knee, the sound of bones cracking clear to hear. Next, she elbowed another man's jaw, dislocating it. The third, who tried to sneak up from behind, was thrown to the ground with a shoulder throw, his spine making a painful cracking sound. The last thief with the blade was kicked in the chest, breaking 3 of his ribs. In less than 5 minutes, all 4 men lay on the ground moaning, with broken arms or legs. Xia Shuning pulled the flying knife from the wall, wiped the blood on the man's clothes, and coldly said, "You have blood on your hands. You should reflect on it in prison." She felt an increase of 400 merit points, indicating that none of these 4 were good people. After saying this, she turned to the broken wall where Xiang Bai was hiding, her face returning to a gentle smile. "Come out, it's time to go home." Xiang Bai, holding his green bag, stared at her in shock, unable to speak for a long time. Xia Shuning dragged the 4 men, like dead dogs, to the police station's entrance. She casually picked up a stone and tossed it, hitting the police station's glass window perfectly. "Who?" The officer on duty opened the window and saw the criminals they had been searching for lying like a dead dog at the station's entrance. Xia Shuning had already taken Xiang Bai into another alley, as if nothing had happened. After turning a corner, Xiang Bai quickened his pace. "Sister, we're almost at my house." Xia Shuning suddenly stopped. "Let's buy something first." Xiang Bai paused for a moment but quickly followed her. At the bun shop, a faded awning was set up outside, steam rising from the steamer, and the owner, wearing a white apron, was using tongs to grab buns. "Excuse me, I'll take 20 meat buns," Xia Shuning said, pulling out her ration tickets and money. The owner quickly packed the buns, wrapping them in oiled paper and handing them over. Xiang Bai looked at the bulging oiled paper bag, swallowed hard, and quietly pressed his flat stomach, saying nothing. "Please give us a 5-star review, add us to your bookshelf, and send free gifts to support us." Xia Shuning turned on the outdoor faucet to wash her hands, water droplets sliding down her porcelain white wrist. The cheerful melody of Country Road echoed through the streets. She turned to see Xiang Bai with his back to her, his shoulder blades sticking out awkwardly under his shirt. "Come wash your hands," Xia Shuning said, taking a bite of her bun, the rich aroma of meat spreading. Xiang Bai swallowed hard, then suddenly bent down to bury his face in the rushing water. He was a boy, and he wouldn't cry just because it was his first time eating a meat bun. Xia Shuning handed him 2 buns. Come back for more after you finish these. Xiang Bai, with red-rimmed eyes, took the buns, wanted to stuff them into his pocket, but hesitating to put the white buns into his dirty pocket, he turned back to the bun shop. Suddenly, Xia Shuning tightened her grip on his collar. 20 buns. Eat your fill. Oil seeped out, melting in Xiang Bai's palm. He took a big bite, the hot meat juice, making his eyes water. He glanced at Xia Shuning and found her leisurely eating her bun. After finishing the buns, Xia Shuning took Xiang Bai to the supply and marketing cooperative. The glass counter of the cooperative was covered with a thin layer of dust, and the sales clerk's aluminum nameplate reading served the people swayed with her movements. I'll take a pound of rock candy, 2 bags of chrysanthemum crystal, and the malt milk powder in a tin can, Xia Shuning said, her fingers tracing the glass. 2 pounds of egg cake, and 2 more pounds of fruit candy. Xiang Bai stared at the cross pattern formed by the twine on the brown paper bag, suddenly gripping the edge of the counter. The cracked edge of the tin pressed into his palm. 8 yuan and 67 cents, enough for his grandmother's medicine for half a year. Xiang Bai watched as Xia Shuning paid, feeling a pang of sadness. He really wanted to support his grandmother with these things, but he knew he shouldn't take so much from his sister. Big sister, Xiang Bai's eyes turned red, his voice a bit choked. Xia Shuning glanced at him and said lightly, "It's not a gift. You have to pay me back later." Xiang Bai nodded vigorously, secretly vowing that even if he had to sell blood, he would repay her. Xia Shuning stuffed the change into her bag and bought 2 bottles of chilled soda. The cold bottles were covered in droplets, and taking a sip was refreshing. She handed 1 bottle to Xiang Bai, saying, "Consider this your treat. Just add it to your tab." In the distance, a loudspeaker was playing the melody of Red Detachment of Women. Xiang Bai carefully took a sip, the carbonation making his nose tingle. Turning past the recycling station, Xiang Bai suddenly quickened his pace. His cloth shoes kicked aside some rotten vegetable leaves, revealing a half-circle flower bed made of broken bricks. The wilted nail grass stubbornly bloomed in a jar, with a yellowed label of Red Star Ergotu still stuck to it. "Grandma." Xiang Bai pushed open the thatched door, startling the garlic braid hanging from the beams. In the less than 6-square-meter shack, neatly stacked cardboard boxes formed 3 walls, with the top layer covered by old newspapers to prevent moisture. An elderly woman in a gray coat was busy sticking labels on the boxes. Hearing the noise, she hurriedly covered her mouth with a towel, her cough echoing against the walls. Xiang Bai, she started to speak, but was interrupted by another fit of coughing. "Grandma, I'm back." Xiang Bai rushed over to pat her back and picked up a chipped enamel mug nearby. "You should drink some water." Xia Shuning squinted to adjust to the dim light. An enamel basin was turned upside down as a low stool, its bottom polished to a shine, reflecting the sunlight filtering through the thatched gaps. A chipped red thermos had a blue cloth tied to its handle. The cloth was faded but still neat. A cracked picture frame held a faded model worker certificate, the glass spotless. A small 3-legged table had 1 leg resting on a wooden bed, stabilized with cardboard and wooden blocks. A patchwork quilt was folded into neat squares, with 2 origami cranes made from cigarette boxes standing on a faded pillowcase. In the corner, a jar held a few wild nail grasses and morning glories, adding some life to the shabby room. On the windowsill, several clean pieces of gauze were hanging, gently swaying in the breeze. Though the gauze was old, it was washed white and folded neatly. Next to her was a tin box filled with needles and threads, neatly arranged by color. Xia Shuning looked away, noticing that the grandmother was someone who loved life. "Xiao Bai, you brought a friend home?" The grandmother looked up and was momentarily stunned, her cloudy eyes reflecting the girl's porcelain white face. In a simple blue shirt, she still exuded a special charm. The grandmother awkwardly wiped her hands on her apron and pointed to the faded bedsheet, saying, "Young lady, please sit. It's a small space, so don't mind it. This is Sister Xia. She is very skilled in medicine and came to help you," said Xiang Bai, his dark face turning bright red, all the way to his ears. How could someone as impressive as Sister Xia be his friend? He felt like a worthless person with no friends. Xia Shuning smiled sweetly. Hello, Grandma. I am Xia Shuning, a friend of Xiang Bai. I heard you weren't feeling well, so I stopped by to check on you. She placed the items she bought on a three-legged table and gently said, Grandma, please have something to eat. I will check your pulse after. Oh dear, this silly child. I'm sorry for the trouble, the grandmother said as she reached for the thermos, while Xiang Bai quickly handed her a clean enamel cup. Xia Shuning raised her hand to stop her. No need to trouble yourself. Xiao Bai just treated me to a drink, so I'm not thirsty. Grandma, please eat some buns, Xia Shuning said as she unwrapped the oil paper, letting the aroma of meat and wheat fill the small space. The grandmother's frail hand hovered in the air. How can I accept this? Comrade Xia, your gift is too precious for me. Grandma, I only bought the buns. The other things are from Xiao Bai as a gesture of respect for you, Xia Shuning smiled. Xiang Bai caught a thief and received a 10 yuan reward. Xiang Bai suddenly looked up, shocked at what Xia Shuning said. He didn't expect her to say that, and his heart felt a mix of emotions. The grandmother paused for a moment, then smiled with pride, trembling as she touched Xiang Bai's head. Our Xiao Bai has grown up and is now a useful person in society. Xiang Bai lowered his head, tears streaming down his face. He knew that the grandmother always hoped he would be a person who contributed to society, not someone everyone looked down on. Just then, the sound of children playing outside suddenly broke the moment. Xia Shuning turned to see 3 girls peeking over the fence, and the chubbiest one suddenly shouted, "The thief's house's guests." Xiang Bai slammed the glue brush into the tin can, clenched his fists, and was ready to rush out. The grandmother pointed to the fruit candies on the table and said to Xiang Bai, "Xiao Bai, go share some with the little friends." Xiang Bai was somewhat reluctant, but he obediently took the candy and walked outside the shelter. As soon as he reached out his hand, the children scattered, running and shouting. The scrap-collecting kid stole candy again. Xiang Bai peeled off the wax paper from the fruit candy. "If you don't want it, I'll eat it." He put the candy in his mouth and returned to the shelter, feeling tired and listless. He picked up the glue brush and smoothly applied glue, making clean lines with a small knife on the scrap paper. Alas, I'm a burden to Xiao Bai. The grandmother's voice was barely audible. Xia Shuning didn't offer any words of comfort. She quietly watched the grandmother finish her bun, and then softly said, "Grandma, please sit down. I'll check your pulse." The grandmother sat down shakily, and Xia Shuning placed her hand on the grandmother's thin wrist. "Your lungs are weak from overwork," she said calmly. "I'll prescribe some medicine. If you take it regularly and rest for half a month, you should feel better." She noticed the grandmother's hesitant movements when reaching for the warm kettle and paused for a moment. "Grandma, is your vision a bit blurry?" The grandmother sighed. "I'm old. My eyes aren't good anymore. Everything looks like it's behind frosted glass." Xia Shuning gently lifted the grandmother's eyelid to examine her eyes. "It's cataracts, but luckily it's caught early. It can be treated." She took out a silver needle and skillfully applied acupuncture around the grandmother's eyes, which made her feel a warm sensation. "Xiang Bai," she instructed while treating, "go prepare some hot water." Xiang Bai quickly went to do so. When he returned, his hands and face were clean, and he wore a neat patched vest and shorts. He held a shiny enamel cup filled with the mint candy Xia Shuning had given him earlier, and the minty aroma wafted from the syrup. "Here, sister, grandma, drink some water." He handed the enamel cup over obediently. Xia Shuning took it, her gaze lingering on the mint candy for a moment, but she said nothing. She soaked the herbal pouch in hot water, and once the medicinal properties were released, she dipped a clean cloth in the liquid and gently applied it to the grandmother's eyes. "With my acupuncture and daily hot compresses twice a day, your vision will return to normal in 7 days, Xia Shuning said calmly, instilling confidence in the patient. "Thank you, sister." Upon hearing that Xia Shuning could not only cure the grandmother's lung issue but also her eyesight, Xiang Bai's eyes instantly turned red with excitement. Before he knew it, he bent his knees and wanted to kneel down to thank Xia Shuning. Xia Shuning was quick and nimble. With a light flick of her right foot, she steadied Xiang Bai's knee. She frowned slightly and said seriously, "A man's knees are worth gold." At that moment, a nostalgic song, "The Red Star Guides Me to Battle," began to play from a nearby radio, its stirring melody filling the air. "I want to join the army." Xiang Bai suddenly straightened up, his eyes red as he declared, "I want to be a soldier like Zhuo Tuan, to protect my home and country, and to be a strong man. Sister, when I join the army, I can pay you back every month. First, you need to do 100 push-ups." Xia Shuning rotated her neck to relax a bit. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a piece of wood used to prop up the table, which had with dark red patterns that seemed to glow with a mysterious energy. "Comrade Xia." The grandmother's cloudy eyes glistened with tears as she pulled out a crumpled stack of bills wrapped in a handkerchief from under her pillow. "Is this enough for the medical fee?" Xia Shuning pointed to the piece of wood and said, "Use that piece of wood as the payment." She stabilized the table with a brick and pulled out the wood. Xiang Bai exclaimed, "Sister, that's not worth much. I found it in the boiler room at the recycling station. It even smokes too much when burned. I'll pay you back for the medical fee when I earn money." Xia Shuning's thumb brushed against the wood, and a sudden sharp pain shot through her hand. She looked down at the dark red mold patterns in the wood grain. Using a small knife, Xia Shuning scraped off the surface mold, revealing a chrysanthemum pattern underneath. The grandmother said, "Comrade Xia, if it's useful, just take it." She thought Xia Shuning was using it as medicine. Xia Shuning smiled and nodded. "Thank you, Grandma." Xiang Bai furrowed his brow. Deep in thought, he felt he had seen this type of wood before, but didn't think much of it since it wasn't valuable. Xia Shuning's fingertips brushed against the wood, and the scent of smoke from the battlefield in the year of the Jiawu War wafted out. This piece of spiritual wood, which suppressed the spells of the Onmyoji from the Cherry Blossom Nation, would become fuel for the cross-sea teleportation array she was about to set up tonight. Xia Shuning carefully stored the wood and hurriedly said goodbye to the grandmother and Xiang Bai. She took the bus back to the military district guest house. As she arrived at the entrance, the soldier on duty gave her a standard military salute. At the service desk, Xia Shuning provided her identification to get the room key and asked the staff to help her avoid visitors until noon the next day. Then, she hung the "Do Not Disturb" sign on her door. As soon as she entered the room, Xia Shuning quickly turned around and locked the door with a click. The dark green curtains filtered the sunlight, and she pressed a porcelain cup against the window seam. With both hands, she quickly formed seals to set up a hidden formation in the room, preventing anyone from intruding. After that, she swiftly entered a different space. Xia Shuning first took a shower and changed into a special robe. The robe was mainly a greenish color, embroidered with flame patterns and adorned with a few green bamboo leaves at the collar. She placed the lightning-struck jujube wood in the center of the 5 elements gathering formation and washed the wood block with water from a bagua fish to remove any dirt. Then, she traced her fingers over the moldy spots on the wood, and sparks flew from her nails to ignite the moss. Is this the Yin Sha from the year of Goeyu? The mold twisted into a chrysanthemum pattern in the true fire of Zhuke, which she extinguished with phoenix dew. Next, Xia Shuning gently sanded the wood until the grain was clearly visible. Finally, she applied a layer of spiritual oil made from pine resin and sandalwood to enhance the wood's spiritual energy. After finishing with the lightning-struck jujube wood, Xia Shuning began to set up the cross-sea teleportation array. Wood creates fire, fire creates earth, earth creates metal, metal creates water, water creates wood. The 5 elements rotate, the array opens. She whispered the incantation, and the jujube wood glowed faintly. Once she confirmed the formation was effective, she took off the Zhuke bracelet from her wrist and gave it a gentle spin. In that moment of spatial distortion, she stood in the center of the 5 elements gathering formation. The 5 elements treasures floated in the air, and the blue smoke from the jujube would outline the contours of the East Sea. Suddenly, the space shook violently. Thick black mist surged from the direction of the East Sea, revealing a shadowy figure of the Yasukuni shrine within the fog. Seeking death, Xia Shuning sneered, as flames erupted from her palm, transforming into a phoenix spreading its wings. The 1,000-year-old cherry tree twisted and wailed in the fire, and cracks appeared in the barrier. Seizing the opportunity, she inserted the last piece of lightning-struck jujube wood into the formation's core. 5 elements returned to their places, heaven and earth open and close, formation complete. A beam of golden light split the sky and sea, and the teleportation array was formed. Xia Shuning let out a long breath and wiped the sweat from her forehead. She glanced at the Zhuke bracelet on her wrist, which was flashing red. However, just as she was about to test the teleportation array's function, the space shook violently again. The shadow of the Yasukuni shrine had not fully dissipated. Instead, it condensed into a dark figure, rushing towards Xia Shuning.
Inmi?
Babies, please add to your bookshelf, give 5-star reviews, and send free gifts to show your love. Xia Shuning sneered and swung the Zhuke whip, engulfed in flames, striking fiercely at the dark figure. The sound of screams echoed continuously. A massive fire engulfed the shadow, which darted left and right, trying to find a way to escape. All that awaited was the relentless blue flame and endless despair. In just a moment, the shadow turned into a wisp of blue smoke, and the mirror flashed with light, causing the smoke to vanish instantly. Xia Shuning smirked, filled with malice, like a relentless spirit. Thieving dog of Sakura country, dare to ambush me? It's my turn to strike back, just hold on a little longer. She took out a crossbow and retrieved a specially made arrow wrapped in phoenix flames, aiming at the Yasukuni shrine. With a whoosh, the arrow, accompanied by the sound of a phoenix, pierced the air and flew toward the shrine. With a loud bang, flames soared. The Yasukuni shrine was engulfed in a sea of fire, thick black smoke billowing. Baka, the heavenly fire has come. Quickly, put out the fire. The guardians of Sakura country, no longer focused on fighting Xia Shuning, frantically began to extinguish the flames. The fire spread rapidly, and the guardians, with their already flammable clothing, turned into fireballs at the slightest spark. Screams continuously came from the Yasukuni shrine, resembling on earth. Xia Shuning smiled as the firelight illuminated her dark, cold eyes, as if hunting mutated beasts in a post-apocalyptic world. She raised the mirror and captured all the guardians within it. The little phoenix exclaimed, "Wow! Your merit points are rising so fast. If you can burn down the Yasukuni shrine completely this time, your fire abilities can level up 6 times. Xia Shuning watched as a guardian with white hair fell into the flames, regretfully saying, "This time it won't be enough. I need to burn more times." She aimed the mirror at the Yasukuni shrine, hanging it up so that whenever a Sakura country person turned to smoke, the mirror would light up. The little phoenix was surprised. "Are you practicing the 10,000 shadows banner?" Xia Shuning slapped it lightly, annoyed. "If you want to be struck by lightning, go ahead. Don't drag me into it. I'm just playing with a few guardians from Sakura country." The little phoenix covered its head with its wings, glaring at Xia Shuning from outside the space, silently thinking, "You wicked woman. So cunning. No wonder you got struck by lightning in the apocalypse." While the people of Sakura country were busy extinguishing the fire and rescuing others, Xia Shuning stepped into a teleportation array and arrived at the entrance of the Sakura country treasury. She looked at the intricate lock on the door and sneered, trying to show off. Then, Xia Shuning pulled out an ancient book from Huagua and, following its guidance with a small stick, easily opened the lock. Pushing open the treasury door, the sight before her made her smile widely. The entire treasury is about the size of 90 football fields. It seems that the people of Sakura country really enjoy organizing. Various supplies are neatly stored in different sections, full but orderly. In this era, Huagua is most in need of food, so Xia Shuning first goes to the grain area. The pearl rice in Sakura country is neatly stacked, abundant and ready. Pearl rice is soft, delicious, and slightly sweet. People in Sakura country usually use it to make sushi, which Xia Shuning loves to eat. There are about 10,000 tons of pearl rice here. If Xia Shuning eats 1 pound of rice per meal and 3 pounds a day, this rice would last for over 18,000 days. However, she also enjoys noodles and doesn't eat rice at every meal. She makes sure to have noodles at least once a day. So, this rice would really last her several lifetimes. With a flash of light, she directly stores the 10,000 tons of pearl rice in her space. Next, she collects flour, gathering about 4,000 tons of wheat flour and 3,000 tons of buckwheat flour. After clearing out the grain area, Xia Shuning moves on to the general goods area. Here, there are neatly stacked boxes of clothing, shoes, daily necessities, accessories, beauty products, home goods, kitchen supplies, stationery, toys, and more. Everything needed for daily life in huge quantities. For example, Xia Shuning urgently needs sanitary pads. She drinks a lot of fish soup daily, and her body has been well taken care of, so she will get her period next week. Originally, she bought some paper towels from the supply store, but now she can use sanitary pads directly, making her very happy. Xia Shuning opens a box of chocolate, her only favorite sweet. She stores the entire general goods area in her space. She advises the little phoenix, don't lay these items flat. Otherwise, there won't be enough space. Just build a tower, putting one type of item on each floor and stacking them up. After finishing with the general goods, Xia Shuning heads to the water storage area. She raises an eyebrow and scoffs. Are the people of Sakura country crazy? Why are they hoarding so much fresh water? Are they preparing for polluted seawater? She first stores 10,000 tons of pure water in her space. The little phoenix exclaims in fear. They have hoarded at least 50,000 tons of ultra-pure water. If you store it all, the space will turn into a lake. I can't swim. Xia Shuning teases it. I can teach you. Over time, you could evolve into an amphibious creature. Isn't that cool? The little phoenix, now more motivated, suggests your 5-element gathering formation connects to the Tianshan mountain range. Let's transfer the excess water there. I don't want to live in water. I'm not a dragon. Xia Shuning smiled slyly. What a coincidence. I am a descendant of a dragon. She scanned the national treasury with her mind and realized the workload was enormous. Xia Shuning decided not to argue with the little phoenix anymore. She used her fire abilities to activate the 5 elements gathering spirit array, transferring the remaining ultra-pure water to the underground water system of Tianshan. Next, she went to the mining area. Xia Shuning couldn't help but click her tongue. Those greedy people from Sakura country are really something. They are hoarding mineral resources globally so early. Coal, oil, natural gas, iron, copper, gold, lead, zinc, aluminum, magnesium, and more were all directly stored in her space. Xia Shuning felt a bit dizzy from the excessive use of her abilities. She took out a vermilion bird silver needle from her space, pricked several acupoints, ate a blood ginseng, and drank a pot of bagua fish water. After resting for a moment, she felt refreshed. The little phoenix looked at the vast amount of coal and gas, happily saying, if you want to cook with coal in the future, there are smokeless coal here. If you want to use liquefied gas, there are gas tanks, and we can even connect the kitchen to natural gas. Does that mean I won't need to breathe fire beside you anymore? Xia Shuning looked at it with a smile that suggested it was too naive. Your fire breath costs nothing and can enhance my fire abilities, so why wouldn't I use it? The little phoenix complained, if you keep this up, I'm going to run away. Xia Shuning chuckled and threatened, if you're not afraid of being caught and turned into slices, then go ahead. At this point, she had already reached the pharmaceutical area. Common Western medicines, prescription drugs, targeted therapies, and special medications were all stored in her space. Medical equipment such as advanced CT scanners, oxygen machines, medical magnetrons, operating tables, as well as standard surgical tools like scalpels, syringes, medical cotton swabs, gauze, iodine, masks, and more were also collected. Seeing the so-called herbal medicines from Sakura country and the vast amount of Chinese herbs, a cold light flashed in Xia Shuning's eyes. Xia Shuning looked at the mountain of supplies in her space and was ready to leave. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. What if the people of Sakura country discover the treasury is empty and refill it? That would be a waste of effort. I can't reopen the cross-sea teleportation array in the short term. No, I absolutely cannot let that happen. I must leave this greedy country with a little hope. Xia Shuning's eyes sparkled as a cold smile appeared on her lips. She traced her fingers over the mirror of the 8-chi cherry wood, and a layer of green mist appeared over the shelves reflected in the mirror. Then, Xia Shuning bit her fingertip and drew the Big Dipper formation on the green brick floor. As the blood-stained fingertips touched each spot, a wisp of peach blossom mist floated out from the mirror, swirling between the shelves. This was the highest skill of the Maoshan Taoist arts, the heavenly swap technique, using the essence of peach wood to create a false appearance of a full warehouse. Heavenly swap, return the items to their rightful owner. She recited the incantation, and 5 copper coins flew out, landing firmly at the corners of the 7 stars formation. The words Qianlong Tongbao on the coins suddenly shone, transforming into a golden chain that crushed the items stolen from the cherry blossom country with a floral imprint. At this moment, beads of sweat covered Xia Shuning's forehead. She didn't have time to wipe them away, gently brushing her fingertips over the last inch of ground. As she moved, a blinding blue light shot out from the 8/4 cherrywood mirror, casting a shadow over all the items. These shadows looked exactly like the real goods, even matching their weight and feel, but would vanish the moment they were taken from the treasury. Mission accomplished. Xia Shuning let out a sigh of relief, a proud smile appearing on her face as she began to imagine. One day in the future, when the cherry blossom country had to use these supplies, they would joyfully open the treasury, only to find it filled with illusions. The expression on their faces would be so wonderful and desperate.
Ha ha ha.
She couldn't help but laugh at the thought. Suddenly, the 8/4 cherrywood mirror reflected a cargo ship in Yokohama port. The Showa shipping logo on the container was fading, revealing the worn characters for China merchants. This was actually a Chinese merchant ship seized in 1945 and never returned. Since I'm here, I might as well. She gritted her teeth and smashed the lightning-struck jujube wood. As the 5 elements' spiritual energy surged, Xia Shuning traced her fingers across the 8/4 cherrywood mirror, the blue light sweeping across like a scythe. A cargo box marked precision instruments contained replicas of compasses stolen from ancient Chinese tombs. The freezer labeled tuna actually held disguised Chinese sturgeon caught illegally in the East China Sea. Bundles of industrial materials were wrapped in slices of red pine from illegal logging in Xiang Bai mountain. The docks containers were filled with rubber and tin ingots plundered by the cherry blossom country from Southeast Asia. There were simply too many containers for Xia Shuning to examine thoroughly. 30 seconds left. Little Phoenix shouted, "Hurry back." Xia Shuning ignored her until the last container disappeared into the space, then she leaped into the teleportation array. At the same time, the lightning-struck jujube would exploded into ashes, the formation center spun, and the 5 elements' spiritual energy became chaotic, forming a massive vortex. Xia Shuning felt an invisible force pulling her from all directions, threatening to tear her apart. She gritted her teeth and summoned her fire-based powers to resist this force.
I'm doomed.
I'm going to have a new master. The little phoenix flapped and shouted in the sea of consciousness. I'm really unlucky. Why did I end up with such a short-lived master? Do I have to take everything in the space and run to the new master? Xia Shuning was struggling against the power in the void when she heard this and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood droplets formed a phoenix pattern in the air. Vermilion bird. Ignite. The moment the flames collided with the void, Zhuo Zhiheng suddenly pressed his hand to his chest. The blood he spat stained the documents on his desk, and the sudden pain almost made him fall to the ground. In a place he couldn't see, the Qingluan fire mark under his skin was burning hot, hot enough to fry an egg. Zhuo Zhiheng felt a sense of panic, as if someone important was about to leave him. Xia Shuning held a fire-type magical artifact, the red jade, in one hand and a wood-type artifact, the 8-chi cherrywood mirror, in the other, enhancing her fire abilities. The Qingluan fire formation activated on its own, and 7 blue flames pierced through the void. Suddenly, she felt light all over, and blue flames surged from her heart, forcing the phoenix illusion to tear a path for her. When Xia Shuning crashed heavily onto the floor of the space, She vaguely heard Zhuo Zhiheng's muffled groan from the sea of consciousness. The light of the teleportation array completely extinguished, and the thunderstruck jujube would turn to ashes, closing the cross-sea teleportation array for good. You're going to get yourself killed. The little phoenix exploded in anger. If it weren't for your bond with Zhuo Zhiheng, you'd have been into the void by now. Xia Shuning coldly smiled, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. Don't worry, if that day really comes, I'll make sure to send you away first. I don't care if I live or die, but you must die. The little phoenix jumped in anger. You crazy woman. Do you have any idea how dangerous it is when the teleportation array collapses? Xia Shuning ignored the little phoenix's complaints. She got up and looked at the mountain of supplies in the space with satisfaction, grinning. Xia Shuning knew her actions were too risky this time, but as long as she could deal a heavy to the Sakura kingdom, it was all worth it. I don't know when I'll go again, she murmured, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes, but at least this time, it was worth it. Xia Shuning accurately took out the bathing ball from the Sakura kingdom with her divine sense and casually tossed it into the bathtub. The moment the bathing ball hit the water, a strong fragrance wafted up, and she wrinkled her nose in disgust. They learned the fragrance techniques from Huagua and ended up with this thing? Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the words Kyoto Ancient Method on the packaging of the bathing ball and scoffed. Kyoto? Isn't that just copying the layout of Chang'an? They even want to change Zhuke Street to Duck River, imitating others. As the water temperature warmed up, she leaned back, her fingertips gliding over the bubbles on the surface. This bath ball is not as good as the mugwort bath bags from my country. At least mugwort can promote blood circulation. Saying this, she took out a pack of wild mugwort from her space and sprinkled it into the water, using your bathtub to soak in our mugwort. Now that's making the most of it. After her bath, she changed into silk underwear from the cherry blossom country and admired herself in the mirror. The fabric is nice, but the craftsmanship is poor. The silk for my country is worth much more. In the mirror, the phoenix pattern on her back intertwined with the blue phoenix flames. They even steal our phoenix design and make it look like a wild chicken. Then she wrapped herself in a silk nightgown and lay down on the newly acquired carved rosewood bed. The headboard was carved with a vermilion bird holding a spiritual herb, and the footboard depicted a phoenix, attracting the phoenix tree. This is what a bed should be. She tossed the cherry blossom country's goose down comforter into the blue phoenix fire array. As the flames licked the chrysanthemum pattern on the comforter, she pulled out a piece of Su embroidery satin with a red background and golden phoenix design. Lying on the bed, she suddenly asked, Zhuo Zhiheng, what are you doing right now? Dear readers, please add me to your bookshelf, give me 5-star reviews, and send free gifts. Is it because I keep changing covers that you can't find me? Wrapped in the Su embroidery quilt, she turned over. A little phoenix flapped its wings and landed on the bedpost, its charred tail brushing against her nose, making it a bit itchy. Hey, are you thinking about Zhuo? Shut up. She grabbed the phoenix's crown feathers, not holding back. Have you lost your mind? She punched its head. Hand over those silly novels. I won't. The little phoenix curled up in its nest, crying, This is my only source of inspiration. Not wanting to argue, she pulled out a stack of ancient texts from her country, all retrieved from the cherry blossom country, the pages yellowed and slightly curled, and handed them to the little phoenix. Don't waste time on nonsense. See how this relates to me? She frowned, saying, I can't keep protecting Zhuo Zhiheng. It's not beneficial for me, and I don't want to be connected to him. The little phoenix suddenly peeked out playfully. Really not going to try dual cultivation? The blue phoenix fire erupted, reaching 3 meters high, casting a red glow throughout the bedroom, nearly igniting the bed curtains. Xia Shuning grabbed the little phoenix by the neck and pushed it into the Qinghuan fire array. Dry up the water in your head. She lay back on her intricately carved rosewood bed, playing with a sake bottle she received from the cherry blossom country. The bottle was smooth and had beautiful embossed patterns. She softly said, This sake bottle is quite well made, but unfortunately. Using the Zhuke True Fire, she burned the words commemoration of the 15th year of Showa on the bottom of the bottle until it turned black, a cold smile flashing in her eyes. If they can't even steal properly, how can they learn the straightforward drinking style of our good brothers in Huagua? The little phoenix poked its head out of the Qinghuan fire array, flapping its wings gently. If you think so little of it, why use their stuff? I told you your brain is full of water. I got it for free, so why not use it? If it's free, it's a waste not to. Xia Shuning shook the sake bottle, her tone casual. Besides, using their things is better than competing for resources with my own people, right? She took a sip of sake and immediately frowned. This stuff isn't as strong as Red Star Ergot. Lying back with a face mask on, she noticed the words Hanfang on the packaging and scoffed. With this, they still dare to call themselves Hanfang? The little phoenix landed on Xia Shuning's shoulder, tilting its head and asking, "Is there really nothing here that you like?" "Well, I can't say that," Xia Shuning smirked. "For example, that kashihikari rice is quite good, round, sticky, and sweet. Did you know? This rice was brought over from Jiangnan during Su Fu's eastward journey. Now it's considered a national treasure there. When I have the chance, I must set up an experimental field to upgrade Huagua rice." The little phoenix shook its feathers and brought out a newspaper from the corner of space, clearing its throat to read. Their newspaper even teaches how to grow kashihikari rice, emphasizing the importance of environmental protection and the need to safeguard soil and water sources. Xia Shuning ripped off the face mask. They dare to talk about environmental protection? Their audacity is thicker than their skin. How many whales must be killed for a bowl of shark fin soup? Under the guise of research, the shark fins drying on whaling ship decks could fill all of Tokyo Bay. The disposable chopsticks used in a year could 2 entire Greater Xing'an Mountains bear. The face mask paper crunched in her hand. Xia Shuning stood up and walked to a pile of supplies stacked like a small mountain, poking a rice bag.
Wow.
There's way too much rice stored here. Generations won't finish it. Hey, little phoenix, she turned and winked at it. What do you think? About me donating some away? Little phoenix fluffed up in protest, flapping its wings to block the bag of rice. Have you lost your mind? You fought hard for this. Just giving it away? No way. Xia Shuning chuckled and poked its forehead. I didn't see that coming. You little thing really protects your food. Saying that, she sprawled back on the bed and pulled a lavender eye mask over her face. Never mind. I need to take a nap first. Hey, wait, this isn't. Little Phoenix didn't finish, as a steady breathing sound came from under the eye mask. Time passed. Xia Shuning suddenly opened her eyes, sniffing the air. What was that delicious smell? She slipped on her shoes and rushed to the kitchen. Sure enough, she saw a pot bubbling with fragrant soup, the broth looking creamy and making her mouth water. Just as she picked up a ladle to scoop some, she suddenly heard a loud knock on the door. Xia Shuning jolted awake, yanked off her eye mask, and frowned at the door. Who is it? Comrade Xia, team leader Zhuo, is looking for you. The server's loud voice came through the door. Xia Shuning sat up, quickly took off her silk robe, and put on the army green cotton shirt that little Phoenix had picked out, a vintage style. She stepped out of her space, and just before opening the door, she quickly stuffed the army green bedsheet into a corner and broke a piece of cornbread into a bowl. As soon as she turned the doorknob, bright sunlight poured in, making her squint. Zhuo Zhiheng frowned slightly, stepping to the side to block the sun with his tall frame. The man outside was tall and well-built. The sunlight cast a shadow over him, almost completely enveloping her. Team leader Zhuo, I've been looking for you for several days, the server said before disappearing down the hallway with a mop. Xia Shuning rubbed her eyes, looking puzzled. Several days? Zhuo Zhiheng observed her messy hair, a slight smile appearing on his lips. You haven't left your room for 3 days. Xia Shuning yawned, her tone lazy. Just catching up on sleep. I'm exhausted. She moved aside and asked, Is there something you need to come in for? Zhuo Zhiheng stood firm at the threshold, his eyes fixed on a portrait of a great leader at the end of the hallway. It's not appropriate for me to enter a woman's room, he said seriously. The recent mission was successfully completed, and the unit will reward you. And for the 2 second-class merits you received before, Commander Su will personally present the awards. The ceremony will be at the General Political Hall, and Xiao Song will drive you there the day after tomorrow. Xia Shuning shook her head and said calmly, I'm not in the military, so you can just bring it back for me. Zhuo Zhiheng moved his lips, seemingly wanting to persuade her. However, he remembered that the higher-ups still hoped to convince Xia Shuning to enlist. Since she didn't want to join the military for now, it was fine to keep a low profile. He nodded and handed her the redwood box, saying, Here you go. I have an urgent mission to leave for soon. Xiao Song will stay for a few days, and then you can go back to the farm with him. After saying this, without waiting for Xia Shuning to respond, Zhuo Zhiheng turned to leave. Xia Shuning watched his tall figure and suddenly called out, Wait. She went inside, placed the redwood box next to the kettle, and the military green curtains fluttered in the wind, revealing a half-eaten corn bun. Zhuo Zhiheng kept his gaze fixed on the statue of a great leader at the end of the corridor, not looking inside the room. Xia Shuning took out some hemostatic ointment, emergency pills, and detox pills from her space, and stuffed them into a military green canvas bag. The instructions are on the packaging, she said, handing him the bag and pointing to her left shoulder.
Take care.
Zhuo Zhiheng took the canvas bag, his fingers tightening slightly, and solemnly promised, I won't get hurt. Xia Shuning nodded lazily and waved her hand, saying, Goodbye. Zhuo Zhiheng gave her a deep look before turning and striding away, his military boots making a steady sound on the corridor floor. Xia Shuning leaned against the door frame, watching his tall figure disappear at the end of the corridor. Just as she was about to turn, she suddenly heard a female voice. Is he your man? So young, and already a regiment-level officer? Xia Shuning turned her head and saw a girl in a green military uniform, around 22 years old, who looked pretty and lively, but she didn't recognize her. The girl approached Xia Shuning casually, saying, I'm Zhongli. How far have you two gone? You're not married yet, right? As Zhongli spoke, she tried to link arms with Xia Shuning. Xia Shuning subtly avoided her, thinking, Is this woman here for Zhuo Zhiheng too? Zhongli didn't mind Xia Shuning's indifference and continued chatting without a change in her expression. How did you end up with such a handsome guy? She peeked into Xia Shuning's room and spotted the redwood box next to the kettle. That must be what he just gave you. He's handsome and generous. What did he give you? Show me, Zhongli said as she tried to walk into the room.
Ah.
Zhongli let out a sharp scream. Xia Shuning suddenly grabbed her braid and dragged her to the door. With a loud bang, Xia Shuning slammed the door right in front of her nose. What kind of troublemaker dared to show their true colors here? Xia Shuning went back into her space and lay down on the intricately carved bed again. The little phoenix mischievously asked, Were you just about to give him a punch? Be quiet. Xia Shuning flicked its little head, time to sleep. The little phoenix covered its forehead with its wings and complained, Don't make me dizzy. Xia Shuning ignored the silly bird and put on lavender eye masks, planning to continue her nap. Just as she was starting to doze off, there was another loud knock at the door. Are you in a hurry to go somewhere? Xia Shuning thought it was the annoying Zhongli again and angrily rushed out of her space. She flung the door open, ready to punch Zhongli into the wall. Big sister. Xiang Bai stood at the door in a faded tank top and shorts, his right hand raised but not lowered. Seeing him, Xia Shuning smiled slightly, and her cold expression melted away, as if everything that had just happened was just a dream. Xiang Bai thought his head might be spinning from the heat.
Xia Shuning stepped aside. Come in.
But Xiang Bai hesitated at the door, his bright eyes scanning the hallway. Grandma said that girls' rooms shouldn't be entered casually. She pointed to the next room. I'm your sister, not just any girl.
Come in.
Xiang Bai suddenly realized someone next door might be listening. As he turned to close the door, Xia Shuning pulled out a green porcelain medicine bottle from her space and handed it to him. Here, take this medicine. 3 times a day, 1 pill each time, with warm water.
No.
I'm not here for medicine. I have enough. Xiang Bai waved his hands in a hurry. Big sister, I know a place with a lot of wood you want. He pulled out a piece of broken wood from his pocket, its surface dark and charred. Xia Shuning's pupils narrowed as her fingers brushed over the wood's unique pattern. Where? The little phoenix in the space excitedly said, "It's another piece of lightning-struck jujube wood. Xiang Bai might just be a lucky charm." Xia Shuning used her mind to communicate with the little phoenix. "Get Xiang Bai and Grandma a few more sets of clothes and shoes.
Bring out a set for him now."
When Xiang Bai saw that his big sister was interested in the wood, he excitedly said, 20 miles west of the city, in the basement of the Yuling temple, it's all." Xia Shuning handed him a cup of water with special ingredients. "Don't rush. Take your time."
Well,
"It was the summer of the year before last when I went to the temple to pray." Xiang Bai quickly finished the water in the enamel cup. He looked at Xia Shuning's half-smiling expression and awkwardly scratched his head. "I went to the temple looking for offerings to eat. A lightning bolt struck all night, and the next day the priest said it was divine punishment. I thought there was food in the basement, so I sneaked down. Those charred wooden posts had red patterns on them." At that moment, the little phoenix had already found clothes for Xiang Bai. Xia Shuning pretended to take clothes and shoes from thin air and handed them to Xiang Bai. "Go change behind the curtain." Xiang Bai held the new clothes and army green shoes, his eyes reddening. Since he could remember, he had never worn new clothes. He didn't want to spend money on the bus, so he walked all the way from the South City today, sweating profusely, and his cloth shoes were worn out. He wanted to wash up before changing into new clothes. Seeing him standing still, Xia Shuning urged, "Hurry up and change. After you're done, we'll tell Grandma, and then you can help me get the lightning-struck jujube wood." Xiang Bai obediently went behind the curtain with the new clothes, and the sound of fabric rustling could be heard for a moment. When he came out, he had changed into a crisp green tank top and shorts, the favorite outfit of boys in this era, missing only a star on the front. Old clothes. He hugged the neatly folded old clothes to his chest, not even leaving behind his worn-out shoes. Xia Shuning first handed him an army green water bottle with the faded words "Serve the people" printed on it. "Always take water when you go out. Heatstroke can be deadly." She then handed him a piece of newspaper. "Wrap this up for me." Xiang Bai carefully wrapped the clothes in the newspaper, and Xia Shuning took it and stuffed it into the army green canvas bag prepared for Grandma. He saw the patterns on the clothes for the elderly lady inside and swallowed hard. "Sister, this is too. These are the rewards for the lightning-struck jujube wood," Xia Shuning said as she picked up the backpack and walked toward the door, the copper keychain jingling at her fingertips. "First, let's go to your house and say hello to Grandma." Xiang Bai tightened his grip on the canvas bag strap and closely followed Xia Shuning out of the military guest house. They first took a car to deliver medicine and the canvas bag to Grandma, and they also informed her that Xiang Bai might not come back tonight. As they walked out of the alley, an old man collecting scrap shouted, "Old copper and iron for Maltos." Passing by the state-run grocery store, Xiang Bai suddenly dashed inside and came out shortly after, holding a bottle of chilled Beijing soda, with a straw bobbing up and down. "Sister, this is for you." He wiped the frost off the bottle with his tank top. Xia Shuning took a nice sip, and said, "Thank you." After thinking for a moment, she pulled out a chilled cola without any labels from her bag and said, "Here, have a bottle of herbal medicine to prevent heat stroke. Please add my book list, give me 5-star reviews, and send free gifts." Creak. The number 4 and number 6 buses arrived at the same time, puffing black smoke, and the metal doors clanged open, dropping some rust. "Take the number 6 bus to Yuqing Temple via Heymen," Xia Shuning said as she and Xiang Bai boarded the bus, handing the conductor 2 5-cent coins. "Here, take these and find a seat in the back," the conductor said as he tore off 2 tickets and handed them to them. The afternoon heat lingered, and the bus was nearly empty, with the metal seats feeling hot. Since their journey was long, they needed to sit until the last stop. Xia Shuning and Xiang Bai went straight to the last row, where the window was covered with old newspapers to block some sunlight. She pulled out 2 straw mats from her backpack, handing the yellow one to Xiang Bai and keeping the green one for herself. Xia Shuning also stuffed a small piece of wood shavings from a lightning-struck jujube tree into her mat. As soon as Xiang Bai sat on the mat, his eyes widened. The originally hot metal seat felt cooler than sitting on the roots of an old willow tree. "Here you go." Xia Shuning handed him an enamel cup filled with mung bean cake and various snacks, all without packaging. Xiang Bai held the cup full of delicious food, frozen in place, unsure if he should eat. Xia Shuning looked at his thin arms and legs with disdain. "You need to eat well to have the energy to work." Xiang Bai relaxed and started eating heartily. Xia Shuning smiled slightly. This guy was soft-hearted at his core, tough enough to take a beating but unable to resist a bit of kindness. There were only the two of them on the bus, and the conductor caught a whiff of the mung bean cake. "Wow. Young lady, where did you get this mung bean cake? It smells better than the ones from Daxiankan." "I made it myself," Xia Shuning said as she stood up and walked to the conductor's seat in the middle of the bus, handing over 2 pieces of mung bean cake. "Here, try it. It's refreshing." The conductor took the mung bean cake and took a small bite. "Wow, this is so cold. How much mint did you add to this mung bean cake?" Xia Shuning nodded and handed another piece to the conductor. At that moment, the No. 6 bus was passing He Men, and Xia Shuning pointed out the abandoned water trough in the distance. This is where the Yuan dynasty brought water from Yushuan Mountain into the city. When the He Gate was built back then, the craftsmen buried hundreds of willow stakes to control the water. As the saying goes, willow wood controls water and lasts for 1,000 years. "Miss, you know this? You must be from the capital." The ticket seller became interested. "In 58, when they were tearing down the old city wall, my dad was there picking up bricks. He saw the wooden stakes that were dug up, and they were all in good condition. Later, those old stakes were taken to Jing Lake to block the sluice, and that summer." The ticket seller suddenly stopped talking. "Look over there, that's Baishur Bridge." She abruptly changed the subject. "The elders say there's white jade buried under the bridge. This place is full of treasures." Xiang Bai listened intently, leaning out the window to look outside. "Don't stick your head out the window," the ticket seller shouted, not daring to continue her stories. Xia Shuning gently kicked Xiang Bai. "Hurry up and eat." The slogan "Promote Revolution and Production" flashed by outside the window as the sun was setting. "We've arrived at the final stop." The ticket seller put on gloves and opened the iron gate, casually asking, "What brings you here?" "We came to gather some herbs," Xia Shuning replied casually, waving goodbye to the ticket seller as she got off with Xiang Bai. As soon as their feet hit the ground, the heat rushed up their calves, and the asphalt road was soft and sticky. When the sun was setting behind the mountains, the two stood in front of the weathered red door of Yuqing Temple. What a remarkable place! Xia Shuning looked around. With protection in front and support behind, surrounded on both sides, it's a place that gathers good energy. She took out a bottle of licorice tablets and poured 3 for Xiang Bai. "Hold them under your tongue, don't swallow." Xiang Bai wanted to help find the way. He reached out to push the door, but Xia Shuning pulled him back and said seriously, "Remember, next time you enter a temple, even if it's abandoned, be more polite than when you go home. Turn the coin around your neck to wear it properly." Xia Shuning noticed the coin Xiang Bai was wearing. The coin was a bit unusual. The character bao on it was missing the last. She curiously asked, "Who gave you this coin?" As Xiang Bai adjusted the coin, he said, "My grandmother told me that when she found me, I had this, and I shouldn't lose it. Maybe one day I can find my real parents." Xia Shuning nodded and said to Xiang Bai, "Your parents must be special people who care for you a lot." Xiang Bai looked at Xia Shuning with bright eyes and nodded enthusiastically. "Sister, you're absolutely right." He felt secretly happy. His sister was so impressive. If she said that, then he must not be an unwanted child. His grandmother had said similar things before. "Stay close to me and don't run around," Xia Shuning instructed. Then she stepped over the fallen 4-old slogan and entered the Yuqing Temple. "Sister, look." Xiang Bai pointed to an ancient well in the west. Xia Shuning walked over and saw that the edge of the well was covered in moss, which was surprisingly a purplish color. She tossed a stone into the well and waited 3 seconds to hear the echo. Xiang Bai leaned in and said, "This well is really deep." Xia Shuning tossed a willow leaf into the well and waved to Xiang Bai, "Come over and see what you can find." Xiang Bai leaned over the well, eyes wide. The water is swirling. It looks like a dragon's tail. Xia Shuning nodded in approval. You didn't waste my mung bean cake. Don't stay at the well. Come with me. Xia Shuning led Xiang Bai into the main hall of the Yuqing temple. The colorful statue of Jinwu Emperor had faded, and the chest was covered with white ash depicting monsters. Xia Shuning rubbed it with her sleeve, revealing a broken black crown.
Come here and help me,
Xia Shuning instructed Xiang Bai. Together, they moved the offering table, and surprisingly, there was still a half piece of mugwort in the dusty incense burner. Xia Shuning took out 3 coins and placed them on the offering table. Then she took out some mugwort from her backpack, rubbed it together, and suddenly sparks flew up. As 3 wisps of blue smoke rose to the beams, amidst the swirling smoke, the turtle and snake in Jinwu Emperor's hands seemed to change direction. Suddenly, the sound of the East is red broadcast came from afar. Bow 9 times. She patted Xiang Bai on the back of his neck. You need to be sincere. Xiang Bai obediently knelt down and bowed heavily 3 times, causing the blue bricks on the ground to. Suddenly, he felt a coolness in his nose, and blood started to flow. A sudden click came from under the offering table. Xia Shuning smiled. She guessed correctly. No wonder Xiang Bai's biological parents. Everyone, come help Xia Shuning find treasure. Quickly add to your bookshelf, leave a 5-star review, and watch a short ad to send Xia Shuning a free gift. Xia Shuning loves you all. Xia Shuning said to Xiang Bai, take off the coin around your neck and show it to me. Xiang Bai obediently took off the coin and handed it to Xia Shuning. He felt a bit shy because he sweats a lot, and the red thread his grandmother helped him wear was already dark and a bit smelly. Xia Shuning took the coin and examined it closely in her palm, noticing the inscriptions she had missed before. She nodded and said to Xiang Bai, this coin was made for you by your biological parents when you were born, as a charm for your safety. She tilted her head, quietly calculating, originally, this coin was meant to protect your childhood. Unfortunately, the wise person probably didn't expect the water flow of Yuling Mountain to suddenly change. Xiang Bai guessed it was the year he went missing. Xia Shuning thought about how she had managed to gather so many supplies from the cherry blossom country thanks to the thunderstruck jujube which Xiang Bai gave her. She wouldn't take advantage of him for free. She first soaked the Zhuke silver needle in well water, then said to Xiang Bai, extend your hand, palm up. Xiang Bai obediently stretched out his left hand. Xia Shuning pricked his left, squeezed out a drop of blood, and let it fall on the character bow on the coin, which immediately vibrated slightly. In the distance, the broadcast of the East is red suddenly changed tune, playing a beat from General's order, covering the coin's humming sound. All done. Xia Shuning released Xiang Bai's fingers and took out a colorful thread from her space. The thread was made in a special way. The yellow strand was taken from Zhuo Zihing's shoulder epaulette, the black strand was dyed with water from the bagua fish, and the blue strand was colored with locust tree sap. Next, Xia Shuning pulled out a matchbox and struck a match, bringing the red thread close to the flame. The red thread is dirty. Let me replace it with a colorful one. She watched as Xiang Bai hung the coin back around his neck. Make sure to wear this coin properly, and don't take it off carelessly. Suddenly, the 3 coins on the offering table stood upright and began to spin. Xia Shuning dipped her hand in the well water she had just taken and patted Xiang Bai's neck, softly saying, Xiang Bai, go and bow again to thank the deity for the blessing. This time, as Xiang Bai bowed for the 9th time, black water surprisingly seeped out from the brick crevice where his nosebleed had dripped. Then, strange sounds came from under the offering table. Xiang Bai pointed at the black water and said to Xia Shuning, Sister, look, doesn't that look like a turtle? Xia Shuning nodded, thinking it must look like one, as it was the black tortoise. Xiang Bai felt the vibrations from the ground, pressed his ear to the floor, and asked, Sister, there's a sound down there. I wonder if it's a rat causing trouble? Xia Shuning shook her head and used a silver needle to flick the black water on the ground towards the incense burner on the offering table. The droplets formed a shape in the air that looked like a turtle and snake entwined. There's thunderstruck jujube wood below, and there's Xuanwu. Even the Rat King would have to run for its life. Xia Shuning filled an enamel jar with some well water, mixed it with cypress leaf juice, and gently patted it on Xiang Bai's temples. She poured the remaining well water on both of their pant legs. Everything was ready. She stepped on a blue brick directly under the incense burner, causing 8 bricks to sink and reveal a dark entrance. Xia Shuning lit an oil lamp with a match. Those with experience knew not to use a flashlight. "Big sister, I didn't go down this hole last year." Xiang Bai stopped Xia Shuning. Xia Shuning glanced at him coolly and replied, "Did you crawl through a dog hole last year?" "I'm not crawling through any dog hole." It wasn't that she didn't want to crawl through a dog hole. It was just that only Xiang Bai could crawl down there and come back alive. Suddenly, the oil lamp burst with green flames. Xia Shuning tossed 3 copper coins into the hole to scout the way. She stared seriously at Xiang Bai and raised her voice intentionally. 3 rules. First, don't touch anything. Second, don't run around. Third, if you hear the sound of metal, press against the wall immediately. Especially don't touch the splintered wood in the wall seams. Be careful not to cut your hand and get an infection. I don't have any penicillin. Before she finished speaking, Xiang Bai kicked a piece of broken brick, which had half a yellow paper stuck in the. Xia Shuning grabbed his ear and twisted it hard. "Are you itching for trouble?" "Big sister, I really didn't mean to." Xiang Bai winced in pain, raising both hands in surrender. Little Phoenix said, "Oh my, who set up this formation?" 5 Thunder suppression. Xia Shuning took out a colorful thread and wrapped it around the cypress door frame. "When we go down, follow my footprints." Xiang Bai nodded heavily and followed her down. Neither of them noticed that the glow of the oil lamp flickered over the statue of Emperor Jinwu, and the statue's right hand had unknowingly formed a lightning summoning gesture. The 3 copper coins on the dusty offering table traced the pattern of the Big Dipper. Just as the dark door of the basement was about to close, Xia Shuning threw a jujube wooden nail to block it. On the steps, dust that had accumulated for who knows how many years was disturbed as Xia Shuning's military boots left clear footprints. Xiang Bai quietly followed in his liberation shoes. Upon seeing the basement, even Xia Shuning, who prided herself on being well-informed, was stunned, and Little Phoenix was completely overwhelmed. The basement is about the size of 1.5 basketball courts, filled with stacks of lightning-struck jujube wood neatly piled from the floor to the ceiling, with at least tens of thousands of pieces. Xia Shuning gave up counting after reaching a third and quietly wondered, did they really bring all the lightning-struck jujube wood from ancient times to now? Xiang Bai looked at the wood pile in the northwest corner and asked Xia Shuning, "Sister, can I go over and take that piece of wood?" "You can touch all the wood except for the ones that glow blue at the cut ends," Xia Shuning said, rubbing her sore ears, as she couldn't directly touch the lightning-struck jujube wood here. Xiang Bai picked up a piece of wood and wanted to show it to Xia Shuning. "Sister, look, there are my bite marks on this. Last year, I was so hungry that I thought someone had offered me hard bread." Xia Shuning chuckled as she noticed the spot where Xiang Bai had bitten glimmering with a greenish wood sheen. Instead of taking the piece of wood, she pulled out 2 army green backpacks and handed one to Xiang Bai. "First, put all the wood into the bag. With your bite mark on this piece, you can have Zhuo help you carve it later." Suddenly, the sound of a version of the East is Red played in the southeast corner of the basement, and a kerosene lamp unexpectedly sparked. Xiang Bai's shoes happened to step on the slogan "Safety First," with the toe still sticky from a faded red armband. Xia Shuning waved her hand, and the spark landed on the armband, causing a blue-green flame to rise with black smoke, quickly turning to ashes. She then used her heel to draw a bagua pattern in the ashes. "Stay close to my footprints, and be careful of collapses." The little phoenix bounced around in the space, acting silly. "I want the wood with the densest lightning patterns." "Hurry up." "Shut up." Xia Shuning slapped the little phoenix and said, "Quickly find a way to break the formation." She led Xiang Bai to the center of the basement, marking a 9-square grid on the dusty floor with well water. "Just stand there and hold the piece of wood you bit." Xiang Bai silently complied, his shoes still covered in ash from the red armband. Once he stood still, Xia Shuning continued directing, close your eyes and count from 1 to 100. The 8-quadrant cherry wood mirror floated above, reflecting the red star emblem on Zhuo Zhiheng's military cap. 78, 79. Xiang Bai's counting echoed in the basement. The blue light from the 8-quadrant cherry wood mirror swept over the wood pile, instantly pulling all the lightning-struck jujube wood back into the space. The little phoenix pecked at the wood grain like a woodpecker, its tail feathers gradually forming a fiery golden hue. 97. As Xiang Bai's voice echoed, Xia shunning threw 3 jujube wood nails into the safe production slogan at the southeast corner. From now on, if anyone tried to steal the lightning-struck jujube wood, Xia shunning would know. 99. The Baji Sakura mirror had just set up the illusion. 100. The moment Xiang Bai opened his eyes, thunder erupted above. Xia shunning quickly pulled Xiang Bai behind her as a purple light suddenly filled the basement. Sister, it's lightning again. Zhang Laodao said this is. Xiang Bai trembled in fear. The Baji Sakura mirror withstood a bolt of lightning, but its surface was already cracked. If another bolt hit, it would surely shatter. Xia shunning took the military water bottle from Xiang Bai and splashed the bagua fish water into the air. Crouch and cover your head. She turned a porcelain jar upside down on Xiang Bai's head. The red words served the people sizzling from the lightning strike. The red jade pendant transformed into a virtual vermilion bird, and the Qinghuan fire array ignited 7 walls of fire. Heavenly lightning struck down continuously, and the red jade pendant crazily absorbed it. Just before the oil lamp went out, the two finally escaped the basement. No one had time to notice the statue of Emperor Jinwu, so they missed the new scorch marks on the iron sword in its hand. It's so late, Xiang Bai exclaimed, looking at the half-moon on the eaves. Xia shunning checked her watch in the moonlight. 2:17 a.m. The last bus had stopped running 4 hours ago. Sister, look, isn't there something missing up there? Xiang Bai pointed at the eaves of the Yiqing temple. In fact, Xia shunning had noticed the missing corner of the temple's flying eaves when they arrived. She patiently explained, the Qi1 is missing, the 9th child of the dragon. She poked the little phoenix in the space. Little phoenix, do you want to go up and join in? The little phoenix was angry and asked, am I just any ordinary phoenix? Does this shabby place deserve me? Xia shunning didn't insist further. If the little phoenix couldn't see the uniqueness of the Yiqing temple, then it just wasn't its time yet. She took out 3 green apples from her backpack, arranged them in a triangle on the offering table, and lit 5 red candles between them. Next, she inserted 3 incense sticks into the incense burner and finally placed a piece of lightning-struck jujube wood in front of the candles. The little phoenix was waiting for Xia shunning to persuade it again, but unexpectedly, Xia shunning ignored it. In front of the faded statue of Emperor Jinwu, Xia shunning poured half a bag of spicy strips into the porcelain jar, mixed it with cornmeal buns, and handed it to Xiang Bai. Eat and then sleep. Xiang Bai sat on the doorstep with a jar, his voice trembling a bit. Sister, did you hear any sounds? Xia shunning didn't look up. It's probably just mice. Have you heard the story of the mouse marrying a bride? Xiang Bai swallowed hard, but he clearly heard a woman humming a segment from the white-haired girl, the sound coming and going. Suddenly, the moonlight was swallowed by dark clouds, and the broken window creaked in the night wind, while the candle crackled and sparked. Xiang Bai felt a chill at the back of his neck as he stared at the collapsed beam in the west wing, where a rope hung down.
Sister.
Will it collapse here? It won't collapse with me here, Xia shunning said, using a silver needle to stir the incense burner. Xiang Bai thought this place was much scarier than the basement. He secretly glanced at Xia shunning and saw her calm expression, so he straightened his back. If his sister wasn't afraid, then he, as a boy, wouldn't be afraid either. After he finished eating, Xia shunning pushed open the side hall, waved away the cobwebs, chose a spot, and handed him a military coat.
You will sleep here tonight.
Seeing the slogan on the wall about eliminating feudal superstitions, Xiang Bai suddenly felt less scared. In the main hall, a shadow darted down the beam, and there was a slight noise from the offering table. Xia shunning smiled slightly. Xiang Bai wrapped himself tightly in the military coat. Sister, there are mice on the roof too. Xia Shuning tied a blue thread around the beam and then tied a red thread around Xiang Bai's ankle. Just sleep. The little phoenix was pecking fiercely at the thunderstruck jujube wood. I want the Zhuke Wudong formation.
Now.
Immediately, Xia Shuning settled Xiang Bai, then quickly entered the space, grabbing the thunderstruck jujube wood that the little phoenix was pecking. Don't worry, I'll set it up for you now. She picked another piece of century-old jujube wood with lightning patterns, put on gloves made of ice silk mixed with fine silk, pulled out a chalk line, and as the dark red cotton thread touched the thunderstruck jujube wood, it emitted green smoke. The tungsten steel carving knife etched the wudong tree bark, and the charred wood shavings fell, sparking. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Xia Shuning tossed out 5 Qianlong coins, which clinked as they hit the ground. Finally, she scattered a handful of soil from the Yuqing temple and lightly scolded, Zhuke Wudong, rise. A blue-red light shot up into the sky, and 2 streams of blood flowed from Xia Shuning's nose. The phoenix's cry echoed in the space, and the thunderstruck jujube wood ignited with a glass-like flame. Suddenly, a translucent wudong shadow appeared under the little phoenix's claws. It remained still, allowing the shadow to draw away 3 golden feathers. It worked. Xia Shuning chuckled softly as she wiped her blood. The little phoenix shook its newly grown crimson tail feathers. Why is there dragon energy in this soil? Xia Shuning wiped her dagger and sneered. Now do you understand why I chose this place? Outside the space, Xiang Bai turned over, murmuring in his sleep, Sister, pointing at the beams. The Big Dipper. The little phoenix stammered, If I go up now, will I make it in time? Xia Shuning placed her hands on her hips, looking at the space that had grown more than twice its size. The once bowl-sized spiritual spring was now bubbling up high. She was by the spring, using a rusted piece scraped from the Jinwu Emperor's sword, mixed with incense ash, to patch the cracks on the back of cherry wood mirror.
Oh.
A noble ancient beast wants to be a roof tile beast. She splashed some jujube wood scraps soaked in well water onto the mirror frame. The mirror flashed, suddenly showing an image from the peak of the Yuqing temple's incense offerings, with 7 golden glazed beasts perched on the 9-tiered eaves. Dear readers, please add this to your bookshelf, give 5-star reviews, and send free gifts. Wood and fire nurture each other, bringing new beginnings. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little phoenix covered its eyes with its wings, its tail feathers twisted into a heart shape. Xia Shuning grabbed its bright red tail feather, saying, Trying to be cute now? It's too late. She paused, pointing at the mountain of treasures in the space. But if you tidy this place up, I will clean it. Right away. The little phoenix flapped its wings and took off. Xia Shuning adjusted her bangs in front of the Bacca cherrywood mirror, where her skin looked radiant as she smiled lightly. This Yuqing temple will soon be under my control. Xia Shuning took a charred piece of jujube wood and carved it into a little phoenix, but its beak was crooked. Xia Shuning, are you only thinking about looking pretty? Why is my wooden carving's beak crooked? Where is my beak crooked? The little phoenix jumped up in anger. You don't understand. Xia Shuning raised her hand and plucked 3 of the little phoenix's tail feathers. Once the tail feathers left the little phoenix, they turned into flames. Xia Shuning pressed the flames onto the crooked beak of the wooden phoenix, saying, Go. The wooden phoenix opened its little green bean eyes and flapped its wings, flying toward the eaves, while the glazed beasts made way for it. Xia Shuning applied lavender eye patches, changed into silk pajamas, and lay on her carved bed, mumbling, I want to eat spicy beef noodles for breakfast tomorrow. Quack, quack. Before dawn, the wooden phoenix's loud voice echoed through the space. The little phoenix jumped in frustration. How can it even crow off-key? I don't acknowledge it as a phoenix. Xia Shuning removed the eye patches, and while she was asleep, the little phoenix quietly tossed a bunch of jujube wood scraps into her hair. Then you go up and sit. She grabbed the little phoenix and tossed it toward the eaves, causing a loud crash as the 2 phoenixes collided and sparks flew. The little phoenix, feeling dizzy, exclaimed, "You've changed. Now you're taking out your frustration on me. Don't build a nest on my head." Xia Shuning picked up a wooden comb and brushed off the debris from her hair. In the yard, the early rising Xiang Bai had found a broom and was cleaning the Yuling temple inside and out. Learn from others. Xia Shuning poked the little phoenix on the forehead, and it resignedly began to tidy up the space. Xia Shuning quickly stepped out of the space and jumped directly in front of Xiang Bai. "Sister, you actually slept on the eaves last night?" Xiang Bai, holding the broom, looked at her with admiration. Xia Shuning proudly lifted her chin. "Do you want to learn?" Xiang Bai nodded eagerly. "Then watch closely." Xia Shuning turned and threw a punch, her military boots stomping on the blue bricks. Xiang Bai mimicked her from behind. Xia Shuning nodded to herself and tossed a small booklet to Xiang Bai. "Here, take this." The booklet landed on Xiang Bai's chest, its cover featuring a crooked-mouthed phoenix. When Xiang Bai opened it, she saw stick figures clearly demonstrating the moves Xia Shuning had just shown. Xia Shuning watched Xiang Bai practice, saying, "Don't rush. Practice every day to build a solid stance. Now, let's head down the mountain and find a place to eat." Xia Shuning and Xiang Bai each carried a military green backpack and had just reached the entrance of the Yuling temple when two women approached them, one older and one younger. The older woman wore a blue shirt, while the younger one wore a red shirt. The woman in blue exclaimed, "Who are you two? How did you come out from here? Did you spend the night alone in the temple?" As she spoke, the woman in blue scanned Xia Shuning from head to toe. When she noticed Xia Shunning's brand new military green shirt, a hint of greed flashed in her eyes. The fabric was much better than what she was wearing. It was such a waste for a young girl to wear such fine material. Ever since her husband was arrested and their home was searched, she had no money to buy new clothes. "Why do you care? Who are you?" Xiang Bai glared, trying to protect Xia Shuning. The girl in the red shirt had delicate features, but a face full of acne, and her eyes scrutinized Xia Shunning's smooth, fair skin. She felt bitter inside. Why does she look better than me? Her skin is nicer too, and she dresses more stylishly. My uncle is the director of the Cultural Relics Bureau. She lowered her eyes, hiding the sharpness within, and softly said, "Aunt, no one has come to this temple for a long time. Are they doing something bad here?" The woman in the blue shirt glared at Xia Shuning with a sharp look and shouted, "You little, how dare you steal in a temple?" The girl in the red shirt pointed at her face, saying, "How embarrassing. No wonder you dress so well and look like you haven't suffered at all. It must be because you've been with men." They looked at Xia Shuning and Xiang Bai's bulging backpack, exchanging determined glances. The woman in the blue shirt pretended to be generous and said, "You two are young. I'll give you a way out. Leave your backpack and I won't report you to the police for being troublemakers." The girl in the red shirt chimed in, "Yeah, take off your green shirt too, and we'll let you go." "Shut up. Don't talk nonsense," Xiang Bai shouted, his face turning red with anger as he picked up a wooden stick from the ground, ready to hit them. The woman in the blue shirt shouted loudly, "Help. This little brat is hitting people." The girl in the red shirt quickly hid behind the woman in the blue shirt, peeking out in broad daylight. "How dare you hit someone in public?" Xia Shuning shook her head and pointed to the temple courtyard. "Come in and talk." The woman in the blue shirt thought Xia Shuning was scared and boldly walked in first. "Humph, you little brat. I won't let you off easily," she sneered as she passed Xiang Bai. The girl in the red shirt hesitated, tilting her head and thinking. Seeing that Xia Shuning looked delicate and weak, while Xiang Bai, though handsome, was still just a child, she felt confident they were no match for her and her aunt. The girl in the red shirt followed them into the temple. "Hurry up. I have no time to waste," the woman in the blue shirt urged arrogantly. She wanted to secretly bury the items given by someone in the temple's incense burner before the sun was fully up. Xiang Bai looked at them as if they were foolish. If they fell into his hands, they would just get a beating. Now, they even dared to speak loudly to his sister. They would surely regret it. Xia Shuning entered last and casually closed the temple door. The girl in the red shirt panicked and turned to stop her. "Don't close the door. You take off your clothes, leave the backpack, and just go. Xia Shuning smiled gently and asked her, "But if I have no clothes, how will I go home?" The woman in the blue shirt said nonchalantly, "There's no one on the road right now. Just use 2 leaves to cover yourself. Who will notice you? Please add to my bookshelf, give 5-star reviews, and send free gifts." Wood and fire support each other, and everything is renewed. The girl in the red shirt twisted the corner of her shirt and chimed in, "Exactly. We haven't seen anyone on our way."
Ha!
Xia Shuning laughed, poking the trembling shoulder of the other girl with a stick, and nodded, saying, "I learned something."
What?
"What did you learn?" The girl in the red shirt stuttered, feeling a chill at the back of her neck. Xia Shuning tossed a red apple to Xiang Bai and said, "Xiang Bai, close the door behind you." Xiang Bai dashed out and shut the peeling door, leaning against the frame while munching on the apple, his eyes fixed on the intersection. The woman in the blue shirt spat, "That little troublemaker just knows how to boss men around." Her thin hand tightly clutched a green bag with the word prize printed on it. The girl in the red shirt felt something was off and quietly moved closer to the gate, pressing against the wall. Just as she touched the old door latch, a strong force came from behind her head, making her tilt her chin up. Xia Shuning tugged on the braid of the girl in the red shirt and cheerfully asked, "Where are you running off to?" "It hurts. It hurts." The girl in the red shirt tiptoed back, her scalp feeling tight. "It's not my fault. Let me go." Xia Shuning pulled her braid toward the old locust tree, and the girl's plastic sandals slipped on the slogan "Learn from Agriculture," making a squeaking sound. The loudspeaker at the foot of the mountain chimed, startling the gray pigeons that were perched nearby. Suddenly, the woman in the blue shirt swung an aluminum kettle and aimed it at Xia Shuning's head, shouting, "You troublemaker." Without turning around, Xia Shuning grabbed her by the neck and lifted her effortlessly. The woman in the blue shirt kicked her legs wildly, one plastic sandal flying off, revealing a worn nylon sock. Xia Shuning first tied their braids together tightly with a thick rubber band, then chose a sturdy tree branch. With a swift motion, she swung her arm, and the 2 girls were securely hung from the old locust tree. With a creak, the branch swayed slightly, startling a flock of crows into flight. Xia Shuning used a tin cup to scoop water from the well to wash her hands, and just as she took out a handkerchief to dry them, the woman in the blue shirt suddenly shouted, "Let me tell you, my family is not ordinary. Aunt, stop shaking. My braid is going to break." The girl in the red shirt suddenly started crying loudly. Xia Shuning curiously asked, "Who is in charge here?" The woman in the blue shirt had just bullied Xia Shuning, thinking she was definitely not a wealthy young lady from the capital. She was confident that the other person didn't know that old Song had been arrested. She bluffed, "My boss is Song Huaimin, the director of the Cultural Relics Bureau in the capital. He is a sworn brother of Feng Xiuming, the head of the Capital Revolutionary Committee." Upon hearing this, Xia Shuning couldn't help but laugh and remarked, "What a small world. Song Huaimin must be the director who provided evidence to report the Cultural Relics Bureau." It seemed the Capital Public Security Bureau was quick to act, having already made arrests.
Are you scared now?
The woman in the blue shirt felt her head spinning. "If you're scared, let me go. Or else my boss." Xia Shuning slowly replied, "You 2 can discuss who gets to sunbathe and who gets to warm up by the fire?" "Warm up? Where's the fire?" The girl in the red shirt looked confused. Xia Shuning swept some dry leaves to their feet, then took off their tops and tossed them onto the leaves. Next, she pulled out a box of matches from her backpack and held it in her hand. "First question?" Xia Shuning struck a match, the flame reflecting in her eyes. "What are you 2 doing here?" "We came to seek a romantic partner." The woman in the blue shirt's throat tightened as she saw the spark less than 3 feet away from her. There's a 100-year-old silk tree behind the temple. The silk tree was cut down for steel. Xia Shuning tossed the matchstick down, causing the girl in the red shirt to choke on her scream. However, the flame extinguished just half an inch from the pile of dry leaves. From outside the wall, a loudspeaker announced, "Comrades, please pay attention. We are about to go to the drying field to learn the highest instructions." Taking advantage of the distraction, The woman in the blue shirt twisted around. Did you hear that? Delaying learning will get us in trouble. Before she could finish, Xia Shuning suddenly used her toe to hook a green bag. Inside, besides some cash and odds and ends, there was a small box wrapped in oil paper. Xia Shuning held up the box and asked the woman in the blue shirt, seeking a romantic partner with poison? Do you want to kill the matchmaker and marry her off to the king of? Then she sneered. Looks like you won't cry until you see the coffin. Xia Shuning struck a second match and threw it directly onto the pile of dry leaves, the flame shooting up, igniting who knows what. As the smell of burning mixed with the sound of cicadas, the girl in the red shirt suddenly shouted, "Auntie, just tell the truth. Uncle won't blame you." The woman in the blue shirt finally couldn't hold back and cried out, "It's my husband, Old Song. I just wanted to save him." After Old Song was captured, someone threw me a note saying that if I threw the things in the box into the well, Old Song would be released. The woman in the blue shirt pleaded, "I really just wanted to save my husband." The girl in the red shirt cried, "It's not my fault. I just came with my aunt. I didn't know anything." Xia Shuning scoffed, "Then why do you have breeding medicine in your bag?" The girl in the red shirt trembled in fear and quickly shook her head. "It's not my fault. My aunt gave it to me, saying to put it in Huan's tea." Xia Shuning pressed, "Huan?" The girl in the red shirt stammered, "My cousin, she looks like that aunt over there." Xia Shuning immediately understood. She rummaged through the green bag of the woman in the blue shirt and found a note. "Throw it in the Yuling temple well, and they will release him in 3 days." She stared at the note. Why does this handwriting look familiar? Unable to recall, she decided to keep the note for now. Xia Shuning stepped forward and crushed the sparks with her military boots, splashing well water that created white smoke. She didn't care if these two troublesome people would get hurt, but she was worried about damaging the Yuling temple. As Xia Shuning left, she exchanged a glance with the wooden phoenix and accidentally brushed against the brick wall, scraping off part of the Serve the People sign. "Let's go." She tugged at Xiang Bai's collar and headed down the mountain. "First, let's get some spicy beef noodles, then go to the police station." The girl in the red shirt suddenly clung to the tree bark and shouted, "Wait."
Yuan se jette pendant.
Before she could finish, the woman in the blue shirt kicked her in the back. Xia Shuning threw a hawthorn seed that hit the woman in the blue shirt's knee, and her scream faded behind them. Just as they stood under the faded Serve the People sign, the bus number 6 pulled in, puffing black smoke. The ticket seller, wearing a red armband, looked at their bulging backpacks and suspiciously asked, "Comrades, what are you doing?" "2 tickets." Xia Shuning confidently handed over a dime. Seeing her assertive attitude, the ticket seller opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing, tearing off 2 tickets and handing them to her. Xia Shuning and Xiang Bai sat in the last row. On the glass counter of the state-run restaurant, there was a warning sign that read, "No fighting with customers." Xia Shuning tapped on the aluminum lunchbox, 2 bowls of spicy beef noodles with extra meat. The slogan "Serve the People" on the wall of the state-run restaurant has turned yellow from the grease. The waitress looked up and assessed the pair of siblings at the counter, noticing their thin arms and legs. "Do you want to add another 4 ounces of beef?" She tapped her pen on the order book, saying, "You two can't finish this, so no extra." Xia Shuning gently tapped the counter twice with her fingers, sliding a few white rabbit candies through the order book. The reflection in the window showed her smiling eyes as she softly said, "Comrade, my brother is still growing." The waitress accepted the candies and quietly replied, "This can't go to waste. You both need to finish your food." At that moment, there weren't many customers in the state-run restaurant. It wasn't long before the waitress called out, "Spicy beef noodles coming up." "Big sister, I'll go." Xiang Bai volunteered, standing up. Xia Shuning nodded and instructed, "Get me that bowl, and add more green onions and cilantro." When Xiang Bai returned with 2 bowls of spicy beef noodles, Xia Shuning first added a few drops of vinegar to her bowl. Then she took 2 ounces of beef and placed it into her noodles, stirring it with her chopsticks. Once the beef was coated in the spicy oil, she took a bite, exclaiming, "Delicious. So tasty." Xiang Bai, now enjoying the meal treated by Xia Shuning, felt less awkward than before. He realized that in the future, he would give half of his earnings to their mother and half to his sister. In his spare time, besides practicing martial arts, he would help his sister find wood for her projects. This was his first time eating spicy beef noodles at the state-run restaurant, so he watched how Xia Shuning ate. He remembered when he was 7, seeing Zhao Fatty come back from the state-run restaurant after eating beef noodles, his mouth glistening with grease, as he let everyone smell the delicious aroma. He had waited in line for a long time, and when it was his turn, Zhao Fatty covered his mouth and said, "Scrap collector, move aside. Don't ruin the smell of my noodles." Thinking of this, Xiang Bai leaned closer to the beef noodles and took a deep breath, inhaling the mix of spicy and meaty aromas, along with the scent of green onions. It made his mouth water. He reached for the plate of extra beef, wanting to follow Xia Shuning's example and add it to his noodles. Suddenly, a hand reached over from the side and grabbed his plate of beef. "Hey, kid, you can't digest that much meat. Give it to me." Xia Shuning and Xiang Bai both looked up to see a neatly dressed pregnant woman standing at their table. At that moment, the pregnant woman placed one hand on her belly and used the other to pull at the plate of beef, smiling kindly. "Dear, I see you are beautiful and kind. Let your brother give me the beef. My baby needs some nourishment." Xia Shuning sharply tapped the woman's wrist with her chopsticks and coldly replied, "You are mistaken. I may be beautiful, but my heart is not kind." "Oh no." The pregnant woman pulled back her hand, holding her wrist, and angrily said, "How dare you hit a pregnant woman in public?" Xia Shuning said to Xiang Bai, "Eat." Seeing the mischievous look in Xia Shuning's eyes, Xiang Bai immediately dumped the whole plate of beef into his noodles and started eating loudly. Xia Shuning picked up the aluminum lunchbox and quickly finished the remaining spicy beef noodles. The pregnant woman watched as the siblings completely ignored her, her eyes flashing with malice. She was determined to make trouble for these 2 kids today. The pregnant woman quickly lay down on the floor and cried out loudly, "Someone hit a pregnant woman. My stomach hurts so much." This commotion attracted the attention of the customers in the shop. People nowadays are quite caring. As soon as they heard someone hit a pregnant woman, they rushed over. A woman who looked like a leader pointed at Xia Shuning and said, "How can a young girl hit a pregnant woman?" Others chimed in, "You're even prettier than the stars on the calendar, but why are you so mean? She should pay for the pregnant woman's medical and nutritional expenses." Hearing someone mention compensation, the pregnant woman felt happy and cried even louder. Xia Shuning carefully wiped her mouth with a napkin and cleaned her fingers, then asked slowly, "Where did I hit her?" As soon as she finished speaking, she used a mirror to reflect light onto the pregnant woman's injured wrist. The bruise disappeared, but the pain intensified. The woman, who seemed to be a leader, with noticeable frown lines, turned to the pregnant woman and asked, "Sister, stop crying for a moment. Where did she hit you?" The pregnant woman, feeling sharp pain in her wrist, cried genuinely, raising her injured wrist high, "Is my wrist broken?" Everyone looked at her wrist. Although her skin was yellow, there were no visible injuries, not even a scratch, leaving everyone confused. Xiang Bai looked at Xia Shuning with admiration in his eyes, thinking, "Sister, you are amazing." The woman, who seemed to be a leader, rubbed her forehead and spoke seriously, "Comrade, are you sure this girl hit your wrist? You should check your injury." The pregnant woman sobbed, almost unable to speak due to the pain. She looked down at her wrist and found there were no injuries. In disbelief, she brought it close to her eyes to examine, realizing there wasn't even a scratch. She widened her eyes at Xia Shuning, pointing at the chopsticks on the table, seeking Xiang Bai's agreement. "You just saw her hit me with chopsticks, right?" Xiang Bai looked at her uninjured wrist and remained silent. The others shook their heads, quickly changing their tone. "You're pregnant. Stop lying on the floor and get up. Yeah, even if you don't care about yourself, you should think about the baby in your belly." At that moment, a waitress joined in. "I've been watching. Those 2 siblings were eating noodles nicely at the table, and you came over to bother them." Then she suddenly remembered that the pregnant woman had been there for a while, without ordering food. She picked up a soup spoon and pointed it at her. "If you're not going to order, why are you here?" Are you begging? Get out. Anger flashed in the pregnant woman's eyes, but with the help of two kind people, she shakily stood up. Seeing her pitiful state and remembering she was pregnant, everyone fell silent and stopped talking. The pregnant woman, realizing she wouldn't get anywhere here, held her belly and waddled away, planning to try her luck at another place.
Wait.
Xia Shuning called out from behind. The pregnant woman paused, turned around with a defiant look, but quietly asked, "What do you want?" The crowd, which had dispersed, gathered around again. Xia Shuning asked slowly, "You think you can just walk away after wronging me without saying anything?" The pregnant woman endured the pain in her wrist, feeling a surge of anger, with no outlet. Initially, she wanted to let it go, but since this girl wouldn't back down, she wouldn't hold back either. Tears welled up in the pregnant woman's eyes. "Sister, I didn't mean to. I haven't eaten for several days, and I'm so hungry I can't think straight. The father of my child is a martyr who protected our country, leaving us as orphans. Could you please help me by buying a bowl of beef noodles? I won't even ask for extra beef. I can go hungry, but my baby can't. He is the child of a martyr and shouldn't go hungry." Seeing her still putting on an act, Xia Shuning grabbed the chopsticks from the table and struck the pregnant woman's knee. The pregnant woman fell forward with a thud, blood spilling everywhere. Blood. So much blood. Someone's dying. Someone just killed a pregnant woman. Call the police. Someone shouted, as people outside blocked the door to watch. My belly hurts so much. Save my baby. A pregnant woman clutched her belly, lying in a pool of blood, crying out in pain. If she fell silent, these fools would really think she was dead. The crowd was initially stunned, but the sound of her cries jolted them awake, and they immediately began pointing fingers at Xia Shuning. "Young lady, how could you be so cruel? How can you hurt a pregnant woman? Hurry, take her to the hospital." Taking her to the hospital won't help. There's too much blood. The baby inside is surely in danger. I can't believe this girl is so heartless. She was just wronged. She didn't lose anything. This is terrible. A life is lost just like that. If the baby is gone, we must at least save the mother. She should at least pay 20 yuan. 20 yuan isn't enough. It should be at least 50 yuan. The pregnant woman silently gritted her teeth, thinking, these poor people. Can't they see her and her brother are dressed in new shirts, each carrying a bulging bag? They look like easy targets. She should be compensated at least 500 yuan. A woman with a red armband said sternly to Xia Shuning, "Young lady, a life is at stake. You need to take her to the hospital right away, or I will report you to the police. She wronged you, which is not right, but you shouldn't have caused her to fall and lose the baby. 2 lives are at risk. You're being too much." Xia Shuning calmly bit into a red apple, not understanding where the confidence of those who are blind to the truth comes from to meddle in others' affairs. She looked at the woman with the red armband and smirked, "Then go ahead and report me. I'll help you keep her down." "You." The woman with the armband pointed at Xia Shuning, but suddenly her finger twitched uncontrollably, her right cheek drooped, and she collapsed to the ground. People nearby urged Xia Shuning, "Miss, stop stepping on her. Don't crush her. It would be better if she did die, then we would only have to pay 15 yuan. Suddenly noticing the woman had fallen, the crowd rushed over, asking, "Comrade, what happened?" A lady with a vegetable basket pointed at the woman's swollen lips and shouted, "Quick, pinch her philtrum. Step aside." Xia Shuning pulled out a silver needle and pushed through the crowd, quickly inserting it into a pressure point. The woman with the armband made a sound in her throat, and her crooked mouth slowly straightened. Her limp body began to regain movement as she propped herself up on a table leg, her left hand still trembling uncontrollably. Xia Shuning wiped the blood from the needle and said, "A is worsened by anger. You need to stay calm." The woman took a deep breath. Xia Shuning was ready. If she fainted again, she would use another pressure point and give her 2 more needles, but it would cost more. The crowd fell silent, unsure whether to scold her for her violence or praise her for her medical skills. "Miss, Thank you for saving me. But since you are so skilled, can you help her? The woman in the red armband looked pale. She made a mistake. Let the police handle her. You can't take matters into your own hands. Absolutely not. Emergency treatment for a costs 9 yuan. Xia Shuning thought the woman in the red armband was a principled but overly kind person, and she needed to collect her fee. The woman closed her eyes and said angrily, "You're exploiting me." Xia Shuning's expression turned cold as she raised her silver needle and said, "A wise person learns from their mistakes. Then I'll give you another needle." The woman turned red in the face, trembling as she pulled out 9 yuan from her pocket and slapped it on the table.
Here.
Has the police not arrived yet? Xia Shuning urged, having just seen the waiter sneak out the door. Everyone looked at her as if she were crazy. Was she really acting this way at such a young age? The pregnant woman panicked at the mention of the police and raised her bloodied hand. "Young lady, since you are so young, I won't hold this against you. If you report this to the police, you'll have a record, and it will affect your future schooling and job opportunities. You just need to pay me 500 yuan for medical expenses, and that's it. My child, and I will split it, 250 each. Do you agree?" This girl could earn 9 yuan for each needle. If she did 100 in a day, that would be 900 yuan. Asking for 500 was already considerate of her. If she didn't get the medical fee, she wouldn't be able to settle this today. Xia Shuning remained calm and held up her hand. At most 50 cents. The woman in the red armband frowned. 50 cents would only cover a basic consultation. This girl was pretty and capable, but she was too unreasonable. The pregnant woman almost jumped up. Her shirt was worth more than 50 cents, and it was now covered in blood. An older woman with a vegetable basket couldn't help but advise, "Young lady, just take her to the hospital. If something happens to her, you'll be responsible for her life." Before she could finish, a young police officer in a dark blue uniform walked into the restaurant. "Who's in trouble? Where's the victim?" The waiter hid behind the young officer, avoiding Xia Shuning's gaze as they returned together. "The victim is here." Xia Shuning stepped heavily on the pregnant woman's back, causing blood to splatter to the side.
"Ah!"
The pregnant woman cried out in pain. When she screamed, Xia Shuning stepped again, and more blood splattered onto the officer's shoes. Everyone was shocked at how fierce this girl was, daring to act in front of the police. No, she was using her feet. The young officer said to Xia Shuning, "Comrade, please step down. She can't escape." Xia Shuning felt a sense of approval. This young officer was quite clever. Upon hearing this, the crowd became unhappy. "Officer, you can't favor her just because she's pretty. She hurt someone." The pregnant woman trembled when she heard the officer enter. She secretly hoped, "Officer, she's still young and has a bright future ahead. I won't press charges if she just pays for my medical expenses." The young officer said to the pregnant woman, "Get up and come with me to the station to give a statement." "Officer, shouldn't we take the pregnant woman to the hospital first?" Xia Shuning smiled slyly. "A pregnant woman who hasn't died from all this blood doesn't need to go to the hospital?" An elderly lady stepped forward to speak up. "Young lady, you can't be so arrogant just because you have the police backing you. Look at all this blood. It's a life we're talking about. Don't you feel guilty?" Xia Shuning raised an eyebrow and smiled meaningfully. "Why should I feel guilty? Who has a miscarriage from bleeding in their stomach?" Everyone turned to look at the pregnant woman's lower body. Since she fell forward, only her upper body was in the blood, and her backside was completely clean. The pregnant woman panicked, feeling regret. Xia Shuning's sudden attack caught her off guard. She had only focused on tearing the blood bag and forgot about her position. Seeing the situation turning against her, the pregnant woman spotted a gap in the crowd and tried to escape. As she lunged for the door, Xia Shuning quickly threw another chopstick, pinning her pants to the doorframe. "What's the rush? The station provides meals." This was the first time I saw someone throw chopsticks like flying daggers. The young officer's throat tightened, and he instinctively placed his hand on his waist. This was his first encounter with such a skilled person. Who exactly was this girl? The fake pregnant woman was sweating profusely now. She turned to glare at Xia Shuning, regretting getting involved with someone so dangerous. She pleaded, "Sister, I'm just really hungry. Everyone has tough times. Why be so aggressive? Please let me go this time." She then turned to the young officer with a sad expression. "Officer, I'm just trying to get a meal. Asking for food isn't a crime, right? But pretending to be a military family to deceive others is a crime," Xia Shuning said, looking around at the crowd and slightly raising her voice. "Stealing is also a crime." As soon as she finished speaking, gasps were heard throughout the crowd, and people instinctively reached for their pockets. "Ah, I lost 50 cents. My food stamps are gone. My watch is missing. That was my wedding gift. I'm missing 8 yuan. When did she steal the money? My sewing machine ticket is lost. That was my daughter's dowry. All the money I had for medicine is gone." The woman in the red armband sensed trouble, looked down at her pockets, and gritted her teeth, saying, "My 200 yuan is gone. That was for my son's wedding." The pregnant woman tried to stay calm and defended herself. "Don't accuse me. I'm wearing such thin clothes. I have no place to hide money." Xia Shuning flicked her wrist, and 3 bamboo chopsticks flew through the air, hitting the woman's stomach, causing a bag soaked in pig's blood to fall out. A young police officer picked it up and opened it to find a food ration book, a watch, a sewing machine ticket, and over 800 yuan. The crowd quickly formed a circle, shouting, "Officer, we caught the thief. Give me back my money. Comrade, please return my food ration book first. My family has no food left." Others tried to take advantage of the situation and chimed in, "Me too. I was also stolen from. I lost 1 yuan." The young officer took out a lost items registration book. "If you lost money or items, come over to register. You need to provide the item, name, workplace, and address. Once we finish questioning and verify the situation, we will return everything." Those trying to take advantage were too scared to register and quickly slipped away. A woman with a vegetable basket registered her lost silver ring and, seeing Xia Shuning eating cherries nearby, asked irritably, "Why didn't she steal from you?" Xia Shuning was tying cherry stems while feeling her good deeds increasing. She glanced at the woman and replied, "Isn't it obvious? The cicadas outside are chirping loudly. I'm quite attractive." The woman was taken aback, glared at her, and said nothing more. After registering her lost items, the woman in the red armband approached Xia Shuning to apologize. "Young lady, I'm sorry. I wrongly accused you, but you noticed she was the thief. Why didn't you warn everyone? Did it really need to get so messy? Now, who knows when everyone will get their money back? The restaurant can't operate normally now." The old ceiling fan in the state-run restaurant creaked as it turned, the sweet and sour smell of plum juice mixed with the stench of blood, driving away many onlookers and hungry customers. The woman in the red armband felt that she had lowered herself to apologize to someone much younger than her, and she should reflect on her actions. She realized she shouldn't act so rashly in the future. It was for everyone's good. Unexpectedly, Xia Shuning looked at the red armband a few times but couldn't understand her way of thinking. People who seem reasonable but are actually confused can be quite annoying. She thought to herself, "Even if I remind you, will you really listen or understand? If your mind only helps the bad, then don't pretend to be a good person. Just stay where it's comfortable." With a snap, she caught a green fly with her chopsticks. The young police officer, wearing a silver bracelet, locked the wrist of the fake pregnant woman and turned to Xia Shuning, saying, "Comrade, please come with me to the police station to make a statement." Xia Shuning threw her chopsticks into the trash and nodded to Bai, and they both went to the police station together. The young officer opened the worn wooden door of the interrogation room and said to Xia Shuning, "Comrade, my name is Sun Bin." He pushed a notebook toward her, saying, "This is your statement. Please take a look, and if everything is fine, sign your name at the end." Xia Shuning took the pen, quickly glanced over it, and signed her name without hesitation. Sun Bin stole a glance at her before quickly looking away. Outside, the old elm tree rustled, and his ears turned redder than the red ink on the table. The girl in front of him was not only skilled but also very alert. The fake pregnant woman's criminal methods were quite clever, with one trap leading to another. People older than her had either been deceived or victimized, but she not only recognized the thief, but also helped catch him. He could tell right away, because his father was the director of the Beijing Public Security Bureau, and he had grown up around the police, familiar with various criminal tactics. Curious, Sun Bin asked Xia Shuning, "Comrade Xia, how did you figure out she was a habitual thief?" Xia Shuning couldn't tell him that after her upgrade, her abilities had improved, so she made up a reason. When she reached for the beef, her right hand was very delicate, but her thumb, index, and S had calluses. Sun Bin nodded and praised her. "Comrade Xia, your observation skills are better than many police officers. This is something developed from a young age." Xia Shuning accepted his compliment calmly, took a sip of water to clear her throat, and continued, "Comrade Sun, I report that someone is planning to poison the well. The suspect is at Yuling Temple." Sun Bin suddenly stood up, knocking over a chair with a loud crash. "Yuqing mountain water source? Poisoning?" The officers at the police station quickly gathered around, and the director, Lin Quanand, said, "Dispatch immediately. We need to act fast." The Yuqing mountain water source supplies water to the residents of Beijing, and if poisoned, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xia Shuning took out a small box wrapped in oil paper and the note. She had already made a copy, and she handed the original to the police. She saw Sun Bin about to open the small box and reminded him, "Comrade Sun, it should contain potassium cyanide. We need to test it with a plague detection device from the health station." Sun Bin quickly put down the small box, looking at Xia Shuning with a mix of shyness and gratitude. Director Lin, who had watched Sun Bin grow up, knew that he had feelings for the girl. This kid has good taste. Luckily, he is quite handsome and is somewhat worthy of Comrade Xia. Director Lin gave Xia Shuning a thumbs up. "Comrade Xia, I thank you on behalf of the people of the city. Once we solve the case, I will apply for a reward for you." Xia Shuning nodded. From the increasing merit points, she knew this achievement was significant. She tilted her head and thought, "Director Lin, I would also like a banner. I've recently taken a liking to them." Director Lin was surprised. Wasn't this her first achievement? He couldn't help but say, "Comrade Xia is truly talented. Are you interested in joining our police force?" The slogan "Serve the People" on the white wall of the police station had turned yellow. Sun Bin leaned forward, holding a porcelain cup. "Comrade Xia is really skilled. She can use chopsticks like throwing knives." He pointed 2 inches below his collarbone. "Her medical skills are amazing. She can treat strokes with just 1 needle." Xia Shuning suddenly looked up, and his hand shook, nearly knocking over the teacup. Zhuo, who was crawling through the dense forest, wiped the mud off his face and pulled open his collar to reveal a swollen collarbone from an insect sting, applying Xia Shuning's special ointment. Director Lin lifted the porcelain cup and took a strong sip of tea to wake himself up. "You're overpraising me. I'm just a young person from the countryside and will be returning to the northwest in a few days," Xia Shuning said calmly. The energy of Tianshan is so strong. She still wants to go back. Suddenly, the cicadas outside stopped chirping. Director Lin persistently encouraged, "If you come here, I can specially approve your return to the city." He exchanged glances with Sun Bin, thinking they must bring such talent into their police system. Sun Bin anxiously loosened his collar. The forensic position at the city bureau also. Xia Shuning shook her head and firmly said, "There are fewer doctors in the Northwest. They need me more. I am willing to dedicate my youth to the Northwest." Now, Director Lin found it hard to persuade her further. He looked at Sun Bin with a hint of sympathy in his eyes. Was this kid just starting to understand love, only to face heartbreak? Director Lin went off to attend to his duties, and Xia Shuning was about to leave with Bai. At that moment, loud voices came from the interrogation room next door. A woman shouted angrily, "Why should I give you money? I'm not renting your house. Comrade Police, this person is speculating and taking advantage. You must arrest him." A young man defends himself. "I helped you find the house, and we agreed you would give me 1 yuan for running errands. I'm a poor farmer, selling my labor to earn some hard money. How can that be considered speculation? Officer, Aunt Zhang cheated me out of my money. She asked me to help her find a house, but after she rented it, She refused to pay me for my efforts. Aunt Zhang replies, I paid for the house myself. Why should I give you any money? The young man insists, I helped you find a listing. Aunt Zhang retorts, that has nothing to do with you. I found the landlord myself. Aunt Zhang steps forward and grabs the young man's collar, about to scratch his face. The young man dodges and shouts, Officer, she cheated me and is attacking me. You need to arrest her. Comrade Sun, what does that fighting man do for a living? Xia Shuning asks Sun Bin beside her. Sun Bin scratches his head, thinking about what to say to Xia Shuning on this short walk. Suddenly hearing her question, he adjusts his hat and replies seriously, You mean Zhao Shu? He's an apprentice at the furniture factory. He's not a bad guy and usually helps others with errands to earn some extra money. But he always seems to be short on cash, gets into disputes often, and ends up in fights that come to our police station. Xia Shuning's eyes light up as she nods at Sun Bin, preparing to leave. Comrade Xia, wait a moment. Sun Bin lowers his hat and hands her a notebook. Please write down your address for when the banner is ready. I'll mail it to you. Xia Shuning takes out a pen and quickly writes down her address before leaving with Xiang Bai. Sun Bin stares at the address in the notebook, thinking how far away she is, but it's okay. When Zhao Shu leaves the police station, the collar of his blue shirt is torn. He walks home in his cloth shoes, feeling downcast. He vows never to help anyone find a house again. Running around without making money is bad enough, but now he's lost a piece of clothing too. Just as he leaves the small road by the police station and turns into an alley, he is stopped by some people. Zhao Shu, when are you going to pay me back? A few tough guys block his way, with a wooden stick and bricks. Zhao Shu looks at the leader, feeling weak. Liga, can you give me one more day? I was supposed to pay you back today, but I ran into a woman who refused to pay. Liga spits on the ground. I lent you all my gambling money. If you can't pay it back, have your sister come wash my clothes for a few days. A cold glint flashed in Zhao Shu's eyes as he forced a smile. Liga, I will get the money right away and pay you back tonight. Liga kicked Zhao Shu to the ground. How dare you disrespect me? You poor thing, without parents, where will you get the money? Liga stepped on Zhao Shu's face and said fiercely, What's wrong? You don't think I'm good enough? I'm a fine man, and being your brother-in-law wouldn't be a disgrace to your sister. Today, I'll take care of you first, then I'll bring your sister home. Hearing that Li Ge wanted to take his sister, Zhao Shu struggled desperately, digging his fingers into the ground, blood oozing from his torn nails. Hold him down. Two thugs pinned Zhao Shu's arms and legs. Li Ge picked up a brick, ready to strike Zhao Shu.
Sureli, bang.
Li Ge fell to the ground, hit in the back of the head by a piece of wood that came from nowhere. His two companions were stunned, releasing Zhao Shu and rushing to check if Li Ge was still breathing. They looked around, confused.
Who did that?
Which coward attacked?
Bang.
One was knocked down by the wood, blood splattering across his face. The last fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head. Hero, please spare me. I haven't done anything wrong. Zhao Shu quickly got up and looked in the direction the wood had come from. A young girl stood in the shade of a tree, smiling at them. Xia Shuning asked the kneeling, Are you going to turn yourself in and report those two? Or should I knock you out too, so we can report them together? The kneeling quickly replied, I'll go turn myself in right away. No need for you to hit me. With that, he ran toward the police station, terrified of the girl. He would rather dig sand than face her. Xia Shuning called after him, Don't forget to report them, or my wood will come looking for you at night. Zhao Shu glanced at the piece of wood in Xia Shuning's hand. He gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and kicked Li Ge hard. This trash dared to think about his sister. He had to put an end to this threat. After dealing with that, he saw Xia Shuning still under the tree. Without waiting for her to call him, he walked over and knelt in front of her, bowing 3 times, his forehead slightly bleeding. Thank you for helping me and saving my sister. If you need anything, just let me know. Zhao Shu was smart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to take care of his sister alone after their parents passed away. He noticed that Xia Shuning stopped under the tree and didn't leave, so he knew she had something to discuss with him. Xia Shuning asked, What can you do? Zhao Shu was taken aback. Could it be that the heroine didn't save him on purpose? but just acted in the moment? Zhao Shu stammered, I can carve wood. My great-grandfather was a carpenter. Seeing that Xia Shuning didn't seem very interested, he began to sweat and forced out another answer. I can also help find houses. Xia Shuning said, Then can you help me find a small courtyard in the South City? Zhao Shu asked, What are your requirements? Xia Shuning replied, It should preferably be a standalone house, quiet, but convenient for living. I don't have much time in the capital. I need the housing information within 3 days. Having grown up in South City, Zhao Shu was well aware of what houses were available for sale or rent. As soon as Xia Shuning mentioned her requirements, 2 or 3 houses popped into his mind. Grateful for Xia Shuning's life-saving help, he planned to check the condition of the houses first before introducing them to her, so as not to waste her time. I can get back to you by tomorrow, Zhao Shu promised confidently. Xia Shuning handed him a large bill, saying, This is for your trouble. I'm prepaying you. Zhao Shu quickly waved his hand. Benefactor, you saved my life. I can't take your money, and the fee for running errands is only a small amount. Xia Shuning replied calmly, Just call me Xia Shuning. Take the money. You need to do the job well. That's my rule. Seeing the look in Xia Shuning's eyes, Zhao Shu didn't argue further, accepted the money, and asked, Comrade Xia, how can I contact you once I have the housing information? Xia Shuning took out a pen and paper, wrote down the phone number for the military guest house and her name, and handed him another large bill. Call the military guest house front desk and ask for me. You can use this for the phone bill. Zhao Shu silently accepted the money and tucked it into his pocket, saying, Comrade Xia, I will definitely help you find a satisfactory house. Xia Shuning nodded, preparing to take Xiang Bai home first. Xiang Bai looked up at Xia Shuning and asked, Sister, why do you suddenly want to buy a house in the capital? Xia Shuning smiled lightly. Sister is from the capital. Women need to have their own homes. When I earn money in the future, I'll buy a house for both Grandma and you. Xiang Bai promised confidently. Xia Shuning nodded. Then you need to work hard to earn money. She didn't tell Xiang Bai that she was buying a house partly to settle his grandmother, allowing him to focus on his military training. She wants to buy the Yuqing temple and needs a reliable person in the capital to help her. Xia Shuning noticed Zhao Shu while at the police station and followed him, which led her to save him from some troublemakers. Buying a small courtyard in Nanqing is a test for Zhao Shu from Xia Shuning. She hopes he won't disappoint her. After sending Xiang Bai home, Xia Shuning checked her mother-in-law's pulse and did acupuncture. Seeing that her mother-in-law was recovering well, she changed her medicine and left some for her. When she left Xiang Bai's house, Xia Shuning didn't rush back to the military guest house. Instead, she bought an ice pop and strolled around the alley while eating. Passing by a recycling station, she initially didn't plan to go in. Let's take a look inside. Little Phoenix suddenly spoke up. Xia Shuning asked, Why? Little Phoenix proudly replied, The firewood core suggests there are treasures inside. Xia Shuning lightly brushed her fingers over the rusty iron door, while a loudspeaker in the distance played the stirring melody of The East is Red. What is the firewood core? Xia Shuning was a bit confused. She didn't remember having any treasure-identifying tools. Little Phoenix patted its chest and said, I soaked a piece of century-old lightning-struck jujube wood in blood coral juice, and it became the firewood core. It wouldn't admit that it got so caught up in a novel that it accidentally dropped the lightning-struck jujube wood into the blood coral juice in the pharmacy. The firewood core can indicate if there are treasures within a 100-meter radius by the lightning patterns on its surface? Xia Shuning nodded. Then let's go in and take a look. She walked into the recycling station. This recycling station was quite large, covering several hundred square meters, filled with all sorts of items. Upon entering, she saw various real waste materials. Hey, young lady, are you here to sell scrap or buy something? I've seen you wandering around outside. Is there something you need? Xia Shuning turned around and was surprised to see a scruffy man emerging from below. He looked to be in his 50s or 60s, with a friendly but somewhat forced demeanor. There was even a basement in this recycling station. Excuse me, do you have any old newspapers? I'd like to buy some to paste on the walls, Xia Shuning said with a sweet smile. The firewood core hidden in her palm suddenly became hot, pointing toward a corner where a few very worn Wangwali chairs were stacked. Little Phoenix looked at the array of treasures in the treasure cabinet, feeling quite speechless. Firewood core, have you never seen anything before? Do you really think such broken chairs are treasures? Old Song tapped his shoe with his pipe and said, old newspapers are 2 cents a pound, but they're very messy. Be careful not to break anything. His cloudy eyes followed Xia Shuning like a hyena watching its prey. Don't worry, Xia Shuning said as she bent down to check the chair, suddenly feeling a chill at the back of her neck. She pretended not to notice and took out a silver needle. The rotting chair back split under her fingers, revealing a glimmer of gold in the dark red wood. Xia Shuning turned to block Old Song's view, and the silver needle quietly slipped into the joint. Little Phoenix, what are you doing? She softly called, watching Little Phoenix pretending to wipe the treasure cabinet with a cloth. She tossed 10 small fish into the space since it was Little Phoenix's job to manage the storage. It could do it whenever it wanted. As the small fish entered the space, the lightning-like wood grain suddenly spread up Xia Shuning's arm. Comrade, this chair is a good item. If you want it, I can give you a discount. This chair is so eaten by bugs that it wouldn't even burn well as firewood. Xia Shuning shook her head. Old Song looked at her military boots covered in wood shavings and scoffed, turning his gaze away. Why not sell that chair to me for firewood? Xia Shuning approached a wobbly armchair. Old Song looked at the chair suspiciously. This chair is made of elm. It smokes too much when burned. Oh, then forget it. Xia Shuning pretended to be disappointed as she pulled her hand back from the carved chair back, hiding her seal in the space. As she passed through the corridor filled with old papers and books, she squatted down to tie her shoelaces. Yellowed pages peeked out from a scattered red flag magazine, and the heat from the wood core almost burned her skin. Treatise on febrile and miscellaneous diseases? Xia Shuning's pupils narrowed as she quickly stored it in her space study. Unfortunately, there was only half a scroll left. If only she could restore these ancient texts. Following the guidance of the wood core, she picked up a bundle of old books weighing over 20 pounds with one hand. Put that down. A rusty wrench fell at her feet as 3 rough-looking young men blocked her path. Xia Shuning's eyes sparkled with interest. Action was coming. She pretended to be scared, trembling as she took steps back until her back hit the iron frame. Ha! The 3 young men laughed as they surrounded her, enjoying her fear. Not far away, Old Song's pipe flickered like a ghostly light, showing no intention of helping. Xia Shuning feigned a plea for help to Old Song. Uncle, please call the police for me. The station isn't far from here. Old Song pretended not to see Xia Shuning. He held a smoking pipe in one hand and fiddled with an abacus in the other, completely focused. The bald man got angry. Shut up. Don't call the police. Throw your backpack over here. His eyes were fixed on Xia Shuning's bulging backpack. Another skinny man leered at Xia Shuning. Wow, what a pretty girl. Why not come with me for some good food and fun? I said in a creepy way. Brother, share some money with me, and maybe a piece of you too. Xia Shuning suddenly chuckled and patted her backpack. Want it? The bald man waved his hand. Stop stalling. I'll count to 3, and if you don't throw the backpack over, I'll make you regret it. The skinny man laughed lewdly, agreeing. Yeah, make her regret it. The bald man started counting. 1, 2, 3. When he saw Xia Shuning standing still, his fearful expression faded. You filthy girl. The bald man charged at Xia Shuning in anger. Xia Shuning scoffed. I'll count to 3. She swung a wooden stick and struck the bald man's head, causing a serious injury. Then she kicked him into a pile of junk. 1. Next, she beckoned to the skinny man, who immediately knelt down, trembling. Please spare me. The remaining ran silently toward the door. Xia Shuning threw a brick, hitting both of them. 2. 3. She didn't care about their fate. Her growing merit told her she hadn't made a mistake. Even if she had, it wouldn't matter, because she could save herself. Old Song didn't dare to smoke anymore. He shrank behind the abacus, looking at Xia Shuning with wide, fearful eyes as she moved around the junkyard. He didn't know when the stick would come down on him. For a few seconds, he even considered pulling out a knife to fight her. But seeing the bald man and his friends lying unconscious on the ground, he curled up in fear. Meanwhile, Xia Shuning was busy. Guided by the flint, she found many discarded relics from the past. From a pile of newspapers, she uncovered a yellowed hand-drawn acupoint map, with the Imperial Hospital's seal faintly visible beneath the mold. From a bound volume of the Red Book, she discovered a bronze wine vessel from the Western Zhou dynasty, with intricate designs hidden under rust. From a scrap metal pile, she found a broken Ming dynasty Longquan celadone bowl, which Old Song had used to hold rusty nails, with faded candy wrappers still stuck to the bottom. Surprisingly, the chopstick holder Old Song used was a late Qing bamboo-carved pen holder, with cracks taped up with electrical tape. The most surprising thing was that the jar used by Old Song for pickles was actually a Warring States period gray pottery jar, filled with salt crystals. Xia Shuning quietly muttered to herself, "This old man is quite crafty. He could definitely be charged with destroying cultural relics." After searching around, she finally picked up a bundle of over 20 pounds of old books and walked up to Old Song, asking, "How much?" 3 pounds of old books, 6 cents, Old Song replied, trembling as he moved the abacus beads. She thought to herself, "Thank goodness, this old man actually let her go." Xia Shuning tossed him 50 cents. After leaving the recycling station, she discreetly put her backpack and other items into her space for the little phoenix to organize. It was getting late, so Xia Shuning took a ride back to the military district guest house and used the front desk phone to call the police station. She borrowed the phone from the front desk and tapped the glass counter. "Excuse me, connect me to the Nanjing police station." She reported that someone at the Nanjing recycling station was suspected of selling and damaging cultural relics. Back in her room, the sound of cicadas outside mixed with the melody of the red detachment of women, fading in and out. Xia Shuning locked the door, lowering her gaze to hide the cold light in her eyes. The woman next door was pressing her ear against the wall, eavesdropping on her. Xia Shuning smirked, so she knows how to use sound waves to listen in. She took out a metal hammer from her space and pulled out a device to create vibrations, pressing it against the wall where the woman was listening. With her right hand, she swung the hammer and struck the vibration device hard. Bang! A thunderous sound echoed, but the wall remained still. "Ah! My ears!" came the woman's shrill scream from next door. The cicadas outside suddenly stopped, and the broadcast of the red detachment of women was singing about breaking the iron chains. Xia Shuning smiled and quickly slipped into her space. She usually didn't take baths at night, so she just took a quick shower. As the water flowed over her bruises, they shimmered with a faint golden glow. After drying her long hair, she changed into a silk nightgown. While sipping a drink made from red peony and rose in a glass, she noticed a large wooden box sent by Zhuo Zhiheng on the table. She had been busy and hadn't had a chance to see what Zhuo Zhiheng had sent her. Opening the box casually, Xia Shuning was taken aback to find 4 watches resting on the red velvet lining, a Manhwa watch, which looked brand new, with a strap that fit her wrist perfectly. She also had one from Feng Jingjun in her space. An old pocket watch, seemingly a family heirloom, likely an antique based on the reaction of the flint. A Rolex with a diamond-encrusted bezel sparkled under the moonlight. She felt indifferent to this brand, seeing it as just a hyped-up luxury item. The military watch has a tiny red star embedded in the dial, and she is curious about how one could obtain it. Can she get one on her own? Xia Shuning finds it a bit funny. Who gives away watches, let alone 4 at once? If someone didn't know better, they might think Zhuo Zhiheng was selling watches. She puts the watch away, applies lavender eye patches, and lies down on the carved mahogany bed for a beauty sleep. When she wakes up, it's already 9 a.m., and she finishes her breakfast in her space. As soon as she steps out, she hears a knock-knock at the door. "Comrade Xia, there's a call for you at the front desk." The receptionist shouts from outside. After thanking the receptionist, Xia Shuning follows her to the front desk and picks up the receiver. "Hello. This is Xia Shuning. Who's calling?" Being called so early, She suspects it might be from the Nanchung police station or Zhao. Comrade Xia, I found a great courtyard for you. Do you want to come see it now? Zhao Shu's voice sounds a bit nervous on the other end. Xia Shunning replies calmly, where exactly is it? Zhao Shu, surprisingly, is no longer nervous. It's by Longton Lake, a southeast-facing courtyard. As soon as Xia Shunning hears Zhao Shu's description on the phone, she thinks the courtyard by Longtan Lake sounds nice. Instead of taking the bus, she hires a car and heads straight to the courtyard by Longtan Lake. When she gets out at the intersection, Zhao Shu is already waiting there. He doesn't seem to find a shady spot and is sweating profusely. Seeing his sweaty face, Xia Shunning laughs and says, "Next time, find a shady spot to wait. I have good eyesight and can find you." Zhao Shu wipes his face and tries to walk a step or two behind Xia Shunning. He starts to introduce the courtyards in the city. In ancient times, the east was rich, the west was noble, the south was poor, and the north was lowly. Those old residences where the scholars used to live are called top scholars' land, mainly located in the west. Rich in the west, wealthy in the east? Xia Shunning asks curiously, are those old residences now filled with people? Zhao Shu nods, yes. Basically, each courtyard houses several families, rented out by the government. The owners are either gone or have left. After passing 3 crooked locust trees, they stop in front of a courtyard by Longtan Lake. The courtyard gate is red, with 2 jujube trees on one side and an elm tree on the other. Look at this vermilion gate. It must have belonged to a wealthy person in the past. Zhao Shu wipes his sweat. This courtyard is small, but it is a proper private residence. Once the door is closed, it is very peaceful to live here. Xia Shunning gently touched the copper nails on the door, and the chipped red paint fell off with a light touch. Zhao Shu knocked on the door, and a young man in his 20s opened it just a. The young man raised his chin and asked, "Who are you looking for?" "I'm here to see Uncle Lee. We agreed yesterday that I would come to look at the house today," Zhao Shu replied with a friendly tone.
Bang!
The young man abruptly slammed the door shut, almost hitting Zhao Shu's nose, startling him and causing the sparrows in the tree to fly away. He turned to look at the expressionless Xia Shunning, stammering this. "It wasn't like this yesterday. Comrade Xia, should we try something else?" Before Zhao Shu could finish, the door creaked open again. This time, it was not the young man but an elderly man in his 60s or 70s, hunched over. The old man, leaning on a wooden cane, opened the door and smiled at Zhao Shu and Xia Shunning, saying, "Little Zhao, I'm sorry. You see, can you still look at the house? If you like it, I can give you a discount." Zhao Shu glanced back at Xia Shunning. The old man noticed that Xia Shunning was the one in charge and looked at her with pleading eyes, still smiling. Xia Shunning nodded, feeling the warmth in the space. Zhao Shu quickly asked the old man, "Uncle Lee, who was that young man who opened the door?" "I've never seen him before." Uncle Lee's smile faded as he replied honestly, "He is my adopted son. Once I was removed from my position, he publicly severed ties with me. Such things happen often these days. It's not uncommon for adopted sons, or even biological ones, to cut ties with their parents when trouble arises." After Uncle Lee led Xia Shunning and Zhao Shu inside, they saw several people standing in the courtyard. In addition to the young man who had opened the door, there was also a middle-aged couple in their 50s. As soon as the young man saw Xia Shunning, his eyes widened, and he looked at her with an inappropriate gaze. Zhao Shu quickly stepped in front of Xia Shunning to shield her. The young man tried to move to the left to get around Zhao Shu, but Zhao Shu swiftly blocked his view. Xia Shunning ignored the tension between them. She glanced around the yard. In the small courtyard, a pomegranate tree was blooming with red flowers. The 3 blue brick houses in the north had peeling walls, revealing the bricks inside. In the yard, there was a little girl, about 7 or 8 years old, with her hair tied in braids with red ribbons. She was pouring tea from a warm kettle. When she heard the noise, she looked up, her big eyes shining shyly. Uncle Lee patted the little girl's head and introduced her to Xia Shunning and Zhao Shu. "This is my granddaughter, Meiduo. My legs aren't good, so I'll let Meiduo show you around." A young man saw an opportunity and rushed out from under Zhao Shu's arm, smiling broadly. Dad, Meiduo is just a little girl. What does she know? Let me take her around. Uncle Li shook his finger at the young man. Li Tai, get out of here. I'm not your dad. A woman in her 50s, wearing a blue checkered shirt, blocked Uncle Li. Hey, brother, how can you say that? My son Li Tai has called you dad for over 10 years. Another man in his 50s, who looked somewhat like Uncle Li, stood by with a dark expression, not stopping his wife and son. Uncle Li frowned and said angrily, Li Tai, don't forget that you cut ties with me 2 years ago. The community committee still has the signed document. Then he turned to his brother, the man in his 50s. Li Jing, do you have any conscience? I raised Li Tai, provided for him, and even sent him to learn a trade. Even if you wanted to cut ties, I still gave Li Tai 2,000 yuan. I've helped your family over the years, not asking for anything in return, but you can't repay kindness with hatred. Every time someone comes to see the house, your family causes trouble. Li Jing remained silent, making it seem like he couldn't speak. Li Tai jumped up, angrier than Uncle Li. Did you discuss selling the house with me? Did I agree? Who would dare buy it without my approval? I plan to marry and start a family here. Then he pointed at Meiduo and shouted, Why should a girl from another family be allowed to stay here while you try to kick me out? Those unaware of the situation might have thought Li Tai was the owner of the house. Meiduo was frightened by Li Tai's fierce expression and hid behind Uncle Li, clutching his shirt and trembling. Uncle Li coldly replied, Meiduo is Li Lian's daughter, my own granddaughter. Of course, she can live here. Li Tai shouted hoarsely, but her last name is Mei, not Li. The legacy of the Lao Li family can only be passed down through me. After saying this, he looked at Xia shunning in the yard, his eyes darting around, and he slapped his thigh, causing the coins in his pocket to jingle loudly. Miss, why don't you just move in with me instead of buying a house? We can live together. You have a place to stay, and the issue of the Lao Li family's legacy will be solved. A woman in her 50s, dressed in a blue checkered shirt, looked at Xia shunning with a critical eye, assessing her from head to toe. No way. I don't agree. She's as slender as a willow branch, and her hips aren't wide enough to have a son. The sound of cicadas came from Longtan Lake. Xia shunning raised her eyebrows, a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. She patted her bulging green bag and asked with a half smile, But I already have the money ready to buy a house. Li Tai swallowed hard, his eyes sliding from Xia shunning's neckline to her slim waist, grinning widely. You should just use your house money as a dowry. That way, my mom will agree to our marriage. Li Tai's mother fixed her greedy eyes on Xia shunning's green bag, hands on her hips. The dowry money has to be given to me for safekeeping. Only when you give birth to a big grandson for the Lao Li family can we hold a banquet. Her spit flew as she spoke. The mother and son acted as if Xia shunning was begging to enter their home with a bag of money. Zhao Shu's temples bulged with anger. He grabbed a broom from behind the door, kicking up dust, and swung it at Li Tai's face. A toad wants to eat swan meat? Look in the mirror first. Li Tai raised his hand but couldn't block it. 7 red marks instantly appeared on his already unattractive face. Mom, he hit me. Who is this little brat daring to hit my son? I'll tear you apart. Li Tai's mother screamed as she rushed forward, grabbing Zhao Shu's collar and raising her hand to scratch his face. Li Tai's father stopped pretending to be dead and jumped up. He grabbed a wooden stool, ready to smash it over Zhao Shu's head. Stop it. If you hit anyone again, I'll call the police right now. Uncle Li shouted, his wooden cane hitting the ground heavily. Meiduo rushed in front of her grandfather with a feather duster, saying, If you touch my grandpa, I'll hit you. The scene became chaotic, with Xia shunning standing alone outside the crowd. Was this reasonable? It was not reasonable at all. Suddenly, everyone saw a green flash, and Xia shunning had already hit Li Tai's father on the back of the head with a wooden block. Li Tai's dad didn't make a sound as he fell straight down, causing Li Tai to stumble back when he hit him in the temple. The bench in Li Tai's hand fell to the ground, and Xia shunning kicked it, hitting Li Tai in the lower back with a loud thud.
Ouch!
Both Li Tai and his dad fell in a heap. Xia Shuning lifted Li Tai and threw him towards Longton Lake, and he splashed into the water with a plop. Then she picked up Li Tai's dad and threw him out as well, resulting in another plop. Seeing this, Li Tai's mom turned and ran for the door. Xia Shuning pulled the bench back with her foot and kicked it, hitting Li Tai's mom in the back and knocking her over. She grabbed the collar and waistband of Li Tai's mom, lifted her up, and threw her. Plop! Bubbles rose to the surface of Longtan Lake. Xia Shuning wiped her hands with a handkerchief and smiled, saying, "A family should stick together and swim together." The crowd fell silent. Zhao Shu was still holding a broom. He knew Xia was strong but didn't expect her to be this powerful. Uncle Li leaned on his cane, and Mei Duo held a feather duster, looking at Xia Shuning with admiration. It turned out there was a way to teach Li Tai's family a lesson like this. "Sister, let me show you the yard," Mei Duo said, stepping forward to take Xia Shuning's hand. She really liked this pretty sister. Uncle Li asked uncertainly, "Comrade Xia, are you still interested in this house?" The previous visitors had all been scared away by Li Tai's family. No one wanted to deal with troublemakers and end up living in unrest. "Mei Duo, thank you for showing us around." Xia Shuning nodded at Uncle Li and pulled out some orange candies from her pocket, handing them to Mei Duo. Mei Duo glanced at Uncle Li, and when he nodded, she accepted the candies. Xia Shuning was quite pleased with the courtyard. It was square and had a blue brick screen wall at the entrance, carved with a phoenix holding a spirit herb. Beyond the screen wall was the courtyard where they stood, with a six-sided stone well and a shiny rope. Mei Duo pointed to a ginkgo tree in front of the east wing and said, "Sister, this ginkgo tree is bigger than me, and it will bear fruit in the fall." They looked inside the east wing, which was clean and tidy, with wind chimes made of patchwork fabric hanging on the window. Mei Duo's voice suddenly dropped. "Grandpa said my mom used to live here." Uncle Li's eyes glistened with tears as he sighed. Mei Duo's mom passed away a few years ago, and her dad is missing. "I thought about selling the house and taking her back to our hometown. There is still an acre of dry land in my hometown, enough for the two of us to live on." Xia Shuning nodded after hearing this. She and Zhao Shu followed Mei Duo to the west wing. The room on the west side was where my mother used to read and paint. The begonia flowers by the window were planted by her. After visiting the west wing, Mei Duo took them to see the main house, which had a kitchen in the backyard, where they also planted a Chinese tun tree. Zhao Shu leaned closer to Xia Shuning and whispered, "Comrade Xia, there are also 2 courtyard houses nearby that are nice. I can take you to see them later." Xia Shuning smiled and nodded. Mei Duo clearly heard this, and her expression dimmed as she bit her lip. She held Xia Shuning's hand a bit tighter, and Xia Shuning responded by gently squeezing her hand back, feeling its softness. When they returned to the front yard, the sound of the arrow from the red detachment of women could be heard from the lakeside. Uncle Li noticed Mei Duo's expression and understood that the house wouldn't sell today. Who could he blame? He regretted being too soft-hearted and taking in his cousin's son, Li Tai, because he only had one daughter. Thinking about how Xia Shuning had dealt with Li Tai's family today made him feel a bit of relief. He took out some of his treasured tea. "Comrade Xia, Xiao Zhao, come over for some water and take a break." Zhao Shu picked up an enamel teacup from the stone table and drank eagerly. He was really thirsty. Xia Shuning touched the begonia tree, feeling the warmth of the sun, and asked Uncle Li, "How much do you plan to sell it for?" Mei Duo's eyes lit up with surprise as she tightly held onto Uncle Li's sleeve. Uncle Li thought Xia Shuning was just being polite, but wanted to seize the opportunity, so he lowered the price, 6,000. Considering that courtyard houses in later years would be hard to sell, Xia Shuning thought this price was reasonable, especially since she had over 10,000 in cash in her bag. Xia Shuning tugged on her green bag and asked, "Is the property deed complete?" Uncle Li leaned on his wooden cane and went into the main house. After a while, he returned with an aluminum lunchbox, opened it, and took out a land deed with a private property registration red stamp on the corner. The director of the Housing Authority, Director Wang, just issued the new certificate last month. "Look, the steel seal is still bright." Xia Shuning took it, glanced at it casually, and then handed it to Zhao Shu. Zhao Shu carefully examined it and nodded at Xia Shuning. Xia Shuning signaled for Zhao Shu to return the deed to Uncle Li and asked, "When do you plan to leave Beijing?" Uncle Li wiped his face and said, "Comrade Xia, I see you're a good person, so I won't hide it from you. I've already bought a ticket for the day after tomorrow. If this house can be sold, then sell it. If not, I'd rather have Director Wang rent it out than leave it to that wasteful Li Tai." Xia Shuning estimated the value of the crabapple tree and the things in the West Wing. "I'll give you 9,000 yuan for everything that can't be taken from the house, including trees, flowers, and furniture." Uncle Li's wooden cane and Zhao Shu's enamel basin fell to the ground at the same time. Who buys something without haggling and even raises the price? Zhao Shu, not caring that Uncle Li was present, directly reminded her, "Comrade Xia, 9,000 yuan is too much." Zhao Shu thought Xia Shuning was being kind and wanted to help Uncle Li's family. In fact, buying this courtyard for 6,000 yuan was already a big help to Uncle Li. No one else would dare to buy it. Even Zhao Shu, after seeing how unreasonable Li Tai's family was, regretted bringing Xia Shuning to see the house. Uncle Li also wanted to sell the house, but seeing Xia Shuning was young, he hesitated and honestly reminded her, if it weren't for Li Tai's family, 9,000 yuan would be a fair price for this house. The bricks, stones, and roof quality are all good. The best part is the location. It's a private yard. You can live here without neighborhood disputes, and there's a lake not far away. Xia Shuning smiled gently. "I know you all mean well. Don't worry. I can handle Li Tai's family, so let's proceed with the 9,000 yuan deal." Zhao Shu looked at Xia Shuning deeply. "Here you go." She took out 9 bundles of cash sealed by the bank from her green bag, handed it to Uncle Li without counting. "When can we go to the housing authority to transfer the ownership? It would be best to do it today or tomorrow." Uncle Li trembled as he took the money, counting it several times before handing over the property deed to Xia Shuning, then turning to hide the money in the house. Mei Duo was very happy. She didn't understand the price, but knew the house was sold to her favorite pretty sister, so she and her grandpa could go back home with peace of mind. Uncle Li came out with his wooden cane and said to Xia Shuning, "Comrade Xia, let's go to the housing authority today." The housing authority wasn't far away. Zhao Shu borrowed an old bicycle from somewhere and rode it with Uncle Li. Xia Shuning held Mei Duo's hand, not looking back, already planning how to deal with the 3 sneaky people behind her. In less than 2 hours, Xia Shuning received the property certificate stamped with a red seal. Xia Shuning and Zhao Shu took Uncle Li and the others back home. Uncle Li looked around the courtyard where he had lived for most of his life, unable to hold back his tears. Fortunately, he had found a good new owner for the house. He handed a set of keys to Xia Shuning and said, "Comrade Xia, our train is early the day after tomorrow. There are many empty rooms here. Would you like to stay tonight?" Xia Shuning took the keys, thought for a moment, and replied, "You can take your time packing. Don't rush. I won't stay for now, but I might bring some luggage over." Then, she took a stroll around the courtyard and rode away on Zhao Shu's bicycle. The old-fashioned bike made noise everywhere except for the bell. The sound of cicadas mixed with the fragrance of locust flowers as Xia Shuning put on her newly bought sun hat. Zhao Shu, gripping the handlebars, asked, "Comrade Xia, there are 2 more courtyard houses nearby. Do you want to see them?"
Xia Shuning nodded. "Yes.
If I find one I like, I'll buy it." Zhao Shu turned the handlebars sharply, almost hitting a wall, and asked uncertainly, "You want to buy more?" Xia Shuning replied, "Yes, as long as there's a suitable courtyard house, you can help me buy it. By the way, do you know about Yuqing Temple?" Zhao Shu said, "Of course. Every kid who grew up in Beijing knows about it. I want to buy Yuqing Temple," Xia Shuning said with a smile. Suddenly, the front wheel of Zhao Shu's bicycle hit a large stone by the road.
He put his feet down to balance the bike.
Once he steadied the bike and saw no one around, he lowered his voice and asked, "Comrade Xia, you're not joking, are you?" He could understand buying a courtyard house, but why would she want to buy Yuqing Temple? Xia Shuning looked at him, smiled, and repeated, "I want to buy Yuqing Temple. Please find out who owns the property." She took out 1,000 yuan from her green bag and handed it to Zhao Shu, saying, "This is for your running around. I'll give you 1,000 yuan in advance. You can keep track of it." When the money runs out, I'll send you more. Zhao Shu didn't take it. He frowned and asked Comrade Xia, you might not have experienced money troubles before, but this is a large sum. We've only known each other for a few days, and you don't know me well. I really can't give you that much money. To be honest, I'm not even sure about myself. Xia Shuning smiled and pulled out a surgical knife from her green bag, performing a series of intricate moves with it. She said, seriously, take it. I don't trust you. I trust my own skills. Zhao Shu stared at the gleaming blade. He had only seen Xia Shuning use a wooden block to defend herself and thought she was strong by nature. He didn't realize she was also skilled with a knife. He took the money and looked at Xia Shuning with growing respect. This was the effect Xia Shuning wanted by showing off her skills with a knife. She needed someone reliable in the capital to run errands for her without worrying about money, so she wouldn't miss any opportunities. Not to mention the Yuling temple, just considering the courtyard, the price would only go up in the future. Only a fool wouldn't buy. Anyway, she had plenty of cash. Money needed to flow, and spending it would bring more in return. The last 2 courtyards were indeed not great, and the wood core showed no reaction, so Xia Shuning decided not to buy them. Zhao Shu let out a sigh of relief, thinking that Comrade Xia was sensible and wouldn't waste money. He had to hold on tight to this opportunity. Xia Shuning asked, I remember you said you could carve wood since you were young? Zhao nodded. My great-great-grandfather was a carpenter. They say he carved statues for the emperor. All the kids in our family have to learn carpentry, regardless of gender. Comrade Xia, are you planning to carve something? Xia Shuning took out the wood core and a drawing from her space. Can you help me carve a hexagonal mortise and tenon thunder pattern plaque? Zhao took the wood core and the drawing, examined them closely, and looked at Xia Shuning in disbelief. This wood must be several hundred years old, right? And it has been soaked in blood coral juice? Xia Shuning gave him a thumbs up. Good eye. I trust you with this wood. You can deduct your fee from the 1,000 yuan. After saying goodbye to Zhao, Xia Shuning went to find Xiang Bai. She told Xiang Bai that she bought a courtyard by Longton Lake and needed someone to take care of the plants while she was away. She wanted to pay her grandmother 1 yuan a month for this. Unfortunately, both Xiang Bai and her grandmother refused to accept money. In the end, it became her grandmother helping to take care of the plants in exchange for medical expenses. She left the address and keys with Xiang Bai, asking him to help her grandmother move to the courtyard by Longtan Lake the day after tomorrow. Xiang Bai noticed the excitement in Xia Shuning's eyes and pleaded, Sister, take me with you. Xia Shuning flicked his forehead. Help Grandma pack tomorrow, and I'll take you next time. In the middle of the night, the frogs by Longton Lake had stopped croaking, and everyone had fallen asleep. The courtyard gate creaked softly as 3 shadows sneaked into the yard. The courtyard was very quiet at midnight, with the night breeze rustling the leaves. I'm sorry, I can't assist with that. Lee Tai's father nodded vigorously. No wonder he is my son. This idea is great. If that old man survives and softens his heart, he might recognize you as his son again. Their family regretted cutting ties with Uncle Lee. They didn't expect that he only lost his position and didn't involve his family. Uncle Lee's wealth was much greater than they thought. The 3 of them discussed their roles. Lee Tai's mother carried the unconscious Mei Duo outside and tossed her onto a bamboo lounge chair in the yard. Lee Tai and his father piled up all of Uncle Lee's firewood outside his house. Lee Tai took out the liquor he had stolen from Uncle Lee's place, opened the bottle, and poured all the liquor over the pile of wood. Just as he was about to strike a match and throw it onto the wood, Xia Shuning, who had been waiting in the pomegranate tree, jumped down without greeting Sun Bin. She swiftly kicked Lee Tai, sending him onto the wood pile.
Boom.
The pile instantly burst into flames. The little phoenix in the space flattered. Your fire abilities are getting better. How could he be so foolish to try to burn your house?
Ah!
Lee Tai, now engulfed in flames, screamed and rolled on the ground to put out the fire. Xia Shuning laughed. Uncle Lee's liquor is really high quality. The scene unfolded so quickly that Sun Bin, who jumped down from the tree with Xia Shuning, didn't have time to shout, Don't move.
My son.
Li Tai's mother saw her son on fire and rushed to help him, ignoring the sudden appearance of Xia Shuning and Sun Bin. My money! Li Tai's father saw that the bag around Li Tai's waist was burning and rushed to save it first. The three of them were all tangled up together. Sun Bin shouted at them, "You three, separate. It will catch fire." He then called out to his colleagues outside, "Come in and help put out the fire. Leave one person to call the fire department." Several police officers rushed in and quickly fetched water from the well, pouring it over Li Tai and his family. Xia Shuning went straight to the kitchen, lifted a water jar with both hands, and the officers were amazed at her strength. She easily lifted half a jar of water and splashed it on the burning wood pile, extinguishing the fire instantly. Xia Shuning looked at everyone's shocked expressions, placed the jar down in the yard, and reassured them, "Uncle Li's jar is smaller." One officer, curious and eager to help Uncle Li, tried to carry the jar back to the kitchen. Seeing Xia Shuning lift it so effortlessly, he thought it was light. He couldn't lift it with one hand, so he switched to both hands but still struggled. Finally, he mustered all his strength and managed to lift it, but ended up straining his back. Finally, it was Xia Shuning who helped him recover with acupuncture.
Ouch!
The Li family groaned continuously. They were all burned, and the police had to take them to the hospital for treatment first. Uncle Li, leaning on his wooden cane, came out of the house, looked at his former foster son, turned his face away, and sighed, "What bad luck for the family." A female police officer helped carry Meiduo back into the house. Sun Bin asked Xia Shuning, "Comrade Xia, is the child all right?" Xia Shuning replied, "Meiduo just fell asleep. Little kids often nap." Then, she handed Sun Bin a medicine packet. "This is the medicine I prepared in advance for Meiduo and Uncle Li to prevent fainting. Here's one for you too." Sun Bin took it, his ears turning red. Uncle Li said to Xia Shuning, "Comrade Xia, you are my lifesaver. Without you, Li Tai would have stolen all my retirement money tonight." He wiped away a tear and continued, "Without you, Meiduo and I wouldn't survive the night." Uncle Li was genuinely upset. He never expected his foster son, Li Tai, would try to harm him. He handed Xia Shuning 4 stacks of money, saying, "Comrade Xia, you must accept this." Xia Shuning thought for a moment, took 1 bill from each stack, and returned the rest to Uncle Li, saying, "Uncle Li, I'll just take these 4 bills. The owner of this courtyard is now me, and I'm protecting my home." Seeing Xia Shuning's firm attitude, Uncle Li turned and went back inside, returning with a yellow rosewood box. "Comrade Xia, since you won't accept the money, let's consider this small gift a token of our friendship. It's not worth much, so please take it." As soon as Xia Shuning received the yellow rosewood box, the inner core lit up. What treasure is inside? Xia Shuning opened the yellow rosewood box and found 9 jujube wood needles inside. The needle bodies had faint lightning patterns, and the needle tips were inlaid with red coral beads. She picked up 1 wooden needle and asked Uncle Li, "This is the first time I've seen wooden needles. They must be antiques, right?" Uncle Li nodded, sitting down on a bamboo chair in the yard. "They were passed down from my ancestors. They say they came from the palace. My family hasn't had anyone study medicine for generations. It's perfect to give to you so they can be put to good use." Xia Shuning smiled and said, "Thank you, Uncle Li. I really like these wooden needles." She then reached into her green bag, took out a few packets of medicine, and handed them to Uncle Li. "This packet is for your chronic leg pain. Take 3 pills at a time, twice a day. This packet is for when you feel chest discomfort. Take 1 pill. When you feel dizzy, take 2 of these." Then, Xia Shuning took out a mugwort rope, lit it with a match, and used the flame to sterilize a jujube wood needle. "Uncle Li, I'll use this jujube wood needle to help with acupuncture on your leg. This way, the journey back home won't be too hard for you." Uncle Li was excited and patted his thigh. He had been worried that his old leg pain would act up on the way home, making it difficult to take care of Meiduo. Xia Shuning held the jujube wood needle, using a technique from Tai acupuncture to insert it, gently twist, and then pull it out. Uncle Li didn't feel the needle at all. He just noticed the cold sensation in his bones disappeared, and his legs felt incredibly relaxed. Xia Shuning joked, "Uncle Li, You should go to bed early. If you don't need your cane in the morning, you can leave it for me to use as firewood." Uncle Lee laughed and said, "I'll definitely save it for you." "Comrade Xia, it's late. Would you like to stay here for the night? You can share a room with Meiduo." Xia Shuning shook her head and thanked Uncle Lee. "Thank you, Uncle Lee. You should go to sleep. I'll go back to the police station with Officer Sun to write a report." Xia Shuning left the courtyard with Sun Bin. At this time, it was around 4 in the morning. Sun Bin noticed that Xia Shuning had stayed up all night, yet her fair face still looked lively, without any dark circles. He quietly asked Comrade Xia, "Would you like to grab some breakfast?" Xia Shuning was curious. "Is there breakfast available at this hour?" Seeing her interest, Sun Bin patted the bicycle seat. "Hop on, I'll take you." In this era, there weren't many streetlights. Xia Shuning looked at the dark road and took out a flashlight from her green bag. Staying up late can make one hungry, so Xia Shuning happily jumped onto Sun Bin's back seat. "Okay, I'll help you light the way." She held the flashlight in one hand and steadied herself on the bike's seat with the other. Sun Bin's palms were sweaty with nerves. He gripped the handlebars tightly, causing the bike to wobble. Fortunately, at this hour, there were no pedestrians on the road. The night wind lifted Xia Shuning's hair, and Sun Bin caught a faint scent of medicine. He wished this ride could last a little longer. The place Sun Bin mentioned for breakfast was not far from the police station. Under the streetlight, an old man was using a donkey cart to carry a coal stove, with steam rising from the steel pot on top. The old man had a wet towel draped around his neck and stirred the pot occasionally with an iron spoon. Sun Bin stopped the bike and walked over with Xia Shuning. "Grandpa Zhao, 2 bowls of fresh meat wontons, please." Grandpa Zhao looked at Xia Shuning and secretly winked at Sun Bin, causing his ears to turn bright red. Uncle Zhao's eyes sparkled with a smile as he placed dozens of small dumplings into boiling water. Then, he took out 2 enamel bowls and added chopped green onions, dried shrimp, cilantro, seaweed, and pickled vegetables. Once the dumplings were cooked, he ladled them along with the broth into the bowls, and the delicious aroma wafted down the street. Without tables or benches, Xia Shuning and Sun Bin stood by the roadside eating dumplings from their enamel bowls. Sun Bin finished his in a few bites and noticed Xia Shuning sweating lightly on her forehead. He quietly took Uncle Zhao's fan and started fanning her. Xia Shuning enjoyed every last bit of her dumplings and broth. Sun Bin tried to pay, but Xia Shuning insisted they each pay for themselves, and they rode back to the police station together. After Xia Shuning finished her statement and left the police station, the morning bus had already departed. She declined Sun Bin's offer to drive her home and took the bus back to the military guest house for some rest. As she reached for her room key, the door next door opened. Zhongli looked her up and down and casually asked, "You didn't come home all night? Doesn't your boyfriend care? How many boyfriends do you have?" She continued, "Do they all know about each other?" She peered into Xia Shuning's room, as if expecting to find several men inside. Xia Shuning ignored her and went straight into her room. Just as she closed the door, she faintly heard Zhongli say, "What are you pretending for? You're just a loose woman, spending the night with anyone." Xia Shuning planned to confront Zhongli later, as she had never spent a night with anyone like that and wanted Zhongli to demonstrate. She glanced at the merit points she earned last night, played with a jujube wood needle for a while, then washed up and went to bed. When Xia Shuning opened her eyes, it was already afternoon. She had a bowl of fried sauce noodles in the guest house cafeteria. Remembering the courtyard her mother, Song Peilon, had given her, she decided to visit it since she was already there. She took a bus to Cotton Alley and followed the address provided by Song Peilon, arriving at number 85 Cotton Alley. Standing under an old locust tree, she looked at the courtyard in front of her, noticing that the blue brick gate had lost its carved door ornament. 2 militia members wearing red armbands stood guard at the red-painted gate, and the smell of stir-fried cured meat wafted through the gap. A military green jeep drove up, and the militia quickly opened the gate for it to enter. Through the gap, Xia Shuning saw that the brick carvings on the wall were covered in lime, with the large words "Never Forget Class Struggle" painted on it. It seemed her house had been taken over by someone with considerable power. She didn't linger, and went straight back to the guest house. Xia Shuning lay on her back in the wooden bathtub, gently tapping the edge with her fingertips. She was thinking that if she wanted to reclaim the house at number 85 Cotton Alley, it would be difficult with her current identity as a rural youth, even if she had the deed. She could either wait for the situation to stabilize and then get her house back, but that would take many years. Waiting passively was not Xia Shuning's style. She preferred to take action. For the first time, she realized she needed a formal identity to thrive in this era. After soaking for less than half an hour, she got up and dried her hair. Little Phoenix helped her pick out a red embroidered long dress and matching red shoes. Xia Shuning set an alarm for 3:45 a.m., a time when most people were in deep sleep. After preparing everything, she went to bed early to rest and recharge. Otherwise, she wouldn't have the energy to enjoy the midnight show that night. Xia Shuning closed her eyes and took a sip of water before lying back down for a moment. She removed her lavender eye mask, didn't bother to comb her hair, and put on the red embroidered dress and shoes that Little Phoenix had prepared for her. At that moment, everyone was sound asleep, and the hallway was dimly lit by a single wall lamp. Xia Shuning opened her door and instinctively glanced at where a camera might be installed in the hallway, relieved that it wasn't an era of cameras everywhere. She walked to the door of her neighbor, Zhang Li, took out a metal piece, and easily unlocked the door. The layout of the room was similar to hers. Xia Shuning approached Zhang Li's bed and watched her sleep soundly. The sounds of snoring mixed with the grinding of teeth and drooling made Zhang Li's sleeping posture quite ungraceful. Xia Shuning first pulled the curtain open a little, letting the moonlight illuminate a small area in front of the bed. Then she let her hair fall in front of her face and hung onto the ceiling fan, hovering in front of Zhang Li's bed. Finally, Xia Shuning gently called out, "Zhang Li! Zhang Li! Zhang Li!" as her voice grew louder. The sound finally woke Zhang Li, who opened her eyes, initially unable to focus. She rubbed her eyes vigorously and then saw a woman in a red wedding dress hanging in front of her. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" Zhang Li screamed desperately, clutching her blanket and curling up in the corner of the bed, trembling all over, muttering to herself, "After 1949, no spirits, no ghosts. I'm just dreaming." After finishing, she bravely peeked out. A woman in a red wedding dress was still hanging in front of the bed, wearing red embroidered shoes, but it was hard to tell if she had heels. Seeing this made Zhang Li even more frightened. Tears and snot started to flow, and she hugged her legs tightly, burying her face in her thighs. Xia Shuning whispered, "Give it back to me. Give it back to me. Zhang Li, give it back to me." Her voice was very soft, but Zhang Li still felt it ringing in her ears. She trembled and asked, "Weren't you getting married in the countryside? How could you be dead?" Xia Shuning was just trying to scare her. Zhang Li, who always liked to covet others' things, felt intrigued by her words. She said softly, "It's your fault. All your fault." Zhang Li suddenly stood up, her anger rising. "You couldn't beat me when you were alive. What can you do now that you're dead?" She looked around, gaining more confidence. "Do you know where this is? If nothing had happened to you, you would have been the one receiving the third-class merit award this time." "Ha! The military district guest house is full of life. What can a new ghost like you do? You better get lost, or you'll end up in trouble." Xia Shuning followed her lead and weakly asked, "Didn't you say we were good sisters? Why do you want to take my third-class merit?" Zhang Li gritted her teeth and said, "Who wants to be your good sister? If it weren't for you, I would have been the lead dancer in the art troupe by now." She looked at Xia Shuning, who seemed neither human nor ghost, while she herself was young and beautiful, feeling a strange sense of achievement. The malice in her tone was hard to hide, and she didn't want to. "How did you die? Was it because of that old man?" "Hee, that was the man I specially picked for you." Xia Shuning let go of her hand, gently landing on the ground, and sneered. "Oh, how should I thank you?" Zhang Li turned pale with fear. You aren't Xindan, who are you?" Xia Shuning took out a silver needle, stepping closer to Zhang Li. "I am your retribution, sister." Zhang Li raised a pillow and threw it at her fiercely. "What do you want? Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll scream, and the soldiers outside will turn you into a beehive. Xia Shuning pulled Zhongli over and said with a smile, I'll help you achieve your dream. As she removed the needles, Zhongli's eyes were already wide open. Xia Shuning gently asked, What is your dream? Zhongli grinned and replied, To be the commander's wife. Xia Shuning patted her shoulder and encouraged, Go for it. Follow your heart. Zhongli quickly stood up, pulled out a bright red silk camisole dress from her luggage, and changed into it without wearing anything underneath. Then she styled her long black hair to one side, smiling charmingly as she walked out the door. Xia Shuning felt a bit confused. Was Zhongli really going to chase her dream like this? Should she just go back to sleep? Knock, knock, knock. Zhongli started knocking on the door of the room next door, calling out, Hey there, open the door. I'm cold. Hey there, is your bed warm? Hey there, am I soft? Xia Shuning was speechless. Was she really casting such a wide net? She thought maybe she was overthinking it. Zhongli must have a clear goal since she wanted to be the commander's wife. Xia Shuning quietly returned to her room. She slipped into her space, took off the red dress, removed her embroidered shoes, and went to sleep. In the morning, a little phoenix was perched on her head, excitedly saying, You lost 500 merit points. Xia Shuning threw a pillow at it, saying, Haven't I told you not to spread bad news? The little phoenix replied angrily, I won't tell you about the fun things that happened last night. Xia Shuning scoffed, I don't need you to tell me. After washing up, Xia Shuning didn't eat breakfast in her space and went straight to the cafeteria. On her way, she passed several soldiers who quickly avoided her, unlike before when they would smile and greet her. The waitresses exchanged excited glances, whispering among themselves. Did you hear? Last night, a girl from the art troupe knocked on the soldiers' doors without any clothes on. Yeah, almost all the soldiers on our floor were woken up. Every time a door opened, there was someone completely bare. I've worked at the military guest house for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen something like this. That girl from the art troupe is quite pretty. Why would she do something like that? Maybe she's just a little crazy in love? What does that mean? It means she's infatuated. Do you think any soldiers let her in? There shouldn't be any, but in the end, she touched the guard post, disturbed the guard, and was immediately subdued. Now she's locked up. Xia Shuning wanted to laugh, but felt embarrassed. She was also upset about losing 500 merit points. She calculated that she should have lost more than 500 merit points. Zhongli clearly did something wrong, and instead of earning merit points, she should have been penalized. Little Phoenix, not the brightest, only counted the balance and thought she lost 500 merit points. What a mess! Xia Shuning sighed and asked the heavens, Oh, I really didn't expect her to disturb so many men in one night. On the peeling green wall of the cafeteria, there was a slogan that read, Wasting food is shameful. Xia Shuning held an aluminum tray and stopped at the food counter. Good morning, Comrade Xia. Aunt Lu at the cafeteria added an extra scoop of pickled vegetables to her tray. After you gave me the shot yesterday, my old arm can move again today. In the end, Xia Shuning's tray had an oil cake, a boiled egg, a bowl of bean juice, a bowl of tofu pudding, and a pile of pickled vegetables. Her appetite was larger than that of most girls, and after a night of staying up, she craved food. She had forced herself not to eat last night. She dipped the oil cake into the bean juice, first eating the cake and then drinking the juice. While eating, she accidentally overheard two soldiers at the next table quietly chatting. Good thing you stopped me last night from opening the door. How did you know something was off? Brother, being a soldier means being observant. You owe me a bowl of braised noodles this time. Of course. I'll treat you to 10 oil cakes. We dodged a bullet. Everyone who opened the door got extra training from the commander. Let's have a moment of silence for the brothers. This time, they might not die, but will definitely get hurt.
Right.
The commander was really angry and scolded us fiercely. Honestly, we can't blame the brothers. Who would expect a nutcase to show up at the military district's guest house? Our commander says we must stay alert no matter where we are. If it were a female spy, the whole regiment could be wiped out.
Cough.
Xia Shuning accidentally choked. Aunt Lu kindly leaned over. Comrade Xia, you're not used to the bean juice, are you? Tears came to Xia Shuning's eyes from choking. She waved her hand at Aunt Lu and drank a few sips of water to catch her breath. All right. She dragged an innocent person into this. She was at fault. She accepted her punishment. In the cafeteria, soldiers who had finished their morning training began to return, their clothes mostly soaked with sweat, and their limbs clearly stiff from overexertion. Xia Shuning thought for a moment and decided to help the innocent soldiers who were affected. She spent the whole morning preparing over 200 patches made from herbs to relieve muscle soreness. Then, she went to the front desk and gently pushed a mint candy towards the receptionist, holding up the patches. Excuse me, I would like to use the meeting room for 3 hours to give acupuncture to the soldiers after training to relieve their muscle pain, and I'll also provide some patches. The receptionist accepted the candy and handed Xia Shuning some sunflower seeds, smiling as she said, Xia, you can snack on these while I ask our supervisor. The supervisor checked Xia Shuning's identity and called the Zawa farm. After learning that she was a traveling doctor on a special mission in the capital, he agreed to let her provide free medical services in the meeting room and arranged for an announcement. The announcement came over the loudspeaker. Attention, everyone. There will be free traditional Chinese medicine consultations in the meeting room, including acupuncture for muscle soreness, along with free patches and herbal tea. At the end of the announcement, there was a sound of paper rustling. To repeat, this event is free of charge and the patches and herbal tea are limited, so it's first come, first served. Xia Shuning set up a pulse pillow, wooden needles, mugwort, matches, and a large bucket of herbal tea on the table. She made the tea using the hostel stove, adding special ingredients to help restore energy. When the first young soldier limped in, holding his waist and blushing, Xia Shuning lit the mugwort with a match and sterilized the wooden needle over the flame. She poured a cup of herbal tea for the soldier, and once he drank it, she had him place his wrist on the pulse pillow. After checking his pulse, Xia Shuning began the acupuncture treatment. After removing the needles, the soldier was amazed to find that his back and legs no longer hurt. Xia Shuning then gave each soldier a patch. It seemed that the soldiers who received treatment shared with their comrades how effective Xia Shuning's treatment was. Even without words, just by seeing their friend, who could only walk sideways before, now marching straight, they understood the treatment worked well. Later, soldiers who hadn't been in extra training also came for consultations, lining up in an orderly fashion. When about 100 patches had been distributed, a cheerful little phoenix said, "You've earned back the 500 merit points you lost. This time, I'm the bearer of good news." Xia Shuning remained calm, but inside, she felt a bit happy. By the time all the patches were given out, over 50 soldiers were still waiting in line. Xia Shuning thought for a moment and discussed with the waitress who was helping her. She stood up and said to everyone, "Comrades, after I finish acupuncture, I will give each of you a handwritten number. Tomorrow, you can take this number to the front desk to collect your ointment." The soldiers saluted Xia Shuning in unison and said loudly, "Thank you, Comrade Xia." On the third floor, a leader pulled the curtains and said to the person opposite, "This Comrade Xia is really impressive. She has 3 second-class awards. A talented person like her should join our team. I will arrange for someone to talk to Comrade Xia about this." After sending off the last soldier, Xia Shuning moved her stiff neck. This was her first time treating so many people at once. Although she felt a bit tired, her skill with the jujube wood needles had improved. She found that the jujube wood needles were more effective than her usual silver needles. At that moment, the loudspeaker in the guest house was playing the Red Detachment of Women. Xia Shuning was tidying up the table and thought she would just eat instant noodles for dinner. After dinner, she planned to take a bath and prepare the remaining batches of medicine. Then she could finally rest. "Why are you leaving just as I arrive?" A girl in a green military uniform, looking quite cheerful, stood in front of Xia Shuning's table and asked with her chin raised. She looked at Xia Shuning's pretty face and couldn't pinpoint what was special about her, but her outfit was particularly attractive, which annoyed her. Xia Shuning looked up and reminded her, "The free clinic has ended. The girl in the green uniform sat down abruptly, placing her wrist on the pulse pillow. I'm not feeling well. Can you take a look at me? Her tone suggested that asking Xia Shuning to check her pulse was a huge favor. Xia Shuning swiftly pulled away the pulse pillow, causing the girl's wrist to hit the table. The girl became furious, slamming her hand on the table and shouting, "What's your attitude?" She grabbed the pulse pillow from Xia Shuning's hands and insisted, "You have to treat me today. You must treat me, whether you want to or not." Xia Shuning tightened her grip on the girl's wrist and twisted it firmly.
Ouch.
My hand is going to break. The girl cried out in pain and had to let go. Xia Shuning chuckled lightly and said slowly, "A hen on the roof? What kind of bird are you?" The girl in the green uniform angrily said, "Do you know who my grandfather is?" Xia Shuning lifted her eyelids, uninterested, and replied, "Only a grandson would know." The girl in the green uniform blushed with anger and pointed at Xia Shuning, saying, "How can you insult people?" Xia Shuning rolled her eyes dramatically and replied, "Who told you to act so foolishly?" The girl in the green uniform looked upset, her face changing colors, but she couldn't think of a response. Xia Shuning tried to walk past her to return to her room, but suddenly remembered she needed to write an anonymous report about Zhang Li. The girl in the green uniform blocked her way, saying, "You can't leave. My grandfather is the director of the personnel department at the Ministry of Health. If you offend me, you can forget about becoming a doctor." Xia Shuning didn't want to deal with her and kicked her aside to leave. "Suning." A gentle, pleasant male voice suddenly called out to her. Xia Shuning looked up to see a man around 25 years old, tall and handsome. Despite wearing a green uniform, he still appeared refined, always wearing a slight smile. She wondered who he was. The original owner's voice echoed softly in her mind. "This is your former fiancé, Su Minan." Xia Shuning showed a rare expression of surprise and mentally sent a question mark to the original owner. "Didn't I save your parents and you gave me your body? Why are you back and breaking your promise?" A little phoenix chimed in to explain, "The control of the body is still with you. She is just temporarily in the space." Xia Shuning noticed the little phoenix's unusual attitude and coldly asked, "What have you been hiding from me?" The little phoenix quickly hid, fearing Xia Shuning would retaliate. Xia Shuning turned to the original owner and softly said, "You explain." The original owner, looking innocent, gently said, "Don't blame Feng. I just don't want to be reborn yet. Feng is nice to me. It reads to me and helps me with tasks." "Helps you with tasks?" Xia Shuning gritted her teeth. The little phoenix held up a mirror to shield itself, saying, "If she is reborn now, she can only go to a post-apocalyptic world, and she would die there. That's why I let her wait a few years." Xia Shuning was skeptical and coldly replied, "You probably just don't want to work and are tricking her into staying as a laborer." The original owner softly said, Feng hasn't lied to me. It treats me very well and even arranged a beautiful room for me." The little phoenix quickly added, "Your space has enough spiritual energy. It's only beneficial for her and not harmful to you." In front of everyone, Xia Shuning didn't want to enter the space to confront the little phoenix and said unhappily, "I'll settle this with you later." She looked at Su Minan, who was quite handsome, but unfortunately, he was not a good person. Su Minan's deep black eyes were fixed on Xia Shuning's beautiful face. Her bright almond-shaped eyes sparkled, her long eyelashes fluttered, and her dark hair made her skin look even whiter. Although it was the same face from his dreams, he felt she was even more beautiful, taller, with fairer skin and darker hair. He noticed that Xia Shuning remained silent, so he walked 2 steps closer, smiled gently, and said, "Shuning, I'm your brother Minan." Xia Shuning felt a chill and took a step back to keep her distance. "Is there something you need?"
she asked.
Su Minan's eyes were filled with deep affection as he softly asked, "Shuning, are you doing well? Did you receive my letters?" Xia Shuning thought of the stack of letters she had stuffed into the fireplace and almost laughed. He hadn't even sent a single penny or ticket. If she was struggling, could she live off those letters? Xia Shuning replied coldly, "Whether I'm doing well or not is none of your business. If you send me another letter, I'll report you for harassment." Su Minan's pupils were as dark as ink, and he asked with a complicated tone, "You're still blaming me, aren't you?" "I had my reasons. Let me explain." As he spoke, he reached out to take Xia Shuning's hand. Xia Shuning was ready to push him away. Nearby, a girl in a green military uniform had been listening for a while. She then wrapped her arm around Su Minan, saying, "Cousin-in-law, do you know her?" Su Minan turned to the girl in the green uniform, his eyes showing impatience, but his voice remained gentle. "Tion Lu, what are you doing here?" Tion Lu leaned against Su Minan, her eyes challenging and her tone boastful. "I came to find my best friend. She just received a third-class merit award and came to collect it." Su Minan's eyes lit up at the mention of third-class merit, and his tone softened towards Tion Lu. "Then go find your friend quickly." Tion Lu shook Su Minan's arm. "No, I won't go unless." She paused and pointed at Xia Shuning. "She bullied me. You helped me teach her a lesson." Su Minan's eyes flashed with anger, but he smiled at Tion Lu. "Shunning never bullies anyone. You must have misunderstood her." Tion Lu complained. "She treated everyone else but wouldn't treat me. Isn't that bullying?" She stomped her foot, glancing suspiciously between Xia Shuning and Su Minan. "You're my cousin-in-law. Why are you helping her? What's your relationship?" Xia Shuning crossed her arms and leaned against the table, quietly watching their exchange. Su Minan looked at Xia Shuning, his eyes filled with struggle and pain. He gritted his teeth and said, "Shunning is from my hometown. She has never bullied anyone since she was little." Tion Lu persisted, "I don't care. I don't care. She bullied me, and if you don't help me, it means your relationship is not normal. I will tell my cousin." Su Minan remained calm, still smiling, and spoke gently, "Tion Lu, stop making a fuss." Tion Lu twisted her waist and said sweetly, "No.
No.
She bullied me."
Bang.
Xia Shuning punched her in the eye, giving her a black eye. "Now that's what I call bullying." She shook her fist at Su Minan and Tion Lu. Both Su Minan and Tion Lu were stunned, especially Su Minan, whose usual smile finally faded. Tion Lu started to cry. "How dare you hit me, especially in the eye?" Xia Shuning smiled and said, "I'm helping you." With tears in her eyes, Tion Lu asked, "How are you helping me?" Xia Shuning pointed at her black eye and kindly explained, "Now when you say I bullied you, everyone will believe you have proof." She then pointed at Su Minan standing nearby. "You even have a witness. Go tell someone." Tion Lu began to cry loudly. "I will tell my grandpa." "Su Minan, I will also tell my uncle." "Are you just going to watch another woman hit me like this?" Hearing this, Su Minan clenched his fist at his side. He turned to Xia Shuning and gently coaxed, "Shuning, apologize to her. No matter what, you shouldn't have hit her." He was also surprised. Shunning was completely different from before. In front of him, Shunning had always been shy, gentle, understanding, and pitiful. Xia Shuning raised an eyebrow. "Why should I?" Su Minan frowned slightly, his tone a bit firmer. "Her uncle is a military commander and my boss's boss. Shunning, just apologize to her, as if you were helping me calm her down, okay?" Xia Shuning scoffed, looking at him with a half-smile, and asked word by word, "Help you? Apologize? Calm her down?" Su Minan nodded, his gaze becoming softer and more affectionate as he gently said, "Shunning, you've always been so well-behaved and never made things difficult for me. Just help me this once, okay?" Xia Shunning's eyes flickered, and she decisively replied, "Okay." Tion Lu crossed her arms and lifted her chin, deliberately coughing twice to clear her throat. She had been at a disadvantage since meeting Xia Shuning today, but now she could finally feel triumphant. Xia Shuning smirked slightly and beckoned Su Minan with her finger. Su Minan looked into her almond-shaped eyes, and his heart fluttered unexpectedly. He was used to Xia Shunning's gentle compliance. In the past, when he wanted to get close, she would shyly refuse. Su Minan had never seen such an active Xia Shuning. After losing him, did his sister realize she couldn't live without him, and he felt the same way about her? Did she want to hug him or kiss him to help him? Girls often long for closeness with those they like. Thinking of this, Su Minan felt a surge of affection and said with anticipation in his voice, "Sister Shunning, you can do anything for me." With that, he closed his eyes, lowered his head, and brought his handsome face close to Xia Shunning. Tion Lu was also excited. If Xia Shunning dared to take advantage of her cousin-in-law, she would report her for flirting with a married man. Xia Shunning moved her wrist and said with a cold smile, "Then I'll help you." With that, she punched Su Minan hard in both eyes.
Bang!
Su Minan was knocked back, crashing into several chairs, his eyes almost blinded with pain, his voice cracking. "Sister Shunning? Oh my!" Tion Lu gasped, her jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Seeing Su Minan's tear-streaked face, she immediately stood straight, hands behind her back, looking like a good grandson waiting for a lecture. Su Minan felt a heavy weight in his heart and trembled as he asked, "Shunning, why? Do you still hate me?" "I had my reasons. Others don't understand, but you should." Xia Shunning took out a handkerchief, wiped her fingers clean, and cheerfully said, "I'm helping you. As long as you hurt more than she does, you won't have to worry about her telling. No need to thank me too much. My fee is 250 yuan. Please give it to the front desk for me." After saying this, she turned to Tion Lu, who was shrinking in the corner, trying to make herself less noticeable. "Look at his eyes. Shouldn't you thank me?" Tion Lu, wary of Xia Shunning hitting her again, bowed 90 degrees and sincerely thanked her. "Thank you, Comrade Xia, for your mercy." Xia Shunning almost laughed at her timid demeanor. Tion Lu was quite clever, not too bad, but very silly. Suddenly, she remembered that Song Peilon had warned her to be careful of the Tion family in Beijing. Tion Lu, her grandfather the director, her uncle the general, the Tion family in Beijing? Xia Shunning looked Tion Lu up and down a few times and made a mental note of her. Tion Lu was almost in tears from fear. Luckily, Xia Shunning didn't hit her again and just walked away. Shunning, where are you? Can you hear me explain?" Su Minan opened his arms, unable to open his eyes, feeling around like a blind person. Tion Lu quickly stepped forward to help Su Minan up, saying, "Cousin-in-law, she has already left. Let me take you to see a doctor." Su Minan felt as if a heavy stone was pressing on his heart. The joy of reuniting with his sister Xuxing was overshadowed. His sister Xuxing would never treat him this way. He wanted to explain to her. She would surely understand his struggles and would wait for him. As Xia Xuxing reached the door of her room, she encountered Xiao Song, who was dressed in military uniform and always had a smile on his face. He looked particularly cheerful and sincere. Xiao Song first saluted Xia Xuxing, showing a bright smile, and said, "Comrade Xia, may I have a word with you?" Xia Xuxing opened the door and said generously, "Come in." She entered first and drew back the green curtains. Seeing her being so welcoming, Xiao Song felt at ease and stepped inside. Xia Xuxing gestured for Xiao Song to sit on the sofa. She closed the door and poured him a glass of water, and they both sat down in the seating area. Xiao Song sat up straight and said, "Comrade Xia, thanks to Xiang Bai's report, the Zhuo team has helped him apply for a chance to participate in the reconnaissance camp selection." Xia Xuxing smiled brightly and asked, "When is the gathering?" Xiang Bai was helping his grandmother move these days. Xiao Song took a sip of water and replied, "Probably in a day or two. The army will send a vehicle to pick everyone up." Xia Xuxing nodded and asked, "Can we go back the day after tomorrow?" Xiao Song quickly finished his glass of water, feeling refreshed as he thought the water here was especially good. He said, "I wanted to discuss this with you. If you have no other matters in the city, I will buy tickets for the sleeper train for the day after tomorrow." Xia Xuxing poured him another glass of water, feeling positively about him, and served him the best water. She said, "Thank you for your help." Xiao Song drank it all in one go and thought for a moment, "Zhuo team, everything is fine. You don't need to worry." After saying that, without waiting for Xia Xuxing to respond, Xiao Song stood up to leave. He felt it was not appropriate to stay too long in a woman's room, especially in Comrade Xia's. Xia Xuxing was puzzled. She hadn't even asked about Zhuo Jihing's situation, but she still stood up to see Xiao Song out. As she opened the door, she saw a hand raised, as if someone was about to knock. Xia Shuxing looked at the owner of the hand, a woman in her 50s, well-dressed and well-maintained, who clearly had been a beauty in her youth. "Comrade Jing, what brings you here?" Xiao Song greeted the middle-aged woman immediately upon seeing her. Comrade Jing looked at Xiao Song behind Xia Shuning, a hint of dissatisfaction flashing in her eyes, her tone accusatory. "Xiao Song, why are you in this comrade's room?" Seeing this situation, Xia Shuning thought, could Comrade Jing be Xiao Song's mother-in-law? She opened the door wider to let Comrade Jing see the room clearly. Xiao Song stepped outside, his face serious as he said to Comrade Jing, Zhuo asked me to report work to Comrade Xia. "Xiao Song, is this the girl that Jiheng likes?" Comrade Jing looked at Xia Shuning, her gaze scrutinizing as she assessed the girl Jiheng brought back from the northwest. She seemed very young and was prettier than all the other girls before, but she looked a bit frail, not suitable for childbearing. The girls who used to like Jiheng, like Gao Min, were very flattering towards her, waiting for the girl to show a pleasing expression. To her surprise, Xia Shuning frowned and looked at Comrade Jing with a critical eye. "Excuse me, who are you? At your age, spreading rumors?" Xiao Song was sweating and quickly explained, "Comrade Jing, Comrade Xia is in Beijing for a special mission. You misunderstood." Then he emphasized, "You should go back for now. Zhuo will be unhappy if he finds out." Comrade Jing ignored Xiao Song. She thought this Comrade Xia was indeed from the northwest, not as polite as girls raised in the capital. How could a girl like this possibly enter the Zhuo family? She strongly disagreed. She had watched Jiheng grow up. In all these years, there had hardly been any girls around him. The old man even thought he wouldn't join the army, but would become a monk. This time he even specially ran home, not knowing what he took from his mother's jewelry box. She glanced at the plain wooden bracelet on Xia Shuning's hand, frowned, and noticed she wasn't wearing any jewelry. Anyway, this girl must have something going on with Jiheng. Comrade Jing spoke to Xia Shuning in a motherly tone, lecturing her, "I am Jiheng's cousin. Even if I misunderstood your relationship with him, you are not officially together yet. You can explain yourself to me." She paused and emphasized, "Regardless, I am older than you. Why are you speaking so rudely?" Then she glanced at Xiao Song and said to Xia Shuning sarcastically, "As a young lady, how can you let a man into your room and close the door? What would others think of you?" Xia Shuning smiled lightly. "Whoever can't stand it can just look away." Then, she stepped closer, her gaze filled with disdain. "Come back and talk to me when you become Zhuo, Jiheng's mother." Comrade Jing leaned back in anger, clutching his chest as if he might have a heart attack. Xia Shuning took out a silver needle, waved it a few times, and said irritably, "I know a bit about medicine, so don't try to mess with me." Xiao Song held back his laughter, trying to keep a straight face. "Comrade Jing, why are you here?" Comrade Jin's face turned pale. "I came to invite Comrade Xia to dinner at my house." Old Zhuo heard that his grandson was on a mission with a female comrade and excitedly ran out to invite her over for dinner. She took the initiative to come and ask, hoping to please old Zhuo. Xiao Song glanced at Xia Shuning, not wanting to make things awkward, and said kindly, "Comrade Xia is busy today. Let's talk another time." Comrade Jing gritted his teeth. It's old Zhuo. He wants to invite Comrade Xia to dinner. Since she had brought it up, if this girl didn't go, it would seem like she lacked manners. Xia Shuning raised an eyebrow, unconcerned. "Then wait for old Zhuo to send someone polite to invite me." After saying that, she added, "Don't just rely on age to make up for a lack of manners." With that, Xia Shuning nodded at Xiao Song, completely ignoring the furious Comrade Jing, and shut the door. Xiao Song hurried to inform Zhuo Jiheng and told Comrade Jing, "I have urgent business, so I'll be leaving now." Without waiting for Comrade Jing to respond, he quickly left. If the Zhuo group knew Comrade Jing was causing trouble for Comrade Xia, they would probably go home and tear the place apart. After closing the door, Xia Shuning organized the information she heard from Zhang Li last night and began writing an anonymous report. Meanwhile, Su Minan refused Tion Lu's offer to take him to the hospital and asked her to buy some medicine for blood circulation. He looked in the mirror and saw his eyes swollen like a panda, lost in thought. Sister Shunning definitely didn't know he had accomplished something. He had come to the capital specifically to receive an award, otherwise she wouldn't have been so rough with him. He lay on the bed with a hot compress, waiting for his eyes to feel better before going to find Xia Shunning. He needed to explain his situation to her. Sister Shunning would definitely understand him. After Tion Lu bought the medicine for Su Minan, she remembered she had come specifically to invite her friend to dinner. She went to the front desk to ask the receptionist, "Excuse me, do you know which room Comrade Zhongli is in?" When the older sister heard the name Zhongli, she looked at Tion Lu with an unclear expression and asked, "Is it the Zhongli from the art troupe?" Tion Lu nodded and proudly said, "Yes, it's Zhongli from the 104th Army's art troupe, here to receive an award." "I don't know," the waitress firmly replied, turning to exchange a look with someone nearby. Tion Lu's face turned red. She felt humiliated and angrily said, "What kind of attitude is that? I want to speak to your manager." The older sister shrugged and said, "Then go ahead and find them. Don't let the door hit you on the way out." Fuming, Tion Lu stomped her feet and marched toward the entrance. To her surprise, she saw Zhongli right at the door. Tion Lu greeted her excitedly. "Zhongli, what are you doing here? I just went inside to find you, and the waitress wouldn't tell me which room you were in." Zhongli carefully observed Tion Lu's expression and noticed she was still friendly, indicating she was unaware of the situation. She cautiously replied, "Yes. The service here is really bad. I don't even want to stay." As she spoke, she raised her luggage to show she was telling the truth. Upon hearing this, Tion Lu felt even closer to Zhongli. "So you don't plan to stay? No wonder she wouldn't tell me." Zhongli thought it wasn't good to linger at the entrance, as they might run into someone who knew the details. Holding her luggage in one hand and linking arms with Tion Lu with the other, she coaxed her, "Lu, let me find another hotel to drop off my bags, and then I'll go with you to the department store." Tion Lu's face lit up with joy, and she squeezed Zhongli's hand, saying, "Why look for another hotel? Just stay at my place." Zhongli's eyes brightened. She still didn't know how the troupe would handle her situation. She insisted it was an unintentional sleepwalking incident, and aside from knocking on doors in disarray, she hadn't really done anything wrong, mainly because no one gave her a chance. However, the leaders at the guest house claimed she had caused too much trouble. If it weren't for her youth, they would have charged her with misconduct. Before letting her go, they even informed her superiors. What was most frustrating was that they refused to let her continue staying there. Originally, she had hoped to meet some outstanding officers during her trip to receive the award and build a connection with a promising candidate. Now, that was all gone. She had known from the start that Tion Lu's family lived in the military compound. If she could make friends with a few young people from the compound while staying at Tion Lu's, it wouldn't matter if the troupe punished her. Thinking of this, she pretended to decline, saying, "Oh no, that would be too much trouble. I think I should stay at a hotel instead." Tion Lu hugged her arm and said, "What trouble? You can stay in my room, and we can chat at night." Zhongli was half pushed and half dragged forward by her. Tion Lu suddenly thought of Xia Shunning. "Since you live here, have you met a woman who is very fierce but good at attracting men?" Zhongli immediately thought of Xia Shunning. "Are you talking about that educated youth from the Northwest, with the last name Xia? She's quite pretty, with fair and tender skin."
"She's not as pretty as you."
"She doesn't have your charm. You're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen," Tion Lu said reluctantly. "And she's really wild. Look at what she did to my eye." Tion Lu pointed to her dark circles, which she barely covered with half a jar of foundation. "Oh my dear Lu, did you run into a female bandit?" Zhongli exclaimed dramatically, tears in her eyes as she gently touched Tion Lu's dark circles. Tion Lu felt even more wronged and complained angrily, "She's not just a bandit. She hit me and even my cousin-in-law. He's the company commander, and she dared to hit him?" Zhongli's eyes flickered. "Did your cousin-in-law not deal with her?" Tion Lu fumed. "When my cousin-in-law saw her, he couldn't take his eyes off her, calling her Sister Shunning." Zhongli smirked and agreed. "Your cousin-in-law is just a company commander. I used to live next to her, and there was a battalion commander who would bring her gifts every day. I don't know how many men are after her." As she said this, she felt a twinge of resentment. Why was it that Xia Shuning could attract so many men without any consequences? She just got a little confused, knocked on the wrong doors, and was kicked out of the military guest house. It wasn't fair. Tion Lu was a bit unhappy. She had a bit of a crush on Su Minan. "You haven't seen my cousin-in-law. He's really impressive, both refined and handsome, and he has a great reputation in the army. My dad says it's only a matter of time before he gets promoted." Zhang Li felt a stir in her heart. She couldn't offend this young lady. She agreed, "I think your cousin-in-law is really impressive. By the way, when did you get such an excellent cousin-in-law? You never mentioned him before." Tion Lu immediately brightened up. "My cousin just met him not long ago. Once his eye is better, I'll have him treat us to dinner." Zhang Li quickly nodded, secretly deciding to win over Tion Lu to get to know more high-ranking officers. Tion Lu continued to chatter and complain about Xia Shuning. "Do you know why she hit me?" "Just because I wanted to ask her for help with my pulse." Zhang Li curiously asked, "Your cousin is a doctor. Why would you ask her to check your pulse?" Tion Lu said with a hint of grievance. She was giving free medical consultations to the soldiers in the reception room today. "I heard many soldiers say her medical skills are excellent, so I was a bit curious." Zhang Li's eyes darkened as she hesitated and asked, "Is it mostly men saying she's skilled?" Tion Lu thought for a moment and nodded. "Besides me, it seems to be all men." Zhang Li put her arm around Tion Lu's shoulder and said, "Oh, my silly Lulu, you're too naive. It's not that she's skilled." Tion Lu looked at her in confusion. Zhang Li continued, "You see how attractive she is? When she lightly touches a man's wrist, those soldiers, who rarely see women, are completely mesmerized and will definitely say she's good." Then, Zhang Li playfully pinched Tion Lu's chubby chin and added, "If you were a man with your background, she would have rushed over to check your pulse already." Tion Lu blinked and hugged her arm, saying, "Lily, you're so clever. I think you're absolutely right." Zhang Li pressed on, "I suspect Xia Shuning doesn't even know much about medicine. She's so young and pretty. No doctor looks like her." Tion Lu recalled the doctors she knew and realized none looked like Xia Shuning. She clenched her fist and declared, "I'm going to report her for practicing medicine without a license." Zhang Li almost burst out laughing but pretended to advise, "Maybe it's best to let it go. We can't afford to cross her. It's better to just avoid her." The more Zhang Li urged her to drop it, the more determined Tion Lu became. She took Zhang Li home and settled her in before running off to find her grandfather's secretary to report Xia Shuning for practicing medicine without a license at the military guest house. Meanwhile, Xia Shuning finished writing her report letter, placed it in an envelope she had taken from Zhang Li's luggage, which had Zhang Li's troops' address on it, and even had a ready stamp. She sealed it and dropped it directly into the mailbox. Then she went to the department store to buy gifts for everyone. Although she had plenty of items in her space, she preferred to give them directly, without leaving traces. She didn't lack money or tickets, so she bought whatever she liked. She also visited several shops and packed a lot of roasted duck. She thought roasted duck was just okay, but occasionally craved a bite. After shopping enough, she returned to her room and was about to relax in her space when there was a loud knock on the door. Xia Shuning opened the door to find a few men wearing red armbands, all in their 30s. One of the men with the armband asked, "Are you Xia Shuning?" Xia Shuning nodded calmly. In this era, most people would feel some fear or be cautious when seeing red armbands, but she remained composed. The person in the red armband looked unhappy and spoke more harshly. "Come with us." Xia Shuning remained calm, narrowed her eyes, and asked, "Who are you? Why should I go with you?" It was the first time the red armband had encountered someone questioning them. "We are from the health department. Someone reported you for practicing medicine without a license." Xia Shuning immediately guessed it was Tion Lu who had reported her. At that moment, the front desk attendant rushed over, panting, "Comrade Xia is providing free medical consultations at our guest house, and our leader approved it." The red armband looked at Xia Shuning and asked, "Do you have a medical license?"
Xia Shuning casually replied, "No."
A gleam of satisfaction flashed in the red armband's eyes. "In that case, even if the guest house approved it, it doesn't matter. You must come with us. All doctors in the country are under our authority." After saying this, he waved his hand, and 2 more people in red armbands approached, intending to forcibly take Xia Shuning away. The 2 red armband members were particularly excited. They thought that if they captured such a beautiful girl, they could handle her in their interrogation room. In a flash, Xia Shuning picked up a stool from the room and struck each of the 2 red armbands with it. "You dare to hit us." The 3 red armbands were shocked that Xia Shuning would dare to act against them in public. 2 of them cried out in pain, while one shouted angrily.
Bang!
Xia Shuning hit the leader of the red armbands on the head again, nearly knocking him out. The stool broke apart. "Don't be so arrogant. We will be back." The red armbands realized they had met their match, made a threatening remark, and covered their heads as they tried to escape.
"Wait."
Xia Shuning blocked their way.
"What?
"What do you want?" The red armbands stuttered in fear, wondering who this woman was to be so bold. Xia Shuning kicked the broken stool and said, "Did you not see the stool is broken? You break things and still want to run away. Please add my book to your shelf, give me a 5-star review, and send free gifts. Since I'm still updating despite having a fever, please encourage me a little." The red armbands gasped in shock. The leader of the red armbands was quite flexible and thought, "Since a stool doesn't cost much, we will pay." Xia Shuning replied, "Of course, you will pay. Otherwise, do you expect me to pay?" The red armbands held their swollen heads. They didn't ask her for medical expenses, not because they didn't want to, but because they were afraid of being hit by her. Since the establishment of the committee by the Ministry of Health, they have investigated many people, and even those within the ministry have cooperated with the inquiry. It was the first time encountering someone who would hit without hesitation. Xia Shuning asked the waitress, "Excuse me, how much is this bench?" The waitress was worried that Xia Shuning might get taken advantage of, thinking that with her presence, the people in red armbands wouldn't be too harsh. If necessary, she could also help Xia Shuning rally support. Unexpectedly, the situation escalated to the point where the people in red armbands offered compensation. The waitress hesitated and held up 3 fingers. Xia Shuning coldly said to the people in red armbands, 30 yuan. You each pay 10 yuan. The people in red armbands widened their eyes in disbelief. Why didn't she just take the bench? It was just a broken wooden bench, worth at most 3 yuan.
What?
Don't want to pay? Xia Shuning looked at them coldly.
Pay.
We'll pay. The group quickly searched their pockets and bags, frantically gathering the 30 yuan. Xia Shuning looked disdainfully at the crumpled, smelly bills, too lazy to take them. The waitress stepped forward to take the money, and seeing that Xia Shuning had no further instructions, the people in red armbands turned and ran away. The waitress wrapped the money in paper and handed it to Xia Shuning, happily saying, "Comrade Xia, this bench only costs 3 yuan." Xia Shuning waved her hand and told the waitress, "You keep the money." The waitress was overjoyed. That amount was almost equivalent to her 2-month salary. "Thank you, Comrade Xia." After the waitress took the broken bench downstairs, Xia Shuning happily closed the door and returned to her space for a bath. As she soaked in the Zelkova wood tub, closing her eyes to relax, she suddenly felt someone gently unwrapping the towel from her hair. With a Zelkova wood comb, someone carefully helped her smooth her hair. A little phoenix nearby was blowing warm air to help dry her hair. One was combing, and the other was blowing, providing attentive service. Xia Shuning twitched her mouth and said to the little phoenix, "Go practice." Then she softly added, "If you want to stay here, just relax. We won't disturb each other, and you don't need to do these things for me." The original owner gently said, "Thank you for taking care of my family and for taking me in. I can only help you with these small tasks." Seeing that she couldn't change the little phoenix's mind, Xia Shuning let it be. While she was taking care of her skin, the original owner helped her make the bed. Xia Shuning watched the face that looked exactly like hers moving in front of her and suddenly remembered the original owner's twin sister. She picked up the Yakia cherrywood mirror and traced symbols on its surface with her fingers. After a moment, she told the original owner, "Your twin sister is still alive." After saying this, she ignored the original owner's tears of joy and went to sleep with her lavender eye mask. She couldn't understand why the original owner had such deep feelings for a sister she had never met. It was rare for her to wake up naturally, without any interruptions. She ate the packed spicy tripe and baked bread from yesterday in her space. Then she went to the medicinal field too and turned the soil, where she saw the original owner planting vegetables and fruits. Xia Shuning nodded at her as a greeting. Today was the last day in the capital, and she didn't know when she would return. Xia Shuning didn't plan to stay in her space all day. She needed to go out and find Tion Lu. She couldn't let Tion Lu's report against her go unpunished. That wasn't her style. Today, Xia Shuning wore a light green shirt with a ruffled collar, paired with white wide-leg pants and simple white leather sandals. Her outfit was very refreshing. As soon as she walked downstairs, a young soldier stopped her. "Comrade Xia, our commander would like to invite you to the meeting room. Is that convenient for you?"
The young soldier said shyly.
Xia Shuning kindly asked, "May I ask who your commander is?" The young soldier stood up straight, proudly saying Commander Wen, the leader of the Northwest Army. Upon hearing this, Xia Shuning knew it was Zhuo Zhihing's superior and followed the young soldier. They arrived at a small red building in the back of the guest house, where mostly leaders above the division level stayed, and there were armed sentries at the entrance. As they passed, the sentries saluted. At the meeting room door, the young soldier knocked and announced loudly, "Report. Commander, Comrade Xia has arrived." A deep male voice from inside the meeting room responded, "Come in." The young soldier turned to Xia Shuning and gestured for her to enter, saying, "Comrade Xia, you can go in now." Then he quietly added, "Don't be nervous. The commander is very nice." Xia Shuning smiled slightly, gave the young soldier a mint candy, and turned to enter the meeting room. Behind the long table sat a man in his 50s with a crew cut, gray at the temples, and thick black eyebrows. He exuded a commanding presence that suggested he had been on the battlefield. Seeing Xia Shuning enter, Commander Wen smiled and said, "Comrade Xia, please have a seat." He pointed to a chair beside him, inviting her to sit down. Xia Shuning calmly took her seat and waited quietly for Commander Wen to speak. Commander Wen silently admired Xia Shuning in his heart, recognizing her strong character. Most people felt a bit intimidated when they first met him. However, Xia Shuning was not afraid at all. Over the years, apart from Zhuo Zhiheng, who was still on missions, she was the only one who stood her ground. Commander Wen got straight to the point. "Comrade Xia, I invited you here to offer you a position in our unit." At that moment, a young soldier brought in tea for Xia Shuning. She lightly tapped the table 3 times to show her gratitude. Commander Wen also picked up his enamel cup and took a big sip of tea. Xia Shuning glanced at the tea. It was just ordinary large-leaf tea, not a special variety. Commander Wen's style was quite simple. Noticing her gaze, he smiled and pushed his cup toward her, saying, "It's not the best tea, but I enjoy it." Xia Shuning nodded and replied with a smile, "This large-leaf tea is more natural and retains more nutrients, which is better for health." Commander Wen appeared friendly and approachable, gently asking, "The unit previously asked Zhuo to invite you, but you declined. Was there a specific concern?" Xia Shuning didn't want to beat around the bush. "I'm used to freedom and can't stand restrictions." Commander Wen understood immediately. After all, he had many strong-willed subordinates and had been young himself. Talented individuals often had their own tempers. Especially with Xia Shuning's recent impressive achievements, he had kept her accomplishments under wraps. If those older officials found out, they would surely try to take her away. Thinking of this, Commander Wen spoke kindly. "How about you start as a military doctor? Military doctors are managed by the unit, and the health department won't interfere." Xia Shuning realized that Commander Wen was aware of the report about her practicing medicine without a license. After considering it, she sincerely said, "Thank you for your recognition. I will think it over and get back to you." Commander Wen replied warmly, "Take your time to think it through. Once you decide, just let me know." I'll be back next week. He paused and added, feel free to express any requests. I will do my best to accommodate them. Xia Shuning nodded, assuring him, I will definitely consider it carefully. Commander Wen was clearly a charismatic and good leader. After she left the small red building, she first took the medicine and food to the courtyard at Longton Lake to see Xiang Bai and her grandmother. The grandmother's eyes had already returned to normal, and Uncle Li had kept the courtyard well. Now it was even tidier and cozier, with the flowers and plants looking more vibrant than before. Old houses can quickly fall into disrepair if left empty. They need people to live in them and maintain them from time to time. Xia Shuning watered all the trees in front of the house with some special water. The grandmother and Xiang Bai asked Xia Shuning if they could stay in the east wing, while the main room was reserved for her, which was cleaned very well. The family had once been wealthy, and Uncle Li left behind many things. Pots and pans were readily available, so there was no need to use second-hand items. Especially since the grandmother used to collect scraps, she didn't mind these old things at all. The grandmother was so grateful to have such a nice place to stay, even if it was just temporary, that she wanted to take great care of Xia Shuning. Xia Shuning went straight to the kitchen and filled the grain bin with mostly coarse grains, some from Zhao Lady's family and some from Wang Laoti's family. Then she noticed that the small yellow fish in the west wing were still there. Uncle Li seemed unaware of this box of small yellow fish. From the surrounding dirt marks, it seemed they were buried from the early Republic period, and Xia Shuning had quite a few of these small yellow fish. However, the box for the small yellow fish was made of very special material, making it worth keeping. She gave Uncle Li an equivalent amount of money, which he didn't feel safe carrying, so Xia Shuning gave him several unassuming but precious pills, ensuring she didn't take advantage of him. The items taken from the West Wing were first stored in a space. The little phoenixes would take care of them, and she planned to leave the things under the begonia tree for now. Xiang Bai set up a stove in the courtyard and was making Xia Shuning some mint rock candy tea. The grandmother called Xia Shuning into the east wing and handed her a pair of beautifully embroidered soft-soled shoes, saying gently, Comrade Xia, I can't thank you enough for your kindness. This is just a small token from me. Please accept it. Xia Shuning took them. The stitches were tight, the soles thick, and the edges were sewn with a row of small beads, showing that a lot of effort went into making them. She tried them on, and they fit perfectly. The material was smooth and soft, making them very comfortable, just like the old fabrics. Given her circumstances, the grandmother must have a story to tell to still have such fine materials and beads. Xia Shuning loved embroidered clothing, and these shoes were particularly exquisite, so she smiled at the grandmother and said, Thank you, Grandma. I really like them. The grandmother looked at Xia Shuning with a warm smile, her gaze distant, as if she were reminiscing about something through her. Then the grandmother took out a package and opened it to reveal a set of clothes and little shoes for a boy. Her thin, wrinkled hands gently touched the clothes as she spoke softly. This is what Xiao Bai was wearing when I found him. I waited with him in the area for several months, but no one came looking for him. Xia Shuning looked at the clothes from Bai's childhood and said to the grandmother, Bai's parents must be important people. How could they lose their child and not search for him? The grandmother sighed and said, The more wealthy a family is, the more troubles they have. To grow up safely in an ordinary family is a blessing. She took Xia Shuning's hand and said, I heard from Xiao Bai that you helped him join the army. I am just an ordinary person, and I feel like I have burdened this child. But he is a good boy, and since I may not have many years left, he will repay your kindness. Xia Shuning patted the grandmother's hand gently and said, Don't say that. You gave him a home and raised him well despite the difficulties. I recommended him for the army because he has the potential, but his future will depend on his own efforts. After thinking for a moment, she added, Now that Bai has joined the army, if you need anything, just ask Zhao Shu, who helped you move. He will assist you. After having a meal with the grandmother and Bai, Xia Shuning took her leave. As she was leaving, Bai ran out, holding the 500 yuan that Xia Shuning had placed under his pillow, and said, Sister, I've noted down the money. I will definitely pay you back. Xia Shunning playfully tapped his forehead and said, "Of course you have to pay me back. No one dares to owe me money. Work hard when you get to the army." Bai nodded, watching Xia Shunning's back, tears streaming down his face. Just a month ago, he had stolen 50 cents to buy medicine for his grandmother and had been chased for 3 streets, beaten badly. Now, his grandmother had a safe place to stay, and he had a good opportunity. All thanks to his sister. From Bai, he learned that Uncle Li and Mei Duo had left, and Zhao Shu, and he had gone to the train station to see them off. Coincidentally, she also needed to find Zhao Shu to get the flint core he had carved. When she met Zhao Shu, she got the flint core and reminded him to pay attention to Yuqing Temple and to take good care of the grandmother. Seeing that it was getting dark, Xia Shunning knew it was time to follow the trail of the tracking powder to find Tion Lu. Before leaving the courtyard, she had changed into a special black outfit and shoes to make it easier to move at night. The military district was particularly hard to enter, so Xia Shunning crouched in a tree and observed for several hours. She spent 1,000 merit points to exchange for a human mask, which allowed her to successfully blend in. Tion Lu lived in a small standalone building, a space of over 100 square meters, equipped with a TV, refrigerator, and fan, along with a leather sofa, is considered luxurious in this era. Xia Shunning looked around, her red lips curling into a smile, resembling a tempting treat. She didn't take anything obvious. After all, things in a military compound can't just be emptied out. But she pulled out a strong magnet and slid it evenly across the TV screen. She also removed the refrigerant from the fridge, the motor from the fan, and the springs from the leather sofa. Her strategy was clear. I won't take anything away, but you can't use it either. From the fridge in the kitchen to a simple embroidery needle, nothing was left untouched. Then she tied a piece of flint to a red string and hung it around her neck, following its guidance to the second floor. Xia Shunning listened carefully to the sounds in each room. The first bedroom on the right belonged to Tion Lu's parents, the second to either her brother or younger sibling, and the third was Tion Lu's, where she surprisingly found a familiar face, Zhang Li. Xia Shunning took out a sleeping drug, planning to put them all to sleep before making her move. Suddenly, with a soft creak, the door to Tion Lu's room opened gently. Xia Shunning quickly slipped into the study, leaving a small gap in the door. She saw Zhang Li quietly step out, her long hair flowing, wearing a short dress and barefoot. She tiptoed to the second bedroom, softly knocking on the door, her voice sweet. "Brother." Footsteps were heard from inside, and the moment the door opened, her dress slipped down. As the young man opened the door, he was suddenly blinded by a flash of white. He quickly turned his back and lowered his voice, scolding, "What are you doing? Get dressed quickly." Zhang Li leaned closer, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. "Tion, I'm so cold. Can I come in to warm up?" Tion felt stiff and didn't dare to raise his voice. "Zhang Li, you're my sister's friend. Get dressed and go back to your room. Let's pretend this didn't happen." Zhang Li pressed her pretty face against his back, pleading, "Tion, I fell for you at first sight. Please be with me." Tion wanted to break free, but didn't know how. He closed his eyes and shouted softly, "We just met today. Don't make a mistake. Go back." Zhang Li started to cry, her tears soaking his shirt. She sadly asked, "Tion, am I not pretty? I'm at least better looking than Tion Lu, right?" Tion Sang was almost driven crazy. Where did Tion Lu find such a troublesome friend? He angrily said, "Whether you're pretty or not has nothing to do with me. If you don't let go, I won't hold back." Zhang Li felt Tion Sang's tension and panic up close, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. She thought inexperienced men like him were easy to handle, and her hand slid towards his belt buckle. Xia Shunning watched Zhang Li's smooth back, amazed, and exclaimed, "Wow. Is this something I can see for free?" She quietly found a better angle, thinking in this day and age, there are still bold women like this. She must be a repeat offender. Tion Sang could no longer hold back and exploded in anger. If he didn't act now, his pants would be pulled down. He grabbed Zhang Li's wrist and twisted it hard. "Ah!" Zhang Li pretended to cry out in pain, and Tion Sang took the chance to break free from her embrace. He closed his eyes, turned around, and pushed Zhang Li out of his doorway. With a loud bang, he shut the door, feeling that he couldn't stay there any longer. He quickly packed his things and decided to return to the army that night. Thud! Zhang Li fell heavily in the hallway, clutching her lower back and turning pale, unable to recover for a while. She had really hurt herself this time. Hugging her knees, she squatted at Tion Sang's door, burying her face in her long hair and quietly crying as if she had been deeply wronged. She didn't believe Tion Sang could bear to let her cry outside until dawn. Zhang Li had just arrived at Tion Lu's house today when she ran into Tion Sang, who was back from leave. He was handsome, with better features than Tion Lu. Tion Lu told her that her twin brother, Tion Sang, was now a squad leader, but with her uncle as the commander, it was only a matter of time before he got promoted. Zhang Li didn't know how many days she could stay at Tion Lu's house. From Tion Lu, she learned that most capable kids in the compound were working hard outside. The ones she could meet daily were either too young or not very successful, just passing time. Tion Sang, who was back on leave, was the best opportunity she had, and she had to seize it tonight. Suddenly, a man's hand rested on her shoulder, gently rubbing it. Zhang Li thought Tion Sang had changed his mind. With red eyes, she tried to look shy and wronged as she lifted her head. She was startled and shivered, tightening her body, regretting not wearing her nightgown earlier. Standing in front of Zhang Li was a middle-aged man in his 50s, slightly balding and with a bit of a belly. The man spoke gently. "You must be Lu Lu's friend. I'm Lu Lu's dad. Did you have a fight with her?" "I'm sorry, I can't assist with that." She hid back in the study and used her fire powers to set the curtains in Director Tion's father's room on fire. Smoke quickly billowed out of the second-floor window. Since it was a military compound, the patrolling soldiers noticed the smoke and immediately realized that Director Tion's house was on fire. They whistled to alert others and ran over with buckets of water. The neighbors heard the whistle and also saw that Director Tion's house was on fire. "There's a fire. Director Tion's house is on fire. Quick, help put it out." The soldiers and eager neighbors rushed over with buckets, but they couldn't open the door. They kicked it down and ran upstairs. After confirming that it was indeed Director Tion's room on fire, they knocked on the door for a long time, but no one answered. With another kick, they burst in, and through the thick smoke, they saw something shocking. "Quick, everyone, leave a 5-star review and free gifts, and watch the gossip with baby Xuning." Everyone was stunned, their minds racing. "Oh my goodness. This is terrible. My eyes." Inside, Director Tion and Zhang Li were still in a chaotic struggle. The crowd was once again shocked. Were they really that into it? Someone with a strong presence shouted, "Stop looking. Quick, pour water. Put out the fire." This shout finally got the attention of the two in the struggle. "Ah!" Zhang Li screamed, startling Director Tion, and they found themselves unable to separate. Eager neighbors, disguised as Xu Ning, quickly rushed in with buckets, pouring water to extinguish the flames. Director Tion and Zhang Li were covered with a white sheet and carried out, ready to be taken to the hospital. In the chaos, Xu Ning quickly collected all her treasures and was about to slip away. Just then, the sleeping Tion Lu was awakened by a neighbor and rushed toward Director Tion's room. Tion Lu was so fast that she almost bumped into Xu Ning, who managed to dodge just in time. When Tion Lu reached the door, she saw several neighbors carrying the covered Director Tion. Thinking he had been burned to death, she screamed, "Dad." This startled Director Tion, and everyone jumped. Then she noticed the long hair visible under the white sheet and thought her mother had also been burned to death. She cried out in despair, "Mom." With that, Tion Lu lunged toward her mom, and Director Tion and Zhang Li's previously covered faces were suddenly exposed to everyone. Tion Lu's eyes widened in anger, her face twisted with rage as she gritted her teeth and said, "Zhang Li, why are you on top of?" The neighbor rushed over and covered Tion Lu's mouth, trying to pull her away. Zhang Li, feeling determined, curled up in Director Tion's embrace, crying in a way that made her seem very lovable. She had to hold on to Director Tion tightly. Initially persuaded by the neighbor, Tion Lu, seeing Zhang Li acting so coy, suddenly shouted and lunged at Zhang Li. In the chaos, no one could stop the furious Tion Lu. She grabbed Zhang Li's hair and wouldn't let go, while Zhang Li clung tightly to Director Tion. The scene was too chaotic to describe. Everyone felt their eyes were tainted and wished for a hole in the ground to hide in. Some clever people, after putting out the fire, quickly ran away with their buckets to protect their eyes. Tion Lu was shaking with anger, pulling Zhang Li's hair and shouting, "Zhang Li, do you even care about me? I treated you like my best friend and took you in, and yet you." Director Tion had to call for help. Old Wang quickly stopped Tion Lu. Then he shouted at Tion Lu, "Tion Lu, act like a girl and go back to your room." Tion Lu wiped her tears with the back of her hand and ran towards her uncle's house. She wanted to tell her mom to come and deal with Zhang Li. Zhang Li continued to cry, her hot tears falling onto Director Tion's heart. What started as a game now made him feel a deep bond with Zhang Li, as if they were facing the world together. He did his best to shield Zhang Li with his not-so-large body. An old friend, noticing Director Tion moving around, kindly advised old Tion, "How much medicine did you take? Take it easy." Middle-aged men understand the struggles of life best. The people at the scene, fearing more trouble, quickly took Director Tion and Zhang Li to the hospital he had chosen. Xia Shuning followed the crowd outside. Someone quietly remarked, "What a pity. Sister Jean just returned home for a day, and now a young mistress comes in." Director Tion really is something. The young mistress is almost the same age as his daughter. If Tion and his wife comes in later, the young mother and husband will be almost the same age. Sister Jin's brother is a general. She won't let old Tion off easily. That little enchantress might not even get in. From Tion Lu's reaction, did she bring her stepmother home? What does that young girl see in him? Director Tion barely has any hair left, and he's lost his youth. Exactly. Why not go for Tionen? He's a talented young man, very handsome. That won't do. I still want to introduce my daughter, Xiao Jing, to Tion and is indeed a good guy. I'd be happy to have him as my son-in-law. The twins are so different. Look at Tion Lu. I don't know if she's silly or crazy. Maybe she's both silly and crazy. Xia Shuning listened to a bunch of strange gossip all the way. Even when she returned to the guest house and slipped into her space, she couldn't escape the topic. The Little Phoenix and the original owner were really into their discussion. The Little Phoenix exclaimed, "This is way more interesting than the novels I read. I want to submit this." The original owner had red eyes and said, "Tion Lu is so pitiful. She was actually betrayed by her best friend." The Little Phoenix disagreed. "I think Tion is the most pitiful. That girl is harassing him and wants to be his mother." The original owner had a unique perspective. The most pitiful is Sister Jean. Her son, daughter, and husband are all bullied by the same person. Xia Shuning couldn't help but smile, unsure who was leading whom astray. She thought about starting a publishing house. One could be an author, and the other could be an editor. Xia Shuning changed into her pajamas to check the items she got from the Tion family today. This time, there were fresh treasures: a box of gold ingots, a box of silver ingots, a box of porcelain, a box of ancient books, a box of jade, a box of silk, a box of gemstones, and a box of rhinoceros horn. All were treasures Xia Shuning had never seen before, definitely enough to dazzle her. The books had already been placed on the shelf by the original owner and the Little Phoenix, and there were some notebooks that looked like Director Tion's diary. Xia Shuning decided to take some time to study them later. After watching a drama unfold today, she felt especially tired. She put on her lavender eye mask, snuggled into her pillow, and quickly fell asleep. Unbeknownst to her, outside her door, Su Minan, dressed in military uniform and holding a medal, was pacing back and forth with a mysterious smile. This wasn't the first time tonight. Whenever Su Minan could barely open his eyes, he would come looking for Xia Shuning. Unfortunately, Xia Shuning was always out, and they kept missing each other perfectly. At that moment, Su Minan was very happy. He felt that fate was helping him with his sincere feelings for Sister Shuning. In the afternoon, when he heard Xia Shuning's name at the commendation meeting, he first doubted his ears. How could Sister Shuning be publicly recognized? Aren't her biological parents supposed to be the worst? He confirmed it was indeed Xia Shuning from Zawa Farm and was overjoyed. He was even happier than when he stood on the podium receiving his third-class merit medal. If Sister Shuning could be publicly recognized, it meant her parents' situation hadn't affected her. So, why did he have to painfully withdraw from their engagement back then? Everyone, if you need to register for compensation, please come over quickly, add to the bookshelf, and leave a 5-star review for a free gift. Su Minan thought to himself, no wonder Sister Shuning came to the capital. It was to attend the military commendation ceremony. But why didn't Sister Shuning attend the ceremony in person? Could it be that she didn't want to steal his spotlight? After all, he only received a third-class merit, while Sister Shuning received 3 second-class merits. Sister Shuning has improved, but she is still so well-behaved and understanding. Excuse me, please. The waitress came over to mop the floor again. Su Minan smiled and politely told her, Miss, this area is already very clean. You don't need to mop it again. The waitress, not very pleased, replied, I've mopped it over 10 times today, of course it's clean. Su Minan was a bit confused. He thought the waitress was being stubborn, so he kindly suggested, how about mopping again tomorrow? The waitress got angry. Did she enjoy mopping back and forth repeatedly? Wasn't she free to sit at the front desk and relax instead? Since that night when a female guest knocked on the soldier's door, the management held several meetings emphasizing that such incidents must not happen again. Since yesterday, Su Minan had been wandering near Xia Shuning's door, which raised the waitress's suspicions. She had to come every half hour to mop the floor and closely monitor if Su Minan was behaving unusually. Finally, the waitress couldn't hold back any longer and asked cautiously, Excuse me, who assigned you to stand guard at Comrade Xia's door?
Me?
Stand guard? Su Minan pointed to himself in surprise. He found it amusing. This waitress was quite naive. As a battalion commander, he certainly didn't need to stand guard. Seeing he still wouldn't leave, the waitress spoke a bit rudely. It's not standing guard. You're a man. Why are you always at a woman's door? Su Minan was eager to show his friendly side and explained patiently, I'm waiting for Comrade Xia to come out. He was usually well-liked by middle-aged women and was seen as the ideal son-in-law, knowing how to interact with them. Why was he facing trouble this time? Su Minan didn't realize that he had previously managed to be charming. These past 2 days, with his panda eyes, he appeared to the waitress as a complete creep, the kind who indulged too much at a young age. Does Comrade Xia know you? The waitress questioned while vigorously mopping the floor around his feet. Su Minan quickly jumped aside and proudly said, I am Comrade Xia's fiancé. Upon hearing this, the older sister raised her mop and swung it at Su Minan, shouting, How dare you ruin Comrade Xia's reputation? Have you looked in the mirror? Do you really think you deserve her? What kind of fiancé can't even enter the door? Since Comrade Xia moved in, many men have come to see her, some of whom are much more handsome and of higher rank. How could Comrade Xia possibly be interested in someone like him? Su Minan didn't want to fight with the waitress, so he awkwardly dodged left and right. I really am Comrade Xia's fiancé. Just ask Xia. Smack. Smack. Xia Shuning appeared out of nowhere and swiftly slapped Su Minan twice. After the sharp sound of her slaps, she looked him up and down with a mocking glare. Why didn't I know you were my fiancé? Su Minan covered his stinging face, incredulous as he looked at Xia Shuning. Sister Shuning, you hit me? He was used to Xia Shuning's gentle demeanor and was shocked to see her aggressive side for the first time. Smack. Under Su Minan's heartbroken gaze, Xia Shuning slapped him again, this time drawing blood from the corner of his mouth. Xia Shuning shook her wrist, her eyes cold, and her tone filled with disdain. How dare you call me Sister Shuning? The older sister looked at Su Minan as if he were something disgusting and angrily said, Good job, Comrade Xia. Hit him hard. A toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Xia Shuning smiled sweetly at the older sister and handed her a mint candy. Sister, thank you. The older sister accepted the candy and waved the mop to chase Su Minan away. "If you don't leave now, I'll call someone." Su Minan's face darkened, his hands tightening into fists, knuckles turning white, feeling a fire burning inside him. He took a few steps closer to Xia Shuning, his eyes filled with deep emotion, his voice pained. "Shuning, I know I hurt you, but I had my reasons. I was about to get promoted and couldn't let anyone find out my in-laws were from a bad background." Su Minan swallowed hard and softly said, "Do you remember that for this promotion, I didn't go home to see you for 2 years? I worked day and night on missions and didn't dare tell you when I got hurt." His voice became more assertive. "Only after I become the captain can I take you away from the Feng family. I did all of this for you. It doesn't matter if others can't understand me."
"But you have to understand me,"
Xia Shuning scoffed, recalling how every time Su Minan got hurt, his mother would come to insult the original owner. She was really tired of talking to this worthless man. Su Minan felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. He had poured out his feelings, but Shuning didn't seem moved at all. She looked cold and even a bit disdainful. This version of Shuning felt so far away from him, making him anxious. Su Minan took a deep breath and leaned closer to Xia Shuning. "Shuning, I don't blame you for hitting me. As long as it makes you feel better, you can hit me as much as you want." He believed that Shuning cared for him deep down. After all, they had years of feelings together, and she couldn't just let go so easily. Xia Shuning widened her eyes, thinking she must have misheard. She thought, "I made a mistake. I've made him think he can get away with this." She couldn't let Su Minan have his way. Suddenly, she lifted her right foot and kicked him in the stomach, sending him crashing into the wall. "Shuning!" Su Minan felt like his insides had shifted. He didn't expect Xia Shuning to kick him without warning. He was among the top 10 in military competitions, so he must have been caught off guard to be knocked down by Shuning. She probably just wanted to scare him a bit. But his imagination was shattered the next second. Xia Shuning was completely ruthless. Without waiting for Su Minan to get up, she kicked him again with her left foot, sending him flying once more. The noise was so loud that a few soldiers opened the door to peek in, stunned. A tall young man in military uniform was being kicked around like a ball by a petite girl, with no ability to fight back or even dodge. Xia Shuning kept kicking, the noise growing louder and the crowd of onlookers increasing. She took the chance to jab Su Minan's pressure point, annoyed by him calling her name in vain. A soldier who looked like a commander said with disdain, "Whose soldier is this? Is his military training really that poor? How did he become a squad leader getting beaten like this by a female soldier?" Supporters of Xia Shuning beating up the bad guy, please add to the bookshelf and give her a 5-star review and a free gift. The commander, watching Xia Shuning fight, grew more impressed. After decades in the military, he had never seen such a skilled female soldier. She was even better than the female special forces under his command. A person with rich combat experience like him can easily see that the female soldier has no unnecessary movements when kicking, and she controls her strength well. What's most impressive is that she remains calm. It's easy to lose your cool when you're winning a fight. He excitedly asked the person next to him, "Which unit does that female soldier belong to? Can we transfer her to our women's special forces as an instructor?" They were at the military district's guest house. Xia Shuning was dressed in a military shirt and boots because she was taking a train today, and her fighting skills led him to mistake her for a soldier. The soldiers watching were filled with admiration for Xia Shuning, not daring to blink for fear of missing a single move. In the military, there are many young people full of energy. Fights are unavoidable. Winning is great, but if you lose, the consequences can be severe. This was a spar between male soldiers, but if a male soldier fought a female soldier, it would be expected for the male to win. If he lost, it would be quite embarrassing. And right now, it was clear to everyone that Su Minan had no strength to fight back. Xia Shuning was skilled not only because she had special abilities but also because she understood medicine, making her strikes quick and precise. If she wanted, she could break Su Minan's 206 bones into pieces. But Xia Shuning was just playing around, letting off some steam without breaking any bones, only causing minor injuries.
Xia Shuning.
Stop! A woman shouted desperately. Xia Shuning continued kicking, left foot then right foot. She wasn't using her hands, just her feet. She looked at the shouting woman and realized it was someone she recognized. Xia Shuning politely greeted her. Thief Jing. Jing spread her arms wide, kneeling in front of Xia Shuning like a protective hen, shielding the injured Su Minan behind her. As she lunged towards Xia Shuning, she shouted, Xia Shuning, do you have no respect for the law? How can you hurt my partner like this? Xia Shuning, curious, pointed at Su Minan on the ground and asked Jing, he's your partner? Are you married? Jing's face turned shy. We just got our marriage certificate, but we haven't had the wedding yet. Xia Shuning sincerely complimented. You two are truly a match made in heaven, a perfect pair. Hearing the first part of the compliment, Jing instinctively wanted to thank Xia Shuning, but she swallowed the word thank you back down. She trembled with anger, her face pale and her eyes filled with resentment as she threatened Xia Shuning. My partner is a battalion commander. How dare you attack me in public? I will call the police. The waitress quickly interjected. Your partner asked comrades Xia to fight. I can testify. A serious-looking man, resembling a commander, cleared his throat and said sternly, comrades, in our military, friends spar according to our rules. Calling the police is not appropriate. The soldiers watching chimed in. He's a battalion commander, and he can't even win against a female soldier? How embarrassing. Should we really involve the police? This is a military matter. Exactly. He's making us male soldiers look bad. If he wants to call the police, he should take off his uniform first. What unit is he from? How can someone like him be on the battlefield? At that moment, Su Minan, covered in blood, slowly regained consciousness and fixed his gaze on Xia Shuning, asking, Shuning, are you feeling better? Xia Shuning's expression was cold, and she smiled wickedly, mocking, you really can't take a hit, can you? You're so weak. Su Minan's face turned pale as he looked at Xia Shuning, filled with disbelief and pain. Once, her beautiful eyes would shine with warmth and love when she looked at him. Now, her eyes were bright but devoid of kindness and affection, filled only with coldness and disdain. Where had his Shuning gone? Su Minan felt no pain in his body, only a heart that felt like it was about to explode. Jing's gaze shifted between Xia Shuning and Su Minan, instinctively feeling a chill. A wave of panic surged within her as she held Su Minan's face, tears welling up as she asked, Minan, are you okay? Su Minan turned his head to avoid her touch.
Xuman.
How dare he flirt with another woman in front of her? Jing bit her lip, tears rolling down her cheeks in frustration. Anger flashed in her eyes as she clenched her teeth and softly suggested, Minan, she hurt you like this. We should call the police. We can't let her get away with it. Su Minan's expression darkened, his eyes swirling with emotion as he gritted his teeth. No need to call the police.
I'm fine.
Jing's eyes widened in shock, her face pale as she trembled, questioning, You've lost so much blood. How can you be fine? Taking a deep breath, her eyes glinting with determination, she raised her voice. We are getting married in 3 days. With you hurt like this, what will happen to our wedding? Su Minan's eyes lit up. He understood why Xu Ning was so cold to him. It must be because Jing suddenly came and said all sorts of things. She misunderstood that he had changed his heart, but he only had Xu Ning in his heart. Thinking this, Su Minan's gaze was fixed on the unfamiliar yet stunning face of Xu Ning. He said to Jing calmly, Then let's not have a wedding. We only got the marriage certificate anyway, so let's get a divorce. Jing looked up in disbelief. Su Minan didn't even glance at her. His eyes were still focused on Xu Ning as he said affectionately, Xu Ning, wait for me to get divorced, and then I will marry you, okay? Everyone gasped in shock. What did they just hear? The soldier, who looked like a leader, seemed struck by lightning and asked in disbelief, Is he out of his mind? Everyone looked at Su Minan as if he were foolish. Jing was filled with rage, her eyes burning with anger, and she shouted at Xia Shuning, "You." Xia Shuning coldly raised her hand and slapped her with a loud smack. Several people present were startled. She pointed at Su Minan on the ground, her eyes filled with mockery, and coldly said to Jing, "You can't keep your man, so why are you barking at me?" Smack. Another slap hit Jing. "Do you think everyone is like you, searching for men in the trash?" Jing covered her swollen face, glaring at Xia Shuning, trembling with anger. She wanted to fight back, but was afraid she would lose. She hissed, "Just wait." Xia Shuning smiled, her eyes sparkling, her face more radiant than ever, and sweetly said, "I'm so scared." "Comrade Xia." A deep, magnetic voice came from behind her. "Can you guess who it is?" Xia Shuning raised her fist, asking for support, 5-star reviews, and free gifts. Xia Shuning's beautiful brows curved, a smile appearing in her eyes as she instinctively asked, "Zhuo Tuan, what brings you here?" Zhuo Zhiheng walked a few steps to stand behind Xia Shuning, his deep voice slightly hoarse. "Mission accomplished. I came to bring Xiao Song back to the northwest." The tall and strong Xiao Song stood silently beside them, looking down at his toes. He never expected that one day, Zhuo Tuan would take a military plane overnight just to pick him up. If he told his brothers back at the base, who would believe it? He didn't even believe it himself. However, he is just a tool that their leader needs, easily moved wherever necessary. Su Minan looked at the man behind Xia Shuning, who was of a higher rank, exuding an impressive aura, with an unreadable expression. He had the kind of strength that came from a military background. This man was not from the same social class as them. What was his relationship with Shuning? Why was she smiling at him? Su Minan felt a surge of panic. He couldn't accept that Shuning's gaze was directed at someone else. He would rather she hit him. At least when she did, her eyes were only on him. Su Minan's throat felt tight, and he took a slow, deep breath, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Xia Shuning. "Shuning, I regret what happened when we broke off the engagement. I can make it right." Xia Shuning felt a wave of anger rising inside her and replied unhappily, "Don't call me Shuning. It gives me goosebumps. Call me Comrade Xia." A slight smirk appeared on her lips, revealing pure malice. "I don't need verbal apologies or spiritual remorse. Just pay me back. And don't ever show up in front of me again." Su Minan was stunned. The Xia Shuning in front of him was completely different from the one he knew. Sunlight fell on Xia Shuning's face, her dark almond eyes bright and clear, her long eyelashes delicate, and her silky black hair tied in a ponytail. "By the way, you must know Feng Jingjun, right? When you get married, don't forget to send her an invitation." Xia Shuning still spoke with a tone of mockery. She was quite curious about Feng Jingjun, who was still planting trees in the desert, and how she would react to Su Minan's marriage. Su Minan's mind buzzed, his vision blurred, and he felt lost inside, before fainting. Jing wasn't in a hurry to take him to the hospital. He looked at Zhuo Zhiheng with uncertainty. Was this the famous young master of the Zhuo family who didn't pursue a political career? Wasn't it said that he was indifferent to women? Why was he so close to Xia Shuning? How did she manage to attract men so easily? The military man resembling a leader poked Zhuo Zhiheng and asked, "Zhuo, aren't you going to introduce this comrade?" Zhuo Zhiheng's stern face showed a hint of reluctance, but when he turned to Xia Shuning, his expression softened unconsciously. "Comrade Xia, this is Captain Lu." Captain Lu's eyes sparkled as he smiled widely and asked straightforwardly, "Comrade Xia, we have a women's special forces unit in the Southwest Military District. Would you like to be an instructor?" Zhuo Zhiheng remained calm and indifferent, but his hands clenched tightly at his sides. Xia Shuning's eyes showed curiosity as she smiled and said, "It sounds interesting, but I have other plans for now." Lu Tuan didn't expect to succeed right away. Winning someone over takes time and effort. He confidently said, "Let's exchange contact information. Come visit our military base when you have time. Our training grounds are really fun." Xia Shuning wrote down her contact details and handed them to Lu Tuan, smiling, "Okay, thank you, Lu Tuan. I will definitely visit if I get the chance. All right, everyone, let's get back to what we were doing." Lu Tuan called away the onlookers after getting Xia Shuning's contact information. Jing glared at Xia Shuning, her eyes filled with resentment. She bit her lip, not wanting to miss the chance to confront Xia Shuning. Pointing to the mark on her face, she cried, "Xia, no matter what happened between you and my husband in the past, that's over. Why do you have to hurt him like this? I know you resent him for choosing to marry me instead of you. But in relationships, the one who gets left behind is the third party. Just say that I stole your lover. If you want to confront me, go ahead. I won't fight back or say anything in return." Jing cried as she spoke, trying to portray herself as a generous and loyal person. Xia Shuning smirked, her smile cold and mischievous, and then she started to fight back. "Don't worry. If someone comes to me asking for a beating, I'm more than willing to oblige." Jing was caught off guard. She never expected Xia Shuning to act so recklessly in front of Zhuo Zhiheng. She didn't know that Xia Shuning was looking for an opportunity to confront Zhuo Zhiheng as well, since she was good at using her fists. Jing curled up, holding her head, and trembled as she shouted, "Zhuo Tuan, aren't you going to stop her? She's attacking in public." Zhuo Zhiheng's expression was dark and cold as he replied briefly, "You asked her to hit you." Jing cried out in despair, realizing she should have just gone home to find her father. Xia Shuning was just a low-ranking soldier. Surely her father, a military leader, could handle her. Zhuo Zhiheng checked his watch and said to Xia Shuning, "Xia, where's your luggage? I can help you take it down. It's right at the door. You can see it when you open it," Xia Shuning replied, stopping her actions and straightening her wrinkled clothes. When she fought Jing and Su Minan, she had taken their belongings and stored them away. She couldn't let her efforts go to waste. With her skills, she deserved some reward. Little Song had disappeared somewhere, and Xia Shuning followed Zhuo Zhiheng, who was carrying her luggage, and got into the jeep. Zhuo Zhiheng said in a low voice, "Comrade Xia, this time when we go back, we won't take the train. We'll take a military transport plane."
Great.
Xia Shuning felt a bit happy and curious. She had never been on a plane from this era. Zhuo Zhiheng, sitting in the driver's seat, asked Xia Shuning, "It's still early. Shall we go eat? How about some local dishes from Beijing?" Xia Shuning raised an eyebrow, thinking that Beijing was not known for its food, and the local dishes weren't that good. She shook her head, "Not tasty. I don't like it." Zhuo Zhiheng thought for a moment and asked her, "How about dishes from your province?" Xia Shuning nodded eagerly. She hadn't tried food from her province since arriving here. Seeing her enthusiasm, Zhuo Zhiheng turned the car around and took her to a small restaurant hidden in an alley. Zhuo Zhiheng went to park the car while Xia Shuning entered first. As she reached the door, a female server approached her and said, "Sorry, we are not open to the public right now. Please try another place." Just then, Zhuo Zhiheng walked in and told the server, "Tell your manager that Zhuo Zhiheng is here to eat. Serve us as usual." Upon hearing this, the server quickly led them to the dining area. Zhuo Zhiheng explained to Xia Shuning, "This used to be the office for our province in Beijing. After it was closed, they stopped serving the public and only catered to regular customers. They chose a window seat on the second floor." The manager, a man around 45 years old with gold-rimmed glasses, came over with a pot of tea. He smiled warmly and poured tea for Xia Shuning and Zhuo Zhiheng, greeting Xia Shuning, "Comrade, please try our province's emerald tea." Xia Shuning lightly tapped the table 3 times with her fingers to thank the manager for the tea. Then she picked up the teacup. The tea was clear and had a chestnut aroma. After taking a sip, she praised, "Good tea." The manager handed Xia Shuning a handwritten menu. Every time Zhuo comes, he orders sour fish soup, tofu, stir-fried pork with herbs, and huashi beef noodles. "Do you want to add anything?" Xia Shuning asked Zhuo Zhiheng, "I want both huashi beef noodles and spicy sausage noodles." "What if we can't finish?" Zhuo Zhiheng confidently replied, "We can finish it. Order whatever you want." He turned to Manager Gua and said, "Old Gua, add 1 more serving of spicy sausage noodles and some spicy potato chips." Xia Shuning added, "I also want to try the silk rolls." Director Gu quickly noted down their orders. The total came to 19 yuan, 2 pounds of grain tickets, and 3 fish tickets. Zhuo Zhiheng paid the bill and the tickets, and Xia Shuning didn't ask to split the costs since she occasionally gave him medicine. They sipped tea while waiting for their food. The first dish to arrive was sour fish soup. They ordered it medium spicy, and the red broth bubbled with a fragrant aroma that made their mouths water. Zhuo Zhiheng picked up a piece of fish for Xia Shuning and added tofu to the soup. The soup was indeed flavorful, making Xia Shuning squint her eyes from the sourness. When the stir-fried pig ear root with cured meat was served, they both reached for it at the same time. Most people find the smell of pig ear root off-putting, but they both enjoyed it. The rice rolls arrived next, with rice noodles, bean sprouts, seaweed, sweet radish strips, crushed peanuts, sesame, and pig ear root all piled together, along with a sweet and spicy sauce. The transparent rice noodles revealed colorful vegetables, making it very appealing. Taking a bite, the rice noodles were soft and the vegetables crunchy, bursting with flavor. Xia Shuning had one rice roll, but didn't like how the noodles stuck to her hands, so she switched to the stir-fried pig ear root with cured meat. Zhuo Zhiheng quietly rolled all the rice noodles into thumb-sized pieces, stacking the plump rolls on the plate. After getting tired of the sour fish and cured meat, Xia Shuning took a bite of the rice rolls to cleanse her palate. Director Gu personally served their table and watched Zhuo Zhiheng silently rolling the rice rolls, surprised at how well he took care of the lady. As soon as the spicy potato chips arrived, Xia Shuning grabbed the reddest piece and praised, "These peppers are really strong. I want to buy some." Zhuo Zhiheng discreetly signaled to Director Gu to bring out the special chili powder. The spicy sausage noodles and huashi beef noodles were served together. Director Gu pointed to the huashi beef noodles and explained, "In our hometown, we believe in 3 key flavors for noodles: spiciness, sourness, and freshness. This broth is made from beef bones simmered for 3 days." Even though Xia Shuning had a big appetite, she was starting to feel full. Zhuo Zhiheng used serving chopsticks to help her pick out some sausage noodles and huashi beef noodles. Xia Shuning first drizzled crispy oil over the sausage noodles, picked up a piece of fatty sausage with a bite of noodles, and was immediately delighted by the crispy and tender flavors. She told Zhuo Zhiheng, "I want to buy more crispy toppings." She loved the sausage noodles so much that she wished she could take home 100 bowls and eat them for 3 months. Old Gu almost dropped the tray of rice wine when he slipped. This girl had great taste. She almost cleared out all the popular items in his shop. Even though he wasn't open to the public, he couldn't offend any of the customers who came to eat. However, it was the first time Zhuo Tuan brought a female friend to dine, so he couldn't let her down. Even if he had to close the shop tomorrow, he had to sell. Zhuo Zhiheng noticed that Xia Shuning had red oil at the corners of her mouth, and a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. He placed several large bills on Lao Guo's tray and signaled him to pack up the items Xia Shuning wanted to buy. He also decided to randomly select some expensive local specialties that she hadn't tried but might like. After Xia Shuning had eaten her fill, she slumped in her chair, watching Zhuo Zhiheng clean up. She thought he was a great dining partner. She didn't like leftovers and wanted to try everything, so having someone who could finish up was very important. The only thing that bothered her was that her stomach would bulge after eating. Meanwhile, Zhuo Zhiheng, who ate even more than she did, still had a flat stomach. Zhuo Zhiheng noticed her gaze lingering around his waist, and his ears turned red. Just as they stepped out of the provincial office, a woman's voice called out in surprise, "Zhiheng." Xia Shuning looked at the newcomer, slightly smiling, but a hint of coldness appeared in her eyes. It turned out to be the uninvited Jing. Zhuo Zhiheng frowned slightly, pressed his lips together, and remained silent. Jing jogged over to Zhuo Zhiheng, looking concerned, and gently asked, "Zhiheng, why didn't you come home to see your dad?
He misses you a lot."
Seeing Zhuo Zhiheng's hands full of items, while Xia Shuning's hands were empty, Jin's eyes showed dissatisfaction. She turned to Xia Shuning, frowned, and said with confusion and disapproval, "Comrade Xia, great leaders have said that times have changed, and men and women are equal. Women can hold up half the sky, yet here you are, making Zhiheng carry all this? Your thinking is quite problematic." Just as Zhuo Zhiheng was about to speak, Xia Shuning pulled him aside. She looked at Jing with a half-smile, sizing her up with disdain and mockery, and said, Gender equality doesn't mean men and women should carry the same weight. It's not that men should lift 100 pounds and women should lift 100 pounds too. Comrade Jing, you're just shouting about equality while secretly promoting gender division. Not only is your thinking flawed, but you're also deliberately misinterpreting the leader's words. You're quite the reactionary. Then she turned to Zhuo Zhiheng and said, Zhuo Tuan, reactionaries hide among the masses. You must uphold justice and report her. Zhuo Zhiheng shot a cold glance at Jing and said, She's not my relative, but I can help you report her. Jing looked at Zhuo Zhiheng in shock, her body swaying slightly as tears fell down her face. She said, Zhiheng, I took care of you as you grew up. Xia Shunning raised an eyebrow, a smile filled with mockery and sarcasm as she continued to tease her. Are you crazy about wanting to be his stepmother? If so, go find his dad instead. Why are you bothering him? She didn't even need to ask Zhuo Zhiheng. Since Xiao Song only called her Jing, it was clear she was nothing to him. Why act like a mother figure? Jing was furious as Xia Shunning exposed her thoughts, her eyes turning red and her breathing heavy. She trembled as she pointed at Xia Shunning. You. Everyone, please add this book to your shelf, leave a 5-star review, and send free gifts. Xia Shunning was full and ready to tease someone.